During this year's National Day, the workplace organized a health check for female workers. Two doctors were assigned for breast examinations, one male and one female. The male doctor was responsible for taking notes, while the female doctor utilized instruments to inspect the women's breasts. Wang Fang, Liu Dachui's wife, possessed a pair of enviable bosoms. In her 40s, she had reached an age where scrutiny was inevitable. The standard for assessing her breasts was whether the nipples remained rosy and the breasts remained full. Wang Fang's bosoms fit this description perfectly. In previous health checks, her breasts had been illuminated by the machine, revealing a stark whiteness that obscured the glandular tissue. However, this time, there was something unusual. The white glandular tissue exhibited nodules. After the female doctor finished her examination, the male doctor palpated her for an extended period. As he squeezed, he asked Wang Fang if it hurt. Only her husband had ever touched her breasts now. With another man probing them, she could only respond that it was painful. The male doctor released his grip and scribbled something on the form, suggesting further examination. After the health check, Wang Fang stayed in the small city, awaiting her husband Liu Dachui's return from the countryside. He had gone back to pay respects at his mother's grave. With the countryside bustling with chickens, ducks, and chores, what was meant to be a 2-day trip had unexpectedly extended by another day. Wang Fang and Liu Dachui had resided in the small city for many years, moving to City A to accompany their son during his second year of high school. After their son enrolled in a third-rate university in the provincial capital, she settled permanently in City A, which offered the conveniences of a larger city. Liu Dachui, known for his jovial nature, was well-liked among his colleagues. He had once toiled on the front lines, but transitioned to logistics after an injury deemed a work-related accident. His job in logistics was a 9-to-5 affair, requiring considerable effort as he flitted between two cities. Yet, the logistics department in a state-owned enterprise was relatively lucrative. They owned properties in both cities and even planned to build a 2-story house on his family's land back home. While many struggled financially, they discreetly saved their earnings, either letting them accrue interest in the bank or investing in high-interest loans back home. Wang Fang, with her small eyes and plain features, blended into crowds but stood out due to her ample bosoms, despite her lack of conventional beauty. Liu Dachui was renowned for his affection for his wife. After spending 3 days in the countryside, Liu Dachui returned to the small city, where he reunited with his wife in their old home. Liu Dachui often proclaimed, "As long as a man has the strength to lift a sack of rice and a woman possesses the courage to cross the street, they can indulge in their desires." He could effortlessly carry 50 kilograms of rice up 3 flights of stairs without fatigue, while Wang Fang, with her slender legs, could visit friends all day without tiring. Thus, after a few days apart, their reunion was naturally warm. That evening, Liu Dachui intended to take his wife back to City A. The reason for traveling at night was significant. The toll bridge between the two cities charged 10 yuan. A friend of Liu Dachui worked the night shift at the bridge, allowing them to save on the fee. While 10 yuan was not a substantial amount, over the years, it accumulated into a significant sum, enough to buy steamed buns or sausages, making life a bit sweeter. Before departing the small city, Liu Dachui drove around the workplace. He navigated the vehicle around the company's office and directly to the logistics storage facility, where he directed Wang Fang to load some items into the car. This was a surplus from the holiday benefits, including peanut oil, eggs, apples, and notably 2 large pig legs. In these times, with rodents thriving in rice bins, who wouldn't steal a little? The state-owned enterprise was large enough not to miss these trifles. Liu Dachui's performance at work was commendable, allowing him to take these items without a second thought. However, Wang Fang, being timid, urged him to refrain from taking too much. "Enough, enough, don't be greedy," she said. Liu Dachui dismissed her concerns. "What nonsense is this? Just work." After they finished loading, the car finally started, and Wang Fang exhaled a sigh of relief. Then, Liu Dachui drove to the entrance of a neighborhood, stopping the car. A woman stood at the entrance with her arms crossed. Liu Dachui honked, and the woman leisurely entered the vehicle. Wang Fang turned to see that it was Meili, a woman married to an official. Though Meili's name was beautiful, her appearance was rather average. Wang Fang, with her ample bosoms, could stand out in a crowd, while Meili was flat-chested. Her husband, Keyong, was a mid-level official in a state-owned enterprise, hailing from a rural background. while mid-level rank was T highly regarded. In a state enterprise, it resembled a pool of fish waiting for someone to feed them. Only those who managed to leap from the pool into the river could truly thrive. Keyong had managed to rise through the ranks thanks to his father-in-law's connections. Song Meili's father was a department head, and had he not succumbed to cancer early, Keyong's career trajectory would have been much smoother. As a minor official's wife, Song Meili was not assigned heavy duties at work. Since the beginning of the year, she had been transferred to Liu Dachui's unit, serving as a custodian in the logistics storage, effectively becoming one of Liu Dachui's subordinates. This night, she was heading back to her family home in city. Song Meili was not particularly talkative, maintaining a certain air of aloofness typical of official wives. In contrast, Wang Fang was quite the chatterbox, able to engage with anyone. However, Song Meili rarely reciprocated, leaving Wang Fang feeling somewhat disheartened. As the vehicle approached the toll bridge, the road leading to it was narrow and poorly maintained, making for a bumpy ride. Wang Fang's bosoms, nestled within her thin bra, felt as if they might escape, and the pain returned. She asked Song Meili if she had undergone the health check. "I did," replied Song Meili, adding, "What about you, sister-in-law?" Although Song Meili was 2 years Wang Fang's senior, due to Liu Dachui being a year older than Keyong, Wang Fang was affectionately referred to as sister-in-law. Wang Fang candidly replied, "I have breast nodules. It's not a major issue." Song Meili responded, "Big breasts can be a burden." Last year, a colleague from our unit who looked robust also had nodules, and it turned out to be breast cancer. She underwent surgery this year. Wang Fang was taken aback by this revelation, suddenly feeling suspicious of her own ample bosoms. She perceived Song Meili's words as ominous. The discussion about breast health opened Song Meili's mouth. She went on to explain to Wang Fang, who had large breasts, that she had a smaller bust, but had been a quality milk producer during her breastfeeding days, efficiently returning to her pre-pregnancy form and saving fabric for the nation. As the women discussed their breasts, Liu Dachui listened quietly, maintaining an appropriate smile. Their conversation continued as they reached the floating bridge, a structure connected by boats and reinforced with tracks. Wang Fang, clutching her aching bosoms, felt the discomfort intensify. Presumably, Song Meili was secretly pleased to save the toll. Having crossed the bridge and saved 10 yuan, they arrived in City A. First, they dropped off Song Meili. Her family home was located in a once-renowned cadre community, filled with spacious welfare apartments. Similar birds flock together, but the elite often do not. Over the years, many families had vacated the cadre community, dispersing to various luxurious neighborhoods and European-style towns, leaving behind mostly retirees who had lost their former status. Liu Dachui exited the vehicle and retrieved a pig leg from the trunk to gift to Song Meili. Wang Fang watched as her husband carried the pig leg forward, with Song Meili trailing behind, her legs appearing as if they were drawn with a compass, making her posterior appear quite ample. Earlier in the car, Song Meili, taking advantage of her youthful charm, belittled those with ample bosoms. That moment, Wang Fang mused, "Is Shueka still of any use?" Liu Dachui delivered a pig leg to the vehicle on the journey. Wang Fang remarked to her husband, "With such trivial items, what if the custodians below find out? What if we are reported?" Liu Dachui replied, "That's precisely why she has her share, to keep her mouth shut." He further added, "Her family is no longer what it used to be. It's not just pig legs they disdain. No one wants to even set foot in her home anymore. Just a while ago, when I delivered the pig leg, her mother insisted on brewing tea for me. She's so lonely that she clings to any living soul." In the blink of an eye, the National Day holiday concluded, and everyone returned to their routines. Liu Dachui resumed his commuting life between the two cities. Every morning during breakfast, Liu Dachui's phone rang promptly. It was Song Meili calling. Every evening, Song Meili would rush to her mother's side. Reportedly due to her mother's ill health, she would ride back to City A with Dachui and depart again the following morning. Her own car had recently been damaged and sent for extensive repairs. Sometimes, when Liu Dachui was in the restroom, Wang Fang would answer the call, chuckling, "Old Liu is indisposed, should I pass the phone to him?" Song Meili, seemingly averse to the unpleasantness, replied, "No need, sister-in-law. Please inform Director Liu to give me a ride to work." Wang Fang felt a twinge of discontent. When Liu Dachui emerged from the restroom, she playfully remarked to him, "So, You found a confidant. Liu Dachui, aware of his wife's thoughts, chuckled and retorted. Confidants are typically young maidens. She's just an older woman, not even particularly attractive, lacking the allure that men seek. Wang Fang shot back. Then what do you find in me? I'm also an older woman. Liu Dachui responded. We're different. We are comrades in the same trench. If there's anything to seek, it's precisely this. As he spoke, a hand reached toward his wife's bosom. Upon contact, Wang Fang's delicate sensibilities were affronted, causing her to recoil in pain. Her breasts felt like volatile explosives, so sensitive they were untouchable. Plagued by unfounded anxieties, Wang Fang feared she was afflicted with mammary carcinoma and contemplated seeking medical evaluation. At that moment, Liu Dachui presented his wife with a health examination report. Wang Fang eagerly seized it, promptly navigating to the mammary section, where the notation normal assuaged her concerns. She then scrutinized the assessment of her other bodily systems, all of which were deemed within the bounds of normalcy. She was as robust and verdant as a weed. Regarding the matter of her breast pain, Liu Dachui, drawing upon his childhood experiences in a traditional apothecary, attributed his wife's discomfort to an inflammation of the heart meridian. His paternal grandfather had once operated a traditional medicine emporium. But what exactly was inflaming her? It is often said that middle-aged marriages suffer from a triad of deficiencies: financial constraints, diminished intimacy, and waning affection. Wang Fang, however, appeared to lack none of these. Upon further reflection, she realized there was indeed a source of vexation. Previously, Wang Fang had been employed as a cleaning attendant at a certain establishment. Upon returning to work after the National Day holiday, she discovered the company had been deserted, with the proprietor having absconded, leaving behind a mountain of debts and 3 months of unpaid wages for the staff. The company's employees, finding no avenue for redress, vented their frustration by vandalizing the furniture. As an inconspicuous cleaning attendant, she could only endure the injustice in silence, having toiled for 3 months without compensation. Liu Dachui consoled her, asserting that their household was not dependent on her meager earnings and that she should regard it as a period of respite. He emphasized that her primary responsibility was to cater to her husband, the household's principal provider, which he deemed a more profitable endeavor. Despite his assurances, she found herself with an abundance of idle time. She was not one to remain inactive. In the past, she had worked as a fishmonger in a small-town supermarket, wielding her knife with dexterity and earning the moniker One-Cut Wonder. Her decision to relocate to City A and work as a cleaning attendant was intended as a form of relaxation, but it resulted in her losing 3 months' wages. The thought of this injustice filled her with vexation, which manifested as chest pain. The immediate priority was to secure employment. Wang Fang applied for a position as a hotel attendant. With the maturation of the generation of only children, exemplified by Wang Fang's son, a labor shortage emerged. The service sector, including restaurants and hotels, no longer boasted the youthful, homogeneous staff of yesteryear. Consequently, when Wang Fang applied for a position, the hotel, in dire need of personnel, promptly hired her. The hotel, christened New Trunk Line, was discreetly nestled in an alleyway. Its facade was unassuming, with the hotel occupying the 5th floor and above. However, the rooms were adorned in a minimalist IKEA style, and the prices were remarkably affordable, contributing to its popularity. Wang Fang's workday commenced at 7:30 a.m. and concluded at 3:30 p.m., allowing her to earn a livelihood, occupy her time, and still prepare dinner for Liu Dachui and accompany him on his evening stroll. As a self-proclaimed domestic hygiene exemplar, she found the task of tidying guest rooms to be effortlessly manageable. Wang Fang approached her work with unwavering vigor, deeming the position tailor-made for her. Her spirits soared, and her physical ailments vanished. After a period of employment, Wang Fang gradually discerned the hotel's clandestine activities. She was entrusted with the upkeep of the guest rooms on the uppermost floor, the 13th. These rooms were exclusively furnished with king-sized beds, ideal for romantic trysts. During daylight hours, the corridors frequently reverberated with the impassioned cries of women. Wang Fang was well versed in the nature of these sounds. Having remained steadfastly devoted to Liu Dachui, she had never cast envious glances at the alluring offerings of others. Now, her auditory senses were awakened, and she discovered the myriad expressions of female arousal. Occasionally, the hotel's maintenance technician, Lao Lai, would ascend to the floor, toolbox in hand. She would greet him with a cheerful salutation. Lao Lai attended to repairs, while she attended to cleanliness. At times, musical accompaniment emanated from within certain rooms. Wang Fang recounted these occurrences to Liu Dachui, lamenting the prevalence of infidelity among married men. Dachui retorted, "What's the allure of infidelity? Why do they engage in it? Is stolen fruit sweeter? Once they commit the act, they indulge to their heart's content. With an abundance of provisions at home, who would overindulge?" On this particular day, Wang Fang labored diligently from morning until nearly the end of her shift. During those 8 hours, she estimated that the occupants of room 1307 had emitted a total of 4 vocalizations. The woman's cries resembled operatic performances, alternating between the Shipi and Erhuang styles, exhibiting a refined rhythm and cadence. Wang Fang listened with rapt attention, experiencing a tinge of envy for the woman's ardor. Just before the conclusion of her shift, room 1307 once again resounded with a captivating rendition of Shipi and Erhuang. Wang Fang marveled at their stamina. Liu Dachui, on the other hand, was a devoted husband, with his amorous encounters lasting no more than half an hour, 15 minutes of which were dedicated to caressing his pet rabbits. Driven by curiosity, she cautiously approached the door and peered through the peephole. Standard peepholes only allow the viewer to see themselves. However, the peephole in this room had been installed in reverse, directly facing the king-sized bed in the bedroom. Wang Fang witnessed a couple engage in amorous congress. Startled, she recoiled. Who had tampered with the peephole, exposing the intimate activities of room 1307. Having uncovered this clandestine arrangement, Wang Fang promptly knocked on the door. Immediately regretting her impulsiveness, she realized that revealing the truth would implicate both herself and the hotel. A male voice inquired, "What is it?" Wang Fang hastily replied, "Do you require garbage disposal?" The man responded curtly, "No." Wang Fang swiftly retreated. She returned home and reported the incident to Liu Dachui. Liu Dachui asserted that hotels were rife with surreptitious surveillance, and that the reversed peephole was likely the work of an insider. He concluded that unless one frequented a 5-star hotel, any amorous encounter in a lesser establishment was akin to performing in an adult film. Wang Fang teased Dachui, inquiring about his extensive knowledge. Liu Dachui retorted that with the vastness of the internet, he could acquire expertise through case studies. He declared that he would only consider a 5-star hotel if given the opportunity to consort with a celebrity. Wang Fang countered that the celebrity was aged, and that upon removing her wig and dentures, she would reveal a bald head and sunken mouth, frightening him. Liu Dachui assured his wife that he was the most frugal of men. The occupants of room 1307 checked out at 8:00 a.m. the following morning. At that time, Wang Fang was traversing the corridor with her cleaning cart. She observed the man exiting the room first, a middle-aged gentleman of unremarkable appearance, with a scholarly demeanor and a slender physique. Liu Dachui had once remarked that lean men were often virile studs. After a brief interval, likely to ensure that the coast was clear, a petite woman emerged from room 1307, her head enveloped in a purple scarf, also bearing an unremarkable middle-aged countenance. As the woman passed by, Wang Fang felt an urge to inform her about the peephole. However, she suppressed her impulse. Subsequently, she proceeded to clean room 1307. The room in which 4 amorous encounters had transpired was surprisingly tidy, unlike the disarray typically found in the aftermath of such activities. Based on this observation, Wang Fang concluded that the couple possessed a refined sensibility. After tidying the room, Wang Fang removed the glass lens from the peephole, obscured it with a wad of tissue paper, and reinstalled it. She then meticulously inspected the peepholes in the other rooms on the floor, finding them all to be normal, with the exception of room 1307, which she had now discreetly rectified. At that moment, maintenance technician Lai was once again traversing the 13th floor corridor, greeting Wang Fang and informing her that the occupants of room 1306 had reported a clogged shower drain upon checking out. He was there to repair it. Room 1306 was located diagonally across from room 1307. Wang Fang opened the door, and Lai entered to inspect the drain. Lai, a man in his 50s who had worked as an electrician before retiring, possessed an honest and forthright demeanor. Wang Fang entered room 1306 and observed Lai extracting a mass of dark hair from the drain, as if a cat were proudly presenting a trophy. Lai remarked that if this had been shed by a single individual, they would surely be bald. Wang Fang, suppressing her revulsion, retrieved a waste paper basket to receive the tangled hair from Lai's grasp. A thought crossed her mind. Could this old man have been responsible for reversing the peephole in room 1307? Lai extracted another clump of hair, coated in sewage sludge. He was a truly dedicated worker. Wang Fang dismissed her suspicions, resolving to discreetly report her concerns to her supervisor at a later time. The king-sized rooms on the 13th floor were the site of nightly trysts. Wang Fang found that her work at the hotel was challenging her perceptions of the world, accumulated over the past 40 years. She occasionally yearned for her days as a fishmonger in the small-town supermarket. As the novelty wore off, her breasts once again began to ache intermittently. The hotel remained a constant, while the guests came and went. Soon, a young girl moved into room 1307. Every day at noon, she would venture downstairs to the restaurant for a meal, granting Wang Fang the opportunity to tidy up her room. On the table lay several English books. After 3 consecutive nights of stay, the hotel would present guests with a fruit platter. When Wang Fang entered the room, the girl had just finished her shower, her hair half dried, and her youthful beauty was as fresh as ripe fruit. Unable to resist, Wang Fang complimented her on her looks and inquired if she was in college, as she seemed to be of a similar age to her own son. The girl did not disclose her age, but mentioned she was in town to take the IELTS exam, having booked the room for 7 days. Wang Fang recalled how her son often played video games late into the night at his mediocre university, exceeding his monthly allowance. Liu Dachui, her husband, was stern with their son, never giving him an extra penny. The son would secretly ask his mother for support, and although Wang Fang would scold him, she still discreetly provided him with a few hundred yuan in times of need. It was often said that one's own crops were the best. Yet Wang Fang felt that those of others always appeared superior. While sounds of revelry echoed from other rooms, the clear, articulate English spoken in 1307 was refreshing. This girl was indeed a breath of pure air on the 13th floor. Wang Fang developed a fondness for her, bringing 2 fine apples from home each day, washed and ready, placing them on the table in room 1307 as a gift from the hotel. The girl enjoyed them with delight. Since autumn, Liu Dachui's workplace had distributed apples several times. As the logistics director, he naturally selected the finest apples for himself. Wang Fang also checked the peephole, which remained foggy, covered with the tissue she had placed there, ensuring no ill-intentioned individuals could intrude. Such a beautiful, pure, and ambitious young woman must be protected from prying eyes. In the morning, she was like a freshly steamed bun, untouched and emanating warmth. Wang Fang worked at the new Shinkansen Hotel, where the 13th floor hallway was usually quiet. The night owls were still slumbering, and new guests had yet to arrive. She encountered the girl in the corridor, who cleverly addressed her as sister, mentioning she would be out for her exam and that the room could be cleaned at any time. Wang Fang felt uplifted and wished her good luck for a perfect score. The girl laughed, saying that a perfect score in the IELTS was unattainable. Scoring 6 would be commendable. Wang Fang found it hard to understand why 6 was considered difficult, as it seemed one could easily guess the answer to at least one question to achieve that score. The girl also mentioned that the internet signal in the room was poor and asked Wang Fang to have it repaired. Wang Fang cheerfully assured her that it would be resolved by the time she returned. People often feel a connection through shared experiences, and Wang Fang inexplicably liked the girl. Sensing a deeper bond, she and Liu Dachui had endured passionate times, conceiving 4 times besides their son. One pregnancy, she had planned to conceal in the mountains. At that time, Liu Dachui was in the army as a volunteer, and somehow, the organization found out. If they violated the family planning policy, it could affect Liu Dachui's military transfer. He urged Wang Fang to have an abortion. She was already 7 months along. Following her husband's advice, she tearfully went to the hospital for an induced labor. The pain was excruciating, and she delivered a healthy baby girl. The life of this daughter was exchanged for Liu Dachui's bright future in a state-owned enterprise. Hence, whenever she saw girls of a similar age to the daughter she had lost, she would think, had family planning not been enforced, her daughter would have been this age as well. She shared her encounter with the girl with Liu Dachui, who remarked that today's young women could not be judged by appearances, unlike in their day when marriage was a hurried affair. Liu Dachui, nicknamed Zhuge Liang, always had a way of stating things with measured words. Yet, Wang Fang felt that men and women had different perspectives. Men often dwelled on physical aspects, while women tended to focus on appearances, particularly the face. That morning, while tidying room 1307, the maintenance worker arrived to check the internet. They chatted while working, and he shared that he had been with the hotel for 2 years. The salary of a maintenance worker was significantly higher than that of a server, and with the company providing a pension, he effectively earned double. However, even that was insufficient to cover expenses. He had 2 sons, each needing to buy a house and find a wife, which would deplete his savings. Wang Fang remarked that raising children was a losing investment. But one must also know their limits. They could not compare themselves to the affluent Wang Dachui. The maintenance worker was unfamiliar with Wang Dachui, but understood that it was likely a wealthy individual. He then confided that his younger son was a child with Down syndrome, which posed challenges in finding a partner, even with a house. A child with such a condition was akin to holding on to a bad stock investment. As a result, he worked tirelessly to save money for his son's future. Every family has its own struggles, and upon hearing this, Wang Fang felt a surge of sympathy for him. The maintenance worker then lamented that having sons was socially advantageous, while having daughters was a burden. Wang Fang agreed, noting the industriousness of the girl in room 1307, wondering how her mother had raised such a capable daughter, tall, pretty, kind-hearted, and studious. The maintenance worker suggested that a future daughter-in-law should mirror such qualities, as daughters often take after their mothers. At only 43 years old, Wang Fang found it amusing to be referred to as a future mother-in-law, especially since many actresses of her age were still having children. She couldn't quite discern whether to feel happy or sad, but the praise from the maintenance worker brightened her mood. After tidying the room, the maintenance worker informed Wang Fang that the internet should be functioning properly now and asked her to test it with her phone. She realized she hadn't brought her phone, so she hurried to the workroom to retrieve it, taking along 2 prime apples for the young girl. Upon checking her phone, she found a message from Liu Dachui, who was accompanying his boss on a business trip to the provincial capital to inspect a kitchen appliance. Liu Dachui was clever and articulate, adept at navigating social situations, making him a favorite among leaders. He mentioned that their initial plan was to return the same day, but due to additional business matters, they would extend their trip by another day. Wang Fang reminded her husband to eat something before drinking and to limit his alcohol intake, as he had been diagnosed with mild fatty liver. Despite his penchant for indulgence, Wang Fang wished he would embrace a simpler diet. The maintenance worker patiently awaited Wang Fang to finish her call before testing the internet speed, which was remarkably fast. They worked together to ensure room 1307 was immaculate both in software and hardware. The girl returned around noon, just as Wang Fang was delivering lunch to a neighboring guest. Judging by the expression on the girl's face, she had likely performed well on her exam. Wang Fang remarked, "You did well. Surely you scored 6?" The girl responded nonchalantly, "It was all right," and reiterated her need for uninterrupted rest in the afternoon. Wang Fang assured her that she could sleep peacefully without any disturbances. As the afternoon unfolded, the sounds of passion from nearby rooms became commonplace to Wang Fang, who thought back to the virtues of learning from role models like Lei Feng. She mused that these shameless individuals should strive to embody the purity of the girl in room 1307. Before 3:30 p.m., another service worker, Xiao Yao, came to take over her shift. Wang Fang changed out of her uniform and gathered her belongings, preparing to leave. Just as she stepped out of the workroom, she couldn't help but glance back at room 1307. Surely, she hadn't imagined it. She saw a man standing at the door. The door opened, and he quickly slipped inside. Wang Fang was momentarily stunned, then thought, perhaps the girl simply had a boyfriend. After all, her own son was likely pursuing girls at university, which explained his monthly financial excess. After dinner, Wang Fang received a call from Xiao Yao. With urgency, Xiao Yao inquired, "Could you possibly cover my shift tonight, sister-in-law? The wages will be yours." It turned out that Xiao Yao's son had suddenly developed a high fever. Usually, Xiao Yao didn't pay much attention to the child, as her mother-in-law helped take care of him, even sleeping with him at night. This time, with the high fever and hospitalization, the mother-in-law couldn't manage, and her husband was away on business, so the biological mother had to step in. With Liu Dachui away, Wang Fang found the house rather desolate, so she came to the hotel to fill in. Night shifts were not as hectic as daytime ones, and she found herself somewhat bored. Wang Fang spent her time in the workroom, having just spoken with Liu Dachui on the phone. Liu Dachui reported that he was dining with a superior, and after a few hurried words, he hung up. At that moment, the front desk instructed that complimentary pear soup should be delivered to guest rooms with stays exceeding 3 days. Naturally, the rooms on the 13th floor, including the young lady in 1307, were among the recipients. The front desk had pre-warned these rooms with a notification call, so almost every door was opened without issue. Mostly, men opened the doors, accepting the pear soup, and quickly closing the door. In these fleeting glimpses, she mostly saw the bloated faces of middle-aged men, etched with desire. Wang Fang finally arrived at room 1307. She knocked for quite some time before the young lady answered. Unlike her previous plain appearance, the young lady's face was flushed with rouge, exuding a certain charm. "Love truly is the best cosmetic," or else Liu Shaoqing, Liu Dachui's dream girl, wouldn't be chasing love into her twilight years. The young lady thanked her, carefully taking the pear soup. Just as she was about to close the door, Wang Fang said, "Excuse me, I need you to sign for this." The young lady cautiously closed the door, presumably to put the item down. After a moment, the door reopened, and she signed a flamboyant English name on the paper. The door closed again quickly. Wang Fang scrutinized the string of English letters, recalling Zhao Lirong's skit where she signed her name as Spicy Shredded Chicken. Could the young lady's foreign name be Spicy Shredded Chicken? Later that night, Wang Fang patrolled the corridor. Accompanied by the rising and falling moans, the performers of these passionate dramas adorned the night with their seductive allure. Liu Dachui had once bestowed upon her the title of Director of the Extramarital Affairs Bureau. Having lived half her life, she was only a third in command at home. Yet, she had somehow acquired this title, though she lacked the authority to blow the whistle and call a halt. The director distinctly heard the sounds emanating from 1307. It lacked the subtle nuances and exaggerated performances of more experienced women, but the raw, animalistic pleasure was undeniable. Of course, which woman doesn't make noise when pleasuring herself? Those who don't or just wouldn't. Afterward, Wang Fang stayed in the workroom. She heard the sound of the door to 1307 opening, and then the sound of two people's footsteps faded into the distance. She thought that perhaps the young lady and her sweetheart had gone out to buy something, or perhaps to grab a midnight snack. Downstairs from the hotel were various restaurants, with Hot Pot being the most prominent, benefiting from the hotel's patronage. Each establishment did a brisk business. About an hour later, the sound of two people's footsteps echoed in the corridor again. Wang Fang's ears were sharp, and she could discern the young lady's voice. She knew they had returned, just like a daughter secretly finding a partner behind her mother's back. She was particularly eager to see the young lady's lover, to see if he was a worthy match for this beautiful girl. She quietly peeked out. A middle-aged man wearing glasses was embracing the young lady's waist as they walked to the door of 1307. The young lady took out her card to open the door, while the man nervously glanced up and down the hallway. Wang Fang quickly retreated, startled. The two rabbits on her chest suddenly began to ache uncomfortably. She supported them with her hands, preventing them from fleeing in panic. Wang Fang, dubbed the Director of the Extramarital Affairs Bureau by Liu Dachui, had last experienced breast pain in connection with Song Meili. This time, the breast pain was related to Song Meili's husband, Keyong. The man in room 1307 was none other than Keyong. Wang, who had only ever been with Liu Dachui, was still taken aback, despite her understanding of the ways of the world and the truths of humanity. That night, she harbored a huge secret, eager to report it to Liu Dachui. But when she called, Liu Dachui seemed drunk, unable to speak coherently. Even if she sent him an angel at that moment, he would mistake her for a beggar. She brooded over it all night. The next morning, the guests in room 1307 checked out. With the door open, the young lady reported to Wang Fang that she had consumed the beer and drinks from the refrigerator, but nothing else had been touched. Wang Fang, listless and no longer enthusiastic, entered the room to inspect the items. Sure enough, Miss Spicy Shredded Chicken had used the items from the refrigerator. Going to the bathroom to check, she found that the condoms had also been used, and more than one. The trash can was filled with the couple's implements of sin. She reported to the front desk via the walkie-talkie. Then, Director Wang cleaned the guest room. The sheets were stained. She thought to herself that if her own daughter were to sleep with a man old enough to be her father, she would rather not have given birth to her. On the table, there were two apple cores on a plate, one plump and the other gnawed to the edge. Director Wang surmised that the one that was nearly gone must have been gnawed by Keyong's dog-like mouth. Keyong was a college graduate from the countryside who had climbed the social ladder by marrying Song Meili, the daughter of a cadre. What use was a college degree? If it weren't for Song Meili's father, he might not have been as capable as Liu Dachui, who had managed to parlay a foot injury into a lucrative position as the director of logistics. Song Meili had indeed been relegated to the cold palace by Keyong. The fleeting spark of that night was confirmed, but Director Wang felt a sense of unease in her heart. The journey from City A to the small town was only an hour on the expressway. Keyong planned to go straight to the company to attend the morning meeting. After getting off the expressway, he went to the restroom to take a leak. He felt unsteady on his feet, and his urine no longer soared 3 feet high against the wind, almost wetting his shoes. From yesterday afternoon until this morning, he had held a young body beneath him, expending too much energy. He had gained the other party's admiration and praise. But no one knew that he had taken a blue pill beforehand to ensure his middle-aged body had extra long standby time. In fact, Keyong, and Liu had known each other for several years. Back then, Keyong's state-owned enterprise sponsored a group of students from impoverished areas. They made a fortune quietly, but they made sure to beat the drums and gongs when doing good deeds. The company leaders personally went to bring warmth to the impoverished areas, and Keyong, as the editor of the company's factory newspaper, naturally followed closely. He wrote a beautiful article, and the photo was of Liu, who was a junior high school student at the time. Liu had a pair of beautiful, deer-like eyes. This article went beyond the factory newspaper, reaching the entire province and even the country, bringing great honor to the company. At that time, his father-in-law had already retired and had no say, and Keyong used this opportunity to climb from a deputy section-level cadre to a section-level cadre, also moving from the editor of the company's factory newspaper to a deputy manager with some real power in a third-level unit. Liu worshipped Keyong like an idol. In the QQ era, she didn't have a computer, so she wrote long letters to Keyong. Keyong occasionally replied. The two had kept in touch. 2 years ago, Liu was admitted to a university in a coastal city, and Keyong happened to be on a business trip there. The two met. At 19, Liu had grown into a tall and slender young woman, still with some of the simplicity of a mountain girl. Keyong took her to a Western restaurant, strolled through a large shopping mall, and bought her a dress and a pair of high heels. That night, Liu wanted to offer herself as a gift to the Keyong she admired. The room had already been booked, but while Liu was taking a shower, Keyong slipped away. He didn't leave for any other reason than that his daughter, Xiaomin, had called him that night, saying that her phone had been stolen while she was shopping. The theft of her phone had triggered Xiaomin's depression, and she lamented that life was so complicated and the world was so corrupt that she didn't want to go to school anymore and just wanted to stay at home. Xiaomin was preparing for the college entrance examination, and Keyong was desperate to put out the fire. And Liu was only a year older than Xiaomin. He thought about it and couldn't bear to take advantage of her, so he left some money and some words for Liu and left the hotel. Liu found this uncle-like man very unforgettable, feeling that he was talented, virtuous, wealthy, and powerful, and she increasingly put Keyong on a pedestal. After 2 years of university, Liu came to City A to take the IELTS exam and made an appointment with the unforgettable Keyong, offering herself once again. Keyong readily accepted the situation. He discovered that Liu was no longer an innocent maiden. She had transformed from a naive girl into a vibrant being, an exquisite fish in the throes of passion, creating quite a splash with the seasoned Keyong. Had they found themselves in bed together 2 years prior, he would likely have been the first to unwrap her, harboring a sentimental attachment to the idea of purity. When he married his wife, only to realize she was not a virgin, all the women he had been with over the years had been mature and experienced. Regret began to seep into his thoughts regarding the decision he made 2 years ago. Keyong meticulously inspected his briefcase before embarking on his journey to the headquarters for the morning meeting, where he was to present his work to the senior executives. Among the myriad of documents within, he sought a crucial report intended for the leaders that morning. However, no matter how he rifled through the contents, he could not locate the report, causing him to break into a cold sweat. The report was of utmost importance, and nestled within was also a significant invoice for 18,000. Liu had bestowed upon him affection, and he had shared an intimate night with her. For a struggling student, his best offering of love was monetary support. Naturally, he was not foolish enough to give Liu 10,000. Her accommodation costs were merely a little over 1,000, and after factoring in other expenses, he transferred 5,000 to her, which delighted her immensely, making her feel as if Keyong should be renamed the gallant Shui. In the realm of colloquial expressions, there exists a term for the heartless act of withdrawal. Yet, Keyong was far from such a man. He hastily dialed Liu, imploring her to inquire with the hotel if the report had been found in room 1307. Upon answering the call, Liu treated Keyong's predicament as her own and promptly contacted the hotel. After a brief interval, the hotel responded, stating that the staff had found no documents while tidying the room, and that 1307 was currently occupied. Liu comforted the gallant Shui, suggesting that perhaps he had carelessly left the report at home. With time still ample before the meeting, Keyong had no choice but to drive back to his residence in the small town. When Keyong returned home, Meili was monopolizing the bathroom. She relished taking her time on the toilet. He discovered this habit shortly after their marriage. Throughout their lengthy union, whenever his wife occupied the lavatory in the morning, Keyong felt a profound sense of disillusionment. It wasn't necessarily constipation. He perceived her demeanor as that of a domineering young lady, coming from a vast rural landscape. He had aspirations, and often hurried to the community restroom. Although occasionally there were rats scurrying about, it felt as liberating as relieving oneself in the fields. The issue of using the restroom had long been one of the unresolved conflicts in their marriage. He dove into his room to search for something, rummaging through drawers but finding not a single hairpin. Love had rendered him absent-minded, causing him to falter at crucial moments. Unable to find what he sought, he had no choice but to rely on memory. Stepping out of his room, he noticed a few fried dough sticks and 2 bowls of soybean milk on the dining table. Meili had just exited the bathroom, methodically breaking the dough sticks into small pieces to soak in the soybean milk. After a night of activity, he and Liu had dined on hot pot at a nearby restaurant. However, after a restless night and another bout of activity that morning, he felt his appetite return as he watched his wife eat. He sat down and picked up a dough stick just as his phone rang. It was Liu calling. Meili, leisurely enjoying her meal, looked at him. Keyong, one hand clutching the dough stick and the other answering the phone, maintained a serious expression while he listened. He assured Liu that he would report the work to the leadership satisfactorily, thanking him before hanging up. Liu was indeed the caller. Liu chuckled on the other end of the line, and Keyong hurriedly ended the call, fearing that the laughter might spill over and be caught by Meili. Although he was indifferent to her opinions, she inquired, "Why are you back? Weren't you attending a training session at the bureau?" Keyong replied, "I finished my studies last night and celebrated with friends over drinks. It got too late, so I didn't return. I'm just here to grab some documents before heading to a meeting at the company." Meili's expression remained unreadable as she cautioned, "Take it easy. You're not getting any younger. Don't overexert yourself." Keyong felt as though his wife could see right through him. Her concern was not genuine. She had ulterior motives, but he dismissed it and focused on his meal, plunging the entire dough stick into the bowl. Meili glanced at him, noting his rustic tendencies. As some soybean milk splashed onto the table, she mentioned, "Xiaomin is back and still asleep. I was going to serve her the soybean milk." Keyong was taken aback. "It's not a holiday. Why is Xiaomin back?" Meili replied, "The child hasn't said much. But she must be feeling down about something, staying cooped up in her room. You should avoid running around. Come home this evening and spend time with her." Their daughter Xiaomin had been a bit depressed. Since entering university, she seemed to have become more cheerful. As she grew older, her concerns multiplied. It was possible that her melancholy was genuine. Perhaps she had started dating. Liu, a year older than Xiaomin, had reported to Keyong that she had dated 2 boys during her time in university. Young girls matured through a series of relationships. However, as a father, he felt protective of his daughter, especially concerning men, particularly middle-aged ones who often carried an air of seriousness while being rather unscrupulous. Keyong assured, "I want to be working overtime these days. I'll stay with her." Meili added, "This Sunday is your mother-in-law's birthday. You should organize something. Xiaomin is closest to her grandmother, and if her grandmother is happy, perhaps Xiaomin will be too, and that might encourage her to return to school. Besides, my mother's health has been declining year after year, and with my father gone, my sister's family is buried in debt. It's all up to you." Organizing an event meant spending money. Naturally, he would find ways to reimburse the expenses, but with an outstanding receipt of 18,000 still unresolved. Yet another burden was being placed upon him. Indeed, being a man was no easy task. Keyong navigated the morning meeting's report with a measured ease, showcasing his keen intellect. However, he remained troubled by the invoice included in the report. Unlike previous years, where a counterfeit invoice could easily suffice, genuine invoices now necessitate tax payments, and the art of deception has become increasingly convoluted. Each day, Keyong returned to his small-town home, where he and his wife, Meili, had occupied separate rooms for many years, akin to 2 sparrows under the same roof, chirping occasionally, yet rarely engaging in deeper connection. Xiaomin's melancholy had its roots in a tumultuous divorce that had stirred considerable upheaval years ago. As a middle schooler, she had teetered on the brink of despair. The daughter's depression intertwined with the fragile state of her parents' relationship. Keyong played the role of a dutiful subordinate at work, while at home he endeavored to be a compassionate father. Yet, Xiaomin remained reluctant to attend school. He meticulously planned a birthday celebration for the elderly matriarch over the weekend, hoping to elicit a smile from his daughter. His official rank was modest, and peers of equal stature were unlikely to afford him any significant regard. Thus, he opted to invite some grassroots officials, who would treat him with a degree of reverence, presenting gifts or monetary tokens as a gesture of appreciation. He envisioned an atmosphere of jovial camaraderie, filled with laughter and merriment. As he jotted down names on the guest list, it felt akin to capturing a string of grasshoppers in the wild. In the end, he added 2 more names to the list, Liu Dachui and Liu Zhili. Keyong organized a birthday banquet for his mother-in-law, inviting Liu Dachui and Liu Zhili, 2 acquaintances from different workplaces. Liu Dachui's close friend, Liu Zhili, worked on an offshore platform and once faced a perilous situation during a typhoon, nearly drowning before being rescued by fishermen. As the editor-in-chief of the company newsletter, Keyong skillfully portrayed Liu Zhili as a hero braving the stormy seas. Eventually, Liu Zhili became a team leader without formal recognition, a testament to Keyong's influence. Due to their separate workplaces, the two had little contact. Upon receiving the invitation, Liu Zhili initially assumed it was for Keyong's daughter's wedding. However, he soon recalled that Keyong's daughter was about the same age as Liu Dachui's son, who had just started university. Before the banquet, Liu Zhili called Liu Dachui to discuss the monetary gift. Given their shared acquaintance, it would be awkward if one contributed significantly more than the other. Liu Dachui recounted that when his mother passed away, Keyong had offered 300 in condolence money, and he planned to give 400. Although 400 seemed somewhat ungraceful, he reasoned that he would end up giving at least 300 again in the future, thus suggesting Liu Zhili contribute only 200, likening it to a dog's meat bun, little more than a token. Liu Dachui added humorously that unless Liu Zhili arranged a wedding celebration and invited Keyong, he would surely feel embarrassed to give 200. He mused that 300 was an odd sum, and perhaps 600 would be more fitting. Liu Zhili, having experienced a divorce and now happily remarried, faced financial constraints recently, as he had to cover expenses for his brother-in-law's mishap. Following Liu Dachui's advice, he resolved to contribute 200. On Saturday evening, Liu Zhili arrived alone at the banquet. Liu Dachui and his wife, Wang Fang, were present. Upon entering the private room, they noticed a young man at a table near the entrance, taking notes in a red ledger, reminiscent of a wedding reception. The young man explained that manager Shui adhered to a no-gift policy for gatherings, but since they insisted on honoring the elderly lady, he had no choice. He expressed gratitude, assuring that any gifts received would be repaid in kind. Liu Dachui scoffed internally, knowing full well that the money might not all reach the elderly lady. As Keyong kept his own account, as both Liu Dachui and Liu Zhili handed over their contributions, they began conversing. Wang Fang joined, inquiring about Liu Zhili's new wife and whether she was expecting. Wang Fang maintained a good relationship with Liu Zhili's ex-wife, Mai, who had moved to Shanghai for work. Although theoretically there was no connection between Liu Zhili and Mai, their son was still in a city boarding school. Wang Fang worried about Liu Zhili's attentiveness to his new wife if she were to become pregnant. Liu Zhili assured that he would inform his sister-in-law if there were any news. Unbeknownst to them, the young man had mistakenly recorded the names of the 2 guests. Wang Fang had initially been reluctant to join the gathering, persuaded by Liu Dachui due to her reluctance to part with money for Keyong. With another person present, they could offset the 400. Since discovering Keyong's questionable activities with young women at a hotel, she felt disgusted, as if she had swallowed a fly. When reporting this to Liu Dachui, she omitted the detail about the young woman being a flirtatious girl, fearing Liu Dachui would mock her enthusiasm that had gone to waste. Merely stating she had seen Keyong exit a woman's room, Liu Dachui remarked that someone of Keyong's standing should at least be frequenting a hotel with a star rating. The establishment where Wang Fang worked was merely sustained by the patronage of ordinary citizens and struggling students. There were plenty of bespectacled young men there. He cautioned his wife not to speak of unfounded matters. During the banquet, Wang Fang continued to observe Keyong, noting that he appeared particularly vibrant lately. Having spent considerable time at the new hotel, she recognized a distinct characteristic among those engaged in extramarital affairs. They seemed to enjoy themselves with a spring in their step. Wang Fang grew increasingly confident in her judgment. Keyong's mother-in-law had met Liu Dachui once. That evening, when Liu Dachui brought pork legs upstairs, they exchanged a few pleasant words, leaving the elderly lady feeling quite charmed by his manner. Now, as she conversed with Wang Fang, she seemed eager for more engaging dialogue. Wang Fang was skilled in conversation, adeptly weaving small talk while maintaining a humble demeanor. Having reached the twilight of her life with 2 daughters, one filled with resentment and the other, Meili, possessing a peculiar temperament, the elderly lady found in Wang Fang a semblance of comfort, reminiscent of a long-lost daughter. Knowing Wang Fang once worked as a fishmonger at a supermarket, Keyong inquired about her current occupation since moving to the city. Wang Fang modestly replied that with her lack of education and youth, she was merely a pickle in Liu Dachui's jar. Despite the progress of the times, working in hotels and restaurants was not something to boast about, and she felt it was less dignified than her previous work at the supermarket. Keyong countered, praising Wang Fang's humility, recalling how Xiaoman had visited her home and returned with tales of her impressive skills in cross-stitching, selling along the river during the Qingming festival for thousands, knitting sweaters that surpassed store-bought ones, sewing pants for her family, and crafting delicious chili sauce in autumn, claiming her steamed buns were tastier than those from Din Tai Fung, with her home being so spotless that not a single hair could be found. Employing a series of parallel constructions, Keyong lauded Wang Fang. Song Meili, overhearing, felt a pang of discontent, as Wang Fang's talents were everything she lacked. At that moment, Keyong, riding the wave of humor, concluded by stating that the key was in ensuring old Liu was well fed, his belly resembling that of a 7-month pregnant man, provoking laughter from the entire company. Liu Dachui self-deprecatingly remarked that he hardly resembled a 7-month figure, standing up to pat his belly, which felt as firm as a basketball, eliciting further amusement. The elderly lady beamed, while hidden among the adults. Keyong's daughter, Xiaoman, appeared relaxed and indulged in her meal. Only Liu Dachui sensed that Keyong was taking jests at his expense. Indeed, Keyong's demeanor had subtly shifted. During dinner, the young man who had been recording the contributions took a photo of the details and sent it to Keyong's phone. Upon reviewing it, Keyong noticed that Liu Dachui had contributed a mere 200 while bringing along 2 guests, remembering the 300 he had given for Liu Dachui's mother's funeral. Without even receiving a morsel in return, he felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. With his literary prowess, Keyong praised Wang Fang for enlivening the elderly lady's spirits, urging Song Meili to learn from Wang Fang's virtuous character while simultaneously mocking Liu Dachui's belly. It was rumored that a large belly often accompanied a small endowment, and whether Liu Dachui was 5 or 7 months along, it was conceivable that even 2 small pills could leave him impotent. Liu Dachui took no offense, as it was Keyong's domain. He focused solely on enjoying the feast, drinking, and regaling tales to keep the elderly lady in high spirits. Liu Dachui, known for his flair at banquets, raised a few toasts to Keyong, who, despite his low tolerance for alcohol, found himself increasingly inebriated. As the revelry reached its peak, Song Meili excused herself and called the young man who had kept the accounts outside. Keyong, lost in thought, sensed something amiss and sought an excuse to visit the restroom. The young man approached from the hallway. Keyong intercepted him, inquiring about Song Meili's request. The young man candidly replied that he had intended to hand over the monetary gifts after the meal, but Song Meili insisted on managing the accounts and had left. He thought it would be acceptable for either of them to receive the contributions, having captured the details and sent them to Keyong. Keyong's heart sank at the revelation, urgently asking, "Where's my sister-in-law?" The young man replied, "She must be in the restroom." Keyong hurried toward the restroom, where he found Song Meili meticulously counting the cash received from the guests, 1 bill at a time. Based on her understanding of Keyong, he would undoubtedly refrain from surrendering all his funds to his mother-in-law's treasury. Securing even 1,000 yuan would be a considerable achievement. During her father's lifetime, instances had arisen when Keyong had presented counterfeit liquor as a tribute to the elderly, nearly leading to her father-in-law's premature demise after consuming the spurious drink. Naturally, Keyong adamantly insisted that he would not offer any fake liquor. The father-in-law, with his extensive collection of wines, must have simply been mistaken. Now, they engage in grand discussions while I bide my time, awaiting the opportune moment to acquire the funds. That is the ultimate truth. Before Song Meili stepped out of the restroom, she took a moment to gaze at her reflection in the mirror. This evening, she had adorned her lips with lipstick, applied foundation to her face, and even used a glass of red wine as a makeshift blush. Every woman, when peering into the mirror, perceives herself as a vision of beauty. You, Keyong, may regard me as an ugly duckling, having never laid a finger on me throughout the years, yet there are those who find me lovely. My father chose this name for me as if it were custom designed. As she stepped out of the restroom, she unexpectedly encountered Keyong, whose eyes were red with emotion. Keyong inquired softly, "Where's the money?" Song Meili patted her crossbody bag and replied, "It's for the elderly lady. I'll hold on to it for now. Please extend my gratitude to the son-in-law," Keyong said, Hand it over. I'll settle the bill first and then give it to her. Song Meili countered. With your lofty position, why not treat the elderly lady to a meal? Surely you can claim it on expenses. Why dwell on this trifling amount? Keyong responded. Even if I could reimburse it, there is a process. I have no cash on hand. Song Meili retorted, if you lack cash, use your card. Keyong replied, I didn't bring it. Song Meili scoffed. Not bringing it is akin to being a small dog. No, it's more like an old dog. You are hosting a birthday banquet for the elderly lady, so naturally, the gift money should go to her. Keyong replied, when we married. We hosted over 100 tables, and how much did your father collect in gifts? Not a penny went to support our little household. Song Meili shot back, Keyong. You speak without understanding. As a poor college student, how did you rise? Was it not thanks to my father? Isn't that the greatest support? Keyong insisted. I am not someone who cannot be uplifted. His actions were not for my sake, but to ensure his daughter has food to eat. Song Meili exclaimed, nonsense. If you do not rise in rank, I will not go hungry. How much have you contributed over the years? Have you squandered it all on some outside woman? Don't think I'm oblivious. Keyong declared, I refuse to argue with you. Hand over the bag so I can settle the bill. Song Meili clutched her bag tightly and coldly laughed. Not a chance. You can choose not to pay. Let us see how you maintain your dignity in front of those subordinates. You've boasted all night. And I am the only one who sees through your facade. You're just a poor wretch desperate for money. As she spoke, Song Meili attempted to break through Keyong's blockade and mingle with the masses. Keyong's origins were a curse upon their marital existence. At the tender age of 7, he lost his father. His mother remarried, taking his younger brother with her and leaving him in the care of his uncle. In a household filled with daughters, he was not cherished as a son, but regarded merely as an inexpensive laborer. His childhood and adolescence were plagued by the dire poverty akin to that of a stray dog. Indeed, he was in dire need of money, a lingering consequence of his destitute upbringing. Yet, at that moment, Song Meili, a young lady from a well-to-do family, found herself even more desperate for funds than he. In a metaphorical battle without bloodshed, Keyong was incensed by Song Meili's final remark. During her attempt to escape, he seized her in a passionate embrace. Aside from their frequent quarrels, it had been a considerable time since they had shared any physical intimacy. The restaurant they frequented was of decent quality, with patrons indulging in lavish feasts within private rooms. Conscious of appearances, the couple engaged in a silent struggle, akin to two bulls locked in combat. After a prolonged period of restraint, Keyong realized that his wife had gained some weight over the years. She had developed a stable foundation that could withstand even the fiercest of storms. In contrast, he was the type of man who could consume dragon meat without gaining an ounce. As the winds rose and the clouds danced, he lamented, what can be done about Song Shi? In his mind, Song Meili was but a shadow of the legendary Yu. All the grievances he had endured at the hands of the Shui family over the years were unleashed in his attempt to reclaim her hand back. That evening, he had invited 12 guests, of which 10 had graciously attended. 2 of his subordinates had been particularly generous, bestowing envelopes containing 1,000 each, totaling over 6,000. A few days prior, he had transferred 5,000 to Liu, and now he found himself with newfound resources. Liu was an enigma. 2 years ago, he had easily let her go, feeling a vestige of noble sorrow. Now, 2 years later, they found themselves entwined in a whirlwind of passion, reminiscent of fleeting spring nights. As a modern university student, she did not cling to him. During their days apart, she had only sent him a solitary message, good night. Consequently, he found himself increasingly unable to forget her. His middle-aged soul felt like withered grass, yearning for a romantic affair to rejuvenate it. Love was indeed a beautiful thing. But this was not an era where poetry could deceive a woman. Beauty required financial stability. Nevertheless, he harbored filial piety and intended to present 1,000 yuan to his mother-in-law. She, an elderly lady with a generous pension, likely had a substantial inheritance from his father-in-law. Thus, 1,000 yuan would convey his heartfelt intentions. However, unexpectedly, his wife intercepted his plans. Ultimately, Keyong emerged victorious in this marital skirmish. Seizing the handbag that Song Meili had slung over her shoulder, inadvertently tugging a lock of her hair in the process. She yelped in pain. And just as the bag was about to slip from her grasp, she swiftly unzipped it, extracting a brown paper bag. With a few hurried steps, she reached the window and tossed it outside. Below lay a river, flowing freely. Regret gnawed at Keyong, questioning his choice of the waterside manor restaurant. A wad of cash plunged into the water, Had it been anyone else's, he'd have pinned a light-hearted ditty. But it was his own, and he yearned to dive in after it, not to end his life, but to transform into a fish, devouring the bills and regurgitating them ashore. He leaned against the window, gazing at the murky river outside, its surface shimmering with an eerie, cold light in the night. Song Meili smirked, like an unrepentant felon observing the helpless man trapped before her. Who truly covets money? She seemed to ask, delivering the ultimate insult. The trapped beast clenched his fist, resisting the urge to pounce on Song Meili, and instead lunged headfirst at the wall. Just before his skull made contact, Liu's face materialized, a vision of ethereal beauty. Shueka's momentum slowed, but Song Meili still heard the thud of his head against the wall. She found the man's performance utterly farcical. Someone who truly loved money would never willingly harm himself. Just then, Liu Dachui and Liu Zhili, kindred spirits, were simultaneously struck by the call of nature and headed to the restroom together. Liu Dachui rushed over and pulled Shueku away. Blood trickled from Shueka's forehead. "What are you doing?" Liu Dachui exclaimed. "Drunk, are we? Go drink some vinegar if you're drunk. Why are you head-butting the wall? Are you daft?" He turned to Liu Zhili and instructed, "Brother, escort the missus home. Everyone's waiting, and the host has vanished." "What kind of impression does that give?" "I'll take care of Manager Shue's head. You go back with his wife first." Song Meili, needing no assistance, strode back to the room on her own 2 feet. Liu Zhili relieved himself in the restroom, utterly bewildered by the couple's antics. That evening, Shueka's head sported a bandage. Though small, it was a blemish nonetheless. He had left home unscathed, only to return injured, and to add insult to injury, his wife had tossed his money into the river. He felt utterly humiliated. He finished bandaging his head. Liu Dachui had gone to the restroom. Liu Dachui, who had been holding it in all the way, seeing that Shueka was relatively unharmed, hurried to the restroom to unburden himself. A bowel movement accompanied his urination, and when Liu Dachui emerged, Shueka was nowhere to be found. The clinic doctor said that the man with the head wound had left. The clinic wasn't far from the restaurant, so Shueka had probably returned there. Liu Dachui called Shueka's phone, but it went unanswered. He then called Liu Zhili, who said that he hadn't seen Manager Shui return, and that Mrs. Wang Fang was holding the fort, with her charming wit and social grace. Liu Dachui had no interest in hearing his friend praise his wife. He told Liu Zhili to let him know if Shueka showed up, and he continued his relentless barrage of phone calls to Shueka. Shueka finally returned the call, saying that he needed some peace and quiet that night, and asked Lao Lu to settle the bill for him, promising to repay him later. He also asked Liu Dachui to explain to everyone that he had been urgently summoned back by the company's leadership. Liu Dachui erupted in a tirade. "You want peace and quiet? I want peace and quiet. You've left me with this mess and run off. What kind of friend are you? Get back here. I'm not cleaning up after you." The call ended. Shueka didn't return. He had succumbed to a midlife rebellion and gone in search of tranquility. That night, Liu Dachui, with his silver tongue, attempted to convince everyone that Shueka had just gone to the restroom when he was urgently called away by a high-ranking leader due to a company matter. Shueka hadn't had time to bid farewell, so Dachui was acting as his messenger. The old woman, a veteran of life's storms, said calmly, "Let him attend to his business. We'll enjoy our meal." But the banquet was drawing to a close, and everyone exchanged pleasantries and dispersed. After everyone had left, Liu Dachui pulled Song Meili aside to inform her that Shueka had absconded from the clinic. A lock of hair on Song Meili's head nearly came loose. She had been on edge all evening. Where could he have gone? She asked. "He'll resurface on Monday." Every Monday. Shueka had to attend the morning meeting at the head office. Liu Dachui reminded Song Meili to settle the bill. But Song Meili said that the money was with Shueka, and she was powerless to do anything. Liu Dachui had no choice but to pay the bill himself. Upon returning home, Liu Dachui recounted the events to Wang Fang in detail, feeling that he had been played by Shueka. He cursed Shueka for being incapable of handling responsibility and wondered why Song Meili looked down on her husband. Shueka's only accomplishment in life was the ladder his father-in-law had built for him, and now that the ladder had been removed, he had fallen flat on his face. Liu Dachui declared loudly, "If I had a father-in-law like that, I'd be a section-level cadre by now." Wang Fang, who was massaging Liu Dachui's neck and chest to soothe his anger, said upon hearing this, "So, you finally revealed your true feelings. I should have known you wanted to marry Song Meili." Liu Dachui's expression immediately changed. "If I had married her, I'd be in trouble. She can't cook, she can't clean. And most importantly, I wouldn't have such a wonderful pair of breasts." As he spoke, he reached out to touch her. Wang Fang quickly ran away. Her breasts had recently become sensitive. On Monday morning, Meili called to ask for a ride back to work in the small town. Liu Dachui explained to Wang Fang that his sister's company was raising funds, offering a fraction of a percent interest, and he was taking the opportunity to encourage Meili's family to invest, helping his sister meet her quota. Everyone was busy at work, and there was no time for idle gossip. Wang Fang asked, Meili wouldn't even pay the bill last time. How much money does she have? Liu Dachui replied, appearances can be deceiving, and the sea cannot be measured. I don't know how much money she has, but the old woman definitely has money. Investing offers high interest, while buying health products is just asking to be scammed. Wang Fang understood why her husband was flattering an aging woman. Taking her along wasn't just about recouping the 400 yuan. She had always been a capable wife. The industry in Dachui's hometown was booming, and with bank loans difficult to obtain, private fundraising was thriving. Consequently, a significant portion of their family's money was invested in these fundraising schemes, hoping to generate more wealth. Dachui's sister was the accountant for the group, and if anything went wrong, the insider's investments would be the first to be retrieved. That evening, Liu Dachui returned home and reported to his wife that he had convinced Meili and her mother to participate in the fundraising activity. Wang Fang then asked if he had asked Shueke for the dinner money. Liu Dachui said that Shueke hadn't shown up all day Monday. Could it be that he had gone to find tranquility? Keyong, akin to a rebellious youth, took the high-speed train that night to Binhai New City to rendezvous with Liu. He refrained from sharing the dismal state of his marriage with Liu, who appeared equally uninterested. Her desire was solely for the person of Keyong, regardless of his circumstances. He found lodgings in a quaint guest house and, under the pretense of a minor ailment, requested a leave of absence from his superior on Monday. As if in a whimsical dream, he spent 2 days in bed, catching fish and preparing meals for Liu. He excelled at crafting beautifully presented braised pork and could recite verses from various poets with ease. Though the irony of having a poet residing next door was not lost on him, he would humorously reinterpret ancient poetry for Liu. In his professional life, he often played the role of a subordinate, somewhat subdued. Yet during these 2 days, he showcased the depth of his literary education, paired with exquisite dishes, to Liu. She, in turn, revealed snippets of her past. She was the daughter of the village leader in a once impoverished mountain community, where while others subsisted on meager rations, she enjoyed fluffy white buns and the occasional sweet treat. When Keyong visited for inspiration, Liu had mingled with the impoverished children, and her spirit had caught his eye. She considered their meeting a fortuitous twist of fate. He confessed to being captivated by her unyielding spirit, perceiving it as an innate trait, a manifestation of a lineage rich in excellence. He mused that the most challenging individuals to govern are the impoverished, and those who rise from such backgrounds often become remarkable leaders, akin to the historical figures of Chun Sheng and Wu Guang, who proclaimed that nobility is not a birthright. Thus, Liu's father, a minor leader among the poor, shaped her distinctive character. He reminisced about being the only university graduate from his village after many years, tracing his lineage back to a scholar who, though it took him a decade to achieve his status, embodied a perseverance not common among men. He believed that once a child from a poor family glimpses the world, it becomes theirs to conquer. His eloquent discourse was directed not only at the youthful Liu but also at the specter of Meili, his wife, who he felt had an air of pride in marrying beneath her. Keyong often pondered her arrogance, for in a crowd, she would be indistinguishable and possessed no remarkable skills. Had she been the daughter of a rural farmer, no matchmaker would have approached. He felt no affection for her, yet she lingered as a shadow in his life. He promised Liu to meet once a month in Binhai, to which she playfully responded, "If you visit once a month, you might as well be called Aunt Shui," referring to the mother of Bai Cai from Dream of the Red Chamber. After sharing a laugh, she suggested that if she had time on the weekend, she could take the high-speed train to City A, where they could nest away in the secluded 13th floor of the new line, a perfect romantic hideaway. "Silly girl," he replied, "coming to City A means infiltrating enemy territory. We must plan this carefully." On Monday night, after a liberating escape, Keyong returned to his small town, believing the beauty of a story lies in its climactic conclusion, and that love with a young woman should depart at its peak of joy. Prolonging the affair would only drain his energy and finances. After 2 days of retreat, he felt liberated, his negative energy dissipated. Despite his physical fatigue, his heart was invigorated by the winds of love. The house was dark. Both his wife and daughter were presumably back at their maternal home in City A. On the living room television cabinet rested a family portrait, oddly positioned in a place of significance. Keyong reclined on the sofa and could not help but notice it. At that moment, his daughter, Xiaomin, was merely 3 years old, just starting kindergarten. The child bore a striking resemblance to him, full of vitality and charm, while the woman beside him seemed almost like a stranger to their daughter. In that photograph, Meili appeared to question, "Did you think of Xiaomin while indulging in your escapades?" A pang of guilt struck him. Indeed, during his time with Liu, he had retreated into a world of his own making. He possessed a peculiar ability to temporarily close one door and open another, reveling solely in the scenery before him. He called Xiaomin, who reported she was at her grandmother's house. She expressed concern for her father, while he portrayed a heroic image of himself battling revolutionary challenges at work. Xiaomin mentioned that she would return to school the next day, as her department was organizing a debate competition to select outstanding candidates for an inter-school contest. It seemed his daughter was not suffering from depression, merely experiencing her youthful whims. Coincidentally, Liu also mentioned that her department would host a debate competition. The following morning, as Keyong prepared for work, he opened the hallway door only to nearly collide with Meili, who had burst in unexpectedly. He casually inquired, "What brings you here?" Immediately regretting his question after their previous argument, feeling once again like a sycophant, Meili replied casually, "Just picking up some things." She often mismanaged her belongings, and after staying at her mother's, it was likely she had forgotten something. Encountering her first thing in the morning felt as if he had been struck by a bird's droppings, ominous. The community was not far from his workplace, and Keyong preferred to walk. Just outside the community gate, a car suddenly honked, prompting him to scoff at such rude behavior. A figure emerged. Blocking his path, it was Liu Dachui. The man greeted him respectfully. "Good morning, Manager Xue. I trust your head is feeling better." Keyong's forehead still bore a bandage, needing a few more days for healing. "Much improved. Do you need something?" he inquired. Liu Dachui explained, "Your wife caught a ride with me this morning, saying she needed to fetch some things. I thought I'd wait for her. What a coincidence it is to run into you. Otherwise, I might have forgotten something." Curious, Keyong asked, "What is it?" Liu Dachui replied, "I settled the bill for Jingjing and Appo's meal." Keyong was taken aback. "You actually paid? Did Xiaomin and Appo's mother not handle it?" Liu Dachui explained, "Xiao Song said you managed the finances at home, so she couldn't settle it. It wouldn't be proper to have the old lady pay, so I covered it." The familiarity with which Liu Dachui referred to Meili made Keyong uneasy. Being approached for money first thing in the morning felt ill-fated. But Liu Dachui, being straightforward, handed him the bill. Keyong glanced at the total, 1,000 yuan. Something felt off. Liu Dachui continued, "It was 808. The restaurant rounded it down to 800. I sweet-talked the staff into issuing a proper invoice. Just give me 800. Keyong insisted on reimbursing him later, as he was in a rush for work. Liu Dachui chuckled, "Manager Xue, I'm just a regular guy living paycheck to paycheck, trying to help out. With a son in school and a wife out of work, we're barely making ends meet." Frustrated, Keyong felt cornered, akin to a contractor owing wages to laborers while being a respectable official. Reluctantly, he retrieved his wallet, handing over the cash one bill at a time. Expressing his discontent through the act, he felt that Liu Dachui had underestimated him since the previous gift of 200 yuan. As he handed over the last bill, it slipped from his grasp, dancing away in the morning breeze and landing at Meili's feet. She had already stepped out with something in hand when her foot landed on a 100 yuan bill. Meili picked up the note and jested with Liu Dachui. "Is this an early morning red envelope for me?" Keyong had never witnessed his wife's radiant smile when she was joking. The money-loving Liu Dachui quipped, "Take it. Buy some candy." However, Meili did not pocket the money for herself to buy sweets. Instead, she returned it to Liu Dachui. Keyong turned and walked away. Keyong returned home after work as usual. Xiaomin had already returned to school, leaving only him and Meili, two discontented souls, at home. After dinner, they each retreated to their respective rooms. In the morning, he believed he had awoken early and sought to seize the bathroom, but upon opening the door, he was met with the sight of Meili, her trousers at her ankles, exposing a rather robust form. He quickly retreated, hastening to the community restroom to greet the dawn's first patrons. With love in his heart for Liu, he felt the sails of his spirit filled with strength against the chilly winds of marital life. However, an uncomfortable matter soon arose. The meal expense receipt became problematic. Within the workplace, there existed an unspoken rule regarding a petty cash fund, Yet due to the strained relationship between Keyong and the head of his department, he could not access this fund. The invoice needed the head's signature before being submitted to the company's finance department for reimbursement. Upon scrutiny, the finance department discovered that the meal receipt was a counterfeit. Although the sum was not substantial, the implications were severe. Investigations led back to Keyong. He admitted ignorance of the fraudulent invoice but confirmed that he had indeed entertained suppliers at the XX restaurant. The company was responding to higher authorities' calls for stringent action against financial fraud. Consequently, Keyong's meal receipt became a scapegoat. An inquiry into the restaurant revealed that the invoice had not originated from there, and it was also uncovered that Keyong had not hosted any public officials. Keyong offered to return 1,000 yuan and engaged in a process of criticism and self-criticism, managing to navigate through the ordeal without dire consequences. Subsequently, he sought to settle accounts with Liu Dachui. Liu Dachui swore that even if given a lion's heart, he would not dare to commit fraud, insisting that he would not bear the blame for others. The situation was shrouded in ambiguity. Fortunately, the amount was minimal, and it did not impact Keyong's career significantly, but it left a lingering grudge between him and Liu Dachui. When Liu Dachui approached Keyong about the money, his wife Wang Fang became aware of it and reprimanded him. It's merely 800 yuan. Chasing after someone for that is rather inappropriate, don't you think? Regardless of his faults, he is still a leader, albeit from a different unit. How will you interact with him in the future? Liu Dachui retorted. He left a mess for me to clean up, while he seeks to find tranquility elsewhere. As a mere commoner, why should I repeatedly clean up after him? Have you forgotten how he deceived us 6 years ago? 6 years prior, Liu Dachui was still battling in the trenches. During a significant inspection, a high-ranking official had taken notice of him, inquiring about his background and instructing a subordinate, Keyong, to compose a commendatory report extolling Liu Dachui as a paragon. Liu Dachui sensed the prospect of promotion, realizing not everyone had the advantage of a well-connected father-in-law like Keyong. Some ascended through sheer merit. From past experiences, he understood that those without connections must first cultivate public support to achieve promotion. Understanding the higher-ups' intentions, Keyong penned a brief article in the factory newsletter praising Liu Dachui. However, it garnered little attention. Liu Dachui realized that the path to advancement required surpassing Keyong's influence. Thus, he presented a gift to Keyong. A goat from his hometown, not just any goat, but a free-roaming one. This gesture resonated with Keyong, who relished mutton and goat soup. Around that time, a news investigation revealed that local sheep were often sourced from Inner Mongolia, fattened with hormones within 30 days. The mutton and soup that Keyong had enjoyed were thus artificially enhanced. Upon receiving the goat, Keyong butchered it and stored it in the refrigerator. However, Meili detested goat meat, and the mere scent made her nauseous. They often quarreled over the matter. On one occasion, after Keyong prepared goat soup during winter, Meili opened every window in the house, allowing the cold wind to sweep through. A harmonious marriage is merely about sharing meals, sleeping together, and enjoying leisure time. Yet they struggled to find common ground. For the sake of the goat, Keyong wrote 2 brief articles in the factory newsletter, which still failed to make waves. Liu Dachui, estimating that Keyong had finished the goat, gifted him a box of large shrimp, which cost a considerable sum. At that time, Keyong was undergoing traditional Chinese medicine treatment, which prohibited seafood. Every morning, Meili insisted on cooking 4 large shrimp for herself, branding it as health food. Eventually, the shrimp mysteriously vanished from the refrigerator as Keyong had taken them back to his hometown, along with the remaining leg of goat, to honor his mother. Though she had abandoned him upon remarrying, she remained his blood relative, and after gaining a modest position, Keyong reconciled with her. Occasionally, he secretly honored his mother. But this time, taking his health-conscious shrimp without discretion sparked another quarrel with Meili. If Liu Dachui didn't adjust his approach, he would likely bring live ducks next as a third gift. The state of Keyong's marriage was akin to a nest of duck feathers. Liu's gift-giving strategy seemed rather simplistic. Keyong understood that Liu Dachui wouldn't act without assurance. Thus, he subtly suggested to Liu Dachui to invest some money in order to knock on the doors of the higher-ups. What man doesn't aspire to climb the corporate ladder? However, the doors of the higher-ups are not easily opened to mere subordinates. Liu Dachui, enticed, generously parted with 5,000 yuan, passing the card through Keyong to the higher authority. On a subsequent day, the high-ranking official visited the front lines and unexpectedly called out Liu Dachui's name, praising his work. Liu Dachui interpreted this as a sign that the card had been received. His concern that Keyong would abscond with the card seemed unfounded. Just as everything appeared to be progressing favorably, news arrived that the high-ranking official had been reassigned to another province. It was akin to spotting a ladder only to have it removed as he sprinted towards it. In retrospect, Liu Dachui analyzed that Keyong, being a favored aide to the leader, surely had knowledge of the latter's future movements. He worried that the gift he had given may have ended up in Keyong's possession. Meanwhile, Keyong asserted his helplessness, insisting on the need to further promote Liu Dachui as a notable example. Following the leader's transfer, Keyong drafted yet another bland article. While Liu Dachui remained a mere footnote, the 5,000 yuan card would forever be a source of pain for Liu Dachui. The rift between the two men had formed even earlier than that between Liu Dachui and Keyong. Consequently, he felt justified in demanding the 800 yuan for the meal. Thus, while the men harbored grievances against each other, their wives found common ground. Meili and the elderly matriarch sought to participate in a group investment from Liu Dachui's hometown enterprise. However, the women were not gullible. Before committing their funds, they desired to visit the rumored business. Much like stock trading, they wished to invest in a promising venture to feel secure. Ever since the matriarch celebrated her birthday, her health had markedly improved, particularly in her affection for Liu Dachui and his wife. As one ages, when fondness for a person or thing ignites, it often resembles the fervor of romance. Liu Dachui recognized that if the matriarch invested her savings, it would amount to a significant sum. His recruits were not without cost. He earned a commission based on the investment amounts. Therefore, both Meili and the matriarch served as his clients. On a delightful weekend, Liu Dachui decided to take his wife Wang Fang, Meili, and her mother back to the countryside. Liu Dachui's sister personally guided the group on a tour of the factory. The group was thriving, encompassing several sought-after projects across multiple countries, with vast potential for future growth. However, during the expansion phase, they required sufficient funding, thus relying on both bank loans and private lending. The matriarch held a pragmatic view of the enterprise, counting the number of chimneys emitting smoke from the yard. Upon observing that most chimneys were active, she felt reassured. Liu Dachui thought to himself, indeed, an old revolutionary possesses keen insight. One cannot easily deceive her. After the factory tour, Liu Dachui's sister treated everyone to a meal at a countryside restaurant. While the ambience may not have matched that of city establishments, the food was authentic and delicious. The matriarch, with her 1,000 yuan dentures, relished the meal, ensuring the host left entirely satisfied. Following the meal, the restaurant gifted the matriarch a basket of goose eggs and 10 pounds of purple sweet potatoes, courtesy of Liu Dachui's sister. After a hearty meal, Dachui and his companions returned to the county, while the other four headed back to City A. Shortly after they set off, the elderly lady expressed an urgent need. In the countryside, despite the availability of funds for road repairs, public restrooms remain a rarity. The vast rural expanse is teeming with potential, yet even dogs are allowed to relieve themselves freely. Passing through a grove, Wang Fang suggested that the elderly lady could find a spot in the woods. She offered to keep watch. Meili interjected, "But my mother is a lady from a prominent family. It would be quite undignified to relieve herself outdoors." The elderly lady was also in a quandary, regretting her indulgence. Believing her expensive dentures were as indestructible as the Great Wall, capable of withstanding any culinary temptation, only to find herself in a predicament. Liu Dachui had been particularly cautious while accompanying the elderly lady, treating her like a revered deity, fearful of causing any mishap. Suddenly, they faced their first crisis. Liu Dachui assured them that after a few more miles, they would reach his village, where he had an old house. He planned to reconstruct it into a 2-story Western-style building next year. Although the house was currently in disrepair, it did possess a toilet in the yard. Meili asked her mother, "Mom, can you hold it for just 3 more miles? We'll soon reach the old Liu's toilet." The elderly lady reluctantly nodded in agreement. As they walked along a narrow path flanked by towering poplar trees, the autumn foliage carpeted the ground. The car's music played softly. A little white poplar stands beside the outpost, its roots deep, its trunk strong, watching over the northern frontier. Meili suddenly joined in, singing passionately, as if performing on stage for her 3 audience members, Liu Dachui, Wang Fang, and the elderly lady. Wang Fang was astonished to see this usually demure woman display such charm while singing. The elderly lady suddenly declared, "I must find a white poplar." Wang Fang urged, "Lao Lu, stop the car. I'll accompany my aunt to find a poplar." Liu Dachui brought the vehicle to a halt. Wang Fang hurried after the elderly lady into the depths of the woods. Having grown up in the city, the elderly lady was accustomed to having a toilet at home, even during tough times. Now, forced to relieve herself outdoors, she found it challenging to locate a sturdy tree to shield her from view. Poplars were notoriously slender and unyielding. Desiring to maintain her dignity, the elderly lady hesitated to crouch down. As she endured discomfort, Wang Fang suggested, "Aunt, there are plenty of trees just 2 miles ahead. Just wait a moment." With that, Wang Fang spat into her palm, rubbed her hands together, and swiftly climbed a tree. The elderly lady watched in amazement as Wang Fang, despite being over 40, displayed such agility. After breaking off several branches, Wang Fang descended and quickly fashioned a makeshift screen for the elderly lady to maintain her modesty. Finally, the elderly lady had her makeshift restroom and hurried behind the branches. Wang Fang stood nearby, ready to pass her some tissue. The elderly lady called out, "As one ages, even waste can be unpleasant. Keep your distance." Wang Fang replied, "Aunt, did you know that when we were young, our closest friends weren't those we shared feasts with, but those we went to the toilet with?" The elderly lady inquired, "Is that so?" Wang Fang elaborated, "We would squat down, stretch out our hands, and say, 'Can't reach.' Not smelly. Can reach, smelly." The elderly lady retorted, "So are you smelly now or not?" To say she was smelly would be embarrassing, while saying she was not would imply a distance in their relationship. Wang Fang reassured, "Aunt, when I stretch out my hand, I touch the tree. You are hidden behind it, so this is a blessed tree, borrowing your good fortune." Wang Fang's words brought the elderly lady joy even while relieving herself. She remarked, "If only I had a lively daughter like you." Wang Fang responded, "Your Meili is quite lively too. Just listen to how beautifully she sings." The elderly lady replied, "That's only because Meili is in good spirits. When she is not, she could devour you whole." Wang Fang chuckled, "Everyone has their ups and downs. Don't take it to heart, aunt. I still pout in front of my father at this age, and I can be a bit temperamental with my mother." The elderly lady mused, "Whoever got you is truly fortunate. Your sincerity shines through. Dachui is a bit sly, but he is a good man." Once the elderly lady finished her business, the two chatted and laughed as they made their way back from the woods. Just a few steps from the car, Wang Fang caught a glimpse of Song Meili's hand moving through the car window, seemingly giving Liu Dachui a shoulder rub. Liu Dachui had complained about shoulder pain after their meal, and Wang Fang had even massaged him earlier. Now, with the elderly lady occupied, it appeared her daughter had taken on the role of masseuse. Doubting her perception, Wang Fang looked again and saw Song Meili sitting primly in the back seat. In a place bustling with chickens and ducks, there is much commotion where women gather. After the elderly lady relieved herself in the wilderness, she finally boarded the vehicle back to the city. After traveling 3 miles, they passed by the village where Liu Dachui and Wang Fang once lived. From a distance, the village appeared orderly, embodying the essence of a new socialist countryside. Wang Fang began recounting her life in the village. After marrying Liu Dachui, she lived there for 5 years until they moved to the city when their child was 4 years old. Wang Fang reminisced, "I missed the jujube tree in our yard. Every autumn, we would return to harvest the jujubes, but this year, we completely forgot." Upon hearing about the jujube tree, both Song Meili and the elderly lady perked up. The elderly lady suggested, "Since we're close to the village, let us take a detour to have a look." Liu Dachui then turned the steering wheel. Liu Dachui's old home sat in the northwest corner of the village, which he had rented out to some southerners who came to make furniture. After they left, the house had remained vacant, exuding a sense of neglect. In the center of the yard stood a robust jujube tree, its leaves nearly fallen, with a few enticing red jujubes still hanging on. It was evident that someone had already harvested a portion of the fruit. Liu Dachui suspected it was one of his brothers who had brazenly climbed over the wall to take them. Wang Fang grabbed a bamboo pole to knock down some jujubes, but managed to collect very few. The elderly lady, having worked in public relations years ago, soon lost interest in the jujubes and suggested they check out the house. Liu Dachui and his wife accompanied the elderly lady to see their former residence. The house, once vacated by carpenters, still had remnants of sawdust on the floor but was generally clean. Surprisingly, the bedroom still had a Keyong bed, a relic of the early years of Liu Dachui and Wang Fang's marriage filled with sweet memories. However, Wang Fang refrained from sharing any intimate details with the elderly lady, instead extolling the benefits of sleeping on a Keyong. In the yard, Song Meili remained captivated by the jujube tree, taking over Wang Fang's task of knocking down fruit. Any species that survives to the end must have a stubborn streak. So she didn't manage to collect many jujubes either. Determined, Song Meili moved a ladder against the tree, intending to climb up for jujubes. Wang Fang, noticing this through the window, told Liu Dachui, "I'll go help her with the ladder." This return to the countryside seemed to revive Song Meili. Like a fish tossed back into water, restoring her vitality. She not only sang in the car, but this time was also climbing a ladder to pick jujubes. Wang Fang was fully aware of Keyong's intentions. That evening, he had gone halfway to find Jingjing, and Song Meili must have been furious. They were both women, and she shared a deep connection with Dachui, whereas Song Meili was relegated to the cold palace. In an unhappy marriage, the couple resembled wild dogs, each gnawing on their own piece of meat. Tragically, while the man had meat to consume, the woman was left with nothing but plain broth. What a ridiculous situation. As the saying goes, the ducks know when the spring river warms, and women can always sense when something is amiss with men. Wang Fang believed that Song Meili's abnormal behavior was, in fact, quite normal. Once in the countryside, she decided to let loose. Without waiting for Wang Fang to assist her with the ladder, Song Meili climbed it step by step. Leaning over, she looked up and shouted, "Oh, there's a huge bunch of jujubes here." She stood on the ladder, reaching for the cluster of jujubes. Just as Wang Fang was hurrying towards the ladder, it suddenly collapsed. The ladder fell against a large jar beside it, and Song Meili stumbled, landing unceremoniously on the ground. Song Meili's countryside excursion began joyously but ended in sorrow. She had fractured her ankle. Since she was injured at Liu Dachui's home, the couple provided comprehensive care. They first took her to a local clinic for initial treatment, then hurriedly drove to a hospital in a city for further care. Song Meili's ankle was put in a cast. The doctor advised that it would take at least 45 days before the cast could be removed, as injuries to bones and tendons require 100 days to heal. After a long day of activity, they finally returned Song Meili to her maternal home. The elderly lady, who had been bustling about all day, now found herself exhausted by the incident. The original intention of having her daughter return was for her care, yet now it felt like an extra burden. Observing the elderly lady's haggard appearance, Wang Fang comforted her, promising to bring over some delicious food. Upon returning home, the exemplary couple, Liu Dachui and Wang Fang, found themselves in an argument over Song Meili's injury. Liu Dachui criticized Wang Fang for being too talkative, suggesting that had Song Meili simply left the jujube tree alone and not rushed to the outdoors after using the restroom, there wouldn't have been such trouble. Implicitly, he expressed his reluctance to make a trip back to the old homestead. Wang Fang, who had intended to go to the kitchen to prepare dinner, instead sat on the sofa and said, "You go downstairs to the Limin clinic and buy me some medicine." Liu Dachui replied, "What is wrong with you? What medicine do you need? Aren't you already taking something for your breast pain?" Wang Fang retorted, "You go buy me some regret medicine. Once I take it, I can revert to the moment before the elderly lady went out to the woods." She added, "When I come back, I will clearly see whose hands are kneading your shoulders." Liu Dachui, initially angry, burst into laughter. "Why are you jealous? Song Meili is known as the top in our unit. Not in the way of being a high-ranking official, but she gives the best shoulder massages. Even the young men in our logistics team have enjoyed her massages. So what if she needs your shoulders? I, Liu Dachui, would still be able to share a bed with such an unattractive woman." Wang Fang, seeing Dachui's candidness, quickly let go of her anger. She then busied herself in the kitchen preparing dinner, telling Liu Dachui, "The elderly lady can't take care of Song Meili in her condition. Tonight I will steam 2 batches of buns, and you can take some to the elderly lady in the morning. I'll take a few to the hotel to eat." Suddenly remembering something, she asked Dachui, "Has Song Meili contacted Keyong since she got hurt?" Regardless of the situation, he is still her husband and should take care of her instead of relying on my husband. Liu Dachui replied, "Look at you. There you go again. It's just me delivering some buns. Honestly, I wouldn't even want to deliver buns if it weren't for your insistence on cooking for them." Wang Fang thought to herself that indeed, she had taken on this task. The next day, being Sunday, Wang Fang had to go to the hotel early for work. She packed the buns she had steamed the previous night and asked Liu Dachui to deliver them to the elderly lady's home while she took a few for her lunch. There were various restaurants downstairs from the hotel, but Wang Fang, being particular about cleanliness, had never bought anything from outside. She intended to share the buns with the maintenance worker, who had once helped her immensely. When a guest checked out, she discovered a foul sock boiling in the kettle. Outraged, she called the front desk, only to learn that the guest had already left. Unable to contain her frustration, she called the maintenance worker, who had previously repaired things in that room, and recognized the guest. Following Wang Fang's instructions, he descended from the service ladder to the first floor, where he saw the guest waiting for someone. He promptly brought the guest back, and with evidence in hand, Wang Fang ensured the hotel fined the guest 100 yuan. While 100 yuan may not seem like much, such abhorrent behavior must be addressed. Otherwise, the guest might end up boiling their underwear or worse, defecating in the bathtub at another hotel. Both Wang Fang and the maintenance worker were unafraid of confrontation. However, the maintenance worker was absent that day, taking care of his sick child. That morning, Wang Fang unexpectedly discovered that the occupant of room 1307 was none other than Miss Spicy Chicken Shreds, Liu. Liu had proactively sought her out before leaving, affectionately calling her sister. She explained that she had come to a city for a weekend study session and requested Wang Fang's help in tidying up her room. After Liu left, Wang Fang entered room 1307 to find it in disarray, but there were no signs of a man's presence. Wang Fang felt an inexplicable fondness for the girl and hoped that one day they could sit down and talk, encouraging her to find a proper young man to date, rather than getting entangled with middle-aged men who were hardly worth her time. After cleaning the room, she couldn't resist placing 2 lovely buns on the girl's table, planning to say they were a gift from the restaurant if asked. Wang Fang was unaware of when Miss Spicy Chicken Shreds would return, but Keyong came by in the afternoon. In the corridor, a service cart was parked, laden with various items, while a staff member appeared to be crouched down, busy with something, obscuring their face. In this hotel, the only young women were at the front desk. The staff on each floor were mostly middle-aged women lacking in beauty. Keyong hoped that these middle-aged staff members wouldn't see him, as they possessed a keen ability to discern the presence of clients like him. Fortunately, the staff member remained hunched down and didn't notice him. Liu had not consulted him before deciding to come to a city for IELTS classes over the weekend. Although she was attending a large class, it still incurred a significant expense. She hadn't asked Keyong for financial support, leading him to suspect that her father, the village head, might have already lifted the family out of poverty. Liu had contacted him the previous night, but he was working the night shift at his unit in the small town and couldn't leave. That evening, Keyong received a call from his mother-in-law, who informed him of Song Meili's injury. She refrained from mentioning that it was related to Liu Dachui, likely to spare her son-in-law from knowing about their investment partnership. Both mother and daughter were well aware of the dynamics of their relationship, especially after the tumultuous divorce years ago. Yet, with Song Meili injured, her temper flared, and since she couldn't care for her daughter, it was best to let the rightful caretaker step in. After all, she was the mother of the child. Just as Liu Dachui left to deliver the buns, Keyong arrived at his mother-in-law's house. When Keyong arrived at his mother-in-law's house, Song Meili was still asleep in the bedroom. He politely peeked through the door and saw a large bundle nestled under the covers, with a plastered ankle audibly protruding from the foot of the bed, silently presenting itself to him. After a brief glance, he closed the door. His mother-in-law inquired if he had eaten breakfast, to which Keyong replied that he had worked the night shift and had rushed over after settling some matters at the company. She then fetched 2 buns from the pot and served them to her son-in-law. The buns were visually appealing, their pleats crafted with professional finesse, and a red date nestled in the center for a festive touch, indicating that the chef had put considerable thought into the preparation. The simple filling of cabbage, pork, and wood ear mushrooms was remarkably delicious. Keyong knew that neither his mother-in-law nor his wife could have made such delightful buns. If they had been purchased, they would likely have been overwhelmed by a heavy spice aroma, leading him to suspect they were a gift from someone else. After consuming 2 buns, just as his stomach began to settle, he stood up to fetch more. His mother-in-law advised him to leave some for Meili, as there were not many buns and they were a present. Keyong then withdrew his hand. Observing the pot, he noted that the yotu were likely a few days old, soft and limp. Even when his father-in-law was alive, despite the absence of financial constraints, the Song family upheld a revolutionary tradition of not wasting leftovers. Whenever new dishes were prepared, there was inevitably a leftover centerpiece on the table. During the early years of his marriage to Song Meili, as a child who had endured hardships in the countryside, he endeavored to please his in-laws by focusing on the leftover dishes. Over time, this became second nature, and he found himself transformed into the family's designated garbage disposal. Leftovers were always his portion. Eventually, he began to feel uneasy about this arrangement and subtly revolted. At every meal, leftovers remained at his side, and he would stretch his arm out as if traversing mountains in search of beloved dishes, provoking discontent from his in-laws, who felt he had become arrogant and forgotten his roots. The discord between him and Song Meili's family began with mealtime dynamics. Now, as the elderly lady graciously presented him with new buns, she naturally set aside leftovers for him. Keyong declined, claiming he was already full. Full indeed, this seemingly successful manager, Shui, could not even satiate his hunger with buns. Song Meili's awakening was a calamity. She required Keyong's assistance to reach the bathroom. Like an ancient tree rooted to him, Keyong carefully placed her on the toilet. Just as he was about to exit, Song Meili called him back, stating she would soon be ready, and asked him to help her out afterward. Keyong assumed she merely needed to urinate, only to discover that it was a more significant matter. He instinctively covered his nose, eager to escape. Song Meili remarked, "All women, even the likes of Diao-chan and Shi-shi, are the same when it comes to nature's call. There's a certain odor during menstruation." Keyong recalled an ancient poem, reflecting on how even the enchanting figures he knew were no better in such moments. As Song Meili continued, she unleashed a metaphorical depth charge. Liu must certainly be attending to her own business. Yet, whenever he thought of Liu, it was always her adorable and tender demeanor that came to mind. Just the night before, she had playfully complained about an upset stomach. Keyong had suggested she purchase some PPA. Song Meili, using her injury as a means of vengeance, was aware that his previous abrupt departure to seek another woman had stung him, and now, her act in front of him was a deliberate insult. Just as he intended to say he would wait outside, Song Meili declared she was finished with her ordeal and ready to emerge. After washing her face and brushing her teeth, she headed to the dining table to eat. Keyong's mother-in-law handed him a shopping list, instructing him to procure various items after lunch, including large bones, turtles, assorted vegetables, and a cane, necessitating visits to multiple locations. This presented Keyong an opportunity for a breath of fresh air. The buns were placed on the table, and upon seeing them, Song Meili inquired where her mother had purchased them, noting the addition of a red date. The elderly lady replied, "Old Liu sent them. His wife's buns are both beautiful and delicious." Song Meili's voice rose. "What is Liu Dachui's wife up to? How did I fall from the ladder yesterday?" "It was because she startled me with her loud shout from inside, causing me to lose my balance. She should be held accountable for my injury." The elderly lady retorted, "Well, you were tempted by her dates. Mom, what benefit have you received from her? Why are you siding with her? If she hadn't mentioned having a jujube tree, would I have thought to visit her dilapidated home? If I hadn't gone, would she have made such a fuss? I got injured, and now she is sending buns with a red date, as if to remind me to control my cravings?" The red date struck a nerve, and at last, Song Meili identified the true culprit behind her injury. The elderly lady and her daughter exchanged a few words of contention. Keyong, overhearing, realized that the mother-daughter duo had accompanied Liu Dachui back to the countryside for a trip. He interjected, "Shouldn't the one who caused the injury take responsibility? Medical and emotional damages ought to be assessed. Offering a couple of buns one tea suffice." The mother-in-law responded, "You can't blame others for your own carelessness. They had good intentions. If you wish to pursue it, do so." Keyong replied, "Fine, I will seek compensation from Liu Dachui." Song Meili's voice escalated again, "Enough. I will handle my own affairs. Now you remember you are my husband? All right, I won't interfere. Just eat the buns. If necessary, remove the red dates. I won't eat them. Let them go to the dogs." This morning, both Keyong and his mother-in-law had eaten, leaving them as mere dogs. Resisting, Keyong asked, "Then what will you eat?" After a moment's thought, Song Meili replied, "Noodles with sauce." That morning, Keyong finally escaped the Song household to procure various items. His mother-in-law implied that after lunch, Keyong should take Song Meili back to their home in the small town to care for her, as she could not endure the temperament of a disabled person. However, she still wanted to supervise him in purchasing some ingredients, feeling concern for her daughter. Keyong agreed. A bird flew from its cage. He seized the opportunity of shopping to rendezvous with Liu. Since their time together in the coastal town, some days had passed. During that period, Liu had been preoccupied with debate competitions, leading a vibrant university life that did not entangle her with him. This starkly contrasted with his previous encounters with women. Years ago, he had a brief affair with a divorced woman who wished to marry him. But Keyong saw divorce as too great a loss, maintaining a vague stance. The woman had caused a stir at his workplace, which hindered his career advancement. During that incident, Song Meili had resolutely refused to divorce, believing that divorce equated to a woman's unemployment. Even if the work was unsatisfactory, she had persevered, determined not to let others take advantage of her situation. In contrast, Liu was entirely different. Though men often remain restless until they achieve their ambitions, Liu represented a vibrant fish in Keyong's withering middle age. If he could not grasp power, then capturing the fish of love was a glimmer of light in his otherwise dull life. He contacted Liu, who, while in class, replied that she would be free after noon and suggested they go for hot pot afterward. Keyong, lacking the time for such a meal, replied, "I can hardly wait to devour you before the hot pot." Understanding his intent, Liu kindly offered to leave class half an hour early, and they arranged to meet at the new Shinkansen Hotel. Liu encountered Keyong in room 1307. They plunged into the pool together, but Keyong's performance was lackluster, and he withdrew after only a short time. Liu feigned enthusiasm with a few polite cries. Afterward, he embraced Liu and said, "I've had some digestive issues these past few days, a bit of diarrhea, and my body feels quite enervated." Liu responded, "Poor dear. You're in the same predicament as my aunt. Take a PPA. It's a medication I brought last night. After taking it, you'll sleep soundly, and your stomach will feel better." As she spoke, Liu disentangled herself from his embrace, retrieved a pill, and insisted that Keyong take it. Keyong, not actually suffering from diarrhea, refused to take the medication. Liu then placed the pill in her mouth and kissed Keyong, transferring the pill, mixed with her saliva, into his mouth. "Just take it. It's only a PPA," she urged. With such cajolery, Keyong would have ingested poison without hesitation. They embraced and lingered for a while. Keyong mentioned that he had matters to attend to at work that afternoon and needed to rush back, likely precluding him from joining her for hot pot. He transferred 1,000 yuan to Liu, suggesting she dine on her own. Liu quipped, "This money seems like the proceeds of prostitution. But I never argue with money. By my calculations, you're still at a disadvantage. How about a buy one get one free deal?" Keyong replied, "Buy one get one free is insufficient. Let's make it a lifetime offer. My love for you is profound yet light, heavy in my heart, light in your freedom. You are an ethereal being, and I constantly fear losing you." Liu chuckled, and Keyong was utterly captivated by this radiant and transparent girl. Liu said, "I'm not particularly interested in hot pot either. There are still 2 steamed buns on the table. Let's each have one. You feed me, and I'll feed you." The buns were truly appealing, with a jujube prominently placed in the center of each plate. Keyong mused, "Is it now fashionable to place jujubes in the center of steamed buns, a festive touch perhaps?" He peeled the jujube off and placed it in Liu's mouth, and they fed each other the buns. The buns, filled with cabbage, pork, and wood-ear mushrooms, were exceptionally delicious. As he ate, Keyong realized that the flavor was identical to those he had at his mother-in-law and Appo's house. He inquired of Liu who had provided the buns. Liu replied, "The hotel restaurant." Keyong responded with a thoughtful, "Oh." Liu continued, "However, I know they weren't sent by the restaurant. It's the same person who sent the apples last time. Someone has fallen in love with me." Keyong playfully pinched Liu's nose and said, "Who dares to fall in love with you? I'll transform into Pushkin and challenge them to a duel." Liu retorted, "Dispatch you to a duel immediately. Armed with a shovel or a sledgehammer?" Keyong replied, "A rider wields a pin as a blade, each stroke drawing blood." Liu laughed again, "It's a woman. A cleaning lady at the hotel." Keyong became vigilant. "Which cleaning lady? What does she look like?" Liu teased, "Why are you suddenly interested in her? You philanderer. Why don't you go out and take a look?" Keyong protested, "I have no interest. My eyes are only for you. I'm afraid the buns are poisoned. I often tell my daughter not to readily accept food or drinks from strangers. Today, I must solemnly tell you the same, and don't take it lightly." Saying this, he placed the remaining half of the bun back on the plate. He was about to say something else when he began yawning incessantly and collapsed onto the bed, falling asleep. Before leaving work that afternoon, Wang Fang received a call from Liu Dachui, who said he was heading to Xiaocheng to take Song Meili home. Wang Fang asked, "You're going to work tomorrow morning. Why not go together then? Besides, isn't her husband here?" Liu Dachui asked, "How do you know her husband is here?" Wang Fang had seen Keyong sneaking into room 1307. She had pretended to be organizing things, crouching behind the trolley, and Keyong hadn't noticed her. She said to Liu Dachui, "Use your head." Of course, he'd come. His wife broke her leg. Who else would take care of her? "Why are you being ordered around again?" It turned out that Keyong, who was supposed to be out purchasing supplies, was nowhere to be found by noon, and still couldn't be reached by phone at 3 in the afternoon. Song Meili had gone berserk at home, arguing with the old woman, who told her to get out. Unable to move with her broken leg, she had no choice but to call Liu Dachui, saying she couldn't stay a moment longer and needed to return to her own home in Xiaoqing immediately. Wang Fang knew that Keyong was in room 1307 at that moment. She hesitated, wondering whether to report the situation to Liu Dachui. Liu Dachui, annoyed at being bossed around by Song Meili, said to his wife, Wang Fang, if she hadn't fallen in our yard, I wouldn't be bothering with this. It's because she was injured on our property that she feels entitled to order me around. Wang Fang retorted, so what if it was on our property? The ladder was fine, it and oppose. It's not like we pushed her off. She was too impatient and didn't and oppose. T set up the ladder properly before climbing, and now she and oppose. S blaming us. Liu Dachui cautioned, don't say that. If this were America, we'd be sued and possibly bankrupted. Keyong won't let this go easily. So we need to appease Song Meili for now. As long as Song Meili doesn't make an issue of it, Keyong won't be able to cause trouble. Wang Fang considered this and thought it made sense. Her husband's relationship with Keyong had been irreparably damaged after the money incident. She thought that if she reported Keyong's situation to Liu Dachui, and Dachui told Song Meili might come to make a scene again, potentially causing Keyong to resent them even more. After all, he was a minor leader, and it wouldn't benefit Liu Dachui. Therefore, she decided to hold off for the time being and tell Dachui at a more opportune moment. Wang Fang instructed Liu Dachui to return early and drive carefully, as he had a fragile old woman in the car. After hanging up, Wang Fang prepared to leave work. At that moment, the front desk called, asking Wang Fang to deliver a small bottle of purified water to room 1307. The hotel had specialized filtration equipment to provide free purified water to each room. In the past, this task was usually assigned to Master Lai, but he was off today, so Wang Fang was covering for him. Little Yao, who was supposed to be on the afternoon shift, hadn't arrived yet. Little Yao seemed to think that Wang Fang was kind and often arrived late for her shift. As if those extra 10 minutes were worth 10 yuan. Wang Fang had been avoiding Keyong, but now she had to face him. Wang Fang took a small bottle of mineral water and knocked on the door of room 1307. Soon, the door opened, revealing Liu's youthful face. Wang Fang had intended to simply hand her the purified water and leave, but Liu took the water and said to Wang Fang, wait a moment. I'll bring you the plate with the buns. Saying this, she turned and went back inside. This time, Liu didn't close the door, and Wang Fang quickly glanced inside. She saw half of a man's body lying on the bed, with a pair of thin feet sticking out from under the covers. So, Keyong was neglecting his wife and sleeping here. Remembering how Keyong had abandoned the old woman's birthday banquet halfway through and left Liu Dachui to deal with the mess, Wang Fang wasn't surprised. Liu handed Wang Fang the empty plate, which still had half a bun on it, presumably what Keyong had eaten. Liu's expression was somewhat serious. Please don't let the hotel send any more buns. My boyfriend ate half of one and has been sleeping all afternoon. If he doesn't wake up tonight, I'm going to complain to the hotel about food safety issues. Wang Fang was immediately confused and nodded in agreement. She told Liu to call the front desk if she needed anything and that she was about to leave work and her replacement would be arriving soon. She took the plate back to the duty room, wondering what Keyong's sleeping had to do with her family's buns. She was relieved that Keyong hadn't woken up, avoiding an awkward encounter, but also worried that he hadn't woken up, fearing that she had been too helpful and that she would be held responsible if something happened after giving guests food. The hotel environment was complex, and Wang Fang, a middle-aged tree, was still growing wary branches. That evening, Liu Dachui called Wang Fang to report that he had safely delivered the fragile old woman home. He asked Wang Fang if he should stay overnight in their old house in Xiaoqing, as it would be tiring to travel back and forth between the two cities for work tomorrow, not to mention the cost of gas. Liu Dachui had indeed not had a good rest since returning from the countryside. Wang Fang, feeling compassion for the man, approved Liu Dachui's request, allowing him to eat and rest comfortably in the old house. That night, unable to sleep, Wang Fang called Xiao Yao to inquire about the situation in room 1307. Xiao Yao informed her that the guest in 1307 had already checked out. Wang Fang realized that Keyong had awakened and likely returned to his home in the small town. She wondered if Song Meili would spare his life after this sudden disappearance. As dusk fell, Liu Dachui accompanied Song Meili back to her abode in the small town. The house felt desolate, with a cold stove and empty hearth, especially in the deep autumn when the heating had yet to be turned on. Even with two lively individuals present, the atmosphere remained lifeless. Song Meili sat on the sofa, nursing an injury to her right leg. Although she could theoretically drag her left leg to move, she found it difficult to exert strength due to her injury. Liu Dachui boiled a kettle of water and poured a cup for her. He also brought a bag of items prepared by the elderly woman and inquired what Song Meili wished to have for dinner. Among the items was a bag of buns steamed by his wife, Wang Fang, though the red dates atop the buns had mysteriously vanished, likely taken by the old lady. Wang Fang preferred to place a date in the center of her buns, calling them smiling buns for good fortune. Song Meili, who was not fond of laughter, found that the old lady had kept the smiles for herself. I have no desire to eat any of this ready-made food. I crave something soupy, Song Meili declared. There are noodles in the kitchen cupboard. Could you please boil some for me? Liu Dachui searched the kitchen but found no noodles and reported back. I couldn't find any noodles. Perhaps they have all been eaten? Song Meili responded, I bought a large bag just last week. It shouldn't be gone so soon. Please look again elsewhere. Liu Dachui felt that Song Meili was taking advantage of her injury to boss him around. So he replied, Xiao Song. If I stay here too long, the neighbors will start gossiping. If Manager Shui returns and sees a fully grown man in his home, he might just tear me apart. Song Meili retorted, he wouldn't dare. I have no idea where he is now. He ran off to celebrate my mother's birthday, sneaking away with a gift. Each incident shows he is hardly a man, not even worth comparing to you. As she spoke, tears suddenly fell. Do not speak so harshly. I am but a common worker, without a single hair to my name. What level does Manager Shui earn? And what about me? Why did you choose him from among so many excellent young men? It's akin to an ancient lady tossing an embroidery ball, surely aimed at the most handsome, cultured, and eloquent gentleman, Liu Dachui said, bringing an end to her tears. Reflecting on her past, Song Meili remembered her father's high position, and indeed, her marriage had seemed like an embroidery ball being tossed. Young Shui Keyong was refined and talented, and she had taken an immediate liking to him. But how had things devolved into this? Liu Dachui continued, from a problem-solving perspective, I have an idea. Since you are having trouble moving for a few days, relying on Manager Shui may not be the best option. He is a busy man. Why not hire someone to help you cook and tidy up? It won't cost much. Who would I hire? Song Meili asked. I cannot think of anyone right now. Let me ponder it at home. I must find someone efficient, hygienic, skilled in cooking, and lively, Liu Dachui suggested. I know just the person who fits that description, Song Meili replied. Who? He inquired. You, she said teasingly. Liu Dachui chuckled, you see. I do not qualify as a good cook. In fact, my wife, Wang Fang, fits all those criteria. Perhaps I should just have her take care of you for a few days. She can even sing me little songs as compensation for your mental anguish. Upon hearing this, Song Meili quickly waved her hands. Forget it, Dachui. I was joking. I cannot afford your wife. Besides, she is a fishmonger, and I faint at the sight of blood. Liu Dachui had no intention of sending Wang Fang to tend to Song Meili. He merely sought a way to extricate himself from the situation. Suddenly, he clapped his thigh and exclaimed, I have thought of someone who would be perfect for the task. Who? Song Meili asked, her curiosity piqued. Do you know Lao Sun's wife? Lao Sun lives in the same neighborhood as me, not far away. He works as a gatekeeper at a chemical factory, and his wife is good-natured and a skilled cook, often helping others for a fee or otherwise. I believe you are acquainted with her, Liu Dachui explained. I will ask her shortly, he added. As for the payment, I shall cover it. Song Meili considered this and thought it a good idea, saying, the payment is minimal, let Shui Keyong cover it. Though Song Meili's leg was injured, her spirit soared, and that night, she flew forth to Liu Dachui's home, bringing him a wealth of information. For instance, she had eaten the buns he had warmed for her and drank the honey water he prepared. Her injury continued to throb, perhaps as her bones sought reconciliation in the night. To distract herself, she watched the romantic Korean drama Full House, finding her namesake, Song Hye-kyo, a bit too pretentious. She felt an attraction to men with single eyelids, reminiscent of Liu Dachui in his youth. Yet, she remained unaware of how Liu Dachui had looked in his younger days. Liu Dachui had little interest in Korean dramas, but Wang Fang adored them. Whenever she saw Song Hye-kyo, she would exclaim, how did her mother manage to give birth to such a beautiful daughter? Certainly, it must be her father and Appo's doing. If he shot against the wall, there wouldn't be such a stunning star, Liu Dachui replied. Men rarely strayed from their primary concerns. Wang Fang remarked. Song Hye-kyo resembles that spicy shredded chicken lady who stays in hotels. The shredded chicken lady is even taller. The spicy shredded chicken lady was, in fact, Liu. a name Wang Fang preferred, having long ceased to care about her real name. Liu Dachui, however, cared little for either Song Hai Kyo or the spicy shredded chicken. In middle age, women may indulge in a bit of romantic fantasy, while men favor tangible assets, both visible and invisible. Song Meili and the elderly woman were his potential clients, and this leg injury kept him busy in the pursuit of maintaining his clientele. Thus, he occasionally responded to the messages carried by Song Meili's bird. In these exchanges, he learned that Keyong had yet to return home. Surely, hadn't he gone off to find Jingjing again? That evening, Liu Dachui contacted Lao Sun's household. Lao Sun had recently resigned from the chemical factory and occasionally accompanied his grandson to Beijing for treatment, leaving his family in financial distress. Hence, Lao Sun's wife readily accepted the job. Liu Dachui sent a message to Song Meili to inform her of the arrangement. However, in an unusual turn of events, Song Meili remained silent for a long while. He dozed off on the sofa, but was suddenly awakened by the ringing of his phone. Seeing it was Song Meili, he quickly answered. Her voice was tinged with sorrow as she implored Liu Dachui to come to her aid. She had just gone to the restroom and, while washing her hands, had accidentally slipped and fallen. Now, she could not get up, feeling utterly helpless with no one else around, resorting to Liu Dachui for assistance. Her description painted her as a shattered vase. Upon hearing this, Liu Dachui hurriedly changed his clothes and dashed towards Song Meili's home, urgency propelling him forward. Coincidentally, Song Meili and Liu Dachui resided in the same neighborhood, divided by a road that separated two worlds. The western side, where the Song family lived, boasted large houses inhabited by officials and esteemed individuals, while Liu Dachui's eastern side housed the common folk in somewhat smaller homes. As he made his way to the western district, Liu Dachui envisioned Song Meili crawling to the door to greet him, reminiscent of soldiers crawling toward an enemy stronghold during training. Upon reaching the ground floor, he felt a pressing urge to relieve himself. He had forgotten to use the restroom in his haste. Even heroes can be hindered by nature's calls, and he needed to address this before tending to others. Across the way lay a small grove, and he slipped into the thicket to relieve himself. Once finished, as Liu Dachui stepped out, he saw a car parked in front of the building, from which a figure emerged. The person did not head toward the building, but rather strode toward the woods. Liu Dachui, with keen eyesight, immediately recognized him as Keyong, who walked with a somewhat airy demeanor. This rascal had returned to Jingjing. Like a wild dog returning to its den, Liu Dachui hastily concealed himself behind a cluster of low shrubs. Keyong fortuitously parked in front of the thicket, retrieved a bird, and suddenly turned its head to spray towards the foliage. This stream of urine persisted for quite a while, yet the pressure was insufficient. One's prowess in such matters could be discerned. If it were a contest over a piece of pork, Keyong would undoubtedly fall short of his own capabilities. Of course, that piece of pork could be aptly named Jingjing. Nonetheless, Liu Dachui still felt the splashes of urine striking his face like waves. He held his breath, striving to remain undetected by Keyong, secretly relieved that had he ventured to his home tonight to play the hero and rescue the damsel, he would have found himself in an inextricable predicament. Thus, he endured. Once Keyong finished urinating and adjusted his trousers, he unexpectedly engaged in a buy one get one free act. Spitting towards the bushes, Liu Dachui inwardly cursed. Having come from the countryside himself, he was well aware of the tenets of civility and the promotion of cleanliness. Yet Keyong, despite his polished appearance, was still entrenched in old habits. After Keyong had concluded his business, he turned and exited the small grove. As it seemed, Keyong returned home. Liu Dachui too emerged from the thicket, not as a youthful lad, but as a middle-aged man, tainted by the scent of urine. A subtle atmosphere flowed through the night, nurturing the intricate entanglement between the two men. Keyong seized the opportunity of shopping to clandestinely meet Liu, intending to swiftly conclude their affair, thus allowing him to see his lover without delaying his return to his mother-in-law's house. However, inexplicably, he fell into a deep slumber. In his dream, he was unaware of being a guest. Upon waking, he mistakenly believed he was at his mother-in-law's home and rushed to the kitchen to prepare soup. Liu and Appo's face bore the shadows of life, and he suddenly realized what he had done, feeling a twinge of regret. Liu remarked, "You snored so loudly. It seems you've slept for an entire year." Keyong replied, "Oh no, I still have much to attend to." Liu quipped, "Didn't you attend to matters before sleeping?" Keyong was not in the mood for jokes. As he tidied himself, he swiftly unraveled the mystery with his humanities-trained mind. He recalled that there was half a bun left on the table, but upon checking, it had vanished, leading him to suspect he had been poisoned. Yet, seeing Liu devour a bun with vigor assuaged his fears. Remembering the pill Liu had previously fed him, he asked for the remaining ones. Upon inspection, he discovered the issue lay with the pills. They were not for treating diarrhea, but rather a sedative. Liu exclaimed in realization. No wonder I slept so soundly last night. I almost missed class this morning. Perhaps the elderly pharmacist downstairs dispensed the wrong medication? Keyong inquired whether Liu would return tonight or in the morning. The high-speed train between the two cities took just over an hour. And with the transfer to the subway after arriving in Binhai New City, he would only be delayed slightly over 2 hours. Liu moved closer to Keyong, wrapping her arms around his waist, saying, if you leave, this city becomes a hollow shell, and I will depart as well. To fall in love with a city is ultimately to fall in love with the people within it. Keyong felt a stir of emotion and recited a poem. In red attire, a beauty, in white, friends sing together, sharing wine at dusk. The world believes I am enamored with Chang'an, yet in truth, it is but a certain Chang'an I adore. They exited the hotel one after the other. As Keyong was leaving, he encountered the attendant Xiao Yao, uncertain whether it was she who had delivered the buns to Liu or someone else. Such casual acts of gifting food were inherently unethical for a naive young girl who could discern whether it was honey or poison. He needed to investigate. That night, he drove Liu to the train station, where the nighttime crowds were sparse, and Liu boldly embraced him. He reciprocated, tightly holding this youthful and radiant form. With a turn, he prepared to face the stormy tempests of his life. Meili had indeed slipped by the sink. If she put forth some effort, she could stand independently. Yet, she was disinclined to make the effort and instead awaited a hero to rescue her. Unexpectedly, it was Keyong who arrived. He carried items purchased in City A, along with a pair of crutches. He offered no explanation. The shoes of deception often tread by the river without ever getting wet. Meili did not pry for answers. Even if a lie were to tumble into the river, it would not drown a naked pig. He extended his hand to assist her, and she acquiesced. He helped her to the sofa in the living room, where the television was still on, airing romantic Full House. Keyong glanced at the screen, noting that Song Haikyo resembled Liu, a face pure and beautiful, provoking an urge to pen poetry for her. His heart held someone dear, and shameless tenderness overflowed as he inquired if his wife had eaten. Meili replied that she had. Thus, Keyong prepared instant noodles for himself, and soon, the distinct aroma of the noodles wafted throughout the room. Both harbored unspoken thoughts. The following day, Liu Dachui's wife, Wang Fang, headed to work. Early that morning, she received a grand gift from the hotel. On the hotel's website, a negative review had surfaced, complaining about Wang Fang's poor attitude as a staff member on the 13th floor. Another complaint came from a guest in room 1307, alleging that the buns delivered by the attendant caused gastrointestinal distress. Hotel officials conducted a thorough investigation of Wang Fang. She denied the first complaint, asserting her typically amiable demeanor and willingness to assist. A fellow worker testified on her behalf, claiming that the complaint originated from a guest who had previously been caught putting socks in the kettle. If the hotel chose to heed malicious complaints rather than uphold justice, it would only foster misconduct in the long run. Upon investigation, it turned out the complainer regarding Wang Fang's service was indeed the sock culprit. A colleague had aided Wang Fang. However, regarding the bun incident, Wang Fang confessed to privately bringing food to the guest, explaining that the buns were the same ones she consumed daily without any issues. Her colleague further defended her, stating that if the guest had fallen ill, they should have approached the hotel at that moment rather than hastily checking out. If they doubted her, they could test the buns. But the hotel was not a police station, nor did it wish to deal with a mere bun. Nonetheless, Wang Fang had violated a certain regulation regarding staff conduct. The hotel issued her a reprimand, deducting 200 yuan from her salary. As it was her first month on the job, she was still in her probationary period, and this penalty weighed heavily on her. The career path of a middle-aged woman proved to be fraught with challenges. She felt a deep sense of frustration. Due to a staff shortage at the hotel, Wang Fang was compelled to endure her punishment with a smile. Indeed, she maintained a cheerful demeanor while working, but internally, she was discontent, not only mourning the loss of 200 yuan, but also the unfeeling complaint lodged by her beloved spicy chicken shreds. The discontent festered, causing discomfort in her chest. She had long heard of an elderly Chinese medicine practitioner in the small town who had a remedy for chest pain and decided to seek his counsel. She requested 3 days off from the hotel under the pretext of seeking medical attention, planning to return to the quaint town with its simple folk. By returning, Liu Dachui would also save on fuel expenses from commuting between two cities. Wang Fang returned to the small town. That morning, she visited the morning market for supplies and encountered Lao Sun's wife at a stall selling spices. The couple was notorious for their frugality, often scavenging for leftover vegetables. This time, however, their bag was filled with freshly slaughtered chicken and fish, along with various fresh vegetables. After purchasing star anise and other spices, Lao Sun's wife took out a small notebook to record her expenses. Facing a dilemma, she sought help from Wang Fang, who was also buying spices. Wang Fang noticed Lao Sun's wife documenting her expenses with symbols and numbers. For instance, a chicken was drawn with the corresponding cost of 68 written beside it. For a fish, there was a drawing of a fish with the price of 19. When it came to the spices, the drawing of the pepper resembled a tadpole, which was misleading. Wang Fang took the notebook, noted the spices, and inquired about the costs, jotting them down. Lao Sun's wife remarked, "It's good to have an educated person around. Look at my silly drawings. The chicken looks like a potato. If Manager Shui sees this, he might suspect I'm embezzling." Only then did Wang Fang realize that Lao Sun's wife was caring for the injured Song Meili, with Keyong providing her with daily grocery money, but requiring her to present receipts for every purchase. Market vendors typically did not issue receipts, so with her limited literacy, she resorted to using drawings. Keyong had incorporated Lao Sun's wife into his management system. Lao Sun's wife seized upon Wang Fang's educational background, requesting her assistance in labeling each item with Chinese characters. Having graduated middle school in the early 1980s, Wang Fang, at that moment, felt the weight of a university's prestige bestowed upon her. As she helped Lao Sun's wife complete her task, an unease began to settle within her. If Keyong was so meticulous with a helping hand, he would undoubtedly pursue Liu Dachui with equal fervor. After all, the injury sustained by Song Meili had occurred in their hometown. If Keyong adopted the relentless spirit of the American adversary, Liu Dachui would find himself in a precarious position. As fate would have it, during dinner, Liu Dachui returned home and reported to Wang Fang that Keyong had called him, requesting a meeting to discuss certain matters. The location was set for the community parking lot. Keyong had not specified the topics of discussion. Both Liu Dachui and his wife understood that Keyong intended to wield his husbandly authority to hold them accountable for his wife's injury. Liu Dachui sharpened his resolve, indicating that if Keyong attempted to harass him, he would seize the opportunity to confront him. Wang Fang remarked, "Two grown men. What could possibly be discussed in the frigid parking lot? If one were to court, a warmer venue would surely be more appropriate." Keyong's invitation to meet is likely unbeknownst to his wife. Instead, let us take the initiative, procure some items, and pay him a visit. Should we incur any losses? The decision ultimately resides with Song Meili. As long as she disapproves, Keyong's efforts would be in vain. Moreover, we are merely adhering to the principle of problem-solving. Liu Dachui concurred with this reasoning. Coupled with the urgency from Dazue's sister regarding fundraising, and given the recent turmoil surrounding Song Meili, neither mother nor daughter broached the subject of contributions. Consequently, after dinner, the couple ventured to the supermarket to purchase some supplements before heading to Song Meili's residence. Upon arrival, Song Meili, supported by a cane, opened the door. The first thing that caught Wang Fang's eye was Song Meili's vividly red lips. It appeared that she placed great importance on visitors, her lips resembling a flag fluttering in the wind. Entering the home, they noticed remnants of dinner still adorning the table, with dishes left unwashed. Keyong was absent, engaged in social obligations, and expected to return later. The three settled down, and the couple inquired about Song Meili's foot injury. She shared that she had been unable to sleep well at night due to the pain, often waking from nightmares of falling from a ladder. Song Meili lamented that both her body and spirit had been affected. Wang Fang offered some words of consolation before steering the conversation toward Old Sun's wife. Wang Fang mentioned, "I encountered Old Sun's wife at the morning market today. I heard she prepared a meal for you, which brings me some comfort. It is said that she is quite nurturing. Previously, whenever a young bride was in confinement, she would be summoned for assistance. You must remember Chiao Mai, who lived in our vicinity. During her confinement, she relied solely on Old Sun's wife for support. She has since moved to Shanghai." Song Meili showed little interest in Chiao Mai and commented on Old Sun's wife, saying, "The Sun family is adequate, though their cooking tends to be overly salty. I've just exchanged a few words with you, and my mouth craves water again." Liu Dachui, promptly fetched a kettle to pour water for Song Meili, only to find it nearly empty, necessitating a quick boil of fresh water. Song Meili remarked, "They claimed to be attentive, yet they failed to fill the kettle before leaving." After preparing the meal, they departed, leaving a pile of dishes for old Shui to tend to. Old Shui must be thinking that after spending money to hire help, he still has to deal with the aftermath. Liu Dachui exchanged a glance with his wife, signaling her to assist with the dishes. Although taken aback by Liu Dachui's request for her to wash the dishes at Song Meili's home, Wang Fang quickly recognized the importance of uplifting the injured and rose to the task. Upon completing the chores and re-emerging from the kitchen, she found Song Meili animatedly conversing, entirely shedding her earlier listlessness. It seemed evident that in the company of three, there would always be surplus joy. Just as Wang Fang was about to speak, Keyong returned. Keyong spoke with the unmistakable scent of alcohol upon him, suggesting he had indulged in a drink or two. Two roosters, engaged in a covert contest of wits, maintained a facade of courtesy due to the presence of two hens. Keyong even offered a cigarette to Liu Dachui, who accepted it but did not smoke, claiming he was trying to quit. Keyong discarded the cigarette as well, saying, "I'll save it for later on the balcony, so as not to smoke out your sister-in-law." With two women in the room, the term sister-in-law suddenly seemed elevated. Noticing Wang Fang still donned an apron, Keyong remarked, "Sister-in-law seldom visits our home, and to see her working when she does is truly embarrassing." Wang Fang replied, "These household chores are nothing. I can manage them easily. Xiaomin's mother is injured, so if there's anything she needs help with, just let me know. I'll be here in the small town for a few days." Keyong then inquired, "Which company does your sister-in-law work for in City A?" Fearing Keyong's probing, Wang Fang replied, "I used to work in the small town, even filleting fish, but after moving to the big city, I lost my job and now just cook for Lao Lu and keep the house tidy." Keyong responded, "Being a housewife may seem simple, yet it is fraught with challenges. Just today, Xiaomin's mother lamented that old son's wife cooks poorly and is careless with hygiene. She even miswrote Sichuan Pepper as Uncle Pepper. I was puzzled, wondering who this uncle was in the grocery list. A pot cannot even be stewed, nor can it mend Xiaomin's mother's leg." As Keyong recounted this, Liu Dachui and Song Meili offered light chuckles and support. Only Wang Fang understood that the misspelling of Sichuan Pepper had originated from her own hand. This former lackadaisical middle school student had long since returned many lessons to her teachers. Keyong continued his monologue on the stage. "Lack of education is not a grave issue. The crux lies in having an elderly woman care for Xiaomin's mother. Should she encounter difficulties, her age will render her ineffective. Not only can she not provide assistance, but should there be any mishap, we would bear the consequences. Medical expenses, emotional distress, nutritional costs, when calculated, which of these does not amount to a substantial sum?" Keyong's calculations were intended for Liu Dachui and Wang Fang's ears. Skillfully pivoting from the topic of old son's wife to Song Meili, Liu Dachui contemplated that Keyong was concerned about the wages for old son's wife. Keyong stated earnestly, "In truth, the situation with Xiaomin's mother is akin to an incident occurring at school. The school must bear responsibility. Legally speaking, Xiaomin's mother fell and broke her leg at your home. We cannot hold the latter accountable. We must seek the latter's owner. Her 2 months at home cannot be deemed a work-related injury, so she would only receive a basic salary. By year-end, our unit's bonuses are quite generous, not to mention other expenses." Finally, Keyong broached the topic of money. The inevitable had arrived. Liu Dachui agreed. "What Manager Shui says is absolutely correct. The losses are indeed significant. However, this situation cannot be reduced merely to financial calculations. Xiaomin's mother's pain cannot be substituted by anyone else. So both my sister-in-law and I feel quite guilty, especially me. As a man, I brought 3 women back to the countryside and failed to protect them. If there were a remedy for regret, I would gladly trade places with her and take the fall from that ladder myself, regardless of the injury. As long as Xiaomin's mother is well." Song Meili was deeply touched by his words, feeling that every utterance from Liu Dachui came from the heart. Despite her leg injury, the moments spent with Liu Dachui brought her immense joy, making her feel like a playful young woman, audaciously climbing trees to pick jujubes, only realizing her vulnerability when she fell. She said, "We are all colleagues in the same unit, and our children were once classmates. Let us not delve into legalities. Let us communicate and negotiate amicably." This declaration effectively signified her stance, disallowing Keyong from pursuing legal responsibility for Liu Dachui. After a moment of contemplation, Keyong remarked, Heating one's wife leads to a full belly. There's a truth. Whoever's wife it is should be cherished. With Xiaomin's mother in this condition, I cannot focus on my work. Since we are setting aside money matters, you must not merely speak, but also take concrete action. At this moment, Song Meili was regarded as a cherished little darling in Keyong's discourse. Liu Dachui finally took decisive action. Let us pay for old son's wife's wages. Manager Shui. Do not stop me. Keyong replied, this time, I must intervene. You just stated that old son's wife is inadequate. Why should we pay for an unsatisfactory worker? We must find someone else. Liu Dachui countered, fine, Manager Shui can find someone new. I will cover the payment. Keyong continued, in fact, you need not pay. There is a most suitable candidate. Your sister-in-law is currently unemployed, attentive, and a good cook. Why not have her care for Xiaomin's mother for a while? Upon hearing this, the other three fell silent. After old son's wife had been honorably laid off, she still maintained her routine of visiting the morning market each day. However, fresh radishes at the morning market were several cents more expensive than those at the evening market, leaving her with nothing to show for it. The morning market was merely a street in length. A turtle could traverse it from south to north in less than a morning. Thus, old son's wife frequently encountered the university student she admired, Wang Fang, at the market. They met before a stand of green onions, where old son's wife remarked, those who can afford a nanny often favor green onions. They are easy to dip in sauce. Keyong cherished green onions dipped in sauce. Upon hearing this, old son's wife was pleased, unaware of the underlying reasons. She believed she was like a donkey, loving to work, to grind, to chatter. With old son away in Beijing accompanying their grandchild for treatment, her spirits were quite low. Moreover, she needed money to help cover her daughter's medical expenses. Seizing the opportunity when the stall owner was distracted, she stripped a robust green onion of its wilted leaves and knocked the soil off its roots before swiftly handing it to Wang Fang. The stall owner, regaining his wits, shouted, no more sales, but eventually sold it to Wang Fang. After Wang Fang paid, she noted the transaction in her small notebook. Old son's wife leaned in. Seeing a long list of figures she could not comprehend, suggesting Wang Fang draw a picture next to the text for clarity. Wang Fang replied, I don't need to account for it. I'm spending my own money, and I keep track of it in my mind. Indeed, Wang Fang had dipped into her own funds to care for Song Meili. That evening, after visiting Song Meili, Liu Dachui received a written bill from Keyong, detailing the responsibilities he should assume regarding Song Meili and Appo's injury. In the end, countless words coalesced into a hefty sum, a veritable bombshell that destabilized Liu Dachui. Evidently, Keyong had consulted a lawyer. Liu Dachui sought counsel from his sister, who, in turn, engaged the group's lawyer to assess the situation. Should a lawsuit ensue, Liu Dachui stood to lose both his wife and resources. In contrast to financial losses, Wang Fang's care for the injured Song Meili presented a more expedient route, essentially losing his wife without losing resources. Wang Fang regretted her earlier lapse in claiming to be unemployed, which had provided Keyong an opportunity. Upon returning, she confided in Liu Dachui about Keyong's misdeeds, omitting the name of the spicy chicken lady. Liu Dachui probed Wang Fang for evidence, such as photographs or room records, noting that every stay had been booked under the spicy chicken lady's name. Wang Fang had no evidence to present. Liu Dachui appeared to Wang Fang as a wise strategist. She asked him whether they should inform Song Meili. Song Meili's marriage had long since reached a state of indifference. Such an act would only provoke Keyong, leading to potential legal action. In a tumult, Liu Dachui would certainly incur costs, jeopardizing both Song Meili and the elderly lady's pooled funds. Liu Dachui urged Wang Fang to remain vigilant. Should Keyong approach a hotel again, she should have evidence at hand to mount a robust counterattack. Liu Dachui said, Fang, you've worked hard. It's just a few days of cooking and tidying up, far simpler than working in a hotel. We've avoided a heap of trouble. Your presence here feels akin to being a military family member back in the day. Each day, I return from work without needing to drive around, finding a warm meal waiting for me, and a wife to embrace. When Liu Dachui wooed his wife, he affectionately referred to Wang Fang as Fang. Serving Song Meili engendered considerable disquiet within Wang Fang. Nevertheless, acquiescing to Liu Dachui's entreaty, she reluctantly acceded. Daily, Wang Fang furnished the ingredients and prepared luncheon and dinner for Song Meili, concurrently tidying the domicile. Subsequent to the culinary preparations, she would invariably return to her own abode, effectively functioning as an undercompensated domestic aide. Candidly, Her culinary prowess and aptitude for preparing consommes were exceptional, aligning perfectly with the palates of Song Meili and her spouse. In contrast, Old Sun's wife, a woman destined for perpetual penury, possessed neither the means nor the sophistication to procure such exquisite comestibles. Initially, the two women maintained a veneer of civility. Song Meili, afflicted with a right leg injury, relied on crutches, her left leg bearing the brunt of her weight. Reclining upon the divan, clad in capacious floral pajama bottoms, her leg encased in plaster rested upon the sofa's armrest. The television screen illuminated Song Hye-kyo and her paramour in a ballet of furtive glances and playful interactions. Song Meili had rewatched Full House once more. As Wang Fang tidied the room, a fleeting glimpse of Song Hye-kyo evoked a resemblance to Miss Spicy Chicken Shreds. Oblivious, Song Meili remained engrossed, vicariously immersing herself in the protagonist's romantic dalliances, seemingly oblivious to the visage that had usurped her husband's affections. A wave of empathy washed over her. While dusting the table, Wang Fang remarked, "I, too, relish this series. The actress is undeniably comely." Song Meili retorted, "I find her unremarkable. Her features are too petite and lack grandeur." Wang Fang then inquired about Xiao Min, eliciting a more verbose response. Xiao Min, an English major in university, had defied her taciturn nature by excelling in the department's debate competition, earning the distinction of representing the university in a contest against several provincial institutions. Xiao Min remained uninformed of her mother's injury. Had her legs been in good repair, she would have undoubtedly attended Xiao Min's competition. The mention of her leg injury precipitated a surge of agitation. Her tribulations were, in her estimation, attributable to Wang Fang's vocal outburst. Wang Fang proposed, "Once your leg mends, I intend to return to the city for a mammary examination. Recent days of consuming traditional Chinese medicine have exacerbated my discomfort." With a hint of pique, Song Meili suggested, "Indeed, return to the city. Perhaps Liu Dachui can substitute." Song Meili proved to be a formidable character. Wang Fang, with a smile, responded, "I shall discuss it with Dachui. He may substitute for me. During his military tenure, he tended to the swine. Hence, he often jestingly remarks that his culinary endeavors resemble the preparation of swill. Therefore, I implore you not to be disdainful." Discerning the veiled implication, Song Meili, while welcoming Liu Dachui's substitution, took umbrage at Wang Fang's impertinence. She retorted, "Having been married for over 2 decades, it is implausible that you invariably assume the mantle of cook. Does he subsist on swill when he prepares meals?" Uninclined to engage in contentious discourse, Wang Fang earnestly proposed to Song Meili that, in the event of her unavailability, an alternative substitute could be procured, with both she and Dachui defraying the associated costs. Song Meili retorted, "My assent is inconsequential. Confer with my spouse." Keyong dined at the office cafeteria during lunch, which meant that Wang Fang only occasionally saw him during dinner time. The sight of Keyong's pretentious face left her feeling discomfort. Thus, she made an effort to finish her cooking early in the afternoon so that she could leave as soon as possible. On this particular afternoon, Wang Fang, the hourly worker, arrived once more to provide her services. She carried with her a bag of prepared meat filling and a packet of wonton wrappers, intending to make chicken soup wontons for Song Meili. To her surprise, it was Keyong who opened the door. Wang Fang was taken aback, as he usually worked at the office during this hour. Dressed neatly with a plaid cashmere scarf, it was evident he was about to head out. He politely greeted Wang Fang as sister-in-law and mentioned that he had to step out, as Song Meili was still asleep, asking her to put his changed work clothes in the washing machine. Wang Fang agreed, but suddenly realized that it was Saturday. Miss Spicy Chicken Strips had visited a city for IELTS preparation last time, so she must be coming every week. Was it possible that Keyong was using social engagements as an excuse to rendezvous with a lover at a hotel? The opportunity had presented itself. Should she take action? What could she do? How should she proceed? Her childhood dream was to see communism realized, a concept devoid of such sordid affairs. She wrapped her concerns within the wontons. As Keyong was not home for dinner, she placed some of the prepared wontons in the refrigerator, intending to wait until Song Meili woke up to cook the remaining ones. However, as time passed, Song Meili remained silent in her bedroom, which was unusual. Despite their tenuous relationship, Wang Fang felt a twinge of worry. She needed to hurry home to prepare dinner for Liu Dachui. Thus, Wang Fang knocked on Song Meili's door. After a series of knocks with no response, she pushed the door open. Song Meili was half reclined on the bed, engrossed in her phone. Upon seeing Wang Fang suddenly enter, she erupted like an irate hen, shouting, Who told you to come in? Get out. Get out. Wang Fang was momentarily stunned, her temper flaring. Yet, she rarely quarreled with others. After breaking into a sweat, she raised her voice, declaring, I am not your servant. I owe you nothing. I won't serve anymore. If Keyong, that rogue, wants to sue me, let him. I'm not afraid. As she cursed, she began to untie her apron. Meili, in her fury, jumped out of bed, perhaps forgetting her foot injury in the heat of the moment. The moment she landed, she fell heavily to the ground. Wang Fang tossed her apron onto the bed. Just as she was about to leave, she noticed Meili lying on her back, unable to move. No longer baring her teeth in anger, Meili began to cry, her sobs hauntingly wild and desolate. Wang Fang's heart softened, and she went over, exerting considerable effort to help her up and settle her at the edge of the bed before handing her a crutch. Wang Fang proceeded to cook the wontons, placing a bowl on the table before departing. That evening, Liu Dachui returned home later than usual due to overseeing the unloading of supplies at his workplace. Wang Fang recounted the incident of being scolded to Liu Dachui, declaring an end to her subservient life as an hourly worker, unwilling to endure such indignity any longer. Liu Dachui called out, Fang Fang, Fang Fang, listen to me. Meili had already sent a message to Liu Dachui, expressing her dissatisfaction and asking him to convey her apologies to Wang Fang, requesting that she not take it to heart. Wang Fang retorted, if she sincerely apologizes, she should do it in person. Why send you as a messenger? I didn't hear anything. As her words fell, Wang Fang received a call from Meili's mother, praising her for taking care of her temperamental daughter, assuring that Meili was fortunate to have her. The elderly lady expressed relief and inquired about the fundraising efforts. She claimed that after their recent interactions and the visit to the countryside, she found Liu Dachui and his wife trustworthy, willing to invest her retirement funds in thriving local enterprises. However, as for her daughter, she would need to wait until her foot healed before proceeding with any bank transactions. This was no small sum of retirement funds. The old lady was astute, recognizing that Wang Fang was the best candidate to care for her daughter. Hence, she withheld the exact amount of her investment until the right moment. Liu Dachui urged Wang Fang to remain patient, suggesting she endure a few more days while caring for Meili, assuring her that once things settled down, they could turn the tide. Look, Meili has already apologized to you. Her attitude will surely improve. Wang Fang sighed. Liu Dachui was a man of the world, and it was this very nature that allowed them to live a life where rice concealed the meat. His focus on the fundraising had shifted Wang Fang's concerns to the background, leaving him little inclination to tend to domestic matters. Where could one find a model marriage? Everyone merely compromised, unwittingly growing old together. Imagining Keyong sneaking into the new Shinkansen hotel like a furtive feline to indulge in illicit affairs, she could not suppress the pang of jealousy. Perhaps it was time for her to gather some evidence to prevent being manipulated. She recalled another man. That morning, while Liu Dachui was in the shower, singing Little White Poplar, he prepared to meet with several comrades in a city. He was particularly excited about securing a sizable fundraising amount, envisioning a flourishing poplar tree growing in his heart. The commission he would receive was a matter between him and his sister. Men seldom disclose external matters to their wives. There exists a truth in the world. Knowing too much can lead to one's downfall. For the one beside him, the less she knew, the better. That morning, Wang Fang contacted Master Lai. During her absence from the hotel, the elderly man temporarily replaced her on the 13th floor. He worked night shifts while Xiaoyao worked during the day. Wang Fang inquired about the tenant in room 1307. Master Lai confirmed it was indeed Miss Spicy Chicken Strips. During this off-peak tourist season, the hotel had plenty of vacant rooms, making it easy for her to book her desired accommodation if she visited a city weekly. Just as she was about to speak, she hesitated, uncertain of how to broach the subject. Even if she managed to capture a glimpse of Keyong, it would only be a shadow in the corridor. What could that possibly signify? While she pondered, Master Lai spoke up. He mentioned that at midnight, room 1307 had been disturbed by loud singing, which turned out to be the television suddenly turning on, startling the guests. He had reported it to the front desk and subsequently checked the room. After a thorough investigation, the incident was attributed to the possibility of the guest experiencing a sleepwalking episode. There had been a man and a woman in the room. The woman was Miss Spicy Chicken Strips, and the man was a middle-aged individual. The man appeared quite agitated, demanding explanations, suggesting he had been rather frightened. Wang Fang's heart raced as she inquired about the middle-aged man's appearance. Master Lai described him as fair-skinned, wearing glasses, tall and thin, in his 40s. resembling a father-daughter duo with the woman. You know, we see all sorts of things around here. The title of a clandestine rendezvous was not easily earned. Wang Fang concluded that the middle-aged man must be Keyong. She asked how the situation was handled afterward. Master Lai explained that the hotel had little recourse, but they would send over a bowl of lotus seed and white fungus porridge shortly. Although the booking was under one name, there were 2 people in the room, so they would prepare 2 bowls. Moreover, they would bring along professional tools to inspect the room's wiring to prevent further nocturnal disturbances. Wang Fang's heart raced. I have a good idea of who that man is. He's a minor leader. Is that why I've been unable to return to work recently? It relates to this person. Subsequently, she recounted the recent events. Master Lai seemed to see into Wang Fang's heart, saying, I would like to help you with something. I'll look for an opportunity when I deliver the items. Wang Fang felt a surge of excitement from his words, and she spent the entire morning in a state of exhilaration. She glanced into the mirror, her small eyes shimmering like stars, reminiscent of a lover's anticipation on the eve of elopement. When Liu Dachui emerged from the shower, he noticed his wife's flushed cheeks, as if she had returned to her youthful days with braided hair, a naive, cucumber-like innocence. He embraced her tightly. During Liu Zhili's divorce, he often heard Liu Dachui boast, I had another round with your sister-in-law. Liu Zhili, unable to find a partner for such escapades, envied Liu Dachui's apparent fortune. One morning, in high spirits, Liu Dachui indulged with his wife. In the midst of their intimacy, Wang Fang's phone rang, displaying a message from Master Lai. He muttered, Master Lai, Master Liu, Master Xue, none compared to the prowess of Master Liu. As he pronounced Master Xue's name, he gritted his teeth and quickened his pace, as if competing with Master Xue. After their encounter, he noticed his wife's cheeks flushed, confirming her pleasure. A delightful union served as a reward for a middle-aged woman, masking the fear of aging and blemishes. In many middle-aged marriages, countless men had long ceased to bestow such accolades upon their wives. Thus, Liu Dachui felt like a hero. He told Wang Fang, Fang, you have to endure again today. Wang Fang replied, I know, I still need to buy groceries later. After Liu Dachui departed, Wang Fang called Master Lai, who expressed his apologies, stating that while delivering the lotus seed soup and checking the wiring in room 1307, he found only the spicy chicken lady, fully dressed and ready to leave, with no sign of the man from the previous night. Wow, Keyong has flown the coop, and the egg has been laid. Fate nudged Wang Fang to continue her work at the Song household. Following the previous day's turmoil, Song Meili appeared less tense, even managing a semblance of a smile, a fleeting expression of victory. The day before, Keyong had poked his head into her room, mentioning he had evening engagements. Upon seeing the eyes behind his glasses, she discerned that his so-called engagements likely involved another woman. This man, who seldom performed well in bed, had an insatiable appetite. Since her injury, he had at least progressed to informing her of his whereabouts, but she understood this update as another form of contempt. After all, she was a cripple, unable to retaliate physically or verbally, forced into silence as a nominal wife. Indeed, after her powerful father's death, Keyong had become her only shadow of authority, providing a semblance of shade in their mundane town. Initially indifferent to her plight, she found herself increasingly agitated by Keyong's behavior. The entire afternoon passed with her languishing in bed, as if opening the door would unleash a torrent of calamity. It was during this moment of vulnerability that Wang Fang barged in, prompting an emotional outburst from her. Yet, the woman who bore responsibility for her own injury returned the next day to fulfill her duties. Her husband may have been disobedient, but at least another husband heeded her commands, bringing some solace to Song Meili. Before lunch, she invited Wang Fang to stay and eat together. After their meal, she expressed a desire to go downstairs. Since her injury, she had been cooped up in the upstairs apartment, the spacious 3-bedroom unit feeling like a cage, threatening to drive her to illness. Wang Fang pondered briefly before agreeing. She brought her own ingredients, feeling no obligation to anyone else, determined to savor her meal. During lunch, Song Meili picked at her food, criticizing the stir-fried lotus root for lacking sugar. Wang Fang retorted, with you not working or going out, eating too much sugar will only round you out. Song Meili replied, if I get round, so be it. I'm not looking for a partner. Wang Fang countered, we eat for our health, not for romance. Wasting time on trivial matters is a sign of a life poorly lived. Her words subtly alluded to Keyong. However, Song Meili continued her critiques, declaring the rice too soft for her liking. Wang Fang replied, if you prefer it firm, I'll prepare some bone soup tomorrow. Song Meili complained, Is there no creativity in your cooking? It's always the same old bone soup. It's getting monotonous. Wang Fang warned. Be careful not to offend the cook. The consequences could include finding something unpleasant in your soup without you realizing it. Upon seeing her bowl of tomato and egg soup, Meili hastily stirred it. Wang Fang laughed. I assure you, there's nothing of the sort. I and Apo's am merely catering to the elder and Apo's wishes. I fear not Manager Shue's tactics. If provoked, I might just add something unpleasant to your soup and walk away. Meili refrained from further criticism. Women express a daily need to converse, an equivalent of 300,000 words, yet in her solitude at home, when Keyong returned, they exchanged scarcely 3 sentences. The loneliness drove her to madness. Even if she viewed Wang Fang as a rival, having an opponent nearby ignited a desire to stay engaged. However, now that Wang Fang had set the tone, she weighed her words carefully, choosing not to explode in anger. The atmosphere softened, and Wang Fang inquired whether Manager Shui would be home for dinner. Meili replied, prepare for his arrival. Wang Fang remarked, Manager Shui truly works hard. Even on weekends. Meili quipped, if officials don't serve the people, they might as well go home and sell sweet potatoes. And what about Liu Dachui? Wang Fang responded, Dachui has gone to a reunion with his comrades. Meili teased, didn't you say Dachui was raising pigs in the army? So, his comrades must be pig teammates. Amused by her rare humor, Meili seemed to envision Liu Dachui, whose joke struck like a chisel, chiseling away at the stone of her heart to reveal a trickle of life. Wang Fang remarked, after 2 years of raising pigs, he is now in the cafeteria caring for people. But there are remnants of his pig-raising days. Even his letters to me carry a hint of swine. Meili asked, what did he write? Wang Fang recited, Fang, I raised pigs for the nation in the army, while you farmed for the party back home. If you need fertilizer, I'll save you pig manure. My pigs miss the crops in your fields. They yearn to munch and root around, wondering if the clouds above signal rain. Meili erupted in laughter. This was an unconventional love letter from Liu Dachui, a sweet memory for Wang Fang in the years to come. Today, she shared it with Meili, showcasing Liu Dachui and Apo's deep affection for her. Wang Fang mused. Manager Shui is quite talented. His love letters must be quite sophisticated. Has he ever penned you a letter? She recalled the many poems written in Keyong's old notebook, including one line that resonated deeply. The time for humans is limited, but life is long. I ought to rest in between, for those who pass say the branches are low, while others say they grow high. Deeply moved, she acknowledged Keyong as a gifted student of Chinese literature, capable of crafting such poignant verses. A woman's admiration for a man can spark the flames of love, transforming the dough of affection into a fully risen loaf. An artistic young woman fell for an artistic young man. Years later, she learned online that the poem was not penned by Keyong, but by the poet Gu Cheng, who tragically murdered his wife. This revelation suggested that artistic young men often harbor dark tendencies. At that moment, their marriage had begun to unravel. The discussion of love letters surprisingly fostered a sense of camaraderie between the two women who had clashed the day prior. Thus, their afternoon outing unfolded naturally. Wang Fang exerted considerable effort to coax Meili downstairs. Outside, the sun shone radiantly. Small groups of people chatted on the street. In her healthier days, Meili rarely joined such conversations. The residents of the West District were often well-connected, with women's social circles revolving around the men in power. Since her injury, not a single acquaintance from the community or any of Keyong's subordinates had come to visit her. In this society, she had become a forgotten figure. In his earlier days, Keyong had been a prominent figure in the propaganda department, continuously surrounded by admirers. Even Liu Dachui had brought gifts of lamb and seafood. Now, as she limped through the neighborhood, she garnered little attention, receiving only a handful of words from passers-by. A few children mimicked her limp, while the elderly watching them feigned scolding, offering polite admonishments. Yet, the children persisted in their rudeness. It was Wang Fang who stepped in, adopting a stern demeanor to shoo them away. Following closely behind, Wang Fang sensed that the eastern and western districts of the community existed in entirely different realms. In the eastern district, women often gathered on the curbs, enthusiastically chatting away the hours, whether in the morning or afternoon. Had Meili frequented the eastern district, she would have undoubtedly been inundated with solicitous inquiries and an array of homespun remedies. However, she disdained associating with that area. Thus, after a listless stroll with uninspiring scenery, she wearily returned home, only to find Keyong sprawled on the sofa, draped in her cherished floral blanket. Yesterday, he had resembled a resplendent rooster, but now he appeared as a lifeless fowl. A middle-aged dalliance is laborious work, demanding effort, mental exertion, and financial resources, often necessitating a restorative tonic for 3 days afterward. Irritated by the usurpation of her spot, Meili gestured for Keyong to move, but he remained in a deep slumber. Wang Fang suggested she retire to her bedroom, but Meili retorted that she lacked her virtuous nature and ability to coddle men to the point of inspiring lust in others. The antiquated love letter continued to fester in Meili's mind, silencing Wang Fang, who retreated to the kitchen to gather her belongings for departure. Meili settled onto a small sofa, using her crutch to flick the blanket off Keyong. He stirred, shivering, and groped to recover the blanket. Meili, wielding her crutch as a weapon, forcefully dislodged it once more. The blanket landed on the coffee table, overturning a cup. Still, Keyong refused to relinquish his ill-gotten spot. Hearing the commotion, Wang Fang emerged from the kitchen, tidying up the table. Noticing Keyong's trembling, she remarked that he might be unwell. Keyong finally spoke, complaining of feeling cold and weak, and expressing a desire to sleep. Wang Fang suggested that he might have been frightened, perhaps by nocturnal disturbances or eerie singing, which could lead to soul loss, causing sudden chills and drowsiness. Keyong abruptly sat up, his features drooping, genuinely appearing unwell. He requested Wang Fang to fetch him water to calm his nerves. Wang Fang poured him water, suggesting that he might have a fever and that rest might alleviate his condition. Keyong drank, then rose unsteadily and staggered toward his room. Indeed, Keyong was startled by the midnight serenade. Upon waking, he felt listless. Liu jested with Aunt Shui, inquiring if she were expecting her weariness a sign of morning sickness. Aunt Shui responded that writers, akin to ethereal sprites, acutely perceive the world and Appo's nuances, that this room, 1307, effused with affection, also courted peril. Therefore, the chamber was precarious. Liu inquired with a smile if Aunt Shui had succumbed to love, arousing even ghostly envy. Keyong countered that only love could compel one to traverse oceans. Liu pressed, questioning the whereabouts of such oceans. Keyong declared that his heart contained a cosmos, his gaze solely fixed on her for eternity. Liu retorted that the previous night's events had dulled Aunt Shui's romantic eloquence, noting her emphasis on danger without suggesting safety. She proposed the opulent Juanhao Hotel, a veritable 5-star establishment, as a haven where the cosmos might be even more captivating. The mention of Juanhao Hotel visibly startled Keyong. It was a local landmark, a quasi-5-star hotel whose rooftop revolving restaurant was a coveted experience among the city's denizens. While Juanhao's rooms were undoubtedly lavish, their expense was prohibitive. He lacked the means to ensconce Liu there. He countered that Juanhao was insignificant, envisioning a palace for them, where his beloved, a petite bird, could nest and sing amidst his verdant foliage. Then, shifting the topic, he informed Liu that he had to return to work and requested advance notice before her next visit to a city so they could find another sanctuary. Liu disclosed that she had alternative plans. Unexpectedly, Keyong succumbed to a mild fever upon returning to his small town. Since Meili and Appo's injury, Keyong had been somewhat useful, assisting with tasks such as bathing, despite their limited communication. His illness had deprived her of this assistance for several days. Reluctant to burden Wang Fang, she hesitated to expose her body, particularly her meager breasts, harboring envy for Wang Fang's ample bosom. Despite her facetious claim of conserving fabric for the nation, Liu Dachui had boasted to his colleagues about his wife's assets, and Meili had overheard their banter while massaging their shoulders. Keyong and Appo's persistent fever, unresponsive to medication, left him with barely enough energy for work. Upon returning home, he was weak. Meili attributed it to retribution for his philandering, but hoped for his recovery for her convenience. One morning, Keyong uttered his daily quota of words, expressing bewilderment at the inexplicable fever, unaffected by weather and resistant to medical treatment. Meili, longing for a bath, recalled Wang Fang's suggestion that Keyong's susceptibility to fright made him vulnerable. Meili responded cryptically, advocating exorcism. Subsequently, Meili enlisted the aid of Old Sun's wife, a prominent figure in the Eastern District social scene, which housed both employees and renters. Old Sun's wife swiftly procured a shaman to perform a ritual, banishing malevolent spirits. including a vengeful ghost and lascivious succubi with both small and large breasts. Following the exorcism, Keyong felt noticeably better, consuming a bowl of rice that evening. The restored vigor prompted him to offer his wife a bath. Previously, his bathing routine had resembled a slaughterhouse assembly line, a perfunctory cleansing before the figurative execution. This time, however, it was different. Seated on a stool, Meili felt Keyong's fingers caress her hair, gently massaging her scalp. Reminiscent of their early days when he had also washed her hair, there were moments when they had been close. In the following days, Keyong exhibited a changed demeanor, exceeding his usual verbal limitations, inquiring after her leg, and bringing home her favorite durian. Given their history of conflicts over the fruit, chronicled in their marital war and peace, his interest in her enjoyment was remarkable. Even Wang Fang remarked on Shue's newfound kindness, which Meili corrected, suggesting tenderness as a more appropriate term. Meili sometimes attributed Keyong's sudden affection to medication or the exorcism. Her father's past infidelities had cast a shadow over their marriage, but his retirement had brought a transformation, a renewed romance. Unfortunately, their renewed affection was cut short by his sudden passing. One evening, Meili luxuriated in Keyong's attention. As the shower gently cascaded, his fingers danced across her skin. With closed eyes, she savored the sensation. Then, his fingers brushed against her breast, causing a slight tremor. Sensing her receptiveness, Keyong cautiously explored further. Eventually, he maneuvered her onto the bed, where she lay impassively, her injured leg propped up, the rest of her body poised for action. It had been a long time since they had been intimate. Keyong had no shortage of women, but Meili did. Her blade had rusted, not from disinterest in cutting meat, but from reluctance to cut the meat beside her. Keyong transformed into a knife sharpener, honing her blade and offering his own flesh. Though his strength was diminished, their bodies, after years of indifference, found a semblance of harmony. A flicker of excitement amidst the numbness. In the final moments, the sharpener cried out, accidentally causing her leg pain. She exclaimed in response. Afterward, Meili asked why he had called her a donkey. It turned out that Keyong had uttered the word fish during climax, which she had misheard. The misunderstanding cooled the atmosphere. Keyong clarified that he had said fish, likening her body to a slippery fish. Since Meili was unaware of Li Yu's existence, she decided to transform the donkey into a fish. Meili said quietly, "Your sudden change of heart makes me uncomfortable. What do you want?" In his weakened state, Keyong generously gifted his wife with a sexual encounter, proclaiming that his recent illness had illuminated the true meaning of socialist core values. They must first be implemented within the family unit. Only with a solid domestic foundation can all other aspects flourish. Meili retorted that she was not a newspaper but a forum, urging him to be direct. Keyong lamented the current trend of purchasing properties in City A, noting that even individuals like Liu Dachui, whom he held in low regard, owned homes there. Meili cautioned against disparaging Liu Dachui, emphasizing that he had lived prudently, abstaining from vices and diligently saving to buy property. Her words carried an undercurrent, subtly implying that Keyong's numerous affairs had required financial resources. Keyong dismissed the insinuation, questioning Liu Dachui's supposed innocence unless he had suffered an unfortunate canine encounter. Sensing his wife's unease, Keyong quickly shifted the conversation to the matter of housing. He mentioned an internal company memo indicating that mid-level managers and those with intermediate professional titles were eligible to purchase homes in a new development in City A, emphasizing the importance of consulting with his wife on such a significant decision. Due to their strained marital relationship, which had nearly led to divorce, the couple had not considered establishing a shared home in another city. Meili always stayed with her parents when she visited City A. However, the mother-daughter dynamic was more intricate than that of a mother-in-law and daughter-in-law, and Meili secretly yearned for a place of her own. Keyong described the location of the development, noting its proximity to the highway exit and a nearby river, deeming it a favorable location. He mentioned that prime units were available for those who paid the 500,000 down payment within the next few days. Meili remarked that with his considerable income, a sum of 300,000 to 500,000 should be trivial. However, Keyong was an exception to the stereotype of a well-compensated mid-level manager. He and his wife had maintained separate finances for years. His funds were invested in a clandestine loan operation run by a classmate. When the operation collapsed and his classmate fled to an island nation in the Pacific, Keyong lost his entire investment. In his relationship with Li Yu, He had avoided financial scrutiny under the guise of love. He had benefited from Liu's innocence, as more worldly women would have been financially demanding. He confessed that his funds were tied up in the loan operation and he could only access 200,000, requesting an emergency loan of 300,000 from his wife. Song Meili claimed that her funds were loaned to her elder sister, suggesting that Keyong borrow from his relatives back home. Keyong and Oppo's efforts were unsuccessful, but he refrained from pressing the issue, simply stating that it was late and she should rest. He then carefully tucked her injured leg into the covers. Following his illness, he seemed to have undergone a transformation. Contemplating whether this encounter was worth 300,000, Song Meili resolved to investigate further. Despite her limited mobility and apparent detachment from the outside world, she could easily inquire about the company's internal housing arrangements. The investigation revealed that some company employees were indeed planning to purchase homes in that area, and the developer would offer a group discount once a certain number of buyers was reached. However, this seemed distinct from the company's internal pricing. She remained hesitant about contributing the majority of the funds. Keyong reassured his wife, promising that the property deed would be in her name, even if she contributed more to the down payment. Song Meili was somewhat appeased. He added that the down payment had to be made within 5 days to secure a desirable unit. She quipped that even robbing a bank would take longer, requiring preparation of weapons and disguises. Keyong chuckled, suggesting that they could ask Xiaomin's grandmother. The mother-in-law was seen as a lucrative target by her sons-in-law. Her elder daughter's husband, having experienced setbacks in his entrepreneurial endeavors, also sought to exploit the elderly woman's resources. However, the matriarch was discerning and refused to lend money to anyone, regardless of their relationship to her. Song Meili was tempted by the prospect of buying a house. However, the couple's reconciliation seemed too sudden, like an unexpected spring bloom. She decided to wait and observe whether the change was genuine. She then shifted the topic, mentioning that her mother had inadvertently revealed her leg injury to Xiaomin during a phone call, and Xiaomin was determined to visit her the following day. Keyong seemed distracted, simply saying that it was fine if she came, as she was homesick. Song Meili added that Xiaomin would be bringing a friend. Keyong inquired about the friend's gender, displaying the possessiveness that fathers often feel towards their daughters. Song Meili clarified that the friend was a girl from a debate competition, not from their school. She added that their daughter resembled her and lacked any philandering tendencies. Song Meili's words were laced with sarcasm. Keyong was relieved to hear this. Song Meili also requested that Keyong refrain from wandering off on the weekend, as Xiaomin wanted to take her friend to the wetlands outside the small city to observe birds, and Keyong would be the driver. Liu would not be in City A that week, so Keyong would not have to meet his mistress. However, the thought of room 1307 at the New Century Hotel stirred a guilty conscience within him. Keyong could be considered a devoted father. Early in the morning, he instructed Wang Fang over the phone to prepare some delicious dishes to entertain his daughter and her friend. Xiaomin was expected to arrive home by noon. At lunchtime, while dining at the company cafeteria, Keyong was quite concerned about his daughter's meal. Wang Fang protested, stating that bringing her own food was meant to care for Song Meili, and while the manager, benefited from this arrangement. Hosting an additional feast for outsiders was an unnecessary expense. Therefore, she insisted that manager provide the funds to purchase groceries. She had a fondness for Xiaomin and was more than willing to prepare a meal for her. Keyong grumbled about the costs. Song Meili interjected, mentioning that she was somewhat tired of Wang Fang's cooking and suggested ordering a few dishes from a restaurant for lunch, while allowing Wang Fang to prepare dumplings for dinner, as Xiaomin adored dumplings. Consequently, Keyong heeded his wife's advice. He had been quite obedient to her lately. On Saturday afternoon, later in the day, Wang Fang had prepared the filling and dough at her home and came to Song Meili's residence to make dumplings. Song Meili appeared to be in much better spirits. Wang Fang privately concluded that there were 2 reasons for this. Keyong had become kinder, and their daughter had returned. However, the house was devoid of Xiaomin's presence, as Song Meili informed her that Xiaomin had gone to the station to pick up her friend. Her friend had initially planned to arrive at noon, but some last-minute matters had delayed her. Wang Fang began to make dumplings while Song Meili lounged on the sofa, not watching television, but scrolling through her phone. Today, the hotel called Wang Fang, urging her to return to work. Considering her familiarity with the job, they had reserved her position. Her husband was filling in for her, and Xiao Yao occasionally took leave due to her young child, which left the hotel understaffed. Wang Fang had been caring for Song Meili for nearly 2 weeks, and she wondered if Song Meili's leg injury would take 2 months to heal. Would she have to care for her for that long? The hotel would have already dismissed her. Before Wang Fang could voice her thoughts, Song Meili suddenly burst into laughter. Wang Fang asked what was amusing her. Song Meili replied that she had just watched a video featuring a female expert discussing the frequency of intimate relations at different age stages, from ages 20 to 29. The frequency was 18 times a month, while between 40 and 49, it dropped to at least 6 times. She chuckled, saying, according to this expert and Oppo's standards, a bull would be exhausted before plowing the fields. Do you meet the standard? Song Meili was subtly probing into Wang Fang and Oppo's private life. And ever since Keyong had rewarded her once, she seemed to have blossomed anew. Wang Fang replied, when I was younger, I certainly did not meet the standard. My husband was in the army, and it was like the tale of the cowherd and the weaver girl. Now, it seems I might be exceeding the standard. Do you know why? Song Meili asked why. Wang Fang explained, in the past, when Dachui worked here, I stayed in a city. After a long day at work, he would have to drive back, and by the evening, he was too exhausted to engage in such activities. Now that he is stationed here, he no longer has to commute, and with little else to do in this small town, by nightfall, it's just lighting the lamp and climbing into bed. Song Meili felt a pang of jealousy. It seemed that Wang Fang's flourishing middle-aged intimacy was a result of her own leg injury. Wang Fang had initially intended to concoct a reason to terminate her role as a part-time helper. But she found herself climbing the vine of Song Meili's inquiry and reaching the fruit. Wang Fang asked, now that your leg is not well, does that affect? Song Meili recited a line from a song. 5 words drift through the sky. None of them are issues. If they are, they only trouble me for a moment. Then it's over. Wang Fang replied, over in a moment? Well, prolonged, that's not a good thing. Song Meili, who had initially been showcasing her literary flair, felt slightly annoyed when Wang Fang countered her. Just as she was about to respond, the doorbell rang. Song Meili announced, Xiaomin and her friend have arrived. Please go and help open the door. Wang Fang washed her hands and went to answer the door. Upon opening it, she warmly greeted the girl outside, who resembled a bean sprout, saying, welcome back. Xiaomin was not surprised to see Wang Fang, as she had grown accustomed to various people coming to their home. She politely addressed her as auntie. Wang Fang responded with a surprised ah, as she was taken aback by the other bean sprout following Xiaomin, none other than Miss Liu, known for her spicy shredded chicken. Wang Fang instinctively blurted out, spicy shredded chicken. Xiaomin asked, Annie, will you make me spicy shredded chicken for dinner? I had spicy chicken for lunch, so let us save that for another day. Wang Fang replied, all right, tonight your parents have asked me to make dumplings. You two have returned just in time. They will be ready soon. Liu, startled to see Wang Fang, thought to herself, how is the sister from the Xinqing Hotel here at Xiaomin and Oppo's house? From Xiaomin and Oppo's words, it seemed she was a family member. Looking again at this aunt, with shorter hair and a slightly slimmer waist, she reassured herself that the world was full of similar-looking people. She had often been told she resembled several celebrities. With that thought, she calmed down. Upon entering, Liu recognized that the woman with the injured leg on the sofa was the main character, and without waiting for Xiaomin to introduce her, she called out Andy. Xiaomin introduced her friend Liu to Song Meili. Young people nowadays often adopt English names, and Xiaomin referred to Liu as Alice. They had met as rivals in a university debate competition, evolving from adversaries to friends. The bond between girls is akin to that of romantic couples. Since starting university, Xiaomin found it was not as she had imagined, leaving her with few friends. Unexpectedly, she encountered a kindred spirit outside her school. Seizing the opportunity to visit her mother, Xiaomin brought Liu to explore the charm of the small town. Upon hearing her daughter's account, Song Meili remarked to Liu, Alice, you bear a resemblance to Song Haikyo. Liu replied, thank you, auntie, but I'm not even a fraction of her. Xiaomin has the aura of a star. Xiaomin took her mother's surname, as Keyong was considered a son-in-law. After having a child, her father suggested that Xiaomin take her mother's surname and Keyong. Being open-minded, accepted his father-in-law's opinion. Privately, he was not pleased, but fortunately, Xiaomin was a daughter who would eventually marry. Had Song Meili given birth to a son, he would have certainly fought for the right to carry on his surname. Wang Fang was swiftly making dumpling wrappers when she heard Xiaomin ask, Annie, what kind of filling are the dumplings? Wang Fang endeavored to play the role of the Song family's aunt. There are 2 kinds of filling. One is pork and cabbage, and the other is vegetarian 3-flavor. We have both meat and vegetarian options. Your mother loves the vegetarian 3 flavor. Xiaomin replied. I love pork and cabbage. Alice, which do you prefer? Liu answered, both are fine. I prefer meat. Xiaomin exclaimed, that's great. I've instructed my dad to buy some of the famous prepared dishes from Sun's Delicacies. Oh, just thinking about the spicy pig ears is making my mouth water. Liu teased, don't tempt me. I'm about to drool. Auntie, with your leg injury, can you eat spicy food? Song Meili, feeling somewhat displeased with the girl who resembled Song Haikyo, casually speaking English, almost retorted, Chinese people should speak Chinese. When Liu inquired about her condition, Wang Fang replied, I'm getting better, and I can eat anything. Wang Fang listened to the conversation between Liu and Song Meili, feeling somewhat puzzled. Perhaps Liu was unaware that Keyong was the head of this household. Young people generally prefer not to discuss their parents, and Xiaomin did not carry the surname Shui, but rather Song. Let us await the arrival of Keyong, the heavyweight protagonist, and see how the story unfolds. When Keyong returned, the 2 young ladies had already retreated to Xiaomin's room for a private chat. At that moment, Wang Fang had just finished making dumplings, with plump little pigs on the cover, eagerly awaiting their plunge into the hot pot. Keyong held a bag of prepared dishes in his hand and instructed Wang Fang to chop some in the kitchen. He truly treated Wang Fang as the housekeeper. Today, Wang Fang was more than willing to assist, eager to embrace her role as a caretaker. Her curiosity piqued. She wished to see how the unfolding drama would play out. On the stove, a pot of water was boiling, ready to cook the dumplings, while the range hood roared. As Wang Fang chopped the prepared dishes, she strained to listen to the outside world, but it seemed there was nothing to hear. She sliced a plate of pig ears, seasoned with the delivery package from the deli, and brought it out. On the table, there was a bowl of boiled fish and a plate of spicy crayfish, evidently just delivered from a restaurant. Together with a few prepared dishes and round dumplings, it constituted a delightful dinner. Keyong, like any traditional father, expressed his love for his daughter through food. He was becoming increasingly benevolent, having just made his wife a cup of rose tea, and then attentively opened a bottle of red wine. Xiaomin and Liu approached. Aunt Wang Fang quietly took a cloth to wipe the table. Xiaomin spotted the spicy pig ears and dashed over, exclaiming, Daddy, I want to eat your ears. Go ahead, there's one for each. Keyong, with a tender paternal gaze, watched as Xiaomin eagerly grabbed a piece of pig ear and stuffed it into her mouth. Then he noticed Liu. He could hardly believe his eyes, nor the spectacles he wore. The woman who had captivated his soul stood neatly before him. Xiaomin, chewing her food, introduced. This is my universe-defeating best friend, Alice. Liu, flustered, managed to greet. Hello, uncle. She was unaware that Song Xiaomin's father was indeed Shui Yima. Xiaomin seldom spoke of her family, yet her attire and spending habits suggested she hailed from a well-off family. Liu had her back, turned to Song Meili, and her momentary awkwardness was only visible to Keyong and the housekeeper, Wang Fang. Wang Fang, privy to all, played the role of a character from a historical drama, retreating to the background to boil dumplings. Keyong, a man seasoned by life's storms and romances, quickly regained his composure. Adopting the demeanor of a gracious uncle, the surname AI ranks among the top 500 in the 100 surnames. Welcome to our home, Zioi. Xiaomin chuckled, saying, her English name is Alice. Daddy, do you know my English name? Keyong mimicked the Japanese pronunciation, Xiaomin. Xiaomin burst into laughter, and Liu smiled lightly. Uncle, you're quite humorous. After much effort, Keyong finally opened the red wine, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Seeing this, Song Meili teased him. You, dear husband, are certainly not a science student. Even opening a wine bottle makes you sweat. Keyong called out, Xiaomin, help your mother wash her hands. Zioi, feel free to eat. You're not an outsider here. The dumplings were ready and served on the table. Wang Fang completed her tasks and prepared to leave. Xiaomin said, Auntie, with so many dishes, why don't you stay and eat with us? Wang Fang replied, No, I have other chores to attend to this evening. Both Xiaomin and Liu understood that the hourly worker had other obligations for the night. However, Song Meili recalled Wang Fang's excessive work schedule in the small town and felt a twinge of disdain, commenting, The dumplings today are a bit large and lack refinement. Larger dumplings appear rustic. Next time, let us make them more delicate. She spoke as if critiquing a servant. Wang Fang smiled, assuring, I will definitely improve next time. If Xiaomin wants anything, just tell me, and I'll prepare it early tomorrow. Xiaomin chimed in, Tomorrow, my dad will drive Alice and me to see the wetlands. Please help my mom with some cooking. Thank you for your hard work, Auntie. Xiaomin was very courteous to Wang Fang. During her kindergarten days, she had a crush on Wang Fang and Appo's son, Haitao, dreaming of marrying him when she grew up. Song Meili scoffed at her daughter's aspirations, deeming them incompatible. At that moment, Wang Fang perceived the people in the room as conspirators, collectively orchestrating a charade to deceive her future daughter-in-law. Suddenly, Song Meili interjected. You all seem ready to fly away, and I would love to join you in watching the birds. There is no need to cook for me tomorrow, after our outing. We can go out for hot pot. Tomorrow promises to be another grand performance. Before dinner, Liu received a message. Laugh at the gentle breeze and clouds. Intoxicated by the warmth of human affection. Stay calm. Don't reveal your true self. It was from Keyong, and she found him quite endearing. Surrounded by such an atmosphere, she felt as if she were in a movie, playing the role of an elegant heroine. A smile graced her lips, allowing her to present herself with poise and tranquility at the evening gathering. Even when Song Meili suggested she drink, she gracefully declined before readily accepting. Throughout the meal, Keyong attended to his wife with great care, serving her a bowl of clear water, assisting her with spicy dishes, and peeling crayfish for her. Xiaomin observed closely, believing that her parents' relationship had transformed from adversaries to a thought alliance. It was as if she had sprung from a cocoon of gloom, becoming a lively sprite. She generously dubbed her father the world and Appo's warmest man, setting the benchmark for any future boyfriend as Keyong. Song Meili mused that if Xiaomin's boyfriend resembled her father, then her daughter would effectively become a younger version of herself. Heavens no, she thought, and then inquired whether Liu had a boyfriend. Keyong felt a stir in his heart. Liu replied that she had a good male friend at the California Institute of Technology, whom she hadn't seen in a year, unsure if he could be considered a boyfriend. Song Meili remarked, a husband is one who shares the same roof. A boyfriend can be one who is merely within 10 miles. Liu laughed, my boyfriend and I are certainly within 10 miles, on the map. Song Meili then asked if she had any plans to study abroad. Xiaomin interjected, Alice is diligent. She is already studying for the IELTS. Song Meili further inquired about Miss Alice and Appo's parents and Appo's occupations. Liu replied that she lived in a county town, and both her parents were ordinary workers. The prospect of going abroad was still undecided. Keyong was quite pleased with this response. Had she come from a poor village, Song Meili would have been wary of her daughter and Appo's as friends. Children of ordinary families must account for going abroad, akin to leasing a piece of land. If a drought occurs, and they yield nothing, it becomes a bad debt. She continued to enumerate examples, mentioning someone's son who returned from abroad and took 8 months to find a job, earning a mere 2,500 a month. Keyong couldn't help but sigh. Song Meili was adept at drawing lessons from negative examples, while she remained oblivious to the success stories, such as a certain someone's daughter who returned from studying abroad and secured a position at a mobile company with an annual salary of 600,000. He contemplated engaging her in a debate, but knew he would surely lose. Sometimes, reasoning with the unreasonable only ends in futility. Fortunately, the object of his affection was right before him, a pleasing sight. Yet the mention of her boyfriend in the States stirred a hint of displeasure within him, as he had never heard her speak of this before. Liu, not wishing to argue, rose to pour wine for Song Meili, expressing her gratitude for the hospitality. Song Meili replied, the dishes were all ordered by Xiaomin's father. I'm merely reaping the benefits. She suggested that Liu thank her uncle instead. Liu stood up to pour wine for her uncle. Keyong hurriedly took the wine glass, telling Liu, we're family, there is no need for formalities. Eat more, you are. Upon uttering those words, he suddenly realized he had misspoken. Before he could correct himself, Song Meili asked, did you say, eat more, donkey? Where's the donkey meat? Keyong quickly clarified, this boiled fish is made from wild fish, very famous, everyone should eat more. Fish is a great source of protein. He usually referred to it simply as fish, but this time, in an effort to amend his gaffe, he added the diminutive suffix. Song Meili then queried, is the boiled fish made from grass carp or carp? Both Liu and Keyong were taken aback. Xiaomin joyfully exclaimed, carp, carp. In truth, it was a sly reference to Liu's name. At the moment when Xiao Min was about to reveal Alice's true name, Keyong leaned forward to catch a fish, inadvertently knocking his glasses into the fish soup. Stripped of his glasses, Keyong found himself in a state of blindness, gazing around in confusion, remarking on the pristine whiteness surrounding him. Seeing this, Xiao Min abandoned her meal to hastily retrieve her father's glasses. After a prolonged effort in the kitchen to clean and wipe them, the glasses that had plunged into the soup inadvertently salvaged Shui Keyong from a slip of the tongue. However, they also ruined a pot of water-boiled fish. That evening, Song Meili, unable to handle her alcohol, retired early to bed. With the absence of the formidable matriarch, and the presence of her daughter and a lover nearby, the red wine intoxicated Shui Keyong in a different manner, allowing him to engage in free-spirited conversation, showcasing the advantages of his literary education. During a brief interlude, when Xiao Min excused herself to the restroom, Liu seized the opportunity to grasp Shui Keyong's hand, softly whispering, "Annie Shui, love you, miss you." Startled, Shui Keyong realized that these two English phrases were clear enough for anyone to understand, and he feared the keen ears of Song Meili might overhear. With great effort, he withdrew his hand, chastising Liu for her audacity while secretly relishing the thrill of this clandestine encounter. He contemplated inquiring about her Californian boyfriend, but Xiao Min returned just in time. The signs pointed to her fish having swum to the shores of the West Coast. Thus, after the gathering concluded, as the two girls retreated to their room for sleep, he remained in his own, mulling over the troubling implications of the previous night, with the effects of the alcohol amplifying his distress. The darkness enveloped him, yet it was his dark eyes that sought the luminous moonlight, which was just out of reach. He recalled the way the moonlight fell upon him, embodying both a queen and a sorceress, brimming with experience. Surely, within her presence, there could not be just a solitary bookworm from California. He regretted having feigned superiority 2 years ago, allowing that fish to slip away, frolicking in another and Appos' river. As he drifted into a hazy slumber, he was abruptly awakened by the sound of the door creaking open, as a beam of moonlight illuminated him. The moonlight poured in, casting a silvery glow, while he found himself caught in a whimsical dream. Startled, he turned on the bedside lamp only to discover that neither fish nor donkey accompanied him in the room. Realizing he had merely experienced an artistic reverie, upon opening the door, he found Song Meili standing there. He feigned a yawn and inquired about her well-being. Song Meili glanced around his room, noting the absence of any donkey, and explained that she had overeaten and needed him to find some digestive tablets. Thus, Shui Keyong spent the night searching for medicine, ensuring she was hydrated, and soothing her into slumber. He recognized her vigilance towards all female creatures, suspecting she was merely checking on him. Fortunately, it had only been a fleeting fantasy. The following morning, to avoid contention over the bathroom, Shui Keyong opted for the community restroom for a quick relief. While there, he messaged Liu, inquiring about her sleep and what she wished to eat that morning. The restroom, with its singular sewer system, was interrupted by a rat's appearance, prompting Shui Keyong to shout, causing the rat to scurry away. Feeling quite flustered, he sensed a twinge of misfortune. It seemed inappropriate to discuss matters of the heart while attending to such bodily needs. The rat's intrusion served as a reminder that he was under scrutiny and must carefully conceal his true intentions, ensuring he did not attract Song Meili's attention. Thus, even a simple greeting was weighed and deemed too risky to send. That morning, he purchased fried dough sticks, soy milk, and a type of fried pastry from northern Jiangsu. Upon returning home, he found Song Meili seated regally on the sofa, akin to a queen awaiting her maid. She diligently applied layers of makeup, preparing for the day ahead, a significant endeavor for a woman with a limp. Liu emerged from Xiao Min's room, adorned with light makeup that ignited a spark in Song Meili's eyes. She approached to greet her aunt, and when asked about her sleep, Liu responded positively, albeit mentioning that Xiao Min's leg had been draped over hers during the night, startling her awake. Upon realizing it was merely Xiao Min and Appos' leg, she refrained from disturbing her, allowing it to remain. Song Meili remarked on Xiao Min and Appos' restless sleep. As Liu entered the dining area and caught sight of the breakfast spread, she exclaimed her gratitude. "Thank you, uncle. I love fried dough sticks. And I adore your family." As Song Meili continued her preparations, Liu's praises reached her ears. Liu then offered, "Uncle, go wash your hands. I'll serve the soy milk, and Xiao Min is also awake, getting ready." At the kitchen doorway, as Liu encountered Shui Keyong, she playfully kissed his cheek, prompting him to squeeze her waist. Then, as if a sandstorm had swept through, the morning's beauty flowed between the fried dough sticks, soy milk, and pastries. Shui Keyong felt everything was perfectly aligned. Liu was not a naive girl blinded by love. Her occasional flirtation provided a reasonable outlet for his midlife rebellion. The day's excursion to the wetlands was graced by favorable weather, with November sunshine radiating warmth, akin to a gentle smile, assuring all was under control. The wild grasses swayed, reflecting the shimmering waters, while flocks of birds perched like stones by the water's edge. The two girls sprinted along a path through the reeds, climbing a bird-watching tower to observe and photograph the birds. Meanwhile, Keyong and Meili settled in a pavilion not far from where they had begun. Despite the support of her cane, Meili felt fatigued. After all, she was not a lover of birds, but rather a city woman who relished her comforts. Far from the romantic notion of a soul-purifying journey to Tibet, the greatest distance in the world is that which exists between hearts. The two older individuals sat on a stone bench, each harboring their thoughts. Keyong mused, "Xiao Min is like a joyful antelope." Meili inquired, "And what about Alice?" Keyong replied, "She is another antelope." Meili teased, "Are you implying she could be considered a daughter?" Keyong responded, "She is merely a year older than our daughter." Meili quipped, "Perhaps she could call you godfather." Keyong retorted, "What are you implying? I have enough with Xiao Min. Another would bring no end of dowry and affection." Meili agreed, "Indeed, Xiao Min is the purest girl in the world. I was once like her." Keyong pondered, "Was she really?" His daughter was so wonderful that her essence could only be expressed as a collective. As time passed, he had even forgotten what Meili had looked like in her youth. After observing a flock of birds and sharing a meal, they dined on hot pot upon returning to the city. They arrived after the meal rush, witnessing patrons exiting with glistening lips. Upon entering, they encountered Liu Dachui and two friends at the front desk, all three jostling to pay the bill, embroiled in a humorous dispute. Liu Dachui boisterously proclaimed, "In my territory, there's no room for you to pay." One passerby countered, "What are you saying? With you here, it's still my territory. I make the rules." Another chimed in, "Neither of you should fight with me. On a certain day, you both came to my territory, finished your business, and left, and I owe you a meal." The trio, likely tipsy, continued their banter while the server watched this mundane drama unfold with a bemused expression. In this small town, known for its wealth and navet, every restaurant was a stage for the familiar spectacle of bill disputes. Ultimately, Liu Dachui conceded, relinquishing the right to pay. "I won and oppose to argue with you. In terms of age, I am the oldest, and old age cannot compete with the vigor of youth. In stature, you both surpass me, one by a centimeter, the other by 3. You can reach for the stars and moon, but I cannot. Enough is enough. Let us maintain a harmonious society, you and I." Two individuals remained, feigning a quarrel for a moment. Eventually, the waiter accepted the payment from an onlooker, and indeed, the taller figure not only consumed fabric, but also possessed elongated limbs. Liu Dachui turned back with a cheerful smile, while Keyong caught sight of lips that gleamed with a sheen, unmistakably indicative of a satisfied meal. Soon after, Meili arrived, leaning on a cane, her lipstick partially devoured by the wind and sand, her lips resembling a map. Accompanying her were two lovely young ladies. His future daughter-in-law, Xiaomin, whom he hadn't seen in a while, still appeared slender and delicate. There was another girl, quite attractive, though she was unfamiliar to him. Liu Dachui respectfully addressed Shuem manager, who merely exhaled a word through his nose in acknowledgement, clearly irritated by the man. Liu Dachui then mentioned to Meili, "On Monday, we received a box of apples at work. I asked Xiao Zhang to deliver them to you." Meili responded affirmatively, discreetly moistening her lips, regretting her lack of touch-up. Upon reaching their reserved table, Keyong first ensured his wife was comfortably seated. Just as he was about to sit down, Liu remarked from behind, "Uncle, there's a piece of grass on the back of your head." At that moment, Xiaomin had also taken her seat. Liu naturally lifted his foot, removing the grass from Keyong's head. Feeling a bit awkward, Keyong explained, "While you two were bird-watching, I ventured into the reeds to observe the fish." He quickly added, "I meant to say, to see the fish." The word fish had become a sensitive topic. Xiaomin seized the opportunity to tease her father, mimicking a Beijing accent. Meili, laughing, added, "Your dad's Mandarin has a hint of scallion flavor, and when he speaks in a Beijing accent, it carries the aroma of roasted duck, or rather, roasted fish." This jest fell flat, and Keyong forced a laugh. Fortunately, at that moment, the waiter arrived with the food. The hot pot was a lively affair, with Xiaomin more talkative than usual. With Alice's presence, it felt as though she had brought a suitor along, radiating brightness, no longer the angry and sorrowful young girl. If the couple had a solitary bastion that remained unbreached, It was their daughter, Xiaomin. The group's appetite was astonishing, and the waiter brought several servings of succulent lamb, along with a platter of small squid. The squid was loathed by Song Meili and her daughter, yet Liu relished it. Keyong explained, "The restaurant is generous this time. They even provided this." After the hot pot feast, Xiaomin and Liu planned to depart the small town together. They would first ride to City A, then take the high-speed train back to their respective schools. Keyong offered to drive the two girls to City A, but Liu remarked, "We've troubled you and Andy a lot these past couple of days. You should rest well. Xiaomin and I found a rideshare. It's both economical and swift." Xiaomin, who usually preferred her father's company, decided to side with her friend, encouraging her parents to return home for a rest. After bidding farewell to the two young ladies, the middle-aged couple returned to their dwelling. Due to a morning appointment to observe a type of crane, the dining table had not been tidied. Upon arriving home, Keyong immediately began to clean up. On Liu's plate, there lay a leftover piece of fried pastry shaped like a crescent moon. Despite her rural upbringing, she was not a glutton. She ate with the grace of a rabbit, possessing a certain charm. He recalled Liu's exemplary performance in a challenging environment, pondering that some people's charisma must be innate. Many years ago, his lens had focused on her like a field of wheat, with the prominent wheat catching attention. He also thought of her Californian boyfriend, feeling that love's distant shores were desolate, and his heart sank into a similar desolation. With Liu's brief visit, it felt as though he had played with fire, emerging unscathed. Once she departed, he was left with the youthful vexations akin to Werther's. After tidying up the table, he found Song Meili occupying the sofa. Keyong silently prepared tea. Suddenly, Song Meili asked, "Is the play over?" Startled, he inquired, "What play?" She replied, "The Romantic House. I've watched it 3 times. There's nothing more to see." Keyong suggested, "I can download a new Korean drama for you. If you don't like Korean dramas, then there are Japanese dramas, and after those, American and British series." However, Song Meili did not respond about the Korean dramas. Instead, she shifted the topic to real estate. There's an apartment in City A. It will be convenient for Xiaomin when she returns, eliminating the need for multiple transfers. Keyong agreed, remarking, "That makes sense. Despite the small town's current prosperity, it is destined to be submerged by the tides of time, becoming a ghost town. Young people will surely flock to the big cities, and the parents of only children will follow their children as they age." Song Meili stated, "I will go to the bank tomorrow to withdraw money for the down payment." Keyong suppressed his elation, responding, "I have a meeting at the headquarters in the morning. I'll accompany you to the bank in the afternoon. The weather will be pleasant tomorrow. We can bask in the sun and get some calcium." As he spoke, he approached and affectionately ruffled his wife's hair, a gesture of love that had been absent in their marriage for many years, now stamped anew upon Song Meili's not-so-young head. On that Monday morning, the once quiet Song Meili household finally received visitors. In addition to her colleague Xiao Zhang, Liu Dachui also arrived. They were sent by the organization to visit the injured employee, bringing not only apples but other consolation items as well. The two men made 2 trips from the car downstairs to the Song residence, attracting the neighbors' curious gazes. Shortly thereafter, the neighbors were surprised to see Song Meili descend as well. Inside the vehicle, Xiao Zhang, seated in the passenger seat, turned around and said, "Sister, since you're not at work, my shoulders are starting to ache from thinking about you." Song Meili retorted, "If you want me to massage your shoulders, just say so. Why disguise it as missing me?" With that, she willingly extended her hands to massage Xiao Zhang's shoulders, who seemed to relish the experience, akin to the satisfaction of a sumptuous meal or the excitement of a woman beneath him. Driver Liu Dachui chimed in, "Xiao Zhang, it's time for you to find a partner." To which Xiao Zhang responded, "Liu Gu, Sister Song, please introduce someone to me." Liu Dachui quipped, "If Sister Song introduces someone, it won't be just one, it will be 2. Xiao Zhang replied, "2 is fine. One can massage my left shoulder, and the other my right." Song Meili scoffed, "How naive to speak of having both a first wife and a mistress in such an innocent manner. It's bound to lead to palace intrigue." Xiao Zhang chuckled. Song Meili asked, "What kind of person are you looking for?" "I have many prospects." Xiao Zhang replied, "Someone like Sister Song, kind-hearted, beautiful, and skilled." Liu Dachui affirmed, "That's no exaggeration. If you find someone like Sister Song, you'll be incredibly fortunate. She's a good wife. Just look at Shui Manager." Between the two men, Song Meili felt as light as a youthful girl. The crops belonged to her, yet the men belonged to others. As she entered the car, she initially intended to visit the office. Upon arriving at the entrance, Xiao Zhang alighted. But Song Meili declared she had other matters to attend to, requesting Liu Dachui to serve as both driver and bodyguard. At the bank, just as the car was about to stop, a pie struck her. Liu Dachui never imagined that Song Meili intended to withdraw 300,000 yuan of her savings to invest in Liu Dachui's sister's business venture. In the afternoon, Keyong returned home early, planning to accompany Song Meili to the bank. However, Song Meili remained sprawled on the sofa, engrossed in another Korean drama, still featuring the same romantic game between handsome men and beautiful women. Keyong cautiously urged his wife to change her clothes, fearing they might miss the bank's closing time. Song Meili candidly confessed that the money had been allocated for another purpose. Keyong laughed. "Why are you acting like a child, joking at this hour?" Song Meili briefly explained the investment situation, omitting Liu Dachui from her account. Keyong, taken aback, questioned her sudden change of heart. Song Meili replied, "Thanks to Miss Alice's visit, the truth came to light. Otherwise, I would have foolishly handed over the money for you to keep a mistress." Keyong believed he had concealed his intentions adeptly, much like a cat burying its waste. But he could not escape his wife's discerning gaze. He feigned calmness, retorting, "What nonsense are you spouting? Do you think your husband is some young stud? Even a female creature would crave a taste. You are simply overly suspicious." Song Meili let out a cold laugh and pointed out 3 inconsistencies. First, the fish on the dining table had turned into donkey meat. Second, she had been varnishing on the sofa in the morning, and there was a mirror on the wall opposite the dining area, allowing her to witness their subtle exchanges. Third, at the hot pot restaurant, the small squid wasn't a complimentary dish from the establishment. It was Alice's favorite, and despite the unsettling appearance of the mother and daughter, he insisted on ordering it for the woman. Keyong refuted each of these points from the habitual offender. The first was mere coincidence. The second, Song Meili had simply misperceived the situation. The third, he was a member of the hot pot restaurant, and since they arrived late, the owner graciously gifted them the last plate of small squid. The couple engaged in a tug-of-war debate about the topic of infidelity. Song Meili scoffed twice, remarking, "After all these years, you finally made some progress, from sleeping with older women to being infatuated with young mothers. And now you've devolved into a lecherous old man pursuing schoolgirls. Our marriage is riddled with so many parasites that I can hardly be bothered anymore. Now that it has come to involve Xiaomin, I must take action." She added, "Seize the money. Expose your deceit." Keyong fell silent for a moment before suddenly inquiring, "Your money, is it related to Liu Dachui?" It is often said that if one were to dissect a man's brain, it would be filled with thoughts of sex. If one were to split open Keyong's mind, however, it would be entirely consumed by thoughts of wealth. The morning after their quarrel, Keyong heard Song Meili sluggishly rising from bed. She bounced out of the bedroom, made her way to the living room, and poured herself a glass of honey water to alleviate her occasional constipation. In a burst of energy, Keyong leapt from the bed and, moving with the speed of a soldier, crossed the living room. As he passed through her world, he made a swift detour to the study facing the living room, quickly retrieving a book from the shelf and tucking it under his arm, akin to a peasant farmer showcasing his leather bag at the market. Just as Song Meili brought the cup to her lips, she was taken aback by this sight. Filled with disdain, after years of marriage, Keyong increasingly revealed the shortcomings of his rural upbringing. Song Meili pondered further and suddenly realized something was amiss. She hastily set down her cup. It was too late. Keyong, with the nimbleness of a peasant, dashed toward the bathroom. Song Meili, leaning on her cane, made her way to the bathroom, only to find the door locked from the inside. In the past, Keyong would head to the public restroom at the community's north gate for his morning rendezvous with the dawn's rodents. This time, however, he audaciously claimed his wife's domain, an act of rebellion, justifiable rebellion. Song Meili had no choice but to retreat to the living room and wait. To her surprise, this wait felt like an interminable romance, where the beloved was the burden in her bowels, yearning to escape and offer itself to the cherished blossom. Yet unable to find the opportune moment, Keyong opened a copy of 100 Years of Solitude while perched on the toilet in the early morning. The collection of old novels in his home bore witness to his past as a once idealistic youth. He too had experienced a time of flowing white garments, despite one shirt bearing an indelible grease stain. In those days, he received a modest payment of 20 yuan for his writing, extravagantly spending 15 yuan on a discounted white shirt, while the remaining 5 yuan went towards a meal of braised pork in the cafeteria. The first piece of meat he attempted to eat slipped from his grasp and fell onto his chest, leaving an imprint of poverty intertwined with hope. The novels he once devoured through sleepless nights had now rendered their titles a blur in his memory. He feigned seriousness as he flipped through the pages, merely to pass the time on the toilet, opposing the dominance of domestic authority in this manner. As he leafed through the book, an old clipping slipped out. It was Liu, the article that had catapulted Keyong to fame. Liu was still young, innocent, her eyes not particularly large, but radiating a tender yearning for the outside world, akin to a young beast. How had he spotted her among so many impoverished children, capturing her image without hesitation? Though she later claimed to be the village chief's daughter, while others struggled to put food on the table. Her household consistently had steaming buns when the lid was lifted. Over the years, the village where Liu resided had long since escaped poverty, and the village chief and Apos' family likely had even more surplus. Thus, in their interactions, she seemed less interested in extracting money from him and more in admiring his talent. A stark contrast to the predatory women he had encountered before. Alas, she had now become a dear friend of Xiaomin. Among girls, once a mutual attraction is established, it can resemble a nonsensical romance. Xiaomin resembled a fragile glass vessel, and he could not bear to see her shattered. Consequently, after Liu departed, Keyong had sent her a message advising her to steer clear of his daughter. Liu replied, "I can simply refrain from visiting your home. It feels awkward to call you uncle, but it's rather thrilling. I have the potential to be a star, after all. I look forward to being discovered by a talent scout." That morning, Keyong occupied the bathroom, driving Song Meili to the brink of frustration. She moved to the door and knocked several times, to which Keyong continually responded, "Just a moment. You can't expect me to halt mid-process." Eventually, she erupted in anger on the other side, chastising him for not behaving like a man, resorting to underhanded tactics. Keyong retorted, "Liu Dachui behaves like a man. You might as well use his bathroom." No matter how good Liu Dachui was, there wasn't enough time to rush to his place. It appears that while one can eloquently discuss poetry and distant dreams, the human condition can be stifled by the most mundane of bodily functions. Song Meili felt an overwhelming sadness in her current state. Even the slightest stumble from those around her could send her reeling. Keyong seemed to have taken root in the bathroom, continuing his venture into solitude. Just then, he heard Song Meili tapping on the door with her cane. "Phone call for you," she announced. "Who is it? So early in the morning?" he inquired. "A man." Acting suspiciously, she replied. This call proved significant. Keyong tidied himself and opened the bathroom door. To his surprise, Song Meili stumbled into his arms, and the two engaged in a playful struggle for dominance. Now, it was the female lead's turn to take center stage. Keyong hurried to the television cabinet, where the telephone receiver lay. However, upon answering, he was met with an incessant busy signal. Yet, an unease lingered within him, reminiscent of the ominous calls from recent days that had instilled dread. He replaced the receiver. Moments later, the phone rang again. When he picked it up, it was his mother-in-law's voice. She recounted that her heart had been racing uncontrollably that morning, leaving her momentarily blacked out until she took an emergency heart medication, which had stabilized her condition. Her eldest child and spouse had gone on vacation to Hainan, prompting her to update the second child, who resided in a small city. Keyong inquired about her well-being, reassuring her that he would check in after work and drive her to the hospital for a checkup, urging her to call him immediately should she feel unwell, promising to summon help. In the world of work, one often finds oneself at the mercy of circumstances. That morning, a vice president from the headquarters visited Keyong's workplace for an evaluation. After a thorough inspection, he sought out Keyong for a conversation, revealing some exhilarating news. A unit in a remote area of the company was in need of a new secretary following the previous one's unfortunate battle with cancer. After year-end evaluations, the company would select a qualified candidate, and Keyong was regarded as a gem, long buried but now ready to be unearthed. Amidst his excitement, Keyong realized that being a gem meant he needed to present himself as pristine and untainted. He could not afford any blemishes. Moreover, he needed to maintain a cordial relationship with those involved in the selection process to avoid sabotaging his chances. The assessment and discussions consumed most of the morning. During this time, he checked in on his mother-in-law, who assured him that she was fine and that if he was busy in the morning, he could come by in the afternoon. After sharing a work lunch with his superiors, Keyong set out for a city. Upon arriving at his mother-in-law and aunt, Apos' home, he rang the doorbell for an extended period with no response. Calling her, he distinctly heard the tune of Moscow nights emanating from within. It was her ringtone. Panic seized him, fearing something had gone awry, prompting him to contact a locksmith. The locksmith arrived promptly, and Keyong squatted beside him like a dog. The locksmith, moving at a snail and Oppo's pace, struggled for quite a while before failing to open the door. Given the gravity of the situation, Keyong slipped him an extra 50 yuan, for a total of 250. Eventually, the locksmith ceased pretending the job was difficult and swiftly unlocked the door to his mother-in-law's home. Every profession has its unspoken rules. Clearly, if there is a lock, there must be a corresponding key. If there is a door, there must be tools to breach it. And if one is short on cash, money will inevitably find its way into one's pocket. Just then, a voice thundered, "What are you doing?" In broad daylight, a thief dares to invade a home. A burly man rushed forward, seizing the locksmith in an attempt to apprehend him. Upon standing, Keyong realized it was Liu Dachui. And on the staircase, his mother-in-law was ascending with the handrail for support. It turned out she had not encountered any trouble at all. Keyong shouted, "Why are you everywhere? You're like a ghost that refuses to depart." Liu Dachui had returned from a trip to the county. Meili had transferred the funds, and Liu Dachui had gone back to retrieve a certificate awarded to shareholders by the group, along with a gift from the company. During his conversation with Meili, he had picked up on the subtle cue regarding the elderly lady's discomfort and made a beeline for her home upon returning. Without allowing her to protest, he insisted on taking her for a medical checkup. As she had no sons, Liu Dachui seemed to step into the role of a son, not needing to eat from her table, yet suddenly presenting himself as a robust savior. Liu Dachui had usurped Keyong's opportunity to show his mother-in-law kindness, and furthermore, he had brought along the locksmith, who had earned 250 yuan but left in a huff after taking a punch. Naturally, Keyong's expenses didn't stop at 250. He later spent 800 yuan changing the locks for his mother-in-law. Liu Dachui completed his task and departed from the elderly lady's home. That afternoon, Keyong endeavored to make amends, not only changing the locks on her security door, but also preparing a meal and tidying up. Finally, he was rewarded with a smile from his mother-in-law. Seizing the moment, he broached the topic of buying a house, explaining that if they had a place in a city, they could easily care for her, thus avoiding the mishap of the day. However, he mentioned that they were still short on the down payment, subtly suggesting that she lend him some money. After a moment of contemplation, she replied, "The house is for both of you to live in." For women, significant life events such as childbirth and homeownership are closely tied to the security of marriage. Beauty does not desire to purchase a house, for you have failed to provide her with a sense of security. Keyong remarked, "Mother, in my youth, I indulged in reckless behavior. Yet which man has not erred in his younger days? Take my father, for instance." Here, subtly alluded to the romantic escapades of his father-in-law in years gone by. The elder lady squinted her eyes and inquired, "Your father? What did he do?" Promptly corrected himself, "My father, or rather my dad, once had an affair with a widow in the village, which nearly earned him a broken leg from my mother." The elder lady responded, "What does a widow seek in such affairs?" Replied, "By day, he toiled as a farmer in the fields beyond the village, and by night, he tended to the woman's needs." The elder lady remarked, "Indeed, my son-in-law possesses remarkable eloquence. However, regarding my meager pension, do not harbor any illusions. It is reserved for my own sustenance. Although the state provides for my meals and medical care, not all medical expenses are reimbursable." Upon finishing her statement, she seized a tissue and spat 3 times upon it. The expenses for medications not covered by the state pertain to grave illnesses requiring imported drugs. The elder lady felt her words bore an ominous weight. Yet, by uttering such sentiments, she closed the door on any potential loans. Keyong had intended to find an alternative solution, only to encounter yet another obstacle presented by his mother-in-law. The more he pondered, the more he attributed the interference to the meddling of Liu Dachui. Anger began to brew within him. After having dinner with his mother-in-law, Keyong set off from city A back to the small town. In winter, darkness falls early, and as he departed from his mother-in-law's home, the city's lights were already illuminating the surroundings. A light fog enveloped the night, prompting Keyong to make a spontaneous decision to avoid the highway and take the back roads instead. To return to the small town, he had to cross a floating bridge, which charged a modest fee of 10 yuan, a significant saving compared to the highway tolls. The headlights carved a path through the darkness, while the wild grasses by the roadside swayed gently in the breeze. Despite being a grown man, Keyong felt a twinge of fear within him. There was a specter lurking in the thicket of his heart. As he reached the floating bridge, the moisture in the air thickened the fog considerably. The road leading to the bridge was congested with a line of cars. resembling a string of locusts awaiting the frying pan. Perhaps due to the light fog, many drivers opted for the back roads. Keyong's vehicle was wedged in the midst of this crawl. At that moment, his phone rang. It was an unfamiliar number. He held the phone to his ear and listened for a moment. The familiar husky voice on the other end reminded him that a debt of 100,000 yuan was due. He could transfer the amount to different accounts. This single call unleashed the specter that had been haunting him. The company's group purchase of properties was indeed a reality. Yet, Keyong had asked his wife to withdraw 300,000 yuan, which he intended to keep as a safety net for his own survival. Received 2 10-second video clips last week. They depicted him and Liu engaged in sexual activity in room 1307. In the footage, a bespectacled appeared as a zealous buffoon, while Liu's face remained indistinct. It was evident that he was the intended target. A gravelly voice demanded 30,000 yuan to retrieve the half-hour-long sex tape. Was incensed. Protesting that he was not an indefatigable machine capable of such a feat, however, he then recalled the blue pill he had taken, which had indeed granted him extended stamina. The voice threatened to post the video on the local forum if the money was not paid, making a local celebrity. If he were unencumbered, would simply report the matter to the police. But his position as a minor official made him vulnerable. After some haggling, the voice agreed to settle the score for 100,000 yuan. Thus, in the past week, he had appeared calm on the surface but was inwardly turbulent. He had nearly secured the 30,000 yuan from his wife. But Liu Dachui had intercepted it. Tonight, the blackmailer was pressing for payment, and, fearing the exposure of the video, dared not show his anger, only promising to pay as soon as possible. At that moment, the car approached the toll station. The floating bridge connecting the small town to City A had kept pace with the times, evolving from a free service to a 5 yuan maintenance fee, and now, keeping up with inflation, a 10 yuan charge. Rummaged through his wallet, finding only 5 yuan. He had spent a considerable amount of money on the trip to his mother-in-law's house, including locksmith services and refreshments. He remembered having a 100 yuan bill, but it had mysteriously vanished. He was so preoccupied with troubles lately that his mind was not functioning properly. The floating bridge was not a formal structure, and there were unwritten rules. Decided to give the toll collector 5 yuan and then transfer 10 yuan via WeChat, hoping the extra money would secure passage. The toll collector, a middle-aged, portly man, insisted on adhering to protocol and suggested that borrow money from the driver behind him. Was reluctant to cause trouble, and the two exchanged a few words. The cars behind them began to honk. Suddenly, the fat man said, "Going to XX small town, right? The toll can be waived. A buddy of mine needs a ride back to town." As he spoke, a person abruptly stood up in the toll booth. Recognized him as Liu Dachui. It turned out that Liu Dachui's car had broken down not far from the floating bridge and had been taken to the 4S store for repairs. At the store, he happened to see a former comrade picking up his repaired car. This comrade worked at the floating bridge toll station and was on the night shift. He took Liu Dachui to a town near the floating bridge, where they had a few drinks. As the drinks flowed, the night shift became less strict. After a satisfying meal and drinks, Liu Dachui accompanied his comrade to the duty room to stand guard together. When it got late, Liu Dachui mentioned that he wanted to return to the small town, and his comrade began to look for a suitable car. He had seen more cars than some people had eaten meals and was adept at judging both cars and people. He happened to see his car passing by and, noticing that the car was decent and the driver looked respectable, without the menacing appearance of a butcher, he decided to find Liu Dachui a ride back to town. Saved 10 yuan, but picked up someone he disliked. Liu Dachui and his boozy breath got into the car. Fate is a mysterious thing, full of wonders. The two men must have been chieftains of rival tribes in a past life, who, whenever they were idle, would mount donkeys and engage in battle. Today, Chief stole Chief Liu Dachui's sheep. Another day, Chief Liu Dachui slaughtered Chief's chicken. Later, the two chiefs coveted each other's women, leading to a final, decisive battle, where they both fell from their donkeys. The end. Millennia later, they were reborn in the glorious 20th century. As adults, one a brilliant Chinese major, the other a seasoned soldier, they met in the eventful small town. And on this foggy night, after crossing the floating bridge, the car traveled along the small road. "Tease Liu Dachui, your ticket is cheap. A private seat for only 10 yuan. Liu Dachui replied, "Manager is right, but also wrong. Without the 10 yuan toll, we couldn't have crossed the bridge. If we couldn't cross the bridge, we'd have to go back and take the highway. Taking the highway wouldn't be a big deal, but it would waste time. Wasting time wouldn't be a big deal either, but the highway might be closed due to the fog, forcing us to return to the floating bridge. retorted, "The highway isn't closed." In truth, he didn't know if it was closed, but it very well might be. Liu Dachui continued, "Even if the highway isn't closed, there's a lot of traffic and heavy fog. What if we get into an accident?" Increasingly annoyed, said, "Fishermen don't say turn over, drivers don't say squeeze, stockbrokers don't say green, and men don't talk about length when it comes to women. Old Liu, you need to go back to school." Liu Dachui slapped his thigh and said, "Manager is right. If there's anything wrong, see rule number 1. He seized upon manager's phrase about not discussing length when it comes to women and began to elaborate. He brought up a recent sensational online incident involving an official from a southwestern province whose video of engaging with a woman was exposed. The official engaged for a total of 30 seconds, which the entire nation saw with bated breath. He lost his position and his reputation. Liu Dachui mocked the official, saying that losing his position for 30 minutes would have been worth it, but 30 seconds was simply not worth it. Supposedly had a 30-minute video in someone's hands, like a landmine, and he had to pay 100,000 yuan to defuse it. Chief Liu Dachui's every word was planted in Chief's heart, and he suspected that Liu Dachui was sent by heaven to torment him. Liu Dachui's words made the already nervous feel terminally ill. The car drove through the dense fog, and a thought began to grow wildly in his mind. After some time, Liu Dachui suddenly said, "I drank too much cat pee with my comrade tonight. Since the cat didn't and oppose, TP, I need to pee." Replied, "Didn't and oppose. T, you just pee before getting in the car? You need to pee again? Old Liu, you might be suffering from the common ailment of all old men, prostate problems." Liu Dachui said, "Manager is right. If you don't stop the car, you'll smell the stench." Quickly pulled the car over to the side of the road. Liu Dachui opened the car door and stepped out. Before closing the door, he turned around and asked, "Manager, you wouldn't drive off while I'm peeing, would you? If you leave me stranded in this wilderness, the next time you cross the floating bridge, my comrade will be on duty, and 10 yuan 1 and amp. Oppos, T be enough." He then laughed and said, just kidding, retorted, "You judge a gentleman by your own petty standards. If you and oppos, re-peeing, am I not allowed to pee?" He then got out of the car as well. Chief stood at the front of the car, while Chief Liu Dachui stood at the back. As men, the greatest advantage is being able to freely pull out their tools and pee like dogs. Although Liu Dachui was a bit drunk, his mind was clear. In the foggy night, peeing by the side of the road was dangerous. He walked towards the woods, humming Little White Poplar as he went. Come, Little White Poplar, guard the border with me. Recently, many good things had been happening. As if the wind was in his favor. Even's mother-in-law seemed to be mostly won over. Therefore, peeing felt as pleasant as a woman's coquetry. He stopped behind a locust tree. The fog made the drunkard even more intoxicated, mistaking the locust tree for a poplar. He was completely unaware that behind him, a person was quietly approaching with a stone in hand. Keyong swiftly resolved his urgent need to relieve himself. Feeling the chill of the night air against his slender frame, which was ill-equipped to withstand the cold, eager to return to the warmth of his vehicle, he found himself captivated by the melodious voice of Liu Dachui. Recently, the chief had been riding high on the winds of fortune. He had injured Song Meili's leg. And although he did not cherish his wife dearly, he considered her akin to an old garment, one that should not be carelessly damaged by others. Not only had he appropriated funds from his wife, but he had also set his sights on his mother-in-law. Tonight, he bore witness to his own meager cash of merely 5 yuan, a situation that seemed to be a direct affront to him. His blood boiled as he grasped a stone by the roadside, inching closer to Liu Dachui, whose inebriated singing rendered him oblivious to the world. Keyong contemplated using the stone to shatter Liu and Oppo's skull, envisioning the stone as a means to eliminate an adversary. Just as he raised his hand, Liu Dachui halted his song, calling out, "Manager Shui, why not join me in keeping watch?" A cold sweat broke out on Keyong. Should he actually kill Liu? How could he extricate himself from the ensuing chaos? Liu's companion would surely bear witness to the act. Watch. Nonsense. After such a long absence from the car, I thought you had been carried off by wolves, he retorted hastily. Liu Dachui, zipping up his pants, replied, "It and Oppos. It's unlikely anyone was taken away. Perhaps if the rope were too long, one might get bitten instead." He erupted into laughter, much to Keyong's chagrin. This fellow flaunted his trivialities in front of him. And the thought of murder seemed less appealing than the idea of masquerading as a wolf, truly gnashing at Liu Dachui and Oppos as privates. A eunuch, upon witnessing a wedding, would undoubtedly be stirred into sleepless nights. Discarding the stone, Keyong steered the vehicle through the dense fog, perhaps out of a desire to mask his earlier murderous thoughts. He found himself speaking animatedly, inquiring about the toll booth comrade. Liu Dachui recounted how that comrade, during his military service, had proven inept at everything, ultimately being assigned to pig farming, where he excelled, raising plump swine. Each time his pigs were to be slaughtered, the man would weep profusely before consuming the meat, tears streaming down his face. Keyong mustered a chuckle. He had heard that Liu Dachui had also tended pigs during his service, but he held little interest in them. He recalled the renowned tale of a uniquely independent pig and decided to showcase his knowledge, reciting, "During my time in the queue, I fed pigs and tended to cattle. If left unattended, these creatures know how to sustain themselves. They roam freely, eating when hungry and drinking when thirsty, and when spring arrives, they even engage in courtship." Liu Dachui interrupted, "Such sappy prose has a glaring flaw. All boars are castrated. How can they engage in romance? It's a futile endeavor." Keyong countered. The Ming dynasty had eunuchs, and their influence was considerable. Thus ensued a lengthy discourse on the eunuchs of the Ming dynasty, a diversion that, in its absurdity, felt akin to seizing the right of way. Keyong mused that occasionally mingling with one and Apos' adversary was akin to a cat playing with a mouse. Capturing one is trivial, but pursuing it is far more exhilarating. Liu Dachui, finding the conversation tiresome, remarked, "While I saved on the fare, I became your companion, driving to relieve your tedium. You might doze off, and that could be perilous." At that juncture, Keyong remained alert, but Liu Dachui succumbed to fatigue. Mumbling incoherently as his head leaned against the seat, drifting into slumber, emitting soft snores. Just as a former pig herder would. He embodied the simplicity of life: eat when hungry, drink when thirsty, and sleep when weary. Suddenly, the phone mounted on the dashboard vibrated. Another call from an unknown number. He surmised it was the voice with the cigarette raspy tone demanding payment. He swiftly disconnected. Moments later, another call came through, which he again terminated. The phone ceased to ring, replaced by a text message. Unable to resist, he clicked it open, revealing yet another video, a miniature film playing on his phone. A fleeting glance confirmed he was the leading male in an action film. Anger surged within him, and he considered retaliating with a scathing phone call, daring the sender to expose him. Yet, fear quickly quelled his bravado. As the vehicle ascended a slope, Keyong pressed the accelerator, eager to navigate the incline and swiftly transition onto smoother roads, leading to the small town ahead. But the disquiet caused by the phone left him unsettled. He forgot to steer and barreled forward into the void. Before him lay nothing but an abyss, as if the vehicle plummeted from the clouds. In the thick fog of night, propelled by rage, he accelerated, neglecting to turn the steering wheel, careening straight ahead. Below the embankment lay a wild lake, its dark surface yawning like a monstrous maw, awaiting unsuspecting prey, a hefty meal for the stout and the lean, along with their metallic companion. Keyong's mind felt like a malfunctioning television, static replacing the signal. In that critical moment, Liu Dachui, a seasoned driver, instinctively leaned forward, using his inertia to push the steering wheel with his left hand. This single motion averted disaster, guiding the car back onto the road, albeit crashing into a nearby tree. Keyong, finally alert, slammed on the brakes, causing Liu Dachui's right side to collide violently with the windshield, pain radiating from his arm. Thus, in the contemporary world, two chieftains found themselves at the threshold of death, only to be cast back, marked by fate. Liu Dachui suffered a broken right arm, while Keyong sustained a minor head injury. Liu Dachui had saved Keyong and Apos' life at the cost of his own limb. Yet the outcome balanced their grievances, one with a leg injury, the other with an arm broken. Wang Fang finally stepped down from her role as a mere hourly worker in the Shui household, no longer obliged to serve as a free caretaker for Song Meili. After a brief respite, Liu Dachui returned to work, his arm in a sling, unable to travel, drive, or engage in physical labor. The community learned of the incident and rallied behind Liu Dachui. Keyong and Apos' minor position was quietly diminished in the eyes of the people. Despite the chaos, Liu Dachui did not seek vengeance. He assured Song Meili's mother that, given their proximity, Wang Fang, with her kind heart, would still assist if needed. Keyong and Apos' mother-in-law observed the unfolding events, noting the disparity in character between Liu Dachui and her son-in-law. While the latter possessed a higher education, He lacked the ability to act decisively. Liu Dachui, on the other hand, demonstrated both wisdom and courage, had he not instinctively pushed the steering wheel. It was likely that Keyong would have faced dire consequences. The once soldier proved to be a trustworthy ally. Ultimately, the elderly matriarch fulfilled her promise, investing 500,000 in Liu Dachui's sister's enterprise, seeking both substantial interest and a means to thwart her two sons-in-law's financial machinations. In this, Liu Dachui found unexpected fortune. Behind closed doors, he harbored a deep resentment for the foolish Keyong. The sharp instincts honed during his military training had alerted him to danger, leading to an instinctual reaction that inadvertently protected Keyong. Any bodily injury is a lamentable affair, and Liu Dachui and Appo's broken arm was no exception. The aftermath of his injury meant even the simplest tasks, such as wiping oneself after using the restroom with his left hand, proved challenging. Wang Fang attended to the needs of the injured man, nearly providing him with every form of assistance, even preparing diverse meals daily. She meticulously cut the meat from the ribs into manageable pieces, placing them in soup to facilitate Liu Dachui's left-handed dining experience. Every evening, she would bring forth the foot-soaking water and gently place his large feet into it, adding a touch of hot water when the time was right. Before pouring in the water, she would always smile and remind him, "Be careful not to scald your hooves." Liu Dachui immersed his feet in the warm water, as if luxuriating in a hot spring, leaning against the sofa while listening to his wife sing a little tune, occasionally letting out a soft hum. Wang Fang could sing many songs. Before marrying Liu Dachui, she worked as a temporary worker at the local craft factory. She was a fashionable young woman, sporting permed lamb-wool hair, bell-bottom pants, and during winter, high leather boots, along with a double tape recorder that made her the envy of the young men in town. It was as if an 80s tape recorder had been pressed, and a female voice sang, "We slowly reminisce about the past." As the gentle breeze sweeps away the winter chill, the spring we see holds a certain magic. This is the beauty of spring. The two of them, riding the wings of song, seemed to return to their hometown, where the willow catkins danced like snow in the spring, the air warm and languid. At that time, aside from being a volunteer soldier, Liu Dachui came from a poor family, with 3 brothers all single and as rigid as sticks, and a sister who resembled a malnourished bean sprout. In contrast, Wang Fang's father was a renowned carpenter, and their family was considered well off in those days. The Wang family was the first in the village to own a black and white television, while other families had scanty New Year's Eve dinners featuring a thin fish. The Wang household often filled the air with the aroma of fried fish. There is a saying in the countryside, "The carpenter and Appo's daughter is gifted." During their first blind date, Wang Fang mentioned she needed to think it over. Liu Dachui took an instant liking to her. To use a modern phrase, it was love at first sight. The attraction was, in part, due to Liu Dachui and Appo's preference for voluptuous women, despite her wearing a puffy coat on their first date. The passionate young Liu Dachui quickly noticed that she possessed a pair of generous bosoms. Shortly after their marriage, Liu Dachui confided the secret to Wang Fang. A pair of lovely bosoms felt to Liu Dachui like a personal treasure, which he occasionally flaunted to his younger colleagues. The young men, swallowing their envy, would ask, "What is so great about them? We can't see or touch them." Liu Dachui would take the opportunity to open the door just a crack, saying, "What is so special? The nipples are small and pink. If there were a beauty pageant for bosoms, they would outshine a plethora of eggplants and raisins." The men at the workplace all knew about Liu Dachui's wife having such lovely bosoms. Following his injury, the secret weapon to heal a man was indeed Wang Fang's bosom. Initially, his arm hurt unbearably. At night, he would suck on his wife's nipple as if it were a painkiller, managing to sleep intermittently through the night. After enduring those excruciating days, he found himself unable to break this habit. He had to suckle his wife and Appo's bosom every night before he could feel at ease. This was a private matter known only to them. Despite Wang Fang experiencing discomfort in her bosom since that health check, taking herbal medicine in the small town intermittently, she felt fulfilled knowing it could comfort her injured husband. Enduring the pain was a small price to pay. They were, after all, a model couple. Liu Dachui would say, "True feelings are revealed in hardship. My wife is still the best." Wang Fang, however, shifted the topic. Song Meili has broken a leg. When it hurts, she doesn't know what to lean on. Though caring for Song Meili during that time was not entirely voluntary. Human nature is such that even caring for a stray cat for a while can lead to attachment. Wang Fang thought of Song Meili's leg injury in light of her own husband's suffering, for she too had endured hardship. Liu Dachui remarked, "If only we could bite off that rascal and Apos' chicken." He said this through gritted teeth, as if envisioning biting off Shui Ku and Apos' manhood, rendering him impotent. Each morning, with his arm in a sling at work, Wang Fang would head to the small town's morning market, procuring fresh ingredients for her husband's nourishment. Often, she would encounter Old Sun's wife there. After she left, Old Sun's wife began working as a part-time helper for Song Meili's family. They would occasionally run into each other at the scallion stall, where Old Sun's wife would close her ledger, as if concealing state secrets from Wang Fang. Yet she would sometimes divulge snippets of news about Song Meili. For instance, one time, when she made dumplings with ginger, Song Meili scowled because she had informed the cook beforehand that she disliked ginger. Manager Shui at home enjoyed ginger. Wang Fang's experience as a part-time worker had taught her, if a couple disagrees about dinner, it's best to set aside differences and listen to the cook. Yet she sensed that Old Sun's wife lacked this insight, so she refrained from sharing her wisdom, letting Old Sun's wife figure it out for herself. Wang Fang casually inquired about Song Meili's condition and learned she had seen a doctor and received a new cast. It seemed that her liberation was as distant as Liu Dachui. One morning, Wang Fang unexpectedly received a call from Master Lai, who asked her to guess his location. Wang Fang replied, "At the Shinkansen, of course. Since you want me to guess, are you in the small town?" Master Lai's playful tone came through the phone. "Clever people are different. You guessed it right. I'm in the small town doing some side work." It turned out that Master Lai was in the small town to repair the central air conditioning at the Hot Spring Hotel. The Hot Spring Hotel was the finest in the small town. If equipment malfunctioned, they even had to call in monks from the city to chant prayers. Wang Fang admired Master Lai's expertise, believing that skilled men were truly intelligent. However, she also thought that perhaps he was too clever for his own good, leading to the birth of a foolish son, a lifelong burden. Yet, doing side work for Master Lai would also bring in a substantial sum. An old colleague visiting the small town naturally felt a bit familiar, but given the circumstances, Wang Fang would certainly avoid meeting him. The small town was full of spies, and it would appear as if they were having an affair. Master Lai mentioned he would return to City A after lunch, and Wang Fang asked him to bring her scarf and a water cup left on the 13th floor. Due to her prolonged leave, Wang Fang's position had already been filled by another middle-aged woman. Since Master Lai had brought his own items, Wang Fang changed her mind and agreed to meet him. After all, they couldn't meet at the scallion stall. Coincidentally, she needed to buy some wild crucian carp to prepare a tofu stew for Liu Dachui. However, they couldn't meet at the fish market, which reeked of fish. Near the fish market was a cake shop with a prominent sign called Golden Emperor. Wang Fang often mispronounced it as Golden Emperor. The shop pretended to display two tables to create a sense of French elegance, yet everyone seemed in a rush. With no time to sit and enjoy a cake, the two agreed to meet at the Golden Emperor. Wang Fang planned to buy 2 pounds of their famous honey cake as a token of gratitude for Master Lai, while also discussing the hotel matters. She secretly cherished the job at the hotel that Liu Dachui often dismissed. However, upon entering the small town, she felt ensnared by a single arm and leg. Alas, apart from gutting fish in the supermarket, her career had been short-lived. Wang Fang did not disclose this meeting to Liu Dachui. They were a model couple. If she reported everything to him, their relationship would cease to be exemplary. She had learned this lesson the hard way. After their marriage, apart from revealing his secret penchant for ample bosoms, Liu Dachui also shared a story from when he was 16 about sneaking a peek at a widow bathing in the village, describing her bosoms resembling large winter melons, nearly touching the ground, wishing he could help support them. Like children exchanging secrets, Wang Fang generously opened the old jar of past experiences, revealing a long-forgotten tale. Before Liu Dachui, a typist in town had taken a liking to her. Once, while seeking his help to print a document for the factory, he pushed her against the wall and groped her bosom, leaving her in tears. Liu Dachui was upset about this for several days, feeling as if someone had touched the most beautiful bosom in the world before him, akin to someone stealing his family and Apos' bread. It bothered him. Therefore, a harmonious marriage wields 2 essential tools: transparency in finances and the discretion of emotions. Having previously sold fish at the market, Wang Fang possesses an innate ability to discern between wild and farmed crucian carp. One day, the elderly fishmonger, having injured his hand, could not prepare the fish for her. So he handed her a small crucian carp instead. Taking matters into her own hands, Wang Fang adeptly slaughtered the fish herself, with her hands stained. She assisted two young patrons in their own fish preparation. Beneath the facade of an amiable woman lies a fierce spirit that awakens only in the act of killing fish. A moment when her heart feels exhilarated. Humanity is a multifaceted creature. Who would suspect that the seemingly charming Liu Dachui harbors an infantile infatuation with breasts? Afterward, still bearing the scent of fish, she ventured to a nearby cake shop. The honey cakes had already sold out, and she settled into a chair, awaiting the next batch. The shop was infused with a sweet aroma, which would soon mask the fish odor. Through the glass window, she glimpsed the silhouette of the baker approaching, clad in a nearly new woolen overcoat and a woolen cap. Accustomed to seeing him in baggy work attire emblazoned with Shinkansen, he now appeared somewhat transformed, evidently having dressed up for their impending rendezvous. This upcoming meeting infused a touch of sweetness into the otherwise monotonous life of a middle-aged woman. Wang Fang cast a glance toward the oven. The new batch of honey cakes had just emerged, and the owner was using tongs to transfer them from the baking tray to the countertop. Customers trickled in, and Wang Fang called out, "Please save £2 for me." The owner readily replied, "Of course, I'll hold them for you." She composed herself, anticipating the next act in this unfolding narrative as the baker entered. He was an appealing older gentleman, though not truly old, perhaps in his 50s. Years ago, when she visited the typing room, she had harbored a fondness for the southern typist. She had not disclosed to Liu Dachui that a southern man had stirred her affections, and surprisingly, she felt no anger. As Wang Fang awaited the third batch of cakes, she found herself still without a sign of the baker. This delay nearly interfered with her lunch preparations. Upon returning home that day, Liu Dachui observed 3 uncooked fish and remarked to his wife, "Let us save one to make soup for Song Meili this afternoon." Wang Fang jested, "Her husband nearly cost you your life, yet you are so kind to her." Liu Dachui replied, "One cannot disregard the investment made in their mother and daughter. Besides, Fang Fang makes the best fish soup in the village." Wang Fang then deliberately pulled out the small fish given to her. Liu Dachui quipped, "Fang Fang, this fish is like a wristwatch strap. You'll need to stew it for the entire afternoon to yield a decent soup." Consequently, Wang Fang selected a larger fish to reserve for Song Meili. Later that afternoon, the baker called, explaining that due to personal matters, he had to urgently return to City A, thus missing their appointment. He had left Wang Fang's items at the Warman's front desk and instructed the staff to ensure she retrieved them promptly. Wang Fang remarked, "I bought a cake from Jean Huangdi for you, and you didn't show up." The baker replied, "I received a call just as I was leaving. Family matters require my immediate attention." This implied that he had not appeared at the morning market. Had she indeed misjudged the situation? The baker particularly reminded Wang Fang, who often misreads words, "It's the Warm Inn, near the station." In the afternoon, Wang Fang rode her bicycle to the Warm Inn, where she successfully collected the package left for her. She inquired of the receptionist whether the person who left the package had stayed there the previous night. The receptionist, with a hint of annoyance, replied, "If he didn't stay here, he could have gone to the Hot Spring Inn." The distinction between warm and hot spring was significant. The former was a modest establishment, while the latter was the most luxurious hotel in the small town, complete with a swimming pool. The baker, employed at the Hot Spring Inn, could not afford accommodations there, and thus had to settle for a cheaper lodge. Upon delivering the fish soup to Song Meili's home, Wang Fang learned that Keyong's mother had arrived. Every winter, he would bring his mother to stay with them, as the rural fires could not compare to urban heating. This winter, however, due to Song Meili's injury, Keyong had not fetched his mother from the countryside. As autumn waned and the last leaf fell from the poplar outside, the villagers' concerns began to mount. "Why hasn't your official son brought you to enjoy a comfortable life?" Unable to endure the wait any longer, the elderly woman, nimble on her feet, packed a few changes of clothes and made her way to the city. Upon her arrival, she learned of her daughter-in-law Song Meili's leg injury and was moved to tears. Coincidentally, old son's wife was returning to the countryside to care for her ailing 90-year-old mother and requested a few days off. Shui's mother offered, "With me here, why invite outsiders? If you feel uncomfortable, I wouldn't mind if you paid me." Thus, she took it upon herself to buy groceries, prepare meals, and clean the house. In previous winters, when her mother-in-law visited, Song Meili had not particularly enjoyed her company. With a busy work schedule and weekends spent at her own mother's home in City A, she managed to avoid her mother-in-law's presence, making the long winter months bearable. Now, however, with a broken leg, she was confronted daily by her mother-in-law's visage and the clatter of pots and pans. transforming her previously manageable life into a relentless trial. The sole silver lining was that since her mother had arrived, Keyong had become more industrious, occasionally venturing to the morning market for groceries and indulging less in casual dining out. His conversations with his wife had evolved from curt exchanges to more substantial dialogues. Previously critical of old son's wife's cooking skills, Shui's mother employed a haphazard approach to meal preparation, often utilizing one pot for everything, relying on old traditions to nourish her injured daughter-in-law. When Meili voiced her discontent, her mother-in-law merely chuckled, saying, "It would be better to hire a chef from a restaurant, but it's far too expensive." She appeared to listen earnestly, yet resolutely refused to alter her ways. Having consumed more salt than her daughter-in-law had dumplings, she possessed ample experience to manage her obstinate daughter-in-law. Consequently, Meili reminisced fondly about the days when Wang Fang prepared her meals. Longing for fish soup, she implored Keyong to procure some. Despite his official stature, he generally avoided the bustling market, but under his mother's insistence, he reluctantly made an exception. Upon his return, he reported, "The crucian carp is sold out. We still have some frozen yellow croaker and mackerel in the fridge." Meili retorted, "Frozen fish cannot compare to fresh." She mimicked Keyong's tone, adding a playful after every fish reference. Keyong felt a pang of guilt. In search of assistance, Meili turned to Liu Dachui, who praised Wang Fang's fish soup as the best in the village. A chef thrives on the compliments of her patrons, and thus, Meili savored the exquisite fish soup prepared by Wang Fang. Upon delivering the soup, Wang Fang noticed Meili's visage had waned. She perceived that Meili's beauty was on a downward trajectory, and her own mood reflected this decline, suggesting that her life was less than tranquil. The dining table was adorned with 2 dishes, one meaty and one vegetarian. A pan-fried ribbon fish lay charred, alongside a haphazard mix of winter melon, radish, tofu, and vermicelli soup, clearly oversauced with dark soy. At that moment, Shui's mother had stepped away to the restroom, prompting Meili to urge Wang Fang to taste her mother-in-law's cooking. She's lived long enough to have buried half of her life, yet still hasn't mastered the art of seasoning. Initially uninterested in playing judge, Wang Fang relented and scooped a spoonful of broth, only to discover that Shui's mother had likely drowned the soup in salt. Meili remarked, "Tonight, Manager Shui has a business engagement and won't be home for dinner. If our son were here, my mother-in-law would have coated the ribbon fish in batter and fried it. But with him absent, she has skimped on effort and merely pan-fried it." Not one to gossip, Meili now found herself sharing grievances about her mother-in-law. Indicating that her patience had worn thin, Wang Fang expressed profound sympathy towards Meili, offering a lengthy discourse of consolation. Yet, she understood that the relationship between mother-in-law and daughter-in-law was akin to that of sworn adversaries, unless, perhaps, cats and mice could share a grand feast. A wave of indignation surged within her as she assured Meili that she would frequently bring delicious treats. At that moment, Shui's mother emerged from the washroom and entered the living room. Wang Fang promptly greeted her, but Shui's mother merely smiled before heading to the kitchen to fetch a pair of chopsticks, inviting Wang Fang to stay for dinner. In the midst of Wang Fang's polite exchanges, Meili suddenly inquired of her mother-in-law, "Did you wash your hands after using the restroom?" Even Wang Fang felt the awkwardness, yet the elderly woman chuckled and replied, "What a question. Even in my childhood, after using the outhouse, I always remembered to scoop a handful of water to wash my hands. With such good conditions now, with fragrant soap, I wish I could wash my face too." Meili instructed her mother-in-law to serve the soup Wang Fang had brought and to clean the thermos for her to take home. Shui's mother, in a courteous manner, remarked, "Look at you, coming here to entertain us and even bringing soup. You've spent quite a bit." As she spoke, she took the thermos into the kitchen. After a brief wait, she first brought out the fish soup, followed by the clean thermos. Just as Wang Fang was about to take her leave, Meili asked, "Did you add soy sauce to the fish soup?" Wang Fang replied, "What soy sauce? Fish soup should be milky white to be nutritious." Yet, the soup she poured out was distinctly crimson. Shui's mother laughed and said, "I tasted it earlier and found it lacking in salt. I was afraid you wouldn't like it if I added too much salt, so I added a bit of soy sauce." Meili nearly fainted upon hearing this revelation. At that moment, Wang Fang began to perceive the shrewdness of the elderly woman. Meili's domineering nature lacked sophistication, despite being the lady of the house. Her role in this domestic drama might not last beyond 10 episodes. Wang Fang, renowned for her exceptional soup-making skills, also excelled in crafting buns, dumplings, and various pastries, becoming the star of the culinary scene. After Liu Dachui was injured, it appeared he was being pampered by his wife, glowing with health. Since Liu's accident, Wang Fang had begun to empathize with Song Meili's struggles, occasionally delivering her own culinary creations to Song Meili. Each time, Shui's mother expressed more gratitude than her daughter-in-law. When delivering food, Wang Fang deliberately avoided the times when Keyong was home. After discovering her son's dalliance with a young woman, she harbored no good feelings towards him. Despite her disdain for the man, she treated his wife well. Indeed, humans often fail to see their own contradictions. Wang Fang's visits were brief. She would deliver her offerings and leave. However, a woman's heart is inherently sensitive, and from her observations, the mother-in-law-daughter-in-law drama had progressed to its third act. During this time, Keyong was away on a business trip. One day, Shui's mother asked Song Meili for money to buy groceries. She lamented, "My dear son, do you think I'm a retired old lady with 2 taels of silver in my pocket? Such forgetfulness." Song Meili suspected her mother-in-law was fabricating the story, certain that Keyong had left her mother with funds. If one were to scrutinize Keyong's virtues, his greatest commendation would be his filial piety. Despite the hardships he faced when his mother remarried and left him with his uncle, he had unconditionally welcomed her back into his life years later, after he had achieved a modicum of success. Of course, Keyong would not offer money in front of his wife. Their relationship was akin to that of lazy birds sharing a roof, each managing their own finances independently. Song Meili, disinterested in engaging in verbal sparring with her mother-in-law, simply handed her 100 yuan. Unlike other elderly women who rushed to the market at dawn, Shui and Apos' mother preferred to go later in the day, seeking bargains. Consequently, the vegetables she brought back often appeared lackluster. Despite Song Meili's admonitions, Shui's mother would chuckle and assert that vegetables picked in the morning were no different from those brought home later in the day. Frustrated, Song Meili wished she could sprout legs and dash to the market herself. When Shui and Apos' mother returned from her shopping, her expression mirrored that of the wilted vegetables, claiming that a thief had stolen her money, leaving her with only 50 cents. She proceeded to empty her pockets for her daughter-in-law to see, revealing a rogue coin stubbornly lodged in the corner, a 50-cent piece. With no other option, Song Meili reluctantly handed her another 100 yuan, instructing her to buy ribs for stew the next day. The following day, Shui's mother returned with the ribs, explaining that they had increased in price. Following her daughter-in-law's request, she also purchased 2 pounds of potatoes, thus depleting the 100 yuan once more. Though Song Meili had not visited the market in a while, she consulted the internet for prices. The findings indicated that while ribs were delightful, they were not a luxury. The common folk could afford them. The price was one matter. But Keyong had grown up with little to spare, and the grip of money often left those unaccustomed to wealth feeling shackled. Keyong, too, shared this trait, once presenting his father-in-law with counterfeit liquor, nearly causing an early demise. Had it not been for that incident, would Song Meili's father have worked diligently to elevate his son-in-law and Apos' standing before retirement? Although Keyong later claimed he had been misled by acquaintances, he had nearly brought harm upon his father-in-law, a classic case of losing big over a small mistake. Song Meili feared her mother-in-law would ruin the ribs, so she took charge of the kitchen, wielding her cane with determination to prepare the dish to her liking. Tasks that a healthy individual could complete in 10 minutes took her several times longer. When she finally emerged from the kitchen, she was infuriated to find her mother-in-law had claimed the sofa, much like a queen reclining on her throne. Not only had she commandeered the sofa, but she had also seized the remote control, the pivotal button of power. Having spent every winter with her son, Shui's mother had become adept at operating the household appliances. On the television, a man and woman were fervently promoting ginseng liquor, claiming that after consuming it, even the most incapacitated could run 800 meters. Women's freckles would vanish overnight, and men would become invincible. Shui's mother, observing her daughter-in-law's sullen demeanor, remarked, "Tomorrow, give me some money, and I'll buy you some of this liquor. After drinking it, you'll be able to stand up." Song Meili retorted vehemently, "I have never knelt." With an innocent expression, Shui's mother, ever the pragmatist, laughed and said, "You may not have knelt, but you are limping during Keyong's absence." The relationship between mother-in-law and daughter-in-law resembled ominous clouds gathering, heralding an impending storm. As the saying goes, there is nothing new under the sun. The conflicts between mothers-in-law and daughters-in-law are merely the same old tales retold. With Keyong away, Song Meili faced her greatest challenge, the issue of bathing. When her husband was home, despite their strained relationship, he maintained the faade of a husband and would offer small gestures of care, like carefully wrapping her injured leg in plastic wrap and preparing a stool in the bathroom. Shue's mother would often say, "It's not summer now. Bathing too often depletes your energy. You haven't been tilling the fields. How dirty can you be? Just wipe with a towel, and I'll help you with the hard-to-reach places." Song Meili would never allow her mother-in-law to touch her. The elderly woman would add, in Keyong's childhood, "We might go an entire winter without bathing, saving it all up for the new year. When we took off our pants, who didn't have a black behind? And yet, we lived just fine." Upon hearing this, Song Meili felt even more disgusted. She could not fathom how filthy a person could get without bathing for an entire winter. Had she been more discerning, she would have never been swayed by Shue Keyong's artistic allure. She would have refused to marry a man with such a background, even if he achieved great success. The influence of his upbringing was deeply ingrained, and these traits seeped into their marriage, becoming unbearable for her. The weather forecast predicted several days of overcast skies with impending snow. In their home, powered by solar energy, cloudy days meant insufficient hot water. After enduring several days of discomfort, Song Meili resolved to take a bath. Shue's mother was preparing dinner, sitting at the dining table, shelling green beans. Before heading to the washroom, Song Meili asked her mother-in-law, "I'm going to take a bath. Do you need to use the restroom?" When her mother-in-law entered, there were 3 lively individuals in the house, and Shue Keyong had resumed his habit of rushing to the community restroom. With the space freed up, Shue and Apos, mother took her turn. Both women shared a penchant for lingering in the restroom for extended periods. In the intricate tapestry of mother-in-law and daughter-in-law conflicts, there exist 2 chasms that remain perpetually unbridged, one at the top and the other at the bottom. The mother-in-law remarks, "A lazy donkey produces an abundance of dung. I relish this moment of tranquility, you shall wash." Meanwhile, Song Meili cautions, "Please do not open the bathroom door. I prefer solitude while bathing." The mother-in-law retorts, "Oh dear." Xiaomin's mother, "When a woman disrobes, whether plump or slender, it matters not. We all possess the same 2 breasts. And I have no time to gaze at your bare behind." One could surmise that the mother-in-law must have graduated from a school of exasperation. Song Meili chooses not to engage further, bounding off to bathe independently. She closes the door and grasps the shower head, akin to watering a delicate flower. The water cascades down, reminiscent of tender hands caressing parched skin, as a flower unfurls within her body. Unable to contain herself, Song Meili hums a tune. A little white poplar stands beside the outpost, its roots deep, its trunk robust, guarding the northern frontier. The gentle breeze rustles the green leaves, while the sun casts a silvery glint upon them. She hums the song favored by Liu Dachui. Song Meili believes that Wang Fang and Apos' gesture of bringing food is not born of genuine kindness, but rather a response to her grievances shared with Liu Dachui, who has ordered his wife to assist. Amidst her sorrowful days, a white poplar tree also resides within her heart. If a woman lacks aspirations, even flowers wither. In the sanctuary of her bath, the world belongs solely to her. Shue and Apos' mother was busy cooking in the kitchen. Today, she asked her daughter-in-law for 200 yuan again. The cost of living in the city was exorbitant. Cabbage, which was fed to chickens in the countryside, cost over 2 yuan per gene here, and a single head of cabbage was nearly 10 yuan. Her daughter-in-law was quite picky and naturally did not favor cabbage. She preferred the more expensive winter beans and garlic sprouts, undeniably the champions among vegetables. The old lady had learned to cater to her daughter-in-law's tastes, as she was the one footing the bill. Of course, the money included her own compensation for running errands. She felt she had come to her son's home to enjoy a comfortable life, yet she found herself taking on the role of a housekeeper. If she were to calculate her wages, it would certainly be significant. The old lady astutely recognized that her son and daughter-in-law's finances were not like those of an ordinary couple, where expenses were shared equally. Her son bore the brunt of the household expenses. By asking Song Meili for money, she aimed to balance the family's finances and seek some justice for her honest son. That evening, she prepared to stew the winter beans, insisting on pairing them with a staple companion, potatoes. Initially, there was to be a third ingredient, eggplant. However, the price of the eggplant was too steep, so it was omitted this time. After heating the oil in the pan and sought the scallions, she added the vegetables, only for a sudden flare-up to engulf the entire pot in flames. As someone who had commandeered the kitchen for decades, she remained unfazed, grabbing a basin of water to douse the flames. To her dismay, The water met the fire and danced wildly, transforming the countertop into a sea of flames. It was then that Shui and Apos' mother lost her composure and rushed out of the kitchen, pushing open the bathroom door. Seeing her mother-in-law burst in while she was happily watering her plants, Song Meili's expression changed instantly. Get out! Get out! Scram! Shui's mother retorted, who cares about your nakedness? There's not even a drop of milk left. What to do about the kitchen fire? Song Meili shouted back, pull the circuit breaker and throw water on it. Shui and Apos' mother replied, I don't know where the circuit breaker is. Throwing water won't help. It'll only make it worse. Song Meili yelled, grab a quilt to smother the flames. Hearing this, the mother-in-law dashed straight to Song Meili and Apos' bedroom, clutching a silk quilt to extinguish the fire. Song Meili hastily grabbed her cane and bounced out of the bathroom, only to see the kitchen ablaze, crackling ominously as if other items were also catching fire. A fire ignited by a simple cooking endeavor threatened to consume the household. Clutching the silk quilt, Shui and Apos' mother rushed through the living room toward the kitchen. The silk quilt extinguished the fire. We need a cotton quilt, Song Meili yelled. Shui's mother refused to listen. Both her and her son's quilts were cotton. But if she burned them, they would have to sleep naked. You just can't end Apos' bear to part with that silk quilt. As they reached the kitchen door, the flames grew fiercer, and thick smoke billowed forth. This is too much, Shui's mother exclaimed. If she leapt into the fray, she would become a modern-day heroine. No. There were 5 sheep, a flock of chickens, and an old man at home who needed her. She tossed the quilt aside, crossed the living room, and returned to her room to grab a small bag. This bag, which Keyong had bought for her, was adorned with images of large coins, supposedly called a donkey bag. Inside the bag lay her precious jewelry. Song Meili had reached the door, where a painting hung on the wall, concealing a power distribution box behind it. Keyong, being tall, could easily reach it. Song Meili, however, struggled to even tiptoe to grasp it. Balancing precariously on one leg, she managed to dislodge the painting with her cane, but the door to the distribution box wouldn't budge. Seeing her mother-in-law approach, she ordered her to fetch a stool. Shui and Apos' mother, oblivious, still clutched her donkey bag, seemingly trying to escape the chaos. The kitchen was ablaze. Shui and Apos' mother was fleeing, and Song Meili and Apos' anger roared. They were truly two sides of the same coin, both wishing for her demise. Song Meili positioned her cane at her feet, tripping her mother-in-law, who collided with the door, resulting in a loud thud as she knocked her head. Amidst the chaos, the doorbell rang. Song Meili opened the door to find Wang Fang standing there with a thermos. Upon seeing Song Meili in her state and Shui's mother on the floor, she was about to ask what happened when Song Meili urgently requested her help to pull the circuit breaker, explaining that the kitchen was on fire. Wang Fang promptly complied and rushed to the kitchen. Upon witnessing the flames leaping in the kitchen, she dashed to the bathroom for water to extinguish the fire. Seeing Song Meili exposed, she handed her the silk quilt, and Song Meili wrapped herself in it, calling out to the neighbors for assistance. Ultimately, the fire that erupted in the winter was extinguished, with Wang Fang and 3 neighboring residents participating in the effort. Among the neighbors were 2 engineers and a government official. The older engineer took the opportunity to educate Song Meili and her mother-in-law on fire safety. The official, with a show of concern, inquired about Song Meili's leg injury and earnestly remarked, "We all live in the same building. When one flourishes, we all flourish. When one suffers, we all suffer." Song Meili vowed to diligently learn about fire safety in the future. However, Shui's mother lamented before them, insisting she had no intention of fleeing. She merely sought help from the neighbors. Yet, her daughter-in-law misconstrued her intentions, using her cane as a tripping hazard, resulting in a bump on her head and loosening her front tooth. The neighbors, after a lengthy discussion, eventually departed, leaving Wang Fang and the 2 women behind. Shui and Apos' mother locked herself in Xiao Min and Apos' bedroom, weeping for her mother. Wang Fang tidied up the disheveled kitchen, feeling sympathy for Song Meili and Apos' plight. With a broken leg, even resistance felt futile. She served the prepared shepherd's purse and chicken soup dumplings into 2 bowls, waiting for the 2 elderly ladies to come and eat. Meanwhile, Shui and Apos' mother continued to mourn. As the crying drew to a close, her sobs echoed like distant thunder. Perhaps the rain had long ceased. Water cascaded in the bathroom. Knowing Song Meili was bathing, Wang Fang knocked on the door, informing her she had tidied the kitchen and would be leaving soon. as old Liu was waiting for her for dinner. However, Song Meili called for her to come in. During their last visit to the countryside, Wang Fang had told Song Meili and Apos, "As mother, when we were young, our closest relationships were not formed by feasting together, but rather by sharing the privy. To share a toilet is the highest form of intimacy among women. A second-tier relationship is bathing together, bravely confronting each other's nakedness." Wang Fang pushed open the bathroom door to find Song Meili sitting on a plastic stool, wrapped in her silk quilt, beneath a large shower head as if caught in a torrential downpour, nourishing a robust, yet lifeless plant. Wang Fang asked, "Is your leg all right?" Song Meili stretched out the injured leg. The plastic wrap had slipped down to her heel, and the leg encased in plaster felt heavy with water. Wang Fang exclaimed, "Oh dear, are you planning to limp through the new year?" "In the past, we raised pigs in the countryside to sell at a good price for the new year." Song Meili replied, "No need to wait for the new year. I was nearly slaughtered myself. If you hadn't come, I would have been roasted like a pig." Wang Fang urged, "Come on, let me help you rinse off. We need to eat. The dumplings are getting cold." As she reached for the shower, Song Meili stopped her. Wrapped in the quilt, she began to cry. "I want to die. I don't want to live anymore. This world is so indifferent. I am weary of it." Tears mingled with water on her face. Wang Fang reassured her, "You won't die. Your daughter has married my son yet. Xiaomin once said she wanted to marry Liu Haitao when she grew up. We need to discuss the wedding. How many tables should we book? At which restaurant? I plan to wear a chi pao and style my hair in waves. What about you? As mothers of the bride and groom, we must look our best." Song Meili replied, "What a dream. Is Liu Haitao from a prestigious university? What will he do after graduation?" Wang Fang responded, "Many people look for partners based on appearance and education. I believe character and intellect are more important. If someone in Apos' character is lacking, it doesn't matter if they are a prince. They might just as easily bestow upon you a red envelope." Her words struck a chord with Song Meili. After all, it was Keyong's appearance and education that had initially captured her heart. The conflagration was akin to a crimson blaze. Wang Fang remarked further, expressing concerns over mental acuity, labeling those lacking it as foolish third generation. "My son Haitao possesses two commendable traits, kindness and intelligence. After graduation, he intends to pursue a career as an automobile mechanic. Should your vehicle encounter a problem, you need not spend a dime. He is an adept driver and can whisk his mother-in-law across the globe. Is that not advantageous?" Song Meili, in a fit of indignation, tossed aside her damp quilt, reminiscent of a heroic figure from a revolutionary model opera. Her eyes ablaze with determination, she resolutely opposed the idea of Xiaomin marrying Haitao, declaring, "No, marriage is akin to venturing into the jaws of a tiger. Xiaomin must keep her wits about her." With that dramatic gesture, a bundle emerged from the stool. Indeed, she revealed only one breast, and it was scarcely as ample as Keyong's. Song Meili hurriedly sought her quilt. Wang Fang observed, "You are truly something. You summoned me merely to witness you wrapped in a quilt while bathing? Without your quilt, one might suspect I was peeping. When I entered, you were unclothed, and I saw nothing." She made to leave. Song Meili quickly implored, "Do not go. Help me up." Once the two had tidied up and made their way to the living room, the mother-in-law was already seated at the dining table. Having devoured both bowls of wontons Wang Fang had brought, now belching contentedly, Song Meili found herself in an amusing predicament. Wang Fang realized the tenacity of this formidable matriarch. In the past, while living in the countryside, Liu Dachui's mother had scolded her own mother for Liu's military salary, which was perceived as being squandered on his wife. Whenever Wang Fang purchased new attire, she was met with disdain. After their separation, her mother-in-law had allocated her 3 bowls and a meager portion for sustenance. Yet, her mother-in-law's tyranny was overt, while Shui's mother operated from the shadows. Wang Fang inquired, "Shall I prepare some noodles for you?" Song Meili replied, "I do not desire noodles. I crave a sumptuous feast. Which restaurant serves the finest Sichuan cuisine?" Wang Fang responded, "Shao Sichuan." Thus, Song Meili procured the contact number for Shao Sichuan and ordered 4 spicy dishes, spicy fish, mala hot pot, and sour and spicy noodles. This was, in fact, a prearranged plan between the two in the restroom. Upon seeing Song Meili place the order, Wang Fang gracefully excused herself from the scene. The restaurant promptly delivered the dishes. The last time Xiao Min returned, it was from this establishment that Keyong had ordered. Knowing that Keyong could settle the bill, Song Meili requested the restaurant to charge it to his account, planning to settle upon his return. The server contacted the manager, who consented. Shui's mother surveyed the 4 dishes. each adorned with glistening red pepper oil, and she could not tolerate even a hint of spiciness. Her frustration mounted as it would ultimately be her son footing the bill. Furthermore, Song Meili declared that prior to Keyong's return, she would request spicy dishes daily, relieving her mother-in-law of culinary duties. The mother-in-law would either prepare her own meals or join her in the exhilarating realm of spice. This signified that Song Meili would no longer contribute a single penny to her mother-in-law. In this dramatic familial tableau, the mother-in-law had temporarily lost a round. Consequently, Shui and Amp, Appo's mother, in the presence of her daughter-in-law, dialed Keyong's number. The phone was on speaker, but the voice that answered was not her son's. It turned out that Keyong had left two numbers for his mother, one for his mobile phone and another for his hotel room. Shui's mother had always believed that calling her son's mobile would incur charges. Thus, she typically used the hotel's landline. The caller was a young cadre studying alongside Keyong, who reported, "Annie, manager Shui mentioned that his daughter is hospitalized, and he went to visit her. You might wish to try his mobile number." Upon hearing this, Song Meili immediately discerned that Keyong was fabricating a story. Just this noon, Xiaomin had called her, and the two had conversed at length. Shui and Amp, Appo's mother, was flabbergasted. Song Meili swiftly contacted Xiaomin via WeChat, discovering that she was studying in the library. Suddenly, she recalled Miss Alice. Having narrowly escaped a predicament, Song Meili mused that the spicy dish must surely contain dog lungs. Mr. Shui embarked on a sojourn to another locale, ostensibly for professional development at a party school, a strategic move to fortify his prospects for the forthcoming election of the new unit's secretary. Concurrently, he harbored a secondary objective, a rendezvous with Ms. Li. Recent events had left him beleaguered. Since Ms. Li's visit to the quaint town with Ms. Min, their paths had not converged, particularly after the emergence of the salacious video. In the aforementioned footage, Ms. Li and Appo's visage was deliberately obscured, while his was rendered with crystalline clarity. He harbored suspicions, reluctantly implicating Ms. Li as a potential accomplice, only to reconsider, perceiving her as devoid of avarice. Save for a fleeting allusion to a tryst at a five-star hotel, which he deftly evaded. She never broached the subject again. Her disposition was markedly distinct from the rapacious young women he had encountered previously. The financial exigency amounting to 100,000 yuan had been rectified. Though he failed to procure the funds from his spouse, an official of his stature could, with sufficient audacity, amass such a sum. Thus, he oscillated precariously, allowing a considerable period to lapse. In the nascent days of his sojourn, Ms. Li dispatched an image of herself receiving intravenous therapy, lamenting her recent appendectomy and the absence of companionship, yet asserting that she had weathered the nadir of her ordeal. The photograph depicted her petite face, exuding an aura of poignant vulnerability. She merely expressed a longing for Mr. Shui, without reproaching him for his absence. This elicited a profound tenderness within Mr. Shui. He deemed it implausible that such an exquisite young woman would betray him. The issue, he surmised, lay with the hotel. Had he been unencumbered, he would not have allowed the perpetrator to succeed. Now, he could only assuage the situation with monetary compensation. The academic pursuits at the party school proved undemanding. His roommate, a youthful cadre named Mr. Wang, hailed from the same unit. Nightly, Mr. Wang would sequester himself in the lavatory, engrossed in protracted telephone conversations, mistaking the restroom for a telephonic sanctuary. Mr. Shui surmised that these dialogues likely excluded any mention of a wife or offspring. A man liberated from his domicile, he mused, resembled a wild steed unshackled. He and Mr. Wang had been dispatched for concurrent study, with the organization and Appo's aspiration that they would mutually develop and oversee one another. However, their shared occupancy resembled that of two unfamiliar travelers economizing by sharing a room, with minimal interaction. Thus, when Mr. Shui requested a 2-day leave, citing the pretext of visiting his ailing daughter, Mr. Wang was inwardly elated, perceiving the departure of the old codger. He pledged to diligently record Mr. Shui's attendance in his absence. In the epoch of high-speed rail, Mr. Shui swiftly arrived in the coastal metropolis. There, he encountered Ms. Li in her hospital suite. Ms. Li appeared noticeably gaunt. Ailments in middle age often induce a state of decline, while in youthful women, they can evoke a sense of pitiable allure. Having completed her observation period, Ms. Li was permitted to recuperate at home during the evenings, returning to the hospital for daily examinations and injections. That night, Mr. Shui magnanimously reserved a 4-star hotel, where he and Ms. Li established a temporary abode. In the coastal metropolis, Mr. Shui reveled in a sense of liberation. He and Ms. Li dined at the hotel's restaurant, tailoring their palates to Ms. Li's convalescent state. He gazed upon her with profound tenderness as she consumed congee voraciously. It had been an age since he had assumed the role of a romantic paramour traveling across vast distances. Ms. Li beseeched Mr. Shui to spoon-feed her the congee. He lowered his voice, cautioning her to maintain decorum in the public setting. Following their repast, they retired to their room. He drew the blackout curtains and refrained from illuminating the space. Ms. Li presumed he intended to engage in a playful guessing game. However, Mr. Shui metamorphosed into a vigilant canine, meticulously scrutinizing every detail to ascertain the absence of concealed surveillance devices before finally illuminating the room. The fear of surreptitious hotel surveillance had diminished Mr. Shui's ardor. That night, Ms. Li, despite her convalescence, insisted on fulfilling her duties, bestowing upon Mr. Shui a sumptuous sexual feast. Mr. Shui, adhering to the principle of resourcefulness, summoned the aid of a blue pill, thereby achieving a passing grade in the rubric of the perfect lover. Subsequently, he broached the subject of her alleged American paramour. Ms. Li demurred, explaining that it was merely a fabrication, a high-end boyfriend serving as a protective shield to allay suspicion. She asserted that her sole paramour was him. They remained entwined throughout the night. Mr. Shui cradled the youthful flesh, which was succumbing to tranquil slumber, its softness and fragrance captivating him. Her body served as a sanctuary, housing his middle-aged desires and a yearning to escape the drudgery of existence. He reflected upon his daughter, Ms. Min, who held Ms. Li in such high esteem as a confidant. A sense of shame surreptitiously infiltrated the night. As the deluge of desire resurged at dawn, Mr. Shui's shame dissipated without a trace. The following day, Mr. Shui accompanied Ms. Li to the hospital for her injections. With the injections scheduled to conclude around 2 in the afternoon, they planned to share a meal before Mr. Shui boarded the high-speed train back to his academic pursuits, thus culminating in a flawless sojourn. While Ms. Li received her intravenous therapy, Mr. Shui diligently peeled an apple for her, the knife twirling in his hand, producing a continuous, slender peel. Ms. Li whispered that those adept at peeling apples were purportedly skilled lovers. She then inquired about the number of romances Mr. Shui had experienced in his lifetime. Mr. Shui placed a digit to his lips, enjoining silence. Ms. Li exaggeratedly widened her eyes, feigning incredulity that he had only had one romance, herself. Mr. Shui severed a segment of the apple, impaled it on a toothpick, and offered it to Ms. Li. This gesture served to silence her. An elderly woman occupied the adjacent bed, presently engaged in repose. Ms. Li consumed the segment and extended her hand for another. He proceeded to slice and offer her additional segments. Suddenly, a senescent voice interjected, inquiring if the young woman's father had arrived. The elderly woman had awakened. Mr. Shui was mortified. Ms. Li ignored the elderly woman and addressed Mr. Shui as Papa. Mr. Shui's embarrassment escalated tenfold. He relinquished the apple, procured a banana, and offered it to Ms. Li, asserting that increased fruit consumption aided digestion. Ms. Li, adopting the tone of a daughter beseeching her father, declined further sustenance, lest she become corpulent. During their amorous congress the previous night, she had involuntarily uttered the term Papa, eliciting waves of ecstasy. However, Mr. Shui had become distracted. Subsequently, he inquired about her predilection for a man who could be her father. Ms. Li avowed that he was her first love. Ms. Li was indeed the daughter of the village chief from an impoverished hamlet. Although their family enjoyed the privilege of warm sustenance, poverty was an insidious contagion. During her formative years, the village had undergone development, leading to an improvement in the villagers' circumstances, with the village chief naturally reaping the benefits. During this period, Ms. Li and Mr. Shui maintained sporadic correspondence. Ms. Li frequently received fashionable stationery from Mr. Shui, items that were of a superior caliber to those available at the village store, eliciting envy among her peers. Unbeknownst to Ms. Li, Mr. Shui's role in propaganda afforded him access to such items, which his daughter, Ms. Min, would have dismissed. The pens, stationery boxes, hardbound notebooks, and albums that he bestowed upon Ms. Li were cherished treasures. Beyond material possessions, Mr. Shui casually displayed his erudition, gleaned from his background in Chinese literature, thereby garnering Ms. Li's admiration. He served as her mentor during her adolescence. She assiduously preserved his letters, recalling phrases such as his appreciation for solitude, his self-perception as a proud molecule in the infinite and eternal, and his belief that the infinite and eternal might favor individuals such as himself. If such philosophical musings proved too abstruse, he would encourage her to eschew romance novels in favor of martial arts literature, asserting that the latter would imbue her with a sense of intrepidness, rendering her less vulnerable in a precarious world. He quoted a line from Gulong: "Drink the strongest liquor, wield the sharpest blade, slay the most ruthless, and love the dearest." This sentiment resonated deeply with Liu, becoming her guiding motto for a time. During her university years, she dated several boyfriends, each one a mere shadow compared to Keyong, flawed individuals waiting to be processed like subpar fruit on a factory assembly line. Consequently, she discarded them. Much like tasting inferior fruits, her heart remained tethered to Keyong. Keyong had unwittingly dug a small pond and nurtured a little fish within it, providing sustenance and care, thereby allowing Liu to flourish. At least for now, she had no intention of escaping that pond, a realization not lost on Keyong. As noon approached, after completing her first 4 drip, Liu prepared for the next. Keyong inquired if she was hungry. If so, he would fetch something to eat. Liu expressed a craving for milk tea, specifically from a nearby establishment called Haiti, where her favorite flavor was coconut. Keyong descended to procure the milk tea. After some searching, he located the shop, only to find a long queue of youthful patrons, all fervent supporters of the beverage. He stood out among the crowd, an older gentleman amidst a sea of youthful milk tea enthusiasts. His daughter, Xiao Min, shared this fondness for milk tea. On a previous visit to the small town, she had introduced Liu to its unique offerings. The town boasted several milk tea shops, all mere imitations of those in City A, which in turn mimicked larger metropolises. As Xiao Min aptly noted, constant imitation leads to eternal inability to surpass. For reasons unbeknownst to him, Keyong found himself often thinking of Xiao Min these past few days. She was undoubtedly the apple of his eye. He believed that perhaps the divine was prompting these thoughts as a soul-searching exercise, forcing him to confront his own moral failings. But who can withstand such scrutiny of the soul? Upon returning with the milk tea, both elevators opened simultaneously. Keyong emerged leisurely, only to catch sight of a slender girl weaving through the crowd. As she turned into the corridor, he recognized her, his daughter. Xiao Min. Liu was taken aback, never expecting Xiao Min to visit her hospital room. Xiao Min, aware of Liu and Oppo's surgery, discreetly sent her well wishes and learned from Liu's friends which hospital room she occupied. After arriving in the coastal city, Xiao Min had purchased Liu's favorite coconut milk tea and also acquired a bouquet of flowers. The fragrance of blossoms soon filled the room, mingling with the sterile scent of the hospital. If one were to envision a cinematic scene, it would depict both she and her father, Keyong, visiting the same milk tea shop in succession, traversing the streets on opposite sides, separated by the throngs of people. The two girls greeted each other joyfully, although Liu harbored deeper concerns. Breaking through Xiao Min's enthusiastic embrace, she swiftly messaged Aunt Shui, "Do not enter the hospital room." After sending the message, Xiao Min inserted straws into the 2 cups of milk tea, handing Liu the coconut-flavored one, while keeping the original flavor for herself. They then captured a photograph together, their youthful faces immortalized on film. During the photo, Liu, with a hint of mischief, leaned back slightly to make her face appear smaller than Xiao Min's. An elderly lady in the adjacent bed inquired, "Your sister has arrived?" To which Liu nonchalantly replied, "Yes." The old woman seemed to mutter, "She resembles her father." After the photo was taken, Xiao Min placed her milk tea on the table, intending to show Liu the picture. On the table lay a red thermos, which caught Xiao Min and Oppo's attention. "Is this your cup? It looks just like my dad and Oppo's." Liu and Oppo's heart raced. Indeed, it was Keyong and Oppo's cup, filled with goji berries, his daily staple. She quickly concocted a response, saying, "Oh, I hadn't at Oppo's. He noticed. My dad, the forgetful one, must have left it here during his visit." Xiao Min picked up the cup, smiling. "I thought it was my dad's. We bought it on a trip to Japan. There was only red left. And my mom said, 'Let it be red. It's more noticeable to avoid losing it.'" "Was Japan enjoyable?" Liu inquired. "In terms of fun, it pales in comparison to our own country. We went primarily for shopping," Xiao Min replied, her tone unexcited. Liu, lacking any overseas experience herself, chose to remain silent. Feeling a twinge of jealousy arise, Xiao Min remarked, "Look, our fathers even have matching cups. It's fate, destined by the heavens." when the opportunity arises. Let us embark on an impromptu trip together. However, for the village chief's daughter, such spontaneous adventures would encounter obstacles, while for Xiaomin, with her parents and grandmother in tow, such escapades were entirely feasible. Liu shifted the topic. Now that you're here, I feel instantly better. Once I finish my four. Where should we go? Xiaomin suggested. Let us visit a newly opened bookstore modeled after the Slight bookstore in Taiwan, where we can sip coffee while reading. Liu agreed enthusiastically but felt a lingering anxiety. She wondered if Keyong had left after receiving her message. Being a perceptive man, he should understand his own feelings. Why would a man with such insight engage in extramarital affairs? At that moment, Xiaomin looked up, showing her phone to Liu. In the flurry of activity, Liu had inadvertently sent that message to Xiaomin instead. Thankfully, it contained only a few words. Do not enter the hospital room. Xiaomin teased. Is this from a suitor? How obedient. You told him not to come, and he stayed away. Liu felt a wave of relief wash over her as she smiled. Of course, with you here, I prioritize love over friendship. That afternoon, Keyong, the milk tea connoisseur, stealthily exited the hospital and boarded a high-speed train back to the provincial city. Later that day, Meili received a photo from Xiaomin, showcasing the two milk tea enthusiasts radiating joy, with Keyong and Amp Oppo's red thermos prominently featured in the frame. Meili had previously remarked on the multitude of issues in marriage, expressing her unwillingness to tolerate any that might affect her daughter, and she would not hesitate to eliminate them. Unfortunately, due to her leg injury, she felt trapped and powerless. Yet, she still managed to take action, circling the red cup in the photo and sending a pointed message to Keyong. Don't forget to take your cup. Keyong chose to feign ignorance, driving Meili to the brink of frustration. She was already aware of his indiscretions. This was merely an old issue with a new twist. However, this time it involved her daughter, and if Xiaomin were to find out, it could be devastating. Years earlier, when the couple was on the brink of divorce, Xiaomin's depression loomed like a fog, seemingly endless. Now, however, a hint of sunshine appeared, a hard-won victory. In university, Xiaomin had few friends. Her encounter with Alice felt akin to falling in love. To her surprise, their tastes aligned. She wielded her trump card. If anything happens to my daughter, you shall answer to me. Keyong finally replied. As Oscar Wilde once said, life is not complex. It is we who complicate it. Life is simple, and simplicity is what is right. Indeed, a family named Wang resided next door, but the husband was not called Wild. He was Wang Zhongda. Meili retorted, I care not for what old Wang has to say. I demand an explanation from a Shui. Keyong responded, every woman is a novelist, concocting elaborate narratives. And with that, the conversation ceased. In truth, he felt a gnawing anxiety. That night, Xiaomin messaged him, inquiring if there were any goji berries left at home, as she intended to order some from Taobao, along with some chrysanthemums. The initial sweetness of the goji berries, followed by a hint of bitterness, paired well with the flowers, enhancing the flavor. Keyong typically added 3 chrysanthemums along with a small handful of goji berries. As he sat on the high-speed train with his milk tea, he suddenly recalled his thermos. After Meili and Oppo's subtle hint, a sense of panic surged within him. Xiaomin was meticulous, and he hoped she wouldn't question the thermos. Fortunately, Xiaomin merely inquired about the goji berries. He replied that there were still some goji berries and chrysanthemums at home, advising her not to purchase too many, as excess would compromise their freshness. Xiaomin then asked about his studies. He mentioned that although he was attending a party school, the experience was quite rigorous, resembling a military-style management system, with mandatory attendance and daily quizzes. Thus, he found himself memorizing various documents in the hotel room at night, feeling more tense than university students. Xiaomin cautioned him to take it easy. He reflected on how people used to say that his modest position was due to his grandfather. But now he was determined to prove his own capabilities and ascend further. In truth, he had little interest in holding office. He believed that if one could not serve the people, it was better to return home and sell sweet potatoes. Nevertheless, as a university student from the 1980s, he harbored a persistent idealism, not grand proclamations for the nation, but a sincere desire to contribute to his workplace was enough to fulfill him. He spoke with such conviction that he almost convinced himself. Xiaomin playfully remarked, Dad, you're the biggest. To be the biggest is to be the best. A jest she often shared. Keyong felt a sense of relief upon hearing this. After Liu received her injection, the two spent the afternoon in a bookstore. The Islite bookstore from Taiwan had transformed into a Chongping bookstore upon arriving at Binhai City. Much like Yonghe soy milk was called Yongla soy milk in Xiaomin small town. After their bookstore excursion, Xiaomin, who had initially planned to stay overnight, suddenly decided to take the high-speed train back that very night. Liu lamented, "The school guest house has already reserved a room. Minner, will you really leave me alone in an empty room?" Liu affectionately referred to Xiaomin as Min and Amp, Oppos, while Xiaomin loved to call her by her English name, Alice. Xiaomin suggested that Liu should cancel the reservation, as their department had just received a notice about a volunteer activity the next morning. And if she hurried back, she might not make it in time. Reluctantly, Liu called to cancel the room, but insisted on treating Xiaomin to hot pot before she left. The two young women enjoyed a delightful meal of rotating hot pot, with Xiaomin kindly reminding Liu to avoid spicy food while she herself opted for a fiery sauce. During their meal, Xiaomin expressed her desire to see her brother-in-law. Liu was taken aback. "Who?" Xiaomin giggled. "Your most beloved blue friend." A flash of realization struck Liu. Wasn't Amp, Oppos, her dear blue friend, her brother-in-law, none other than Xiaomin and Amp, Oppos, as father? Laughing, she replied, "You mean that American fellow? What's so special about that old scholar?" Xiaomin insisted on seeing a picture of her American boyfriend, prompting Liu to sift through her phone and show her a photo. The man, bespectacled and handsome, stood by a palm tree in Californian sunlight, holding a newspaper and gazing into the future with determination. "Your brother-in-law is quite handsome," Xiaomin remarked. "Alice, I truly envy you. So many boys adore you, while I remain an unnoticed ugly duckling." Liu paused her chopsticks and turned to Xiaomin. "Minner, do not say such things. You possess a purity of heart, with countless undiscovered facets. I appreciate your beauty more than anyone else, and regardless of how many Californian boyfriends I have, no one can replace your place in my heart." Xiaomin blushed slightly. "Alice, you ambitious soul, how many Californian boyfriends do you plan to have?" Liu replied, "At least 2, and you'll get the handsome one. I'll take the one in the photo." The two girls relished their hot pot, steam rising around them. On the high-speed train heading into the night, Xiaomin sent a message to Keyong, filled with affection for her father. From a young age, she had been sensitive to her father and Oppos' position at her grandmother and Oppos' house. Whenever he felt unhappy there, he would retreat to the small back balcony to smoke. The large house had a back balcony connected to the kitchen, typically used for storage. Keyong would quietly escape to this spot, lighting a cigarette to balance the feelings of inadequacy that came with being an outsider. Between the kitchen and the back balcony was a door through which Xiaomin would often stand silently, observing her father through the flickering light of his cigarette. She always feared that he might succumb to despair and jump from the building. She could hardly bear to imagine a life without him. As Keyong finished his cigarette and prepared to return inside, Xiaomin slipped away like a nimble mouse. He too sensed his daughter's love. Believing that the most valuable aspect of marrying Song Meili was bringing forth this enchanting girl. After sending her message, Xiaomin reflected, "Mother, so careless as she is, knows I must catch the night train back to school and still reminds me repeatedly. Father, you are so attentive, yet you do not even ask what I am doing. Are you pretending to know I am still at school, methodically turning off the lights and going to bed? There are many identical thermoses in this world." And Xiaomin remembered the one her father used, its logo slightly worn, leaving only half of the English letters visible. She had once joked with Keyong that the Japanese products were not indestructible. They might, as her father said, be as fragile as iron. The red thermos on Liu's table shared the same half-faded logo. Inside, pointed Ningxia goji berries were not particularly large, accompanied by 3 floating chrysanthemums. "Is there another father like hers?" the old lady once remarked. "This daughter resembles her father." Liu's message read, "Do not enter the ward. What a fragrant, grand apple the world is. A single bite reveals not the sweet and sour juice between the lips and teeth, but rather the bitter wormholes that lie within." The following morning, Song Meili called her daughter, but the phone was off. There was no sign of Xiaomin at school either. As Xiaomin sat on the high-speed train, questioning her existence, Song Meili took care of a pressing matter. She repeatedly ordered spicy dishes from the restaurant, relishing the taste while her body silently bore the burdens of her life. In the kitchen, her mother-in-law prepared stir-fried noodles. Due to a recent fire, the exhaust fan was only half functional, rendering it impossible to vent the smoke. Song Meili had to wait for Keyong to return and replace it. Thus, each time her mother-in-law cooked stir-fried noodles, the entire house filled with smoke. Initially, her mother-in-law avoided sitting near her while eating spicy dishes, but eventually, she placed a bowl of stir-fried noodles across from her, alongside a bowl of clear water. She would dip a piece of pig stomach from the oily, spicy dish into the water, mix it into the noodles, and produce loud slurping sounds as she savored the meal, reminiscent of a master chef. A few years ago, when her mother-in-law visited for the winter, Keyong had spent over 10,000 on her dental implants. Consequently, she not only possessed the finest donkey bag in the village, but also the most expensive dentures. Since then, she had become unstoppable in her culinary pursuits. What Song Meili could not tolerate was the loud smacking sounds her mother-in-law made while eating and the gurgling noises when drinking water, which were overwhelmingly loud. As if to express her reverence and admiration for the food, Keyong shared this quirk, though he was more discreet in public. Song Meili had voiced her strong objections, to which Keyong replied, "Home is where we reveal our true selves, the most comfortable haven. Expecting me to eat quietly is like asking you to relieve yourself without any odor, an unattainable standard of aesthetics." Since the spicy Sichuan dishes had failed to deter her mother-in-law, Song Meili decided to change her strategy. In the middle of the night, as she got up to use the restroom, she spotted her mother-in-law and Appo's dentures soaking in a cup. Song Meili was horrified, imagining the dentures leaping out of the cup to bite her. Previously, her mother-in-law had always taken her dentures to her own room, putting them on first thing in the morning. Without them, her face sagged, aging her by at least a decade. What woman does not dream of youthful rejuvenation? With a sense of disgust, Song Meili poured the dentures into the toilet, where they disappeared with the sound of rushing water. After committing this misdeed, she hurried back to bed. Listening intently for any signs of disturbance, she eventually drifted off to sleep with a smile. At dawn, Song Meili dreamt that she and her 5-year-old daughter, Xiao Min, stood at the bow of a swaying ship, only to be engulfed by a great wave that swallowed Xiao Min whole. She awoke with a start, her eyes wide open to the morning light. Upon hearing her mother-in-law's heavy footsteps traversing between the rooms, she realized that the old woman was frantically searching for her dentures. Ignoring her mother-in-law's plight, she hastily dialed her daughter Xiao Min, only to be met with the disheartening sound of a powered-off phone. Last night, she had been aware that her daughter was returning to school and had even reminded her to send a message once she arrived safely. Yet, in the midst of her battle with her mother-in-law, she had completely forgotten about this matter. Keyong believed that as long as the forgotten cup in Liu and Appo's hospital room was promptly sent over, everything would be as if it had never occurred. He instructed Liu to quickly send the cup via express delivery. However, Liu informed him that after receiving her injection, she had gone to the restroom, and upon her return, the cup had vanished. She suspected that an elderly woman in the same ward had stolen it. This woman possessed eyes that seemed to pierce through the world, surpassing even the keen observation of Aunt Keyong. Yet, Keyong pondered if it might have been Xiao Min and Appo's doing. Liu firmly believed that Xiao Min would not take the cup, for earlier that afternoon, while they were at the Chengpin bookstore, they had each purchased several books. Xiao Min, concerned for Liu who had just undergone surgery, insisted on carrying the heavier items herself, swiftly placing Liu's books into her own tote bag. The size of the cup would certainly make it impossible to conceal within such a bag. A mere cup had plunged him into a crisis. Early that morning, his mother called to complain that the village's most expensive dentures were missing, with only the 2 of them in the house. She could not fathom that Xiao Min's mother would hide them. Just days prior, Xiao Min's mother had criticized her cooking, insisting on preparing noodles herself, nearly causing a fire in the kitchen, a narrow escape that had left the elderly woman terrified. Now, with the dentures lost, it seemed she might starve. Then, a fire broke out in the backyard. Shortly after, Song Meili called, and just as he was about to inquire about the dentures, she informed him that Xiao Min was missing. The disappearance of his daughter was far more distressing than the lost dentures. He did not believe Liu had betrayed any secrets. It must have been Song Meili who had hinted at something. All day, there was no news of Xiao Min. He had inquired among all her friends, but no one had seen her. Xiao Min had few friends, some of whom she hadn't contacted for years. It became evident that his daughter was a solitary figure, a lonely girl who, when encountering a kindred spirit, would leap at the chance for connection as one might in love. Keyong filed a report at the police station in Bai City, where Xiao Min attended university. By nightfall, the station called to report a female corpse had been discovered in a suburban garbage dump, bearing some resemblance to Xiao Min. The estimated time of death was around 3 or 4 that morning, and it was suspected she had been assaulted beforehand. The news struck Keyong like a thunderclap. He immediately gathered his belongings to rush to Bai City. His roommate Xiao Wang, curious about his late-night departure, reminded him of the celebration meeting scheduled for the next day. This gathering was crucial for networking among the cadres attending party school. Keyong replied he was going to find his daughter. Xiao Wang chuckled inwardly, thinking all excursions under the guise of searching for a daughter were merely pretexts for mischief, uncertain of whose daughter he was truly seeking. While waiting for a taxi at the guest house, the police called again to clarify that the body was not Xiao Min's, but that of a flight attendant who had been abducted after finishing her night shift. The young woman's parents had arrived to identify the body. After hanging up, Keyong felt a sense of relief wash over him. No news was, after all, the best news. Beneath the pale moonlight, he leaned against the wall and wept. Meanwhile, Xiao Min had unexpectedly appeared in the provincial city where Keyong was located. Upon her arrival, dawn was approaching. Disembarking from the train, she intended to wait in the station's lounge chairs until daylight. However, the dimly lit waiting area was filled with swaying men, like sticks poised to overpower any vulnerable female. She decided to exit the lounge and found a nearby Yanghe soy milk, aware that it operated around the clock. There, she ordered a small dish, hoping to linger until morning. That morning, Keyong was scheduled for an exam, and Xiao Min planned to wait at the stairwell of the classroom for him. In her mind's eye, she envisioned her father, briefcase in one hand and thermos in the other. In those years when the milk tea sister was all the rage, her father had been affectionately dubbed Milk Tea Gentleman by Xiao Min. If the Milk Tea Gentleman did not carry his thermos, she would not worry. She could check his room later. If it still did not appear, there was no cause for alarm as they would surely share lunch. And the thermos would eventually make an appearance. But if it did not, she would indeed start to feel anxious. Yet, she would not allow her concern to show. She had validated her suspicions through her actions. Everyone believed her to be foolish, but the silent were often more observant and contemplative than the loquacious, and thus more astute. She sought the truth concerning the cup, but did she possess the courage to confront it? The mere thought ignited a restlessness within her. Ultimately, she resolved to leave. But before departing, she quietly approached the last row of windows in the classroom. There, she caught sight of her father's silhouette, fully engrossed in his exam. This examination was a crucial gateway, given Keyong and Oppo's aptitude as a liberal arts student. He would surely score no less than 90. If promotions were accompanied by tests, the younger colleagues, like Xiao Wang and Xiao Li, could not hope to compete with this seasoned veteran. Xiao Min noticed a bottle of mineral water on her father's desk, rather than the red cup she had anticipated. The first wall of her expectation crumbled silently. The second wall lay further ahead. Perhaps the thermos was in his dormitory. During an exam, even the smartest individuals might overlook details. She felt a twinge of sympathy for her father. His stomach was not robust, and drinking cold water on a frigid day could worsen his health. Did he risk developing stomach cancer? Since childhood, she had harbored a fear of losing him. As Xiao Min pondered various paths in the corridor of the classroom, she ultimately decided to sell tofu. She slipped away quietly. That day, Wang Fang received a call from her son, Liu Dachui, pleading for an urgent loan of 1,000 yuan. Since starting university, his allowance had often exceeded its limits. At his third-rate university, social obligations were rampant, and the culture of mutual dining among classmates was pervasive. Coupled with his penchant for gaming, where he frequently spent on gear, Liu Dachui often found himself financially depleted well before the month ended. If Liu Dachui were to discover this, he would surely insist that his son subsist on pickled vegetables and steamed buns until the next allowance date. Thus, Dachui habitually sought money from Wang Fang. This time, Wang Fang replied, "I am currently unemployed, which means I have no salary. The money I spend comes from your father. Each time I withdraw, his phone rings. Having just taken money this month, withdrawing another 1,000 will certainly cause him distress, prompting questions about my expenditures." Dachui responded, "Mom, I have a girlfriend from out of town visiting today. I need to take her out for a meal and perhaps shopping. It won't necessarily cost a fortune. After all, as you say, we must maintain appearances. If she returns and I have leftover money, I will return it to you. You manage our finances, so you'll figure something out." Although Wang Fang handled the family finances, every card was linked to Liu Dachui's account, much like a company where the chairman made the decisions and the general manager executed them. Yet, the general manager also had her methods, supporting her son's romantic pursuits. She allocated a special fund of 1,000 yuan. She could elicit no details from Dachui about the girl. So she advised him to treat her well and be a decent person, for only then would a good girl love him. Little did Wang Fang know that Liu Haitao's romantic fund was intended for a girl her own mother was well acquainted with. After abandoning her search for the cup, Xiaomin wandered through the provincial city like a stray cat. In the winter, the city was shrouded in persistent smog. As people drifted like sand through her mind, she recognized Liu Haitao among them. From kindergarten through middle school, Xiaomin and Haitao had been classmates. When Haitao was 6, he moved to the city with his parents, joining the kindergarten's senior class. Unlike the urban children, Haitao was like an untamed monkey, while other children froze in fear at a teacher's shout. He continued to defy conventions. Despite his rambunctiousness, he was a leader among boys, known for his exceptional kindness and gentleness towards girls, endearing himself to them. Wang Fang, the mother of the child, feared that her son, Pai Hozi, would not be favored by the teachers at kindergarten. Each morning, after dropping him off, she voluntarily stayed behind to assist the teachers in preparing breakfast for the children. In a state-run kindergarten bustling with over 30 children in a single class, mealtime was of paramount importance. Not only did Wang Fang help serve food, but her sweet demeanor also endeared her to the children, making her a favorite among the staff. The caretakers greatly appreciated this kind woman from the countryside. With a good rapport with the staff, it was only natural that her son, Haitao, was treated well. Thus, without gifting any money, she successfully fostered a positive relationship with the kindergarten. Among the 30-some children, Xiaomin was the one most reluctant to eat. While the other children devoured their meals with enthusiasm, Xiaomin would fret over breakfast after just a couple of bites. Wang Fang paid special attention to this delicate sprout and soon discovered that Xiaomin despised bread and ham, but relished buns, albeit only the skin. One afternoon, while waiting in line to pick up her child, Wang Fang spotted Song Meili and reported on Xiaomin's eating habits, recommending that the child have a little something at home before heading to kindergarten. Song Meili remarked that a girl shouldn't be so plump. Noting that Song Meili herself was not particularly slender, Wang Fang teased, saying that while they paid for the kindergarten meals, her son likely consumed more than Xiaomin could manage. In her determination to help Xiaomin eat better, Wang Fang devised numerous strategies. Gradually, Xiaomin began to consume the buns with their fillings. At that time, Xiaomin adored the lively Haitao and his mother, Wang Fang, even expressing to her parents her desire to marry Liu Haitao one day. During this period, Keyong was an ascending star, and Song Meili's father was still a respected figure. They believed their daughter to be a princess, dismissing the foolish boy as unworthy of such fortune. Years swiftly flew by, and in a third-rate university in the provincial capital, Liu Haitao, emerging from a game, was taken aback when Xiaomin unexpectedly sought him out. With financial support from his mother, Wang Fang, he felt secure and untroubled. However, rather than indulging in shopping or visiting scenic spots, Xiaomin requested Haitao accompany her to the zoo. In the original script of her life, had her father still possessed his cup, she would have insisted on his company for a trip to the zoo. That summer, after graduating from kindergarten, the family of 3 attended a wedding at a relative and Amp Appo's home in the provincial capital. This was Xiaomin and Amp Appo's sole memory of a family trip. What she recalled most vividly was not the beautiful bride but the near altercation between her parents at the banquet. The incident began when Keyong, unable to wait for the rotating serving platter, stood up to grab a fishball. Unfortunately, the fishball slipped from his grasp, landing in the soup and splattering oil everywhere. To make matters worse, he also knocked over a drink beside Song Meili, staining her new dress with cola. Their distant uncle in the provincial capital was a banker, and his son had married the daughter of a high-ranking official, drawing a guest list far removed from the toil of farmers. Yet, Keyong's behavior was reminiscent of a laborer. Under such scrutiny, he garnered scornful gazes. And Song Meili added her critique, remarking on his eagerness to eat. In truth, Keyong's intentions were noble. He merely wished to serve his daughter, who showed a preference solely for the fish balls at the lavish spread. However, his clumsy attempts to serve were met with Song Meili and Appo's dismissive attitude. He endured the meal in silence, planning to address the matter later at the hotel. Yet, Song Meili, irate over her dress, chastised him in the hall. Keyong attempted to defend himself, but she remained unconvinced of his intentions for their daughter, hurling insults at him. In a fit of frustration, he stormed off, abandoning the plan to take Xiaomin to the zoo afterward and returning to their small town. Song Meili had little interest in the zoo. It was merely a task for Keyong to undertake with their daughter. She intended to rest at the hotel. With Keyong gone, she took Xiaomin shopping instead. purchasing a new dress to soothe her anger. In the ongoing war between the two adults, the outing to the zoo for Xiaomin was overlooked, and she, too, refrained from mentioning it. Thus, a lingering desire remained unfulfilled, a trip to the zoo in the provincial capital. At the zoo, children accompanied by adults abounded, while Haitao and Xiaomin felt like two overgrown children. In the present-day zoo, the monkeys were hairless, the tigers lethargic, camels appeared foolish, and the colorful birds seemed to suffer from depression. Outside, a sickly society thrived, and within, it felt like a grand prison. After wandering through the exhibits, Xiaomin remarked on the plight of the animals, confined to such a limited space, living and dying under public scrutiny. Haitao replied that perhaps the animals pitied humans. As they passed a monkey enclosure, Haitao mused, "Look at you humans, toiling desperately for a meal, striving to excel in university, then frantically searching for jobs. Once employed, you work overtime, sporting panda eyes, while I, like the old Sun Wukong, enjoy my buns, bask in the sun, and live freely without the constraints of family planning." Xiaomin couldn't help but laugh. She was astonished when Haitao recounted a historical tale, explaining how, after Columbus discovered the New World in the 15th century, indigenous people were forcibly taken to Europe. The spectacle caused quite a stir among the European aristocracy, leading to the establishment of the first human zoo at the Vatican, showcasing indigenous peoples like Native Americans, Turks, and Africans. In a New York zoo, a diminutive black man who spoke English, despite proclaiming "I am a man," could only elicit laughter and mockery from the nobility, who tossed him food to observe how he differed from the animals. In their eyes, he was never truly human. After graduating from middle school, Xiaomin attended a prestigious high school in City A, while Haitao remained in a regular high school in their small town. They lost contact. Upon completing their visit to the zoo, Xiaomin felt that Haitao possessed a wealth of knowledge. She empathized with the animals, recognizing that humans were even more pitiable. The regret of having missed a trip to the zoo years ago quietly dissipated. Having finished their excursion, Haitao realized he had spent little of his dating budget and asked Xiaomin what she would like to eat, wishing to treat his old friend. Xiaomin suggested they visit a street renowned for its snacks. The lively street in the provincial capital was ablaze with lights, bustling with crowds, and filled with the enticing aroma of food that nourished their budding affection. Haitao instinctively took Xiaomin and Oppo's hand. The chill in the air made her hands cold, but as he held them, it felt as if a small sweet potato had been placed in an oven, warming up rapidly. As they meandered through the various eateries, they sampled a dish or two from each, quickly consuming them at the street corner before rushing to the next. Xiaomin, with her petite appetite, often found herself unable to finish, but when tempted by the next stall, Haitao willingly played the role of her garbage disposal, consuming her leftovers. Everyone knew Haitao had a hearty appetite. One summer day during middle school, he single-handedly devoured 2 large pots of buns prepared by Wang Fang, 16 buns in each pot, totaling 32. This feat earned him a reputation in the neighborhood. Xiaomin had certainly heard of this. She was unaware that the Haitao of yesteryears often felt perpetually hungry. Now, having grown to a height of 6 feet, his appetite had diminished, yet for Xiaomin's sake, he silently bore the burden of sampling the night market's offerings throughout the provincial capital. Xiaomin arrived in the provincial capital carrying a weight of sorrow. Seeking the whereabouts of a cup, she awaited a heart-wrenching shattering. She turned off her phone, severing ties with the world. One could only wonder if her selfish parents, deprived of her presence, would feel as frantic as if they had lost a pig they had nurtured for nearly 20 years. She dubbed her escape the defection of a pig. Loving oneself is the beginning of a lifelong romance, yet she felt somewhat lost. During the night spent with Haitao, she yearned for the alley where the night market resided to be endless. Haitao, a year older than Xiaomin, suddenly called out to her, "Sister." His expression seemed peculiar as he continued, "Sister, I'm stuffed to the throat. I can't eat anymore. Can we skip it?" It was Saturday, and the defector intended to leisurely return to school the following day. The hotel, arranged by Haitao, was a nationwide chain, reasonably priced. Xiaomin relished the sensation of walking beside a tall boy. Haitao carried her bag and held her hand with the other. As they entered the elevator, they encountered a hotel staff member pushing a service cart, filling the space entirely. They were cornered in the elevator, and Xiaomin became a bird sheltered beneath Haitao's wing. She distinctly caught the scent of night market food clinging to Haitao's clothes, accompanied by a subtle hint of fresh grass. She felt a flutter of excitement and a touch of shyness. Upon reaching their room, Haitao closed the door without turning on the lights, instead peering through the peephole. He then used his phone's camera to survey the room's corners for any suspicious activity before finally switching on the lights. Xiaomin was taken aback. Little did she know that her father had checked into a hotel with Liu days earlier, also playing the investigator. The world's unfaithful lovers are ever vigilant. Haitao remarked, "My mom told me that staying in a hotel isn't safe. The peephole might be faulty, and there could be hidden cameras. You could end up sold without even realizing it." Xiaomin replied, "Your mom knows a lot." Haitao explained, "She worked in hotels for several months. This industry has its dark secrets." Xiaomin countered, "Isn't your mom a fish vendor at the supermarket? When I last saw her, she didn't mention working in a hotel." Speaking of her last visit home naturally brought Liu to mind. If there were indeed something between him and her father, it would strike Xiaomin with a blow as painful as a heartbreak. She put aside the roots of this troubling question for the time being. Much like a ladle submerged in water, uncertain of when it might resurface, perhaps revealing the truth. Yet, with Haitao, she undeniably felt a hypnotic joy. After showering, Xiaomin emerged in a red nightgown, appearing diminutive amidst the fabric. She possessed an astonishing mane of hair cascading like wisteria, her pale face adorned with delicate features. Unremarkable on their own, yet collectively exuding a unique beauty. In contrast to her daytime self, with a low ponytail tucked into a black down jacket, she seemed transformed. It became evident that a growing girl could metamorphose into such beauty. Haitao was visibly captivated. However, he said, "Sister, now that you've finished your shower, I should head back." The night in the small town remained the same. Liu Dachui, soaking his feet, lamented, "Fang Fang, look at all this dead skin on my feet. No matter how much I scrub, it won't come off." Wang Fang, busily slicing radishes at the dining table, explained that every winter she buys a plethora of radishes, dries them to make radish strips, and uses her secret recipe to pickle them, distributing them to neighbors and earning abundant praise. This year, however, due to various circumstances, the pickling had been postponed. Liu Dachui jested that she was being petty, to which she responded, "What are radishes worth? What's the cost of chili flakes? It's just a matter of effort, which isn't worth much." In reference to the dead skin, Wang Fang raised her knife, saying, "Just wait. I'm cutting radishes right now. I'll fix your feet in a bit." Liu Dachui playfully replied, "Fang Fang, you're not fixing my feet. You're plotting against your husband. I'll save this skin and find a little lady to help me." Wang Fang retorted, "How much would you pay that little lady? Is the skin on your feet thicker than radish skin? If I can fix radishes, I can certainly fix you." Liu Dachui remarked, "As one ages, the skin thickens. What man, once he has a wife, doesn't he also seek a little lady?" The couple often engaged in such light-hearted banter. Recently, Liu Dachui indeed found his foot skin thickening. Whenever his foot skin thickened, it signified he had been running around more, and his wallet was fuller. Fortune and misfortune are intertwined. As the year-end approached, state-owned enterprises were engaged in a major procurement campaign, with logistics tasked to support the workforce, inevitably leading to significant purchases. Although the choice of partnerships had been predetermined, local officials wielded more influence. Various manufacturers were eager to offer favors to the logistics director, hoping to provide him with some supplements to aid in his recovery, enabling Director Liu to return to the flow of public service. Liu, unable to decline with one arm, reluctantly accepted their offerings, cautioning them, "I've only broken my arm once. Don't let it happen again." Liu Dachui received some extra funds, which he shared with Wang Fang to deposit in the bank. Wang Fang set aside a portion for their son's dating fund. Liu Dachui meticulously tracked every penny's destination in his mind. All household savings were under his name. Having grown up in poverty, he deeply understood the saying, "Power comes from the barrel of a gun." In a household, controlling the finances equates to wielding power. Wang Fang, the daughter of a carpenter, had never lacked for anything, and being somewhat absent-minded at times, she focused on errands rather than financial matters. Thus, Liu Dachui assumed the role of the family as chairman. The chairman, meandering, inquired if the general manager had recently given their son more money. Wang Fang had no choice but to tell the truth. Otherwise, Liu Dachui, being somewhat suspicious, might think she was secretly giving money to her parents. Liu Dachui's parents had passed away, while Wang Fang's were still living. In the past, when both had parents, they shared the responsibility of honoring their elders equally, whether through money or gifts. Now, Liu Dachui's family felt the imbalance. He asked Wang Fang what Haitao's girlfriend looked like, to which she replied that Haitao was involved in underground activities and had to keep it confidential for now. Liu Dachui argued, if he truly has a girlfriend, why not show her face? How can you just send money without a word? You're too indulgent with the child. Wang Fang said. I believe Haitao wouldn't lie. Just wait. As she prepared to message Haitao, her phone rang. In the pig pen, the lost pig had caused Song Meili to become frantic. Just then, another misfortune struck at home. Since Song Meili had inadvertently fed her mother-in-law's dentures to the toilet, the plumbing had been malfunctioning. That night, it finally clogged. Xuan Mu, with good legs and feet, managed to go down to the community restroom, returning to mutter. Going outside to relieve oneself nearly froze my backside. After that, she went to bed. Song Meili, however, could not descend the stairs due to her limp. In the dead of night, she found no one available to clear the drain and had no choice but to call Wang Fang for help. Since the kitchen fire incident, Wang Fang had become Song Meili's pillar of support. Wang Fang rushed to Song's home, bringing a plastic bucket to serve as a makeshift toilet for the night, assuring Song Meili that a plumber would come the next morning to clear the drain. Song Meili, a woman of dignity, insisted on going to the community restroom, and Wang Fang had no choice but to assist her out the door. The journey to the restroom felt like a march through the long march. Upon arrival, even the rats inside were startled. Named Meili, her life was far from beautiful. On the way back, as the night wind blew, Song Meili gazed at the cold moonlight and reflected, Wang Fang treats me like family. I, Song Meili, will repay this kindness. Wang Fang replied, don't say that. I ask for nothing in return, just don't bite me back in the future. That night, Haitao stayed in Xiaomin's room. After her shower, Xiaomin emerged in a red nightgown, and Haitao felt as if she had transformed into someone entirely different. The pale-faced girl from earlier, with her low ponytail tucked into a black down jacket, had appeared as ordinary as a fallen leaf on the ground, swept along by the wind. Now, that small figure, glowing white, enveloped in red, exuded a touch of allure. Her abundant hair and individually unremarkable features coalesced into a singular beauty, her apparent fragility concealing an indomitable spirit. Haitao marveled at the transformative power of womanhood embodied in Xiaomin. Her eyes glimmered, a phenomenon Xiaomin attributed to the increased secretions that accompany attraction, rendering the eyes more luminous and reflective. Emboldened by this perceived signal, she felt a surge of exhilaration. Lacking amorous experience, her adolescence had been a relentless downpour, preventing the seeds of romance from germinating. Nevertheless, she had immersed herself in books on the psychology of love. Her body extended an audacious invitation to Haitao. Haitao was reserved, yet his kiss betrayed a seasoned familiarity. Indeed, it was 2012, the purported eve of the apocalypse, and her peers possessed a carnal knowledge rivaling that of springtime fauna. Seizing every sexual opportunity before the world and Oppo's demise. She, however, had only just experienced her first kiss. At her age, Liu had already tasted more of life. While she felt like a forgotten creature, that evening, a robust animal kissed a weaker one, eliciting no earth-shattering tremors, only a dizzying amusement. She desired more, hoping to leverage Haitao to unlock a new world. Imprisoned within herself for nearly 2 decades, she had grown accustomed to coexisting with fear and inadequacy. Now, she reached out, yearning to grasp a ray of light. Haitao radiated warmth, his presence akin to a day spent basking in the sun, the lingering warmth persisting even after nightfall. Consequently, she guided his hand towards her small breasts. His hand felt scalding against her chest, her accelerated heartbeat resonating in his palm. Ultimately, he desisted. She inquired, are they too small? She was self-conscious about her petite breasts, the kind that prompted lingerie store clerks to immediately identify her as suitable for a small A cup. Liu's, while not enormous, were full and assertive, captivating the gaze of women and undoubtedly driving her lovers to madness. Xiaomin suddenly understood her attraction to Liu. She was another, bolder version of herself, living vicariously through someone who brazenly navigated the world. That night, she craved a revolt, a pig yearning to traverse its own alley. Haitao must have sensed something. He rose, cupping Xiaomin's face, and said, size doesn't matter. I just feel like we haven't been in touch for years. And you suddenly come to me, and within 24 hours, we and Oppos, re-together, faster than fast food. You and Oppos, LL regret it later. Xiaomin retorted, you and Oppos, re such an honest person. What's there to regret? Isn't everyone doing it? You're making me feel unattractive and like a failure. Haitao countered, you're way off. I like you a lot. But your feelings for me aren't quite there yet. If something were to happen casually, I'd feel like I was taking advantage of you. How about we give ourselves a month, until the end of the world? If you develop feelings for me, I and Oppos, LL come to your city. If not, my light bulb will burn out. He added, okay sis? Xiaomin perceived Haitao and Oppos' rejection as a romantic proposition and responded, big brother, the more you act like this, the more I might miss you when I get back. The next morning, Wang Fang was roused by Song Meili's call, inquiring about the plumber's tardiness. She was impatient. As Wang Fang spoke to Song Meili, Liu Dachui, panting, caressed his wife's breasts. After a night's sleep, the morning man was full of vigor. Liu Dachui believed that the most auspicious way to start the day was by pleasuring his wife. He superstitiously believed that launching millions of sperm in the morning would yield a bountiful harvest of money throughout the day. Suddenly, Song Meili exclaimed, is Lao Lu there? Lao Lu, my leg is almost healed. I want to go back to work. I and Oppos, am suffocating at home. Liu Dachui quickly stifled himself, rolling to the other side, feigning absence. Song Meili managed his accounts, and when she was around, she was obedient to him because of her love and admiration for him. Now, a younger person was in charge of the accounts, and he was easier to deal with. Wang Fang cooperated, saying, Lao Lu is in the bathroom. I'll urge the plumber. I and Oppos, LL warm up some buns and bring them to you. As Wang Fang headed towards Song and Oppos' house with the buns, just past the East District, she spotted Song Meili hobbling along the road, resembling a crooked tree in winter. She couldn't wait any longer and had laboriously made her way downstairs to the public restroom. However, she encountered a problem on the way and wet her pants. Song Meili felt like a useless person. Her broken leg had made her life miserable. She concluded that her suffering stemmed from her broken leg. The morning was quiet. When Wang Fang saw her, she took off her large shawl and wrapped it around Song Meili's lower body, giving the cripple some dignity. Then, she helped Song Meili upstairs and changed her pants. Song Meili remained silent. Wang Fang had witnessed all her humiliation. At that moment, the plumbers arrived. The plumbers had repaired Wang Fang and Oppos' pipes before. They were a couple. The man with prominent buck teeth, the woman with a simple, cheerful demeanor, always busy. However, their son was doing well, ranking first in his grade at a city No. 1 high school. Soon, the sound of activity emerged from the bathroom. Shortly thereafter, the plumber retrieved a set of dentures from the sewage. His wife rinsed them and placed them in a basin, calling for the owner. The mother-in-law emerged from the bedroom, pouting. Upon seeing her dentures, she burst into tears. She was so proud of her dentures. The plumber and Oppos' wife comforted her, saying, Granny, wash them well, and they and Oppos' LL still be usable. The thought of the dentures being contaminated by feces and urine and then being placed back in her mouth saddened her even more. After the plumbers left, she cried loudly over the dentures. Song Meili emerged from the room and said coldly, Your granddaughter Xiaomin has been missing for 2 days. Have you, as her grandmother, even asked about it? How dare you cry? If you cry again, I'll call the police under the name of the neighbor and say you're disturbing the peace and causing a nuisance to the residents, and I'll have the police arrest you. The mother-in-law's wailing gradually subsided. She wasn't afraid of her daughter-in-law, but she was afraid of the police, so she retreated to her room. Only then did Wang Fang learn about Xiaomin's disappearance. She suggested that Song Meili inquire with Xiaomin's classmates. Song Meili said she had contacted them all, but there was no news, and her phone was also turned off. If there was still no news today, she would go crazy. Wang Fang thought for a moment and said, Have you contacted Haitao? Let me ask Haitao. Haitao and Xiaomin hadn't had much contact since high school. Song Meili didn't and Oppos' think Haitao could even get into Xiaomin and Oppos' social circle. If people had foresight, Wang Fang would have regretted that morning at Song Meili and Oppos' house when she put Haitao on speakerphone. Song Meili clearly heard Haitao say, Xiaomin is fine. She was with me last night. On Sunday afternoon, a pig ended her escape, and Xiaomin returned to her school, finally turning on her phone. By then, her mother, Song Meili, was nearly insane. She was not insane because of her recovered daughter, but because she learned that Xiaomin had spent the night with Liu Haitao. Although Wang Fang explained that Haitao was worried about Xiaomin's safety and had only stayed with her for 1 night, Song Meili naturally didn't believe it. She felt that her pure and innocent daughter had been taken advantage of by a pig. She immediately turned against Wang Fang. After Xiaomin turned on her phone, Song Meili immediately questioned her about whether she had slept with Haitao and why she had gone to the provincial capital to find that fool instead of her father. Xiaomin thought that her disappearance would at least cause a corner of her parents' world to collapse, but the adults were not as anxious as she had imagined. Upon receiving the reassuring news of her daughter's safety, Keyong finally felt at ease to convene the summary meeting, while her mother expressed concern over her daughter's virtue. She retorted, "Why did I seek out Hai Tao instead of my father? It is because I have cherished Hai Tao since kindergarten." This serves as the answer to the first question. The answer to the second question is, quite evidently, that I have shared a bed with Hai Tao. This act of intimacy seems to symbolize maturation and also serves as a weapon, striking precisely at Song Meili. Hearing her daughter confirm this matter nearly caused Song Meili to faint from the shock. This revelation was an even greater blow to her than discovering her husband's infidelity once again. When Keyong returned from the provincial capital, he brought back a red thermos, a piece of its paint chipped away near the string of English letters. On the train journey home, he finally had the opportunity to sit down and converse with his daughter. He captured a photograph of the sunset outside the window and sent it to her. In her childhood, he often sang to her, "The blue sky adorned with a sunset in the heart, the colorful clouds are the evening glow's attire." Together with his daughter, the artistic essence within Keyong blossomed. Although Xiaomin did not notice the sprouting grass, her eyes were drawn to the red thermos in the frame. Seemingly a supporting character, yet embodying an ineffable theme. This cup was an urgent purchase, hastily used, resulting in the loss of a piece of its paint. There was no need to explain to his wife. Their marriage had long reached a state of indifference akin to a dead pig not fearing boiling water. However, the concern regarding their daughter still weighed on him. Xiaomin certainly discerned the cup's distinction, the new against the old, separated only by the distance of goji berries and chrysanthemums. Yet, it seemed of little consequence, for upon encountering the sea waves, the world appeared to shine with a beam of light, guiding her fingers towards its source. She inquired of her father whether he remembered the peach. Keyong asked, "Peach? It's quite expensive this season." Xiaomin clarified, "Peach isn't a fruit. It was the bird I raised when I was little." He recalled that when Xiaomin was 6, they had a parrot named Peach. The bird was clever and mischievous, often perching on Xiaomin and Appo's shoulder. Every morning, as Keyong prepared for work, Peach would nudge against his shoes, conveying, "Master, don't go, play with me." Perhaps it was because Song Meili frequently called it a foolish bird that Peach maintained a respectful distance from the mistress. However, since Peach's arrival, Xiaomin had significantly improved her eating habits, even winning a bit of affection from Song Meili, who was not fond of pets. One day, while Song Meili struggled to carry home a portion of food from her workplace, she awkwardly managed to open the door with 2 fingers. At that moment, Peach happened to be napping on the doorknob. As she attempted to close the door, Peach perceived the movement as a threat and unexpectedly pecked at her fingers, which resembled 2 large worms. Amid Song Meili's cries, the bird fled in a panic. In its haste, Peach collided with the bright glass, believing it was escaping to the outside world, only to meet a tragic end. Upon returning home, Keyong found Peach's lifeless body resting on the coffee table. Its soft form sprawled out, its tiny head tilted to one side, with eyes tightly shut. Song Meili insisted that Keyong dispose of the foolish bird. He questioned, "How will you explain this to the child?" Song Meili replied, "It was killed by a cat." He retorted, "Do we even have a cat? Which cat entered our home? Is it so difficult for you to admit a mistake to our child?" That day, as Keyong picked Xiaomin up from school, he imparted many profound lessons about life and death, hoping to prepare her. Xiaomin listened in a daze, and upon returning home to find Peach dead, she burst into tears. Song Meili, infuriated, shouted, "Would you weep like this if your mother died?" The death of Peach was a profound trauma in Xiaomin's childhood. Keyong understood that while adults might mourn briefly, for a child, it was her first encounter with loss. After all, Peach had been raised with tender care since its infancy. He accompanied his daughter to bury Peach in a grove within their community, holding a small funeral attended solely by the 2 of them. On a rainy night, Xiaomin longed for Peach, and Keyong, holding an umbrella, accompanied her to the bird's resting place. He stood by, watching his petite daughter shiver beneath the small umbrella, her sorrow for the deceased bird so sincere and heartfelt. He felt both compassion for Peach and a deeper ache for his little girl. Now, as Xiaomin unexpectedly mentioned Peach, the memory that had been pushed to the recesses of Keyong's mind was suddenly revived. He asked her why she brought up Peach. Xiaomin replied, "Because Peach's death seemed like a monumental event to me back then. Thank you for teaching me the importance of honesty and the courage to confront my feelings. Therefore, no matter what, I will always love you." Indeed, she still loved her father. Out of love, she chose to believe it was merely a matter of the photo angle, rather than a reflection of the same cup in her friend's hospital room. Liu had a Californian boyfriend. How could he compare to her father? Although, in his youth, her father had also been quite handsome. The train plunged into the night, and Keyong's heart resonated with his daughter's words. At that moment, it seemed he still possessed the heart of an artistic youth, untainted by the shamelessness of life. But now, did he still have the courage to confront his own heart? Upon returning home, Keyong found himself confronted with a multitude of pressing issues. The kitchen demanded a new range hood, his mother's dentures required replacement, and the dining expenses for Xiao Sichuan needed settling. Within the confines of their abode, two hens wandered, their feathers scattered about in the absence of a rooster. Reflecting on his days spent studying in the provincial capital, it felt like a spirited escape, achieving top marks in examinations. The pride of being a distinguished student in the Chinese department rekindled within him. The encounter with Liu further added to his buoyancy. Although he later faced perilous situations, including the near disappearance of his daughter, the news of Xiao Min landing safely brought a sense of relief. Now, stepping back into his home, he found himself amidst the scattered feathers. His daughter's reminiscences about peaches resonated like a sudden downpour striking a metal basin, leaving no trace once the rain ceased. In his previous role of drafting articles for his superiors, he often asserted that one must create opportunities even in the absence of favorable conditions. With the range hood still unfixed, he managed to prepare a couple of dishes and a porridge. His mother, lacking her dentures, appeared to have aged 2 decades. Her mouth a tight line. As she consumed the meal prepared by her son, the sounds emanating from her mouth grew louder, akin to a pig that had gone several days without food. He speculated that with the broken range hood, his mother likely hesitated to prepare delectable meals for herself. Gauging her daughter-in-law's approval, Meili, on the other hand, opted for the spicy dishes from Xiao Sichuan, willing to endure discomfort rather than allow her mother-in-law a single bite. Consequently, his mother suffered from hunger, leaving him both pained and guilt-ridden. Meili showed little appetite for the food Keyong had prepared. Occupying the sofa, she scrutinized his thermos and remarked, "SF Express is quite efficient. I assume the shipping cost was substantial?" With her impaired vision, she mistakenly believed Miss Alice had sent the old cup to Keyong. Within the province, deliveries typically took less than a day. Keyong feigned ignorance, swirling his bowl as he sipped the porridge, producing slurping sounds, a habit he had adopted from his farming background, which Meili had long mocked. Noting his indifference, she declared, "Once my leg heals, I intend to visit Binhai New City." Startled, he inquired, "For what purpose?" She replied, "I've heard Binhai New City is picturesque, filled with beautiful women. I wish to see it." Keyong contemplated her words. Was her recovery merely a pretext to seek trouble with Liu in Binhai New City? A sudden thought crossed his mind. He would prefer her leg remain impaired. That winter, the boiler workers in the small town reportedly killed the coal boss, resulting in abundant heat for every household. During her time in a rural flat, even the most vigorous fire could not compete with the collective heating of the city. She always felt overheated. While he was away on business, she would close her door tightly at night, waking as if she had been steamed like a large bun. After his return, she opened the door at night, longing for a cool breeze. Thus, Keyong took to mopping the floors each evening before bed, employing this rustic method to enhance the humidity in the room. Meili had a penchant for nocturnal excursions. The entrance to her spacious bedroom faced the bathroom, and she had a habit of exiting without illuminating the corridor, relying instead on the light seeping from her bedroom. A few steps led her to the bathroom door, where she would then turn on the light. One night, as she made her way to the restroom, her crutch slipped, nearly causing her to fall. In her panic, her injured right leg bore her weight, averting disaster. She quickly turned on the light, only to discover a puddle on the floor. Realizing the predicament, she feared the strain on her injured leg would exacerbate her condition, leading to a permanent limp by year's end. Instinctively, she attempted to lift her right leg, but felt no pain, only a slight ache, a result of prolonged disuse. After using the restroom, she cautiously returned to her bedroom, testing her legs with a few tentative steps, then pushing further, reminiscent of an infant learning to walk. Each step brought her joy as she recognized that her leg was on the mend. However, she resolved to maintain her facade of disability in front of Keyong and her mother-in-law. Keyong quickly learned of his daughter Xiaomin's relationship with Haitao. Theoretically, he did not oppose his daughter and Appo's romantic involvement. After all, love is a requisite course in university, albeit one he had not mastered well in his own youth. However, he had one stipulation. She should not date Liu Dachui's son. The two families were adversaries. How could they possibly become in-laws? Without wanting to directly obstruct Xiaoman's happiness, he decided to call Liu Dachui, subtly suggesting that he keep a tight rein on his son and prevent him from pursuing his daughter. Liu Dachui responded, Manager Shui, we are living in a new era. Even cats and dogs can love freely, let alone young people. I can't control them. His words were clearly intended to infuriate Shui Keyong. Shui retorted, if you cannot manage your son, perhaps I will manage you when the time comes. The headquarters had a new leader, and rumors circulated that by the end of the year, various mid-level officials would be shuffled. Shui Keyong had just returned from a party school, being a candidate for the position of the secretary. There was talk of Shui Keyong potentially being transferred to Liu Dachui and Appo's S unit, if Secretary Shui took office. It was said his first act would be to demote Liu Dachui to the position of Deputy Director of the Security Office, which only had 2 staff members, an elderly man as the director and Liu Dachui as the deputy. Upon returning home, this model couple had a quarrel. Wang Fang firmly believed her son's words. Hai Tao, remembering his mother's teachings, knew that respect for a girl was paramount. Liu Dachui, however, was resolute in his disbelief, scoffing at the notion that a proper young man would not pursue a girl he fancied. His resentment towards Shui Keyong led him to disparage Xiaoman, questioning whether such a small girl could ever bear a child or merely a rat. Even hedgehogs believe their offspring to be the smoothest in the world. Without waiting for his wife to respond to his musings about children, he launched into a stern critique. If Wang Fang hadn't provided financial support for Hai Tao's romantic endeavors, he wouldn't have the means to pursue Shui Keyong's daughter. Wang Fang calmly replied, look at what you're saying. In and Appo's, red sorghum, and Appo's, Geo, and Appo's, or fell in love with a bandit in the sorghum fields without needing money for a room. When we were not yet married, you managed to push me to a haystack for a kiss. If it weren't for that donkey's bray, would I have had to wait until our wedding night? Liu Dachui slapped his thigh, exclaiming, how foolish I was back then. Time rewound. After a successful matchmaking, Wang Fang, the carpenter and Appo's daughter, and Liu Dachui, the volunteer soldier, soon became engaged. In rural customs, engagement was akin to stepping one foot into the doorway of marriage. At that time, the young Liu was not yet Liu Dachui, but merely Liu Xiaozhui. Shortly after their engagement, Liu Xiaozhui returned to the army. While there, he raised pigs. And in his letters to Wang Fang, he would often elaborate on the pigs for half the letter, concluding with, even with many pigs, I still miss you. Wang Fang had thought Liu Xiaozhui was merely ensuring logistical support for the army. On his second visit home, Liu Xiaozhui invited Wang Fang to the town to watch a movie. He borrowed his elder brother's golden deer bicycle and laid a cushion in the back seat for his fiancée. The film, Rock Youth, was so trendy that Wang Fang felt compelled to jump up and dance. After the screening, sitting comfortably on the cushion, she confided in Liu Xiaozhui that her dream was to live in a big city, dancing freely without the prying eyes of the village elders. Liu Xiaozhui, in a boastful mood, declared that after his discharge, he would work in a big city, bringing Wang Fang along to reside in a 20-story building with modern amenities. Wang Fang inquired, is the entire 20th floor ours? Liu Xiaozhui replied, choose any floor you like. She suggested, let's live on the 20th floor. It offers the best view. Liu Xiaozhui reconsidered, the 20th floor is the top. It gets very hot in summer, and if it rains, we would have to catch the leaks with a basin. She then suggested, let us settle on the 19th floor. Liu Xiaozhui countered, 18th floor is better. It's a lucky number. Living on the 18th floor means you'll always be 18, and our family will prosper every year. His sweet talk enchanted Wang Fang, and they finally decided on the 18th floor. Liu Xiaozhui added, but what if the elevator breaks? Can you climb 18 floors? Wang Fang, who had never ascended such a height, recalled the struggle of climbing a 6-story building in the county and decided against the 18th floor, asking Liu Xiaozhui for his final choice. After much deliberation, he concluded, the first floor is the best. We could have a yard to raise chickens for fresh eggs and a pig for sale at a good price at the end of the year. Wang Fang chimed in, if we sell the pig, you shouldn't amp. Appo's, just think of buying me a nice dress. You should also pamper yourself. Go get a stylish haircut and buy a suit with a red tie. You can't wear your best clothes when feeding pigs. Save them for movie outings. Liu Xiaozhui eagerly agreed, envisioning himself in a suit and tie at the cinema, topped with hair gel for a perfect hairstyle that could transform with the wind. Suddenly, Wang Fang jumped off her bike, exclaiming, Comrade Liu, wait. Something feels off. Liu Xiaozhui, sensing the discrepancy, halted and inquired, "What's wrong?" "We just came back from the movie." Wang Fang retorted, "It's about the floor choice. Can we really raise chickens on the first floor? We have a toilet. So why would we need a pigsty? If we have money, why go to a town barber for a haircut? Isn't the city salon better? And why raise pigs if we have a suit and tie?" "Comrade Liu," she accused, "you've led me back to the countryside." As she spoke, her soft fist playfully landed on Liu Dachui. He found her gentle strikes irresistibly charming, and the longing he had accumulated in the army for her now surged forth. He dropped his bicycle and embraced his beloved. In a daze, Wang Fang felt as if she were leaning against a haystack, and Liu Xiaojui's lips found hers. She mused to herself that a man's kiss could be so different. The gentle kisses from a southern typist felt like the soft drizzle of Jiangnan, while Liu Xiaojui's kiss was a tempest, invigorating yet yearning for more. It was then she understood the essence of love. It was about boasting dreams of reaching the 20th floor, where each level offered new vistas. After sharing dreams of the 20th floor, Liu Xiaojue finally transformed into Liu Dachui. When Liu Dacui's hands grazed Wang Fang's form, he marveled at the delightful sensation. Unable to find words to express his joy, pondering how many pigs would it take to inspire such praise for her beauty, he felt as if he stood on the pinnacle of happiness, trembling with delight. Suddenly, the bray of a donkey startled the love-struck couple back into decorum. Meanwhile, middle-aged men encircled Haitao and Xiaoman, like vultures over a bone, their behavior quite unrefined. The train of love between the young couple had already departed the station, echoing with the sounds of passion. Like all lovers, Haitao and Xiaoman exchanged countless words daily. Xiaoman often felt melancholic and out of sync with others, her roommates deeming her aloof, when in truth, she battled her insecurities, struggling to fit into their circles. Haitao, with his cheerful disposition, served as the leader of their dormitory. As their conversations deepened, Xiaoman began to see Haitao was far more than just a simpleton obsessed with video games or a mere glutton who could produce 2 pots of dumplings. Haitao has somewhat lost his fascination with games, yet he advises Xiaoman to indulge in a few light-hearted games rather than constantly ruminating on life. For life cannot withstand such scrutiny and is entirely beyond our preconceived notions. For instance, that weekend, he never anticipated Xiaoman would seek him out. They engaged in a discussion about road rage. Haitao expressed his suspicion that humanity and Apos' thoughts have not progressed over millennia. Rather, they merely cycle endlessly, with only material conditions evolving. Once there were horse-drawn carriages. Now there are automobiles, yet both drivers, whether of carriages or cars, still relish overtaking others and experience road rage. Love is akin to a mine, and Xiaoman diligently excavates it. As she digs deeper each day, she perceives a reflection of Wang Fang and Haitao. Memories of her kindergarten mornings flood back, chaotic classrooms where caretakers urged children to eat breakfast, disallowing any leftovers lest they forfeit the coveted red sticker on their foreheads. All children cherished those red dots, except for her. And Wang Fang would kneel beside her, coaxing her to eat a bun, claiming that with each bun she consumed, a star would blink at her from the heavens. How wondrous such stars must seem to a child and Apos' heart. Perhaps every child requires significant adults throughout their lives. After much wandering, Xiaoman and Apos' life has come full circle. Through Haitao, she encounters Wang Fang and glimpses her younger self curled up in the corner of her childhood. If her previous encounter in the provincial capital merely served as a launching pad for her youthful rebellion against Haitao, she now yearns to grow like a vine, flourishing freely upon the wall of love. Her mother, Meili, upon learning that her daughter had bestowed her virtue upon Liu Haitao, felt as if a cherished pet she had nurtured for years had suddenly been taken away. She warned Xiaoman and issued a stern admonition to Haitao's mother. Xiaoman understood her mother's disposition well. In her childhood, while playing in the square, her mother forbade her from crawling on the ground or overeating, insisting on training her to maintain a small appetite and to be slender and poised. Though Meili herself was not slender and her poise often came off as pretentious, she was determined to mold her daughter into a high-caliber woman, aspiring for her to marry into a more affluent family, especially since her own marriage to Keyong had already placed her on a downward trajectory. To her dismay, a foolish boy raised by Wang Fang had intercepted her plans. The relentless pursuit of her mother inadvertently propelled Xiaoman towards Haitao. Yet, she had grown wiser, understanding that confronting her mother about her affections would yield no benefit. Thus, she informed her mother of her busy schedule, participating in various university clubs and seeking a part-time job to earn a little money. While expressing her belief in the serendipity of love, Haitao became Xiaomin and Amp, Oppo's, confidant, yet she never divulged her past with Liu to him. Previously, her relationship with Liu had felt akin to romance as she dove headlong into it. She even questioned whether she might be attracted to women. Upon discovering that Liu seemed to have an ambiguous connection with her father, she felt a complex entanglement within her, harboring a fear of someone vying for her father's affection. After enduring a depressive episode during her high school years, she perceived her father as living too passively under her mother and Oppo's domineering nature. Perhaps having a mistress would grant him some respite. However, the thought of anyone else becoming her father's lover, be it that fish or the fish moving him, was utterly unacceptable to her. The human heart is vast, concealing Xiaomin's secrets. Upon returning from the provincial capital, she deliberately distanced herself from Liu, only to find that Liu had also ceased to reach out to her. In her social circle, Liu exhibited no signs of activity, a deviation from the norm. Eventually, Xiaomin could no longer restrain herself and sent Liu a message inquiring about her well-being. "How are you?" she asked. Liu replied, "Not well." Xiaomin pressed, "What happened?" Liu responded, "My father has passed." Xiaomin was taken aback. She knew Liu's father was a math teacher in the county, and since Liu was a year older than her, it meant her father was of a similar age to Keyong. Men at that age can stir trouble. She cautiously inquired about the circumstances. Liu simply stated, "An accident," and offered no further details. Through the screen, Xiaomin sensed Liu and Oppo's anguish. Her heart softened instantly, wishing she could rush over and embrace her. Liu shared that both her parents were teachers residing in the county, a reflection of social parity. In truth, her father had served as a village official for many years. Liu's village had once been impoverished but had shed its destitution due to the development brought by its beautiful landscapes. Her father had labored diligently. Yet before he could fully enjoy the fruits of his labor, tragedy struck. The former village head had visited relatives in another village for a celebration, returning late, and did not come home that night. Days later, he was discovered in a pond outside the village. The coroner determined he had been struck unconscious and subsequently drowned. Coincidentally, the village was in the midst of an election, and village officials were coveted positions, leading to fierce competition. The old village head was highly regarded, and Liu's father met his demise just before the voting. Several candidates were suspected, yet the police investigation yielded no conclusive results. The day Liu returned home coincided with the recovery of her father and Amp, Oppo's body from the pond. She gazed at the bloated corpse, enshrouded in mud. The once lively man now resembled an inflated pig. Strangely, she felt no sorrow, questioning how that could possibly be her father. Upon returning to school, the profound grief seeped through her bones. The thought that such a vibrant individual, her closest kin, had languished in the cold waters and mud for so many days filled her with pain. Since Xiaomin's disappearance, Keyong had indeed sought to restrain his relationship with Liu. Moreover, with the year-end reshuffling of leadership positions, those who had attended party school were bound to have numerous opportunities, prompting him to tread carefully. At home, the tension between mother-in-law and daughter-in-law hung in the air, making life feel dull when they were not at odds. He recalled the words of the great leader, "Strive against heaven, and it is endlessly joyous. Strive against the earth, and it is endlessly joyous. Strive against humanity, and it is endlessly joyous." As he grew distant from Liu, she did not press for his attention. She possessed a maturity in matters of the heart that belied her age. As he had noted, her emotional experiences were not necessarily complex. How complicated could a 20-something girl truly be? Some personalities are innate. The women he had known in the past invariably entangled themselves after intimacy. Though they were not prostitutes, they treated intimacy as their greatest asset, leveraging it to manipulate men. Yet men, by nature, come armed with a hunting gun. Upon learning of Liu's withdrawal due to her family's tragedy, he felt a pang of sympathy. He recalled when he served as the editor for the factory's newsletter, accompanying leaders on poverty alleviation initiatives, and he had a fleeting impression of Liu and Oppo's father, a short, articulate man. Liu likely resembled her mother. He remembered how, before departing, the village head insisted they take a few of his chickens as a parting gift. This was the best offering an impoverished village head could muster. At his age, Keyong had developed emotional calluses. Should his old scars begin to bleed, it would signify genuine affection. In recent times, he had assumed the role of a psychological counselor for Liu. One weekend, he ventured out early to procure soy milk and fried dough sticks for his mother. while also picking up her favorite handheld pancakes for his wife. At the breakfast table, he informed his mother of his plan to visit City A to deliver a gift to an old leader, hoping to facilitate his promotion at the year's end. In the past, Keyong had roamed freely like a bird, never reporting his whereabouts to his wife. However, with his mother in town, this dutiful son felt compelled to announce his plans. His mother soaked the entire fried dough stick in her bowl, mirroring Keyong and Appo's own clumsiness. Since acquiring new dentures, her eating and drinking sounds had grown noticeably louder. She said, "You're going to the city? Take me with you." Keyong replied, "Mother, I'm not going to have fun. I have important matters to attend to. Your son is striving to become a leader and needs to cultivate connections." His mother retorted, "You needn't accompany me. Just attend to your own affairs. I wish to visit my future in-laws." Upon hearing this, Meili was taken aback. The relationship between mother-in-law and daughter-in-law was so strained, yet the mother-in-law actually wished to connect with her own mother? How absurd. Traditionally, Shue's mother would visit her son's home every winter, primarily to see her in-laws. Despite the delicate nature of her relationship with her daughter-in-law, the ritual of visiting relatives could not be overlooked. Every year, during her visit to Song's mother, Song would adhere to the principle of offering assistance, providing several hundred yuan to Shue's mother. This financial gesture was, in essence, a way to honor her son-in-law, yet the money undeniably found its way into Shue's mother's purse. Thus, she felt compelled to make the visit, especially with her new dentures enhancing her confidence and giving her cheeks a fuller appearance. Just a few days prior, Wang Zhongda from next door had praised her for her youthful appearance. When she inquired of her son what frozen age meant, Keyong explained it as growing increasingly youthful with time. Therefore, Shue's mother was eager to visit her in-laws. After some contemplation, Keyong responded, "Mother, I cannot accompany you. I will drop you off and then attend to my own matters." Shue and Appo's mother replied, "You handle your affairs. I have plenty to discuss with my mother-in-law." Meanwhile, Meili, lost in thought, suddenly interjected, "Take me with you. It has been ages since I visited my family. I too wish to see my mother and enjoy a breath of fresh air." Keyong was on his way to City A for business, unexpectedly accompanied by both his wife and mother. The two women had ample reasons to join him and did not intend to disrupt his official duties, merely requesting him to act as their chauffeur. Despite his reluctance, he found himself unable to refuse. The two women settled in the back seat, snacking on fruit. Ever since Keyong had a car accident that nearly took him and Liu Dachui to the afterlife, Meili had lost all confidence in her husband's driving skills. Shue's mother, sitting in the back, complained about the cramped front seat, unable to stretch her legs. Standing at 1.7 meters tall, she proudly claimed to have legs that long. Once in the car, Meili feigned sleep to avoid the awkwardness of sitting beside her mother-in-law. However, a pungent fishy smell soon roused her from her pretense. She initially thought Keyong had driven into a fish market. Opening her eyes, she realized they were passing a large chemical plant, its smokestacks brazenly puffing smoke into the air. Over the years, buildings had sprouted up everywhere, alongside these smoke-belching chimneys. Upon closer inspection, the smell was not from the factory. Rather, it emanated from her mother-in-law, who had removed her shoes. Her mother-in-law had notoriously sweaty feet, and a day without washing could send a stench wafting for miles. Had she washed them last night? Keyong, a dutiful son, always prepared foot-washing water for his mother each evening. If one dislikes someone, they may even loathe their scent. Conversely, those who are fond of each other often share a mutual affinity for their odors. Meili urged her mother-in-law to put her shoes back on, but to no avail. The older woman insisted it was too warm in the car and preferred to rest her feet. In response, Meili rolled down the window, allowing a brisk wind to rush in. Yet, her mother-in-law was unfazed by the cold, repeatedly exclaiming how refreshing it felt. Throughout the winter, Meili had remained indoors, akin to a greenhouse plant unaccustomed to the chill, and soon she succumbed to a series of sneezes. Eventually, she could no longer bear it and had to roll the window back up. The odor returned with a vengeance. In the rearview mirror, Keyong wore an expressionless face as he drove. His phone, mounted on a holder in the front, buzzed with several work-related calls. Even on weekends, those in positions of authority seldom find respite. Eventually, he glanced at one call, pressed the stop button, and chose not to answer. Meili reclined awkwardly against the seat, inhaling the lingering fishy odor while gazing out at the foggy sky. In the past, when hitching a ride with Liu Dachui on this very road, she always found the journey too brief. Now, However, it felt interminably long. Upon arriving at her family home, the annual meeting of the two families commenced with the same enthusiastic routine as before. Shui and Apos, S mother had recently learned a trendy term, frozen age, from Wang Zhongda and promptly bestowed it upon Song's mother, who graciously accepted it. Shui's mother then began to list her contributions to caring for her daughter-in-law, akin to an old cat proudly displaying its mice to its owner, hoping for a few extra fish in return. Song's mother expressed her gratitude repeatedly, maintaining the poise of an old intellectual. After a brief conversation, Keyong began making arrangements for lunch, ordering several dishes from a nearby restaurant. Once everything was set, he informed his mother-in-law about the impending leadership adjustments at work and mentioned that he would be visiting an important individual for lunch. Song's mother understood the nuances of official matters, stating that the invitation to lunch indicated a favorable opportunity had arisen. She cautioned him to refrain from drinking, reminding him of the stringent crackdown on drunk driving. Keyong nodded in agreement. Just as he was about to leave, Song Meili emerged from her room, bouncing with a fit of coughing. Alarmed, Song's mother inquired about her daughter's condition. Song Meili explained that having opened the window for fresh air during the drive, she now found herself coughing and sneezing, uncertain if she had caught a cold. Shui's mother interjected, reproaching her for not heeding her advice to close the window, likening her behavior to that of a petulant child. With a tone reminiscent of a concerned mother, Song's mother remarked on her daughter's weakened immunity after spending an entire winter indoors, warning her to take precautions against the cold. However, they discovered that there were no cold medications available at home. Song and Apos, S mother then asked her son-in-law about their lunch reservation. At noon, Keyong replied, "There's still an hour and a half. You should take Meili to the hospital for a checkup and grab some cold medicine on the way back. Leave some for me." With no snow this winter, flu cases have surged. Recently, Song Meihao visited, weeping and sneezing, and I had to send her back home. At my age, a cold can be perilous for my heart. Song Meihao was Song Meili's sister, who lived nearby and frequently visited their mother. As Song's mother spoke, Song Meili was coughing so hard she could barely catch her breath. Concerned, Song's mother stepped back and urged Keyong to take Meili to get her leg checked since it had been nearly 2 months without improvement, expressing her anxiety. Keyong called out to his mother, but before she could respond, his mother rushed to interrupt. He quickly redirected his attention, addressing his mother instead. "Today is too tight for time. A checkup takes a while. Next week, I'll set aside a day for Meili's leg. For now, let and Apos get her some cold medicine." Over the years, Keyong had always played the role of the obedient son-in-law in front of his mother-in-law. Even as his marriage with Song Meili had become frayed, adults often find it challenging to escape the roles they have long inhabited. Since there was insufficient time for a leg examination, he would have to settle for acquiring cold medicine for his wife. He knew someone at the hospital who could facilitate a quick visit, ensuring he wouldn't be delayed in his affairs. At that moment, Shui's mother chimed in. "I was planning to take a stroll downstairs, but since you are taking Xiao Min's mother to the hospital, I and Apos, just stay in the car and enjoy the view of the tall buildings. They are far more impressive than our small town." "Mother, why would you do that? The hospital is filled with all sorts of people. You're getting on in years. Be cautious of infections," Keyong advised. "Old Wang says I and Apos, aged well. I and Apos, am not old at all. Look at me. I run around every day, taking care of Xiao Min and Apos, mother without a hint of fatigue. You take her to the doctor. I'll sit in the car and keep an eye on it," she insisted. Wang Zhongda, an esteemed engineer, was often referred to as Old Wang by Shui and Apos, mother. Song's mother suggested, "Why not stay in the car? If you're not going into the hospital, you could take a stroll around the shops nearby." "Why would I do that? An old lady like me going into a store without buying anything would be bothersome. I'll just stay in the car and save some money," Shui's mother replied. Hearing this, Song's mother returned from the bedroom with a stack of money, offering it to Shui's mother as a token of gratitude for caring for her daughter, suggesting it was for her to purchase some treats. Shui's mother feigned reluctance, saying, "What's this for, dear-in-law? I'm not short on money. My husband is raising a flock of sheep at home." Despite her protest, she eventually accepted the money, quickly counting the bills and noting that this year there was an additional 200 compared to last year. This trip had certainly been worthwhile. In her mind, she could almost hear the enthusiastic voice of a television shopping host exclaiming, "Wow." Song Meili observed this exchange, rolling her eyes internally. The two women prepared to accompany Keyong once more, and he felt a wave of despair wash over him. realizing he had once again been ensnared by these women. The car soon arrived at the hospital entrance, but with no available parking spots, Keyong had to drive around, eventually finding a space in the underground parking lot of a nearby mall. After parking, his mother insisted she would remain in the car, claiming it was for the sake of modesty despite having money in hand. Keyong felt uneasy leaving his mother alone in such a vast parking area. Fearing it might harbor some sinister undertone, he suggested she wait in the mall's tea house instead, leading his entourage through a side entrance into the mall. They stepped into a vibrant new world. On the first floor, a section sold milk tea, coffee, ice cream, and grilled sausages. Keyong arranged for his mother to wait there, handing her 100 yuan for whatever she desired, assuring her that he had connections at the hospital to expedite the procurement of cold medicine. He reminded her to keep her elderly phone close. Since returning from the provincial capital, he had not only replaced his mother's dentures, but also bought her a senior-friendly phone. Shui and Oppo's mother proudly joined the ranks of smartphone users and has become quite adept at using it. After ensuring the comfort of his elderly mother, Keyong accompanied Meili to the hospital. A pedestrian bridge connects the shopping mall and the hospital, and this middle-aged couple strolls along the bridge as noon approaches. Keyong and Meili ascended the overpass. Meili, gripping the railing, hopped up step by step. Observing her from behind, Keyong found her ascent somewhat amusing. He recalled a previous outing to Binhai New City with Liu, where they ventured out to seek food after dusk. As they approached the overpass, her buoyant leaps up the steps resembled an antelope frolicking in the woods. Despite his considerable effort, Keyong, burdened by the weariness of middle age, struggled to keep pace with her lightness. Her presence not only rekindled his dormant desires within the confines of marriage, but also stirred the remnants of a decaying soul. Suddenly, Meili paused, seemingly catching her breath. Checking his watch, Keyong remarked that their fellow townsfolk awaited them. A familiar acquaintance from the hospital, a woman in the administrative department, was indeed a fellow villager. Of course, had it not been for Keyong's minor official position, such a meeting would likely not have elicited tears, but rather eye rolls. Why don't you arrange for a helicopter to land directly on the hospital roof? Meili quipped. While a helicopter might be feasible, it depends on who qualifies to board, Keyong replied. Their conversation was laced with playful banter. Raising her voice, Meili pressed, who qualifies? Before he could respond, Keyong received a phone call. As he responded with affirmative murmurs and a jumble of words, Meili deduced that this call was not work-related, but rather imbued with romantic undertones. The individual who qualified for the helicopter was likely on the other end of the line. After stringing together a few phrases, Keyong hastily moved ahead onto the overpass, finally able to articulate a full sentence. He had just received a call from Liu, who, engulfed in the sorrow of her father's passing, sought solace through spontaneous travel. She yearned to stay in an inn in Lijiang, to cleanse her soul in Tibet, to gallop across the grasslands, and to witness the solitary smoke and sunset in the desert. Keyong cautioned her, in Lijiang, there are lecherous old rogues in the inns. Tibet poses risks of altitude sickness. In Inner Mongolia at this season, you'll only find withered grass, and in the desert, one might leave behind nothing but bones. Ultimately, travel often equates to moving from one's own weariness to another's, merely exchanging discomforts. If one finally escapes, why not seek comfort and sustenance? What good is soul cleansing when one is infested with lice? Souls too require warmth. Liu, adrift in her grief, needed a lifeline, and Keyong intended to be that lifeline. This winter was bitterly cold and relentless, and Liu arrived in City A, seeking warmth for her spirit. Although her timing was questionable, Keyong, wishing to console her, resolutely booked a room in a 5-star hotel. Staying in such a hotel had been Liu's dream. Thus Keyong's visit to City A was not for official duties but to see her. Regrettably, he had brought along his elderly mother and wife, which hindered his intentions. Otherwise, he would have hastened directly to the 5-star hotel room. Liu inquired about his whereabouts over the phone. He truthfully replied, I'm on the overpass near the hospital, just picking up some cold medicine. It won't take long. Annie, stand still on the overpass and look this way, she instructed. As he moved toward the edge of the overpass, he noticed a beggar kneeling, lacking hands and feet, with a sparse collection of coins in a plastic bowl. The multitude of similar hardships had rendered the public indifferent. Standing on the overpass, Keyong gazed down at the congested traffic below, the city's dust swirling around them. The hospital was perpetually bustling, never at risk of closure. I see you, Annie. Can you see me? Liu's voice came through the phone. Keyong was taken aback. Why was Liu not staying in the hotel? The five-star hotel was not far from the hospital. Look over at the roasted sweet potato vendor. I'm buying some for you. A big one, slightly charred, she said. Keyong turned his gaze to the vendor. There stood Liu, clad in a white down jacket, waving at him. Her voice echoed through the phone. I'll meet you on the overpass and bring you a large sweet potato. It was a picturesque scene, yet utterly inappropriate. He felt compelled to tell her to return to the hotel and avoid wandering about. Your Shui auntie is in enemy territory, surrounded by adversaries, he thought. Just as he opened his mouth to speak, two small street urchins appeared out of nowhere, each clinging to one of his legs, one calling out for candy, the other for meat. Abruptly, he found himself with two unexpected children. In a flurry, he fumbled for some change to appease his impromptu sons. However, their dissatisfaction persisted, and they continued to cling to him, demanding more. Frustrated, Keyong, who had previously vowed not to give in, simply wished to extricate himself from the situation. He thought back to the time when he longed for a son, reflecting on how burdensome this was. Ultimately, he handed over 100 yuan. The boys, delighted, scampered off with laughter to buy their treats, leaving him momentarily free. Realizing that Liu had hung up, he attempted to call her back, but she did not answer. He quickly glanced towards the sweet potato vendor, but saw no sign of her. Was she perhaps approaching the bridge to greet him with the sweet potato? At that moment, Meili called out from behind. Old Shui, did you just call for a helicopter? She asked, exhausted. I can hardly move. I'm utterly worn out. Come support me. Frustration flared within Keyong as he helped his wife, moving slowly alongside her. He trusted that Liu was a clever girl who would not recklessly flirt with him in City A. He had warned her before their meeting to be cautious, advising her to avoid being photographed in the five-star hotel, to guard against thieves and fraudsters, and to be wary of food poisoning. In essence, the world was complex, and one needed to cultivate numerous skills to survive. Liu had taken his warnings as a father's guidance to his daughter, mischievously slipping away, supporting his wife, who leaned heavily on him. Keyong felt reminiscent of his youth when he carried a stone slab in exchange for a dime. Along the way, he contemplated discarding the stone. Meili remained silent, her mind as clear as glass. She had caught a glimpse of Liu waving at Keyong from a corner of the overpass. Despite her unremarkable appearance, her features were practical. She had good teeth, keen eyesight, and a sharp sense of smell and hearing, qualities that could overshadow any superficial charm. Having sensed something amiss from subtle clues, she was acutely aware of the dynamics at play. After more than 20 years of marriage, she could sense when he was hiding something, like a steadfast stone. She leaned on her husband, pushing forward. If Liu dared to cross the line, she would not hesitate to intervene, staging a dramatic confrontation on the overpass. As they reached the far end of the overpass and began descending, a girl in a white down jacket approached. Keyong's heart raced. Meili gripped her cane tightly. The girl looked up, her heavily made-up face revealing she was not Liu, but rather a strikingly different presence. Relief washed over Keyong as they descended the overpass, finding no trace of Liu. It was a false alarm, a moment that could only be described as the most poignant expression in the Chinese lexicon. Upon arriving at the hospital, they first met with their fellow villager, Director He, a slender, dark-skinned woman. She was not a doctor, but wielded considerable influence across various departments. Director He guided them to an opening in the internal medicine clinic. After examining Meili's throat, the specialist noted traces of blood. Keyong then realized that his wife was not merely feigning illness. She had indeed exhibited early signs of a cold, which had worsened after she opened a window. Initially, a common cold merely warranted a prescription. However, Director He, in his misguided eagerness, inquired whether blood tests were necessary. Keyong inwardly criticized Director He for choosing the wrong moment to curry favor. To his surprise, Meili acquiesced to the blood tests, resulting in a significant delay. During this time, Keyong attempted to contact Liu several times, but initially, his calls went unanswered, and later, the phone was switched off. The sudden disappearance of his lover weighed heavily on his mind. Upon exiting the hospital, Keyong suggested that Meili wait at the entrance while he retrieved the car from the underground parking lot to pick up his mother and then return for his wife. However, Meili rejected his proposal, insisting on accompanying him across the footbridge to the parking area. Historically, you have vanished on my mother's birthday. You might very well abandon me at the hospital entrance, she remarked. Though I could take a taxi myself, it feels utterly wrong to neglect the driver. Keyong, growing impatient, retorted, You're limping, yet still making a fuss. In the past, Song Meili would have shot back a retort, but this time, she remained silent, following Keyong instead. The couple traversed the footbridge once more, where the beggar had mysteriously vanished, likely having found some fortune to indulge in sweet treats. As Keyong glanced down at the sweet potato stall from the bridge, he imagined the enticing aroma of roasted sweet potatoes. Surrounding the stall were a few eager cats. Yet the figure clad in a white down jacket was nowhere to be seen. After crossing the bridge, they arrived at the shopping mall opposite the hospital. Once he had picked up his mother and returned her home, he would finally break free from the confines imposed by the women in his life. However, in the leisure area on the first floor, Shue's mother was nowhere to be found. The absence of her presence in the bustling shopping mall was palpable. And despite his attempts to reach her by phone, she did not answer. Keyong felt that women were the most unreliable beings in the world. He had settled Song Meili in this place and embarked on a thorough search throughout the mall. From the first to the fifth floor, each level was alive with activity. Yet Keyong ran tirelessly, but his mother remained elusive. With no other option, he rushed to the mall's office, seeking assistance to announce her whereabouts through the loudspeaker. The announcement echoed, "Miss XXX, please proceed to the leisure area on the first floor." Upon hearing this message, "Your son, Keyong, is searching for you." As he sat on a chair, listening to the announcer's voice, tinged with the accent of the Taiwan region, he couldn't help but notice the stark contrast between the speaker, a middle-aged woman with a somber expression, and the melodious tone she adopted while on duty, which might have led one to believe she was a bright and charming young lady. He was also irked that the announcer had called out his name. Surely Mr. Shui would have sufficed. It seems that his family matters have become widely known. Keyong feels both sorrow and fear regarding his mother and Appo's disappearance, as if he is running barefoot through the memories of his childhood. After his father passed away, his stepmother remarried, taking his younger siblings with her, leaving only the eldest behind with his uncle. The uncle's household had no sons, so Keyong became like a son to him. However, upon arriving at his uncle's home, he received no preferential treatment as the eldest, but rather was relegated to the role of an extra laborer. The matriarch of the uncle and Appo's family was his aunt. And during those times of widespread poverty, whenever Keyong took an extra bite of food, he would endure her disdainful glances. His yearning for sustenance was intertwined with memories of his mother, evoking both nostalgia and resentment. His mother had borne a brood of children, yet she had always prioritized herself above all. After achieving a semblance of success, he acknowledged his mother, driven by an immense void within him, the fear of being abandoned by her. Only when his mother was well could that void remain concealed. Now, however, that abyss has reopened. It turns out that seemingly strong adults possess hearts as fragile as paper. At that moment, Keyong and Appo's phone suddenly rang, displaying an unfamiliar number. He answered it, only to hear Liu's voice on the other end. In a world where illicit lovers exercise the utmost caution, Liu certainly possessed a spirit of adventure. Unable to remain in the hotel, she ventured out for a stroll. Upon learning that Keyong was on the overpass, she intended to meet him with some sweet potatoes she had purchased. After buying the sweet potatoes, as she made her way to the bridge, she spotted a fierce-looking woman beside Keyong and quietly abandoned her plan. Instead, she retreated to a nearby shopping mall. In the leisure area on the first floor, she ordered a cup of milk tea, only to find its taste unsatisfactory. Leaving the unfinished drink behind, she ascended to the third floor, intending to browse the clothing section. The elevator took Liu to the second floor, at which point she realized she had forgotten the sweet potatoes on the first floor, prompting her to descend once more. Upon returning to the leisure area, she was taken aback to see an elderly woman occupying the seat she had just vacated, heartily devouring the roasted sweet potato she had bought for Keyong. Liu approached the elderly woman and said, "That is my sweet potato. Why did you not ask before eating?" The elderly woman replied, "Yours? Do you refer to it as a promise? If she agrees, it is yours. If she does not, then it is mine." Liu found herself in a humorous predicament, having consumed someone else's food yet defending her actions with conviction. It was merely a sweet potato, not a precious gem. Having eaten it was inconsequential. The elderly lady before her was simply a villain aged by time, clinging like taffy to her stubbornness. Unfazed by superstition, Liu resolved to impart a lesson to the old woman. She asserted, "Beside you lies half a bottle of milk tea, which I purchased. And I possess the receipt to prove it." I placed the sweet potato next to the milk tea. Just moments ago, the delivery boy remarked on the delightful aroma. Referring to the sweet potato, not the milk tea. I can summon him as a witness. Nearby, a pale-faced young man working as a server noticed Li Yu's return and exchanged a knowing glance with her. The old lady interjected, "Oh dear girl. Both this milk tea and sweet potato were purchased for me by my son, who asked me to wait for him here. Do you even know who he is? He is the chief of the Public Security Bureau." As he spoke, he unexpectedly took a sip of milk tea. Li Yu was utterly taken aback and, aware of the old lady's formidable nature, inquired, "What is your son's name?" The elderly lady remarked, "My father is named Li Gang." It appears that the police chief's son, also named Li Gang, is somehow connected to Li Yu, who, despite being a stranger in this city, felt uneasy due to her clandestine intentions. Thus, she quietly retreated, leaving behind a remark, "Li Gang has a mother like you. It's truly disheartening." The elderly lady retorted, "My son does not indulge in alcohol, hence he remains sober." "Young lady, your words lack decorum. If you continue this way, you may find it difficult to secure a future spouse." Li Yu felt a pang of melancholy over her lost roasted sweet potato. She intended to message Keyong to share her woes, only to discover her phone had run out of battery. Assuming Shui was still accompanying his wife for medical treatment, she ventured to the third-floor women's clothing section to explore. Observing the prices of garments in the mall, it seemed as though the populace was reveling in newfound prosperity. However, when she transitioned to the vegetable market, life's burdens resurfaced, leaving her in tears at the sight of spinach. In the past, Li Yu had been free from financial worries. Her father managed the household finances while her mother, disinterested in such matters, preferred playing mahjong with neighbors. The unexpected and mysterious death of the village chief abruptly altered their circumstances, plunging Li Yu into a period of hardship. Consequently, she gazed longingly at the exquisite clothing, feeling like a eunuch admiring the 72 concubines, full of desire yet powerless to act. Upon reaching the coat section, she was drawn to a caramel-colored cashmere coat. She caressed the soft fabric but hesitated to check the price tag. Customers who immediately check tags are often recognized by sales staff as those of lesser means. The attendant showered Li Yu with compliments, declaring her resemblance to Song Haikyo, albeit in a more favorable light due to her height. The attendant encouraged her to try on the coat, promising a glimpse of the effect of a living model. Stepping into the fitting room, she shed her white puffer jacket and donned the caramel coat. The transformation was remarkable. The reflection in the mirror revealed an elevated beauty. Despite being at an age where even a burlap sack would render her beautiful, she preferred to weep in the cashmere coat rather than smile in rags. Emerging from the fitting room, she was bombarded with praise from the attendant, leaving her dizzy with admiration for the coat. Feeling that not purchasing it would be a disservice to Miss Song Haikyo. Surely, asking Aunt Shui to buy a coat isn't too unreasonable, especially since Shui Keyong must have spent countless coins on Xiaomin. However, at this moment, Shui Keyong might be accompanying his wife. How could he possibly extricate himself? By the time he attends to his personal matters, it is likely that the garment will have been purchased by someone else. The attendant mentioned that this particular piece is in high demand and currently available in this size only. At that moment, Li Yu heard an announcement over the intercom mentioning Shui Keyong and Oppo's name. She perked up her ears, realizing that he was at the mall with his elderly mother, who seemed to have wandered off. The mall broadcasts daily announcements for locating missing persons or moving cars, even when a thief appears. A piano piece titled Impulsive Punishment is played, reminding customers to keep a vigilant eye on their belongings. Li Yu did not perceive Shui and Oppo's mother's disappearance as a significant issue, but Shui Keyong was genuinely spending his time and money in the mall. Thus, she borrowed the attendant's phone, claiming she needed to call her boyfriend for payment. The experienced attendant promptly handed over the phone. Li Yu dialed Shui Keyong's number, first confirming that he was alone in the mall, and refrained from mentioning the payment, simply informing him of her location. Once Shui Keyong arrived, she planned to twirl in her cashmere coat, subtly indicating that she intended to purchase the coat. Shui Keyong had previously revealed that gifts he received were often shopping cards from the mall, requiring him to spend nothing out of pocket, merely using the cards. While she was engulfed in the sorrow of losing her father, did Shui Keyong not profess his love for her for 1,000 years? A millennium later, those bones would not transform into dinosaur fossils for study. It would be far more practical to spend a few thousand on a coat while they were still together. While waiting for Shui Keyong's arrival, Li Yu stood before the mirror in the coat, asking, "Mirror, mirror, who is the most beautiful woman in the world?" "It is I, Song Haikyo." Suddenly, An elderly lady clad in a purple overcoat pushed her way in front of Liu, usurping her moment before the mirror. Mirror, mirror, who is the most beautiful woman in the world? It is I, the old lady. Upon glancing at her reflection, Liu recognized the woman who had just eaten her roasted sweet potato. Remarkably, she had also arrived in the same clothing section and, under the attendant and Appo's persuasion, was trying on a purple cashmere overcoat. Liu had no choice but to step aside, thinking to herself that the old lady's new attire was utterly hideous. Feeling quite pleased with herself, the elderly woman inquired about the price of the coat. The attendant replied that it was currently on sale for over 2,000. The old lady exclaimed, "Over 2,000? That could buy 2 moo of sweet potatoes. No, it could purchase 3 sheep. Nevertheless, my son will buy it for me." Upon hearing this, Liu pondered. Could it be that her son, Li Gang, was coming to buy a coat? She was curious to see what kind of son such a mother could raise. Upon receiving a call from Liu, Keyong ascended the stairs, having lost 2 women but finally managing to establish contact with one. As he meandered through the clothing section on the 3rd floor, the mall speakers resonated with the familiar strains of Impulsive Punishment, a song that once captivated the streets. The moment this melody played, it signaled the arrival of a band of thieves. In those years, City A was characterized by an abundance of wealth, thieves, and poultry. Thieves brazenly roamed large shopping centers, snatching bags from unsuspecting customers, while security turned a blind eye. Hence, various malls employed different tunes to alert shoppers of lurking thieves. For instance, the A City department store played Spicy Girls, while another establishment opted for a Turkish march. As Keyong navigated the visually overwhelming clothing area, he soon spotted the section Liu had mentioned. From a distance, a clerk observed a middle-aged man with a shifty demeanor and assumed he was one of the thieves frequenting the mall, discreetly warning customers. Both Liu and an elderly lady received the signal. The elderly woman and Appo's bag and coat remained in the fitting room, the coat and Appo's pocket harboring a modest fortune, while her bag contained a freshly acquired sweet potato, still emanating a delightful aroma. Hence, she hurried back into the fitting room to evade the thief. Liu, however, was unperturbed by the prospect of theft, for her pockets were meager, devoid of cash, but she possessed allure aplenty. If one dared to rob her, so be it. She slung her bag over her shoulder, awaiting her benefactor to settle the bill. She intended to simply walk away with the new garment. The white down jacket she wore was a bargain she had purchased during her freshman year of college. Currently mourning, she turned the label over in her hands. Upon entering the clothing section, Keyong encountered Liu. Each harbored ulterior motives, leading to a restrained greeting, devoid of the typical fervor seen in ordinary couples. Liu, now clad in a different outfit, left the literary scholar deeply aware of his own inadequacies and knowledge, prompting an exclamation within him. Wow, she is truly beautiful. Everything beautiful captured the eye, uplifting the spirit. He recalled the amusing sight of Song Meili hopping down the stairs on one leg, contrasting it with the graceful Liu before him, whose legs moved lightly and whose eyes sparkled. It was as if a starlet had stepped from the stage. And not far away, she twirled a few times, her attire harmonizing flawlessly with her essence. Keyong, the audience, was captivated by her, his soul nourished by her presence. His desires awakened, yet he remained steadfast in his role, striving to appear like a respectable individual devoid of lasciviousness. As a thief encroached upon his vicinity, drawing closer to a buyer resembling Song Haikyo, the clerk held a pole, ready to strike should the thief attempt to rob a customer. Feigning a mishap while selecting clothes to deliver a lesson to the thief, Don and Appo's, to commit your crimes here. In such an expansive mall, he was indifferent to the thief's intentions elsewhere. The clerk's gaze confirmed that the thief was indeed approaching Song Haikyo. The pole in her hand was like a bullet, poised for action. Just then, Song Haikyo exclaimed, "Andy, how does this outfit look?" The clerk was baffled. Was this thief her aunt, or perhaps a transvestite? Keyong chimed in, "Quite nice. Even a sack looks good on you." Liu giggled, "Hee, this coat is my sack. I want to take it home." Keyong understood Liu and Appo's intention. She wanted him to pay. A tightness gripped him. The suite at the 5-star hotel was booked in Liu and Appo's name, and he had already transferred funds to her. A room cost a fair sum. Now, she desired a coat as well. In the past, love had been the main course, with money merely a side treat, but now the tables had turned. In an increasingly materialistic society, the fish he had nurtured seemed to crave more. The thought unsettled him. Feigning calm, he inquired, How much does it cost? Liu leaned closer, whispering, not too much, a little over 6,000. The tightness in Keyong intensified. Not expensive. Not at all. However, one should always compare prices. Why not look at a few more options? This color seems a tad dated on you. Liu replied, Andy. Then accompany me for a stroll. Keyong and Oppos' mind was still preoccupied with his missing mother. His wife, stationed in the leisure area on the first floor, had not called, indicating no news regarding his mother, leaving him little inclination to accompany his young lover shopping. Quietly, he said, I have matters to attend to. Be good. Head back to the hotel, and I and Oppos, I'll find you once I'm done. Liu responded, all right, I'll listen to you. But what about the sack? She appeared somewhat displeased. Keyong, steeling himself, said, fine, I'll buy it. He reached into his coat pocket, where a few shopping cards lay. He had taken them this morning, intending to present them as gifts to acquaintances in front of Song Meili. Liu and Oppos' face blossomed with joy. 1,000 declarations of love may have dulled her senses, yet the coat alleviated her recent melancholy. Without hesitation, she drew closer to Keyong and planted a fervent kiss on his cheek. She imagined herself a tempestuous force, yet not only did the clerk witness the display, but so did the elderly lady who had just exited the fitting room, having concealed herself from the thief in the fitting room for quite some time. The elderly woman finally emerged, planning to call her son to pay for the coat, considering it a new garment for the new year. Upon exiting, she happened upon a commotion on the first floor, where a girl, quarreling over a sweet potato, was stamping her foot at a man. What a decline in manners. Shameless couples openly displaying affection in broad daylight. But upon closer inspection, something felt familiar about the man's silhouette. The elderly woman exclaimed, my son. Hearing those words, Keyong was transported back to his childhood, recalling how his mother would stand at the dilapidated doorway, shouting, where the hell have you been? Can't even find you for a meal. The mother he had searched for tirelessly was in the same clothing section, now adorned in a new outfit, her eyes keenly surveying the surroundings. Liu, having completed her kiss, was not satisfied. She sought to buy one, get one free offer, wrapping her arms around Keyong's waist, signaling him to hurry and pay as she could hardly wait. At that moment, he found his beloved mistress utterly unappealing, akin to how even the most beautiful visage eventually reveals the skeleton beneath. Even the most fragrant body is subject to nature's call. Keyong extricated himself from Liu and Oppos' embrace and called out to the elderly woman, Mother, where have you been? I was worried sick, thinking you had gone missing. Upon witnessing the scene, his mother inquired, who is she? Keyong evaded the question, responding, Mother, the announcement has been made several times. How did you not hear it? His mother replied, the announcer spoke in such a tone. I thought it was merely a warning about a thief. Indeed, the pronunciation of standard Mandarin differed from local dialects, rendering the announcement ineffective. As she entered the bustling mall of a city, her eyes were overwhelmed, and her ears naturally overlooked the sounds overhead. Liu stood awkwardly, realizing that Li Gang was indeed Keyong's aunt, and his mother was present. Shue's mother continued, who is she? She was just downstairs, pointing and shouting at me. Keyong, adopting a serious tone with Liu, stated, misunderstanding, literally, today's work is all set. You may head back now and report in detail on Monday. As he spoke, he embraced his mother's shoulders, saying, Mother, that coat looks lovely on you. You should buy it. Shue's mother grumbled, it costs as much as 3 sheep or 4 sheep. Thus, Liu found herself inadvertently categorized as a subordinate by Keyong, the dutiful son. But what else could be done? Could they admit their romantic involvement before his mother? Understanding the situation, Liu gracefully withdrew. Just as she reached the door, the clerk brandished her pole, coldly stating, Miss, you have yet to pay for the new garment. Liu glanced at Keyong, who averted his gaze. I no longer want it, she declared. The clerk replied, without payment, you cannot leave with it. Otherwise, you would be considered a thief. Reluctantly, Liu removed the coat. The aura of Song Haikyo faded. She was just a girl clad in gray. Keyong purchased a splendid garment for his mother, who beamed with childlike joy upon receiving it. When the new year arrives and she dons this cashmere coat on her way home, she will certainly refrain from mentioning its price exceeding 2,000. After all, the original tag flaunts a figure over 3,000. This coat, priced at such a premium, is undoubtedly the most expensive attire in the entire village. Her heart is as clear as a polished mirror. Upon exiting the store, she inquired about a certain woman, questioning whether she was a trendy mistress. Keyong responded, "The youth today are quite open-minded. She is merely a new colleague at work. Mother, do not overthink it. If she were indeed a mistress, would I have purchased her a coat?" Shue's mother retorted, "My son, men with certain privileges are often unfaithful. Your late father once tilled the land for a widow in the village. Why would he do that? Surely, it was the allure of her warm embrace. You inherit his roving spirit. It is hardly surprising." Keyong awkwardly chuckled. "Mother, it would be best to pretend you did not see anything." She replied, "Of course. I shall not speak of this to Xiao Min and Appo's mother. I have diligently cared for her, yet she discarded my dentures into the latrine. If she were to learn of your infidelity, she would surely have you castrated." Since acquiring a mobile phone, Shui and Appo's mother has engaged in conversations with her husband and learned of a recent scandal in the village. A young bride had bitten off her husband and Appo's manhood, with the tale circulating in no less than 18 variations. Keyong, however, was burdened with his own worries. He suspected that Liu must be heartbroken. Yet, what could he do? He found himself navigating a labyrinth of women, relegating her to the last of his concerns. Once he managed to settle these troublesome matters, he would surely provide her with a thorough explanation. After all, what woman cannot be soothed? Keyong's historical experiences have taught him that women are creatures easily appeased, contingent solely upon a man's willingness to indulge them. When a man shows disinterest in charming a woman, it is a clear indication of his lack of affection. However, one must discern the sequence of life. Only those with neither wealth nor time, mere inept souls, spend their days orbiting around women. He accompanied his elderly mother to the first floor, only to discover his wife was nowhere to be found. It was indeed a case of pressing down on one gourd only for another to pop up. Both mother and wife were a source of constant concern. When he called Song Meili, she informed him she was on the 4th floor perusing silk quilts. After a fire had ravaged their kitchen, her silk quilt had been destroyed, and she sought to purchase a new one. Keyong instructed his wife to descend to the underground parking lot to meet him. His mother quipped, "With a limp, she certainly manages to bounce around." Keyong led his mother to the underground parking lot, where they awaited Song Meili in their car. His mother inquired, "Son, does that leader still await your arrival?" At that moment, Keyong recalled the lie he had told, that he was to dine with a leader at noon. Given the unfolding events, he had long since missed their appointed time. Frustrated, he replied, "The meeting has been rescheduled." His mother, noticing her son's hunger, offered him a sweet potato, insisting, "Eat it while it and Appo's warm." She produced a squashed roasted sweet potato from her bag, resembling a rather unappealing mass. Keyong declined to eat it, asking where she had purchased it. Before his mother could respond, his phone rang. Liu, back at the hotel and having charged her phone, informed him she was packing to check out. Originally, she had planned to return to Binhai New City the following morning, wanting to savor the rare experience of a 5-star hotel stay. Keyong's immediate thought was how little time she had spent there, lamenting the waste of such exorbitant accommodation fees. He wondered if she had availed herself of the complimentary lunch vouchers the hotel offered, while keeping his mother company. He subtly reminded Liu of her time spent at the hotel. Liu's response was fiery. "You came to enjoy yourself, bringing your mother along." The mention of his mother irritated Keyong, prompting him to retort, "Why have you suddenly changed? You weren't like this before." Shue's mother, astute as ever, discerned that the call was likely from the colleague he had just mentioned. She asked, "Is it that young colleague? Quite brazen, isn't she?" Keyong exited the car, wishing to prevent his mother from further involving herself in the matter. Outside the vehicle, he could freely concoct sweet words to soothe his mistress. However, Liu was in no mood to be placated and began to enumerate the faults of his mother. To his astonishment, the old woman he found so disagreeable was, in fact, the mother of his aunt. Liu expressed a desire to send his aunt back to the origins of her conception, hoping for a different womb. Keyong found this intolerable. While Song Meili and Appo's confrontations with his mother fell within the realm of typical familial strife, Liu and Appo's criticisms of her own mother were altogether perplexing. In that moment, he felt as if no woman was worthy of admiration, each at odds with their own mothers. Perhaps the early stages of extramarital relationships are veiled in a romantic haze, only to reveal their true, unsightly nature later on. He had no desire to tread this well-worn path with Liu, yet she seemed already embarked upon it. Patiently, he listened to her tirade against his mother, finally asking, "Is it merely because you didn't purchase that coat? If you had, would there be so much fuss?" Liu shot back, "Indeed, I am a materialist. If you have the means, Buy it and bring it to me. I and Amp, Oppos, LL wait for you in the hotel lobby. Show me what love for eternity looks like. Otherwise, be gone. There are plenty willing to buy me a coat. With that, she hung up. Keyong, now incensed, realized that the fish he had nurtured had grown increasingly unruly, shattering his illusions that a seemingly innocent student could be any different from the predatory women he had encountered. In reality, she too was unabashedly demanding. Fuming, he climbed into the car. Shue's mother, upon seeing her son's pale face, became furious and exclaimed, "My son, when one is young, one must learn to understand one's place." Had it been in the old society, the landlord would have wielded his whip to teach a lesson. Her words only served to further agitate him. After all, she was his mother. The longevity Peach placed before her could not be disregarded. She continued, "My son, guard your finances closely, lest they be squandered. Have you forgotten the days when your father passed away, and we couldn't and Oppos to even afford lard for cooking? Your uncle and Oppos Esau gave birth to piglets that perished, and the mother pig was too precious for them to spare us even a morsel. We ended up consuming a dead piglet, which nearly cost us our lives. My son, be vigilant with your purse." The mere mention of their past poverty pierced through Keyong like a fresh wound, causing the old anguish of abandonment to resurface. His frustration boiled over as he barked, "Enough. Let and Oppos go home." With that, he suddenly revved the engine. At that moment, Meili arrived, unexpectedly carrying a silk quilt. She had turned a corner in the mall and spotted Keyong on the phone from afar. Years of marriage had honed her instincts. She immediately surmised it was not a work-related call. With his mother missing, the time wasted could jeopardize Keyong's plans with his mistress under the pretense of dining with his superior. The car was approaching rapidly. To her shock, before she could reach the car door, it barreled directly towards her. She discerned the driver's furious visage. Heaven forbid, was he intent on harming her? Years prior, a car accident had occurred in their small town. A wife had mistakenly pressed the accelerator instead of the brake, crashing into her husband who was directing traffic. When she finally managed to stop the car, the injured husband sat up and cursed vehemently before succumbing to his injuries. Rumors swirled that it was not an accident, but rather premeditated murder. As an experienced driver, Keyong, despite his past serious accidents, was now careening towards another potential tragedy. The vehicle surged forward, and Meili, paralyzed with terror, collapsed to the ground. As the monstrous vehicle seemed poised to crush her, she discarded her cane and silk quilt, scrambling to her feet and fleeing desperately. Inside the car, Shui and Oppos' mother shouted, "Look, Xiaoman and Oppos' mother is running like a rabbit." At her exclamation, it was as if Keyong awoke from a dream. He brought the car to a halt just in time. Indeed, Meili was sprinting ahead. In the blink of an eye, she had transformed from a limping figure into a swift rabbit. Liu had not received the beloved overcoat. Yet, it was not merely the coat that saddened her, but Keyong's demeanor that pierced her heart. She had believed that beyond their intimate relationship, there existed a semblance of paternal affection. In the dark days following her father's death, her reliance on Keyong intensified. What began as a hopeful journey to city ended in despondency. On the return train, she immersed herself in melancholic English songs, her sorrow morphing into grief for her father's passing. As she became a dampened version of Lin Daiyu, Keyong busied himself with trivial matters. From that moment on, Meili stood tall. She found that her legs no longer required a cane and could run freely. In fact, during that nearly catastrophic night, she had realized her legs were healing. Keyong, spitting out apologies, explained how he had been lost in thought, akin to a wooden puppet driving. Completely unaware that his wife had arrived, Meili firmly believed it was an act of murder. There were numerous signs indicating this, such as the unusually warm nights and the water pooling on the tiled floor. Keyong, naturally, had his own explanations for each occurrence. Their quarrel escalated into a dispute that eventually reached Song and Oppos' mother. Narrowing her eyes, she inquired, "Are you here to see me or to provoke me? If you wish to see me, be quiet and eat your meal. If you seek to irritate me, then leave." Meili and Oppos' legs had healed. Soon after, Liu Dachui's arm also recovered. On the morning of his liberation, Liu Dachui, after emptying himself in the restroom, stepped onto the scale in his underwear. The needle plummeted to the right. Thinking the scale was broken, he removed his underwear and stepped back on. After zeroing it out, he found he was only 2 ounces lighter. His underwear weighed 2 ounces. He muttered, "If I were to go hairless, I might lose another 2 ounces." At that moment, Wang Fang approached from behind, wrapping her arms around Liu Dachui's waist, causing the needle to swing heavily to the right once more. Releasing him, Wang Fang remarked, "I can tell if your waist has thickened or slimmed down just by hugging you. Back when we first married, I could encircle you with both arms. Now, it's a tight squeeze. Old Liu, your belly has grown." Liu Dachui turned around, not wearing any underwear, and noticed that his belly had indeed expanded significantly. During his recovery, he had been well taken care of, and combined with a lack of exercise, he had gained weight typical of middle-aged men, accumulating around the belly. His hand brushed against his protruding abdomen, and he remarked, "This belly is all thanks to your beef noodles." While the noodles contained beef, his manhood was still considerable. Wang Fang replied, "This morning's beef noodles were in short supply. Beef has become exorbitantly priced, so I couldn't afford to add more, opting instead for more greens. You will struggle to be satisfied in the future." In the past, this was the time for the couple to kindle romance. But this time, despite the atmosphere being ripe, Liu Dachui donned his underwear. It was the day when the head office was scheduled to conduct a safety inspection at their unit. The notice had only been issued the day prior, and Liu Dachui needed to check for any oversights at the office. After working late into the night to rectify issues, he was exhausted. On this day, Meili returned to work as well. Her healed arm and leg reunited at the office. On her first day back, she brought a package of imported chocolate to share with her colleagues. Liu Dachui, while enjoying the chocolate, remarked to his subordinates, "Your beautiful sister has become quite pale at home." Meili's complexion had taken on a yellowish hue. That morning, she had diligently applied putty to the walls. And her mother-in-law, upon seeing her, thought, "A donkey dung egg has frosted over." She was satisfied with her appearance, admiring herself from various angles, modestly rating her looks. Convinced that by the standards of American Time magazine, she could rank among the world's top 500. Hence, she believed Liu Dachui's praise was well-deserved. It had been ages since Keyong had complimented himself. Young colleagues, munching on chocolate, called her sister, joking that they would need her shoulders if they ever ached. Meili and Oppo's shoulder massage technique was exceptional, and she reserved her skills for the younger male colleagues at the office, including Liu Dachui. Her relationships with female colleagues reflected the truth of same-sex repulsion. Meili quipped, "Dream on. If my shoulders ache in the future, you all better need them for me." The logistics director, Liu Dachui, boomed, "Xiao Wang. Xiao Li, you've enjoyed beautiful sister's chocolate. You better step up your efforts to ensure she doesn't tire out her shoulders." Indeed, Meili became quite idle. Previously, she had managed the warehouse statistics, but during her recovery, Xiao Li had taken over her duties, and now that she had returned, there was no immediate position for her. She merely sat in the office, playing on her phone and sipping tea. Nonetheless, returning to work, Meili took a deep breath of relief. Finally, she was free from the need to engage in a battle of wits with her mother-in-law, who had graduated from a school known for its irritations. That morning, the inspection team from the head office arrived at Liu Dachui's unit. Among the team was Keyong. In previous inspections, it had mostly been a formality, as long as everything appeared satisfactory. Although the timeline for rectification was tight, Liu Dachui's logistics department had always maintained an orderly operation, making them well prepared for inspections. However, during the inspection, Keyong pointed out a flaw, pulling a fire extinguisher from a corner of the storeroom. Upon inspection, it was deemed inoperative, essentially a mere decoration. The leadership immediately reprimanded Liu Dachui sternly, stating that with the year-end approaching, safety was of utmost importance. A fire could not only lead to property loss but also have dire repercussions. A faulty fire extinguisher was akin to deaf ears, merely ornamental. Such a dismissive attitude towards superior oversight was both foolish and reprehensible. Liu Dachui refrained from defending himself, sincerely admitting his mistake to his superiors, acknowledging it was due to his negligence at work, and expressing a willingness to rectify the issue at his own expense. The malfunctioning fire extinguisher was the responsibility of Xiao Wang, who thought its placement was rather inconspicuous. In a rush to procure a new one, he never anticipated that it would be brought to light by Keyong. One faulty fire extinguisher implicated the entire unit, leading to an unfavorable inspection record. Consequently, all the administrative personnel in Liu Dachui's unit had their bonuses for the month deducted. The forfeited bonuses amounted to 500 to 600 yuan, which could purchase a high-quality wool sweater for a woman or 2 packs of non-irritating cigarettes for a man. While the administrative staff did not openly express their grievances towards Liu Dachui, they privately harbored discontent, wishing to visit his home for a meal, hoping to recoup at least 500 yuan from him. Liu Dachui felt quite dejected. At night, He and Wang Fang cuddled under the blankets. With his hands free, he could finally enjoy a big white rabbit candy, cursing Shui Keyong in the process. Wang Fang complained about discomfort on her left side and advised him not to be too rough, prompting Liu Dachui to focus on the other side. It seemed as though his wife's two rabbits were named Keyong and non-Keyong. After venting his frustration, he concluded that Shui Keyong's remarks during the inspection carried significant weight, indicating that there might be adjustments in the leadership structure by year's end, with Shui potentially becoming the head of their unit. This inspection felt like a preliminary evaluation. If Shui Keyong truly ascended to such a position, what fate awaited Liu Dachui? There is a saying that idleness breeds discontent. Although Song Meili did not have such burdens, her days at work were often uneventful, and finding someone to chat with proved difficult as others were preoccupied. Thus, she approached Liu Dachui, requesting half of Xiaoli's workload. A watermelon can be easily halved, but how does one divide work? Liu Dachui found himself in a quandary. The organization was vast, with 100 jin of meat accounted as 80 jin, and Xiaoli was straightforward in handling it. Liu Dachui knew he could offer Xiaoli some benefits later, as he was obedient to Liu Dachui's directives. However, with Song Meili involved, the situation became more complex. Liu Dachui was inwardly reluctant for Song Meili to interfere with the statistics work. Coincidentally, the head office announced a red song contest to be held at year's end. Each unit was required to prepare in advance, and such singing competitions typically attracted younger participants. Liu Dachui encouraged Song Meili to represent the logistics office in the singing event. He praised her, recalling how he was captivated by her rendition of Little White Poplar during a previous car ride, believing her talent had been stifled by her job. Joining the singing group, she was expected to take on a leadership role. In her youth, Song Meili had a passion for dancing and karaoke, but her artistic spirit had lain dormant for years within her marriage, only to be awakened by Liu Dachui's admiration. Thus, she joined the Red Song group. Women, as they are, require a purpose. Otherwise, they will seek out tasks. With work to occupy her, her restlessness began to dissipate. The weather that day was dismal, with strong winds obscuring the sky. At the end of the workday, Song Meili caught a ride with Liu Dachui. Typically, he did not drive. After injuring his arm, he relied on the company bus. Now that his arm had healed, he resumed driving bus route 11 to maintain his physique. That day, however, he was driving his own vehicle, having attended to some matters at the dock during work hours. The distance from the office to his home was short, and he arrived swiftly. Yet, on this day, the main road leading to the community was unexpectedly blocked by a roadblock due to a fallen utility pole. It was unclear whether the pole had succumbed to the winds or had simply grown weary and decided to lie down. Regardless, all vehicles passing through hurriedly turned to take a longer route around the small town. The two found themselves with ample time to converse. Liu Dachui inquired about her preparations for the Red Song contest. Song Meili mentioned that she had enlisted a music teacher from the youth palace to serve as the conductor. But the young lady, surnamed Hu, was aptly named Hu the conductor. She recounted several of Hu's significant mistakes. A classmate of hers from the A City Song and Dance Troupe, surnamed Gu, was an undeniable musical prodigy, despite the troupe's decline. Engaging Gu to conduct would undoubtedly require compensation and approval from the leadership. Liu Dachui wholeheartedly agreed that Gu should replace Hu, as their unit had consistently placed last in the company's singing competitions over the years. He proclaimed that it was a disservice to the organization not to secure a top 3 finish, especially with talents like Song Meili present. Liu Dachui's words resonated deeply with him, and he always felt elated while riding in his car. Their conversation reached a crescendo when Song Meili suddenly began to sing a song, belting out Liu Dachui's favorite, Little White Poplar. Initially, she sang softly, but as she became more engrossed, she rolled down the car window to let the wind in, embodying the spirit of a white poplar standing tall against the elements. A woman who seemed rather plain and unremarkable could, in that moment, exhibit such grace and natural charm. Liu Dachui was momentarily entranced. Once she finished, he closed the window and, with a serious demeanor, remarked, "You shouldn't ride in my car anymore." Song Meili looked surprised. Before she could inquire why, Liu Dachui explained, "If you sing in my car, I might lose focus. Your golden voice nearly made me drop the steering wheel in applause." Song Meili burst into laughter, appreciating Liu Dachui and Appo's flattery. Seizing the buoyant moment, Liu Dachui inquired about whether her husband was also on the verge of a promotion, suggesting that good fortune often brings a refreshing spirit. Song Meili replied, "I don't concern myself with his matters. However, it does seem promising." Keyong indeed has potential. Although he has been pursuing further studies at the party school and has excelled academically, there are numerous younger individuals with stronger backgrounds within his institution. While he strives to navigate the complexities of promotion, a classmate of his, serving as deputy editor at a prominent newspaper, accompanied a high-ranking official on a visit to City A. Although the editor and Oppo's position is not particularly intimidating, it holds significant influence as the voice of leadership. This deputy editor, once a close companion of Keyong during their university days, had not been in touch due to their disparate statuses over the years. Upon arriving in the area, the deputy editor learned that Keyong was serving as a minor official in a small city not far from City A, nostalgically recalling their days as impoverished students. They would share hard flatbreads brought from Shue's hometown, discussing Kafka and Hayek in hushed tones while lying on their rigid bunk beds. Time has softened them both. After a meeting with local leaders, the deputy editor inquired about Keyong's current situation, casually mentioning a desire to visit his old friend for flatbreads. The local leaders, adept at reading the intentions of their superiors, retrieved Keyong and Oppo's profile. Thanks to the deputy editor and Oppo's interest, the executives at the headquarters took notice. In a personal conversation with Keyong hinted at a 99% chance of promotion to a principal position by year-end. Upon learning the truth, Keyong called the deputy editor, not to invite him for flatbreads, but to express his gratitude. The deputy editor responded with a smile, "What for? Treat me to flatbreads another day." Shui understood well that the deputy editor had neither the time nor the inclination to indulge in such a meal. It was merely a gesture of goodwill. He seized this opportunity, feeling fortunate. Typically, Shui refrained from discussing work matters at home, but this time he shared the good news with his mother. Ecstatic, she exclaimed, "My son, before you were born, I dreamt of a horse galloping in the sky, which foretold your greatness." Their conversation inevitably reached Song Meili, who, finally liberated from her father's shadow, envisioned her husband's ascent. The impending promotion promised benefits for Song Meili, as subordinates had begun to pay court to her at home. Their household had long been neglected, and those from their hometown would not openly congratulate Shui on his impending promotion, but would visit under the pretext of checking on his mother. Liu Dachui managed to extract this information from Song Meili, leaving little doubt that Keyong was set to join her husband's unit. With the current head of the unit stepping back and the position promising ample resources, Keyong had indeed found a reliable ladder to ascend. Keyong found success in the political arena but faced disappointment in matters of the heart. Ever since Liu had turned her back on him, he stubbornly refrained from contacting her. He was preoccupied with his own troubles, feeling overwhelmed as time slipped away like milk from a man's grasp, yielding nothing of substance. When his prospects for promotion began to brighten, he made an attempt to reach out to Liu, even subtly mentioning the matter of buying a coat. Yet, she continued to feign ignorance. That girl certainly had a fiery temperament. One evening, Xiaomin engaged in a conversation with her father, sharing that she had taken a job at a milk tea shop and had been working there for a week. With playful jest, she declared her intention to steal the secret recipe for milk tea to make for her father, playfully dubbing herself the milk tea sister and him the milk tea mister. Keyong advised his daughter to balance her work and studies without overexerting herself. Although the family was not in need of her tuition, he felt a sense of pride in Xiaomin's industrious spirit, a trait every father cherishes in his daughter. Their conversation flowed freely until Xiaomin shifted the topic, asking, "Dad, do you remember Alice?" Keyong and Oppo's heart skipped a beat. Xiaomin still preferred to call Liu by her English name. He feigned ignorance, asking, "Which Alice? Is she the one from the piano piece?" Xiaomin clarified, "The girl who visited our home last time. You said she resembles Song Haikyo." Keyong pretended to understand. "Oh, so it and Oppo's her. How is she?" Xiaomin replied, "She and Oppo's coming to visit this weekend." The realization that Liu, who had ignored him, maintained a close friendship with his daughter left Keyong with mixed emotions. He simply suggested, "You could invite her for some milk tea." Xiaomin eagerly agreed, adding, "Of course, we'll have plenty of milk tea. But this time, she's not coming alone." Unknowingly teasing, she left Keyong curious, to which he blurted, "With whom?" Realizing his impatience, he added with a chuckle, "Well, at her age, having a boyfriend is only natural." Xiaomin replied, "You and Oppo's, clever dad. Alice and Oppo's boyfriend is back from America, and she's bringing him along." Keyong felt struck by this revelation. Everyone fears abandonment, And while Liu reveled in the power of rejection, it merely affirmed her fierce nature. A wave of melancholy washed over him, reminiscent of an artistic soul. Yet he knew he must remain composed and focus on his rising career before tending to his personal life. The instinct for power is inherent in humanity. Both men and women share this trait. When adorned in the armor of authority, even dogs wag their tails in respect. What more can be said for humans, especially women? As the weekend approached, the day Liu was to visit Xiaomin arrived, and Keyong's heart felt heavy. Meili had gone back to her family's home, resuming her pattern of escaping to her mother's place now that her leg had healed. This was partly to avoid her mother-in-law and Appos, as Toothy Grin, and partly to meet with her classmate, Gu Zhiwei, to discuss work matters in the small town. The leadership had approved her request to bring Gu to secure a good position in the upcoming Red Song competition. Since her recovery, Meili had been preparing for this event, emerging from a dreary existence like a bird taking flight from a rainy eve. That evening, only Keyong and his elderly mother were at home. Their dinner was simple, potato shreds and a pot of porridge. The two slurped their porridge. Keyong and Appos' mother clearly the louder of the two. The sound irritated him, as it often brought back memories of his childhood when a single spoonful of lard earned him a slap that left his nose bleeding. In his mind, he envisioned slapping the bowl from his mother's hands. What would that feel like? He startled at his own thoughts. No one could fathom the strange feelings hidden deep within the heart of a devoted son. Suddenly, he set down his bowl and snapped a photo of the potatoes, sending it to his phone. His mother inquired, "Are you sending that to a colleague?" Feeling irritable, Keyong replied, "I have too many colleagues. I can't keep track. I'm sending it to Xiaomin. She loves these potato shreds." Indeed, Xiaomin had once visited their hometown, where his mother made spicy and sour potato shreds, which Xiaomin adored. However, his mother was not skilled with a knife, and her shreds resembled thick strips rather than fine slices, earning the nickname sour and spicy planks. His mother lamented, "That girl ISN and Amp, Appos, T close to me. She only favors her grandmother. Since I and Amp, Appos, V been here, she hasn't and Amp, Appos, T even called to check on me." Though Xiaomin enjoyed her grandmother's dish, she felt no real connection to her. After all, her grandmother had barely raised her father, making her feel like a stranger. Moreover, she resented how her grandmother always seemed to encroach upon her space whenever she visited, despite the fact that the bedding was entirely separate. Keyong added, "Your grandmother misses you and wants to see you," suggesting a video call. Xiaomin accepted the video call, and the scene revealed a somewhat noisy restaurant. Keyong's mother leaned in, and Xiaomin greeted her grandmother in a lackluster manner. His mother responded with praise. "Xiaomin looks even more beautiful. She resembles her father." Xiaomin replied politely, "Thank you for the compliment, Grandma." This formality only deepened his mother's sense of distance, prompting her to lower her gaze to her porridge. Keyong inquired, "Are you out to eat? It seems crowded." Xiaomin panned her camera around the restaurant, confirming the presence of numerous diners. The camera eventually caught sight of a delicate young woman and a bespectacled young man seemingly seated across from Xiaomin. Before returning to her face, Xiaomin remarked, "Dad, it and Appos, too noisy. I can and Appos, T hear anything. I and Appos, LL call you back later." This seemingly casual moment stirred something within Keyong. There, in the frame, was Liu, accompanied by a male companion. The rumors of her American boyfriend had come to fruition, and they were both visiting Xiaomin. Later that evening, Xiaomin did not call back, likely too absorbed in the excitement of youth to remember her father. Unable to contain himself, Keyong sent Liu a message. This time, he approached it with trepidation, akin to a bashful youth asking, "You and Appos, how are you?" Liu finally responded, stating she was well, and sent a photo. In the image, Liu stood closely with a short, bespectacled young man, flanked by two others, including Xiaomin and a tall young man who had his arm around her shoulder. Keyong, who had been drowning in the pain of unrequited love, suddenly found his emotions turning to anger. The young man with his arm around Xiaomin was none other than Liu Dachui's son, Liu Haitao. The fish he had nurtured for years had been snatched away by a four-eyed boy, and now his daughter, too, had been lured away by the offspring of an adversary. Xiaomin and Haitao had once made a pact to reunite before the supposed end of the world, yet Xiaomin had hastened their meeting. Following the cup incident, Xiaomin's feelings for Liu had subtly shifted. In their sisterly bond, Xiaomin had laid bare her heart, while Liu remained shrouded in mystery. Xiaomin's disclosure of her relationship with Liu seemed to be a test for her father, a wily old fox. But let it not be forgotten that Xiao Min carried her father and Appo's blood, and humanity and Appo's evolution only produced better versions of itself. In a room full of chatter, Xiao Min was the quietest, yet she absorbed every word spoken around her, a silent observer of the world. Thus, she keenly sensed certain truths while grappling with disbelief. Li was more beautiful, taller, more sociable, and had a series of romantic escapades blossoming in her youth. What did Xiao Min have? This past year, she had been overwhelmed with a myriad of emotions. Yet now, she possessed a guiding light. Hai Tao was that light. Hai Tao had long ceased to heed Xiao Min's words. He harbored no belief in the notion of an impending apocalypse. The train of love, in his view, should collide sooner rather than later, in accordance with some unspoken law. Thus, this weekend, he eagerly accepted the invitation. Liu had brought her American boyfriend, Jeff, to the city where Xiao Min resided. Jeff, in ABC, was someone Liu claimed to have met online. In reality, Liu appeared even more radiant and lively than her photographs suggested, while Jeff, though somewhat lacking in height, possessed a charming countenance. His ancestry traced back to Guangdong, and while his Cantonese was commendable, his Mandarin left much to be desired. He often mispronounced great as fat. As a result, both Liu and Xiao Min, slender figures, were humorously dubbed fat by Jeff. Before Hai Tao's arrival, Liu took Jeff to Xiao Min's workplace, where she was still laboring on the weekend. Though she could have taken a day off, she harbored a little secret. She did not wish to play the role of a full-time third wheel before Hai Tao and Appo's arrival. Xiao Min, ever the gracious host, treated the couple to the finest milk tea the CAF had to offer, bustling about in her apron beneath the watchful eyes of Liu and Jeff. Her pallid face bore a striking resemblance to a younger version of Keyong. The coat, Liu mused, feeling an unsettling discomfort associated not merely with the coat itself, but with something deeper. It felt as though a thief had stealthily infiltrated her heart since her teenage years. Taking root, she had always believed herself to hold significance in his life, yet a mere coat unveiled the painful truth of her fall from grace. Beneath Xiao Min's eyelids, she observed Liu unabashedly cuddling with Jeff, publicly displaying their affection. In love, Liu was like a fish, navigating her surroundings with ease, while Xiao Min would blush and feel her heart race at the mere sight of Hai Tao, requiring time to warm up. Had Liu and her father truly ended their affair? Would she no longer have to contend for paternal affection? Jeff's status held a certain allure for domestic girls. More importantly, he was so youthful, exuding a fresh, grassy essence. What was it about her peers' attraction to men old enough to be their fathers that she found so perplexing? The thought made her feel nauseated. Yet, she managed to conceal the turmoil within, greeting them with a smile. This, too, was a form of growth. As dusk fell, Xiao Min caught a whiff of intoxicating grass. Hai Tao had arrived. Amidst Jeff's chatter, he again referred to the fat and tall Hai Tao, who indeed fit the description. The four of them dined at a local seafood restaurant, engaging in lively conversation while waiting for their dishes to arrive. Due to Jeff's limited Mandarin, Liu often translated for him in English, a skill that made Xiao Min envious, while she had barely scraped through her English exam. Hai Tao seemed not to have even attempted it, yet Liu spoke fluently. Liu credited her proficiency to Jeff, as they communicated primarily in English, while Jeff expressed a desire to practice Chinese with Liu, deeming it the most challenging language in the world. During their conversation, Xiao Min had a habitual gesture of squeezing a large shrimp keychain. This shrimp was not a real one, but rather an exquisitely crafted piece made from thin plastic tubing, shaped to perfection, with a delightfully plump belly that felt comforting to touch. It reminded her of her childhood, falling asleep with a plush teddy bear, an embodiment of reliance. Now, squeezing the shrimp provided her with a similar sense of security. Noticing this, Liu playfully inquired, Xiao Min, with two new loves, Hai Tao and the shrimp, which do you cherish more? Xiao Min replied, the shrimp is crafted by Hai Tao, and like its owner, it holds significance. What about you? Liu was astonished that Hai Tao, a robust man, possessed such delicate craftsmanship. Hai Tao and Appo's talent mirrored that of his mother, Wang Fang. Growing up in the countryside, he had learned from his carpenter grandfather to weave various small creatures from fresh wheat straw. Love had fully unearthed his hidden talent. Liu requested to see the shrimp up close, leaning in with Jeff to examine it further. Jeff expressed his admiration, proclaiming Hai Tao to be an artistic master. Hai Tao then produced a keychain that also featured a shrimp, revealing that he had indeed crafted a pair, a male and a female. Liu and Jeff eagerly compared the two, and Jeff and Apos. Praise came rolling in. Curiously, the male shrimp had a smaller belly than the female. Liu quipped, "Is the female pregnant?" To which Haitao responded, "I believe so. Before long, Xiao Min will have many little shrimps in her pocket." Liu turned to Xiao Min. "Xiao Min, could you spare me one? Preferably the female, so it can produce many little ones." Xiao Min retorted, "Be patient. Even a female shrimp needs 10 months to carry." This was the sweetness hidden within Xiao Min's heart. They all knew of the friends' character Phoebe and Apos. Lobster saying, "Once lobsters fall in love, they remain together for life, strolling through the fish tank in their old age. Claws intertwined." Liu playfully exclaimed, "I can't wait. Such adorable little creatures. Haitao, could you make one for me? I'll cover the cost of materials." "No, make two, one for me and one for Jeff. Just look at how infatuated Jeff is." If Liu and Apos' affection seemed somewhat superficial, Jeff was genuinely enchanted by the handcrafted item. Xiao Min felt a twinge of displeasure, sensing that Liu was trying to steal everything from her. Though she claimed she would pay, she knew Haitao would never accept money. Haitao assured them it would be no trouble, but would require some time. Jeff, with his halting Mandarin interspersed with English, lavished praise on Haitao, expressing his desire to possess such a unique artifact before returning home. Haitao then detached the shrimp from his keychain and gifted it to Jeff, who beamed with childlike delight. Yet, Xiao Min felt a pang of unhappiness, believing the two shrimps to be a pair now separated, a sentiment that lingered like a weed beneath a stone. Once dinner concluded, the two couples returned to their respective homes, and the suppressed feeling began to resurface. Haitao remarked that crafting shrimp was his forte. He could easily make another. After all, Jeff was about to head back to his country, and the shipping costs for a new one would be exorbitant. Xiao Min expressed her belief that Liu might not genuinely care for the shrimp. Rather, she simply enjoyed the act of taking things. Haitao mused. To a farmer wielding a hoe, the exquisite jade cabbage of the Forbidden City might not hold more value than a large cabbage in the field. Yet, to an archaeologist, it would be priceless. Thus, objects only acquire meaning when they meet a kindred spirit. He pointed out that the shrimp had not truly reached Liu, but had indeed found its way into Jeff's possession. Seeing Xiao Min's face remain tense, Haitao gently coaxed her, "If you adore these woven trinkets, I can also craft a gourd. My grandfather taught me how to do it. I'll make 7 gourd babies for you." Xiao Min chuckled, 7 gourd babies? "I certainly want tea, let Liu know." Haitao replied, "Why do our matters always involve others?" Noticing her cold hands, he asked, "Why are your hands still so chilly?" Xiao Min smiled, "Because I lack affection." Under the streetlights, Haitao unzipped his down jacket, and Xiao Min nestled into his embrace, akin to a bird finding warmth beneath its wings. She could hear the rhythm of Haitao's heartbeat through the thick woolen sweater. This was the essence of love. It dawned on her that being in love made one prone to feelings of insecurity. Yet, Xiao Min still harbored a lingering discomfort, the first signs of which were tied to Liu. That night, she accepted a video call from her father, Keyong, the camera inadvertently sweeping over Liu and Jeff. What was she attempting to convey? The human heart is indeed a labyrinth of complexities. Unexpectedly, the group photograph taken after dinner found its way to Keyong, sent silently by Liu. Love is a magician, transforming the clumsy Haitao into a master craftsman. And indeed, he had conjured 7 gourd babies. The 7 gourd babies are strung together, ranging from large to small, as if born of the same mother. Yet upon closer inspection, each possesses its unique characteristics. Haitao turned to Xiao Min and inquired which baby she found the most appealing, suggesting that she might choose it as her future child. In truth, he intended to jest about making it their child, but privately omitted the plural form. The relationship between him and Xiao Min had not yet reached the stage of intimacy, and discussing the fruit of such intimacy carried a hint of mischief. During their last rendezvous, they exchanged sweet nothings, leading others to presume they had been intimate. Sex is akin to a hand, yet also a knife. A girl who has once battled depression often finds herself entangled in confusion. In most instances, the initiative regarding intimacy rests in the hands of women. A passionate young man, overwhelmed by desire, can only endure the agony of restraint. He is no saint, yet he wishes to spare her any regret. This time, Xiao Min expressed her approval, saying she would take a closer look, while secretly contemplating her future marriage, devoid of the desire for children. It was not fear of pregnancy or the pain of childbirth that deterred her, but rather the thought that a child might inherit her own gloomy upbringing, leading her to believe it would be better not to have one at all. Nonetheless, she cherished the 7 gourd babies, strung on a single vine, pretending they were her spiritual offspring. 7 babies, without the need for family planning fines. Yet, the thought of Liu encouraging Jeff to pursue Haitao's prawns still troubled Xiaomin. Nevertheless, she sent a picture to Liu, akin to a dog flaunting a bone before another dog across the river, taunting, "Come and take it if you can." The dog across the water, Liu, responded, "Go ahead, try it." Xiaomin retorted, "It's a limited edition. Not for you." Liu quipped, "Then I'll snatch your Haitao. Whatever he wants. He'll give." Xiaomin challenged, "Give it a shot?" Liu laughed, "Do you really think I would go after your boyfriend? Jeff and I are doing just fine. Yet I'm never worried about you stealing him." Xiaomin declared, "Let me clarify. I have no interest in a pretentious foreigner who can't even speak Chinese well." She added, "Isn't it enough to love well? Why must we steal from one another money, possessions, seats, and even love? Life is exhausting. One might end up stealing their way into the grave." Amidst their banter, the dog found itself vexed. "Haha, Miss Xiaomin, I was merely jesting. I adore your earnest demeanor." Liu giggled, embodying a playful spirit. Indeed, while others were joking, she found herself in discontent. Xiaomin recognized a flaw in her character, wondering why Haitao was drawn to a girl with a heart narrower than a needle's eye. Was there a tinge of sympathy in his affection? In any case, love is a tangled web, and she, a worm, cautiously navigated through its complexities, experiencing both sweetness and hardship. Haitao, akin to an old-fashioned craftsman, wove his love with care. As a child, when Song Xiaomin declared her intention to marry Liu Haitao, he took her words to heart. Xiaomin was a pearl in his heart, tenderly nurtured by him, waiting for her to mature and express her love for the clam that bore her. He believed himself the happiest fool in the world. The lovesick fool received a call from his father, Liu Dachui, announcing a visit to the provincial city. Liu Dachui's trip was ostensibly to see his son. Yet he had more pressing matters at hand, seeking connections to secure Haitao's participation in the year-end military assessment. Previously, Liu Dachui had mentioned military service in passing, but this time he was serious. The father wished for his son to follow the path he once traveled. However, Haitao had his own aspirations, one that did not involve military service. He yearned to study machinery, even if it meant starting as a mechanic, with dreams of ultimately owning a repair shop. Upon learning of his son's ambitions, Liu Dachui remarked that Haitao had yet to face the harsh realities of life, pointing out the numerous repair shops on the streets, where weary owners toiled without much reward. He insisted that military service should come first, as it offered the chance to attend a military academy and become an officer, a far better fate than remaining in the civilian realm. Even if his son disagreed, Liu Dachui was determined to see his wishes fulfilled, unbeknownst to Haitao. Ever since Keyong received the group photograph featuring Liu, he had confirmed the budding romance between his precious daughter and Liu Dachui's son. Consequently, Keyong, soon to become Liu Dachui's superior, could hardly contain himself and called Liu Dachui, urging him to keep an eye on his son, lest he cause trouble for young women. Liu Dachui was acutely aware of the potential consequences of the young couple and Appo's romance. Even if they eloped and returned with 7 gourd babies, the two families would never reconcile. In the minds of middle-aged men, love is a trivial matter, barely deserving of attention. Liu Dachui and Wang Fang arrived in the provincial city, where Wang Fang's grandfather was a renowned painter, whose works were reputed to fetch a fortune in the capital. Her grandfather's social circle was far from humble, as it was steeped in sophistication. Haitao, robust and strong, bore a vascular tumor on his back, rendering him unfit for military service. However, with a mere word from the painter grandfather, Haitao's prospects in the military could unfold like a grand tapestry, promising a bright future. Of course, the painter grandfather was not Wang Fang's biological grandfather, but rather the last surviving brother of her grandfather. As a child, Wang Fang, with her sweet demeanor and crafty hands, would charm her grandfather during his visits to the countryside, endearing herself to him. After marrying Liu Dachui, she continued to visit her grandfather annually, bringing gifts and leaving with far more than she arrived with. On this particularly frigid day, with snot freezing in the air, Liu Dachui and Wang Fang arrived in the provincial city by evening. That night, an event hosted by the student council prevented them from meeting their son, as they planned to wait until their business was settled before sharing a reunion meal. They spent the night in a business hotel. Due to issues with fire extinguishers during the last inspection, civil servants had their bonuses withheld that month. Once a well-regarded figure in his workplace, Liu Dachui was now under scrutiny, with eyes watching his every move, waiting to pounce on any misstep. Coupled with the arrival of a new leader, Keyong, Liu Dachui navigated his work environment with utmost caution. In the past, he could easily submit an expense report for a business trip. Now, during these unusual times, he had to remain discreet, often covering costs out of pocket without hesitation. However, when faced with personal expenses, he found himself less generous, opting for a modest hotel room for a single night, as even a humble abode would suffice for such a brief stay. Thus, Liu Dachui selected a seemingly clean business hotel. Unbeknownst to him, this choice would inadvertently lead to an unexpected gift from fate. Upon entering their room, Liu Dachui marveled at the quality of the modestly priced accommodation, exclaiming that it was no worse than those with stars. "Look, it has everything, and 2 beds. We can sleep on one for half the night and switch to the other for the remainder." Men often boast, applying a layer of gloss to their experiences. Wang Fang, having once worked as a hotel attendant, was keenly observant, swiftly assessing the room for cleanliness. As she busied herself with tidying up, Liu Dachui engaged in phone calls. Seemingly familiar with the provincial city, when his wife emerged from the bathroom, she began to prepare water for further sanitation efforts. Liu Dachui remarked, "You're being overly cautious. Remember when we first got married and came to visit your grandfather? We stayed in a Tinyuan room with dirty sheets, and I was up several times throughout the night." Wang Fang recalled, "I even brought you lice." Liu Dachui paused, then burst into laughter. Indeed, during their early marriage, Wang Fang had taken him to visit her grandfather in the provincial city. However, during that visit to see Grandpa, despite Liu Dachui's sweet talk, Grandpa seemed rather dissatisfied with this grandson-in-law. At that time, Grandpa and Appo's painting could only afford a restroom in the provincial capital, just taking its tentative first steps toward fame. Consequently, Liu Dachui, feeling aggrieved, complained to Wang Fang, "Does your grandfather intend to find you an artist whose hair is infested with lice? You have enough to keep you busy. Go fetch him some lice." Wang Fang then playfully ruffled Liu Dachui's hair, saying, "Come, let me fetch you some lice." Grandpa's objections fell on deaf ears. The couple appeared to be quite happy together. Liu Dachui believed that Grandpa harbored an inexplicable bias against him, so this time he sought Grandpa and Appo's assistance, inevitably accompanied by his wife. Liu Dachui reminisced about the days when they rented a room for 10 yuan, recalling both hardship and sweetness. Now, as he felt the pristine white quilt on the bed, he mused, "Tonight, let us cuddle under the covers and treat it as a honeymoon." As an old married couple, they had exhausted all novelty at home, exchanging playful banter, "You're 18, and I'm 20. Wang Fang remarked. Men, in 3 sentences, cannot stray from their focus. "Which is that particular matter?" Liu Dachui replied, "Once that matter is settled, everything else flows smoothly. You women just feel shy to admit it." He then gestured, Come, feel for yourself." At that moment, the water boiled, and Wang Fang quickly stepped aside to prepare a towel from the room to use as a rag for cleaning the table. Liu Dachui urged her to set aside her chores, suggesting they go out for noodles. Wang Fang claimed she was too hungry and told Liu Dachui to eat alone. He promised to bring her back a portion. Not far from the hotel, in a narrow alley, there was an old noodle shop run by old Liu. The night was cold, and the sign emitted a dim glow. The Liu in old Liu's name was Askew, perhaps a subtle insult to the owner's lack of education. Thus, it appeared as if it were an old knife noodle shop. Liu Dachui entered, finding only a few patrons inside. The elderly proprietor, old Liu, with a grease-stained apron, was idly slicing scallions with a knife, truly befitting the sign's title, Old Knife. Liu Dachui ordered a regular knife-cut noodle, slurping it down along with the broth. He also ordered a beef pulled noodle for his wife, intending to take it home. His own bowl contained scattered bits of meat, while his wife's featured several slices of beef, adding a touch of elegance. While enjoying his meal, he received a call from Song Meili. She had become a leader in the company's Red Song competition, having invited an old classmate, Gu, to replace the original conductor, Hu. Moreover, she had the authority to decide on a complete wardrobe overhaul for the participants. Male and female singers were to wear white shirts and black pants, but that lacked flair. So Song Meili insisted that men wear bright red ties and women sport vibrant red scarves, with matching white faces, red lips, and rosy cheeks. It aligned perfectly with the spirit of the Red Songs. In the small town, she strolled through several shops, discovering that anything red appeared tacky. Thus, she entrusted Liu Dachui to scout for fashionable yet affordable items at a certain underground market in the provincial capital. If styled correctly, They could first capture the judges and amp Oppo's attention with their outfits. Liu Dachui remarked, "Little Song, you truly have a way. Even the leaders listen to you." Song Meili replied, "Of course. If they don't heed my presence, they must consider old Shui's." This statement hinted at the impending arrival of Shui Keyong. Before the current leadership stepped down, they extended a favor to the future leader's wife, ensuring that once they returned to their former unit, they would have someone to rely on for assistance. Power is a man and Oppo's aphrodisiac. Its potency diminishes post-retirement, yet they endlessly indulge in it, as even a minor effect can be exhilarating. Thus, each transition period holds immense significance. In the past, Shui Keyong's wife was merely a nondescript presence in the unit, inconsequential yet not offensive. Now, however, entrusted with significant responsibilities, she had become a key figure in the preparation of the Red Song competition. Song Meili handed the procurement task over to Liu Dachui, trusting him implicitly. Each procurement task contained its share of benefits. Even a modest profit could afford a nicer hotel stay. Now, the assignment from Song Meili could also yield some gains, providing a safety net should Shui Keyong scrutinize the accounts after taking office, with his wife standing guard. Once Shui Keyong assumed office, Liu Dachui would undoubtedly be the first to face scrutiny, even if he had arranged his son's matters prudently. However, the rivalry between the two old fellows would not be easily resolved. That evening, Liu Dachui contemplated the potential difficulties he might encounter. After dinner, he left old Liu's restaurant, content, carrying the beef noodles, but instead of returning to the hotel immediately, he lingered at a parking lot at the alley's entrance. Due to the late hour and cold weather, finding an empty spot was a rarity. After a short wait, a black sedan approached, found a parking space, and came to a stop. The door opened, revealing a small head illuminated by the headlights. Calling out to Liu Dachui, "Is that old Liu? You must be frozen solid. Get in." Liu Dachui walked over and took the passenger seat. Once inside, he scrutinized the man, remarking, "You've done well for yourself. Wearing a new leather jacket and driving a new car." The man chuckled, "Brother, I may have plenty of hair, but birds love to build nests. Please, call me a Mao instead of that." Liu Dachui replied, "A Mao or a dog? Neither name holds a candle to the uniqueness of hanging hair. No one else would share your name." A Mao laughed, "Brother, one must be low-key. This car isn't new. It's second-hand. However, it hasn't been driven for long. I struck it rich and needed a good vehicle, so I got a bargain. But German cars are truly a joy to drive." After exchanging pleasantries, Liu Dachui inquired, "A Mao, did you bring the goods? They must be authentic, or I might just snatch your hair." A Mao nodded, "Brother, I couldn't possibly deceive you. I'm not even a fraction as clever as you, Liu Dachui." With that, he produced a stack of pristine blank invoices from his bag. A Mao shone a flashlight on the invoices, showcasing each detail to Liu Dachui. It turned out that Liu Dachui and a Mao had known each other for many years. A Mao was akin to a rat in the city, having previously sold illicit materials and later dealt in invoices. Liu Dachui, engaged in a lucrative profession, had re-established contact with a Mao. In earlier years, the financial regulations were lax. Many matters were resolved internally without needing to report to the main office. Thus, Liu Dachui benefited significantly from a Mao's invoices. During Song Meili's recovery from a leg injury, several gray procurement transactions required new invoices to settle accounts. Fortunately, the expenses could be absorbed internally. However, fearing that the new leader, Shui Keyong, might audit the accounts, Liu Dachui needed to cover his tracks. After a few years of no contact, he sought out a Mao once again. After Liu Dachui examined the invoices, he compensated a Mao for his services. A Mao gratefully accepted the money, repeatedly thanking Liu Dachui. Just as Liu Dachui was about to exit the car, a Mao called out, "Brother, don't leave yet. I have something good to show you." Liu Dachui replied, "What good could it be? My wife is still hungry." A Mao grinned mischievously, "Your wife is here too? Tonight should be quite enjoyable." Liu Dachui retorted, "Get lost, you rascal." A Mao chuckled, "Brother, just kidding. But you must see this. It will be worth your while." Liu Dachui hesitated, retracting his leg and settling back into the car. A Mao, with an air of mystery, gave him an okay sign before retrieving a black leather bag from below. Liu Dachui asked, "A Mao, are you up to your old tricks again? It's 2012, and the world is about to end. There's an abundance of it online. This won't make you rich." A Mao simply smiled, producing a tablet and a USB drive from the bag. He waved the USB before Liu Dachui, saying, "Brother, this is the real deal." Liu Dachui replied, "Once you bend over, I know what you're up to." Indeed, as a worldly wise middle-aged man, Liu Dachui's eyes remained fixated on that tablet. Indeed, the screen displayed explicit content, distinct from the norm. This action film eschews the perverse predilections of Japanese men for young girls or the boisterousness of American productions, opting instead for a commonplace narrative, seemingly unfolding within a hotel. Its visuals somewhat indistinct. Liu Dachui, unimpressed, exclaims, "What utter rubbish. The woman is nothing but blubber, and the man is paunchy with a diminutive appendage. There and Appos, es nothing to see here. Let and Appos, es depart." At this juncture, Liu Dachui adopts a sanctimonious tone, suspecting that these individuals are capitalizing on their private moments for financial gain. Mao interjects, "Brother, peruse further. There's a plethora of content, including some truly attractive women." Mao prevails upon Liu Dachui once more, who relents, "Just one glance. Out of deference to you. But after that, I'm leaving." However, one glance becomes many, his eyes riveted to the screen. Within the frame, the woman, while possessing a modest bust, boasts a fair complexion and a youthful allure, a stark contrast to the corpulent women previously displayed. Crucially, the camera lingers on the man, capturing several close-ups. The man, engaged in his exertions, appears as though he has emerged from a prolonged famine into a lavish feast, his consumption frantic and unseemly. Such a comely figure would transform any man into a ravenous specter. Upon closer inspection, Liu Dachui discerns that the man bears a striking resemblance to Keyong, presently emitting guttural cries on a tablet. Liu Dachui's blood boils. He has stumbled upon an unsuspecting victim. He must ascertain whether the rabbit in question is indeed Keyong. Mao brandishes the USB drive, proclaiming, "Brother, with this bullet of a USB, you and Amp, Appos, LL have access to women of all shapes and sizes." Liu Dachui conceals his inner turmoil, inquiring as to the provenance of this treasure trove. Mao retorts, "If I divulge that, how would I amass my fortune?" However, these films are not for indiscriminate viewing. Only trusted patrons, our VIPs, are granted access. How about it, brother? Keep one for yourself. Even if your wife were as enchanting as Yi Yuqing, familiarity breeds contempt. Liu Dachui is unfamiliar with the identity of this Yi, presumably a leading lady from a Mao's bygone era of risque films. Liu Dachui proclaims righteously, "A man is defined by his integrity. Otherwise, what distinguishes him from an animal? The allure of external temptations pales in comparison to the virtues of a virtuous wife. The joys of marital harmony are beyond your comprehension." Mao assents. Liu Dachui continues, "Not out of a desire to patronize your business, but rather to eradicate vice and corruption for the sake of the people, I intend to purchase these films and destroy them, lest you corrupt further souls. How much for a loyal patron?" Liu Dachui returns to the hotel, clutching his beef noodles. His wife, Director Wang, has meticulously tidied the room, replacing even the bed linens. Wang Fang remarks, "Why does it take so long to fetch a bowl of noodles?" Liu Dachui explains, "Fortuitously, I encountered an old acquaintance, a former comrade. At the noodle shop, we exchanged a few words." Wang Fang inquires, "Which comrade?" "One I know." Liu Dachui replies, "You Wooden and Appos. T know him. He and Appos, s down on his luck, unemployed. Driving a taxi. He dropped off his vehicle to grab a bite, and we happened to meet. He's my age, but looks a decade older. I almost didn't recognize him." Liu Dachui and Amp, Appos' storytelling prowess is remarkable, conjuring a contemporary rendition of Camel Xianzi with ease, convincing Wang Fang entirely. She responds with compassion, "You treated him to a bowl of noodles." Liu Dachui confirms, "Indeed, I insisted on paying, and even ordered a side of salted peanuts." As he speaks, Dachui opens the noodles. The noodles and broth have melded into a congealed mass. The cilantro has wilted, and the sparse slices of beef fail to impress. Liu Dachui laments, "I was so engrossed in conversation with my comrade that the noodles have become a soggy mess. I shall never repeat this mistake." Wang Fang reassures, "Even soggy noodles are edible. When Haitao was young, I often ate soggy food while tending to the child and managing the household. It and Appos, that's not a significant matter." With that, she begins to eat. However, the sogginess of the noodles exposes the artificiality of the seasoning, and the chill further diminishes their appeal. After a few bites, Wang Fang declares that she is full. As they prepare for sleep, the room and Amp, Appos' telephone rings. Wang Fang answers it preemptively, remaining silent. After an extended pause, she inquires, "How much for the night? Is a discount possible?" The caller promptly hangs up. It was a call from a nocturnal escort, inquiring whether massage services were desired. Upon hearing a female voice, she recognized the futility of her proposition and withdrew. In smaller towns, the inhabitants retire early. In metropolises, the nocturnal creatures emerge. Hanging up the phone, Wang Fang says, "I wish you had answered it, Lao Lu." Liu Dachui replies, "With such a wonderful wife at home, who would yearn for what lies outside? My dear, let us consummate our marriage." In the depths of the night, the couple awakens, chilled to the bone. They switch on the light, and a cold draft permeates the room. They call the front desk, who inform them that the boiler has malfunctioned, disrupting the heating. They advise the guests to persevere, suggesting that they combine the 2 blankets provided. If necessary, they can request an additional blanket from the staff. Liu Dachui is incensed. But at this hour, where can they find an alternative hotel? And even if they did, how would the late-night charges be calculated? He mutters, "Your hotel is so subpar. Even your amateur films are lacking." Wang Fang advises, "Let it be. Only a few hours remain until dawn. We can have hot noodles for breakfast." Liu Dachui recalls that his wife did not finish her soggy noodles the previous evening. He proposes boiling water to rehydrate them for her. Wang Fang demurs, "You eat them. Lao Lu, I'll have the instant noodles in the room." Liu Dachui notes the exorbitant price of the instant noodles. A brand that retails for 2 yuan in a supermarket is priced at 15 yuan here. He grumbles, "What daylight robbery." Liu Dachui hastily dons his outerwear. Tucking his wife back into bed and covering her with the spare blanket, he says, "Wait here. The 24-hour convenience store is right next to the hotel. I and Amp, Oppos, LL fetch you the finest noodles." In other words, he will purchase the brand name instant noodles. Liu Dachui exits the hotel. Searching the frigid streets for the convenience store he spotted upon arrival. As a former soldier, he instinctively memorizes the surrounding terrain. He locates the store, bearing the sign 24 hours, only to find it shuttered. He circles the area, becoming thoroughly chilled, but finds no open convenience stores. Dejected, he returns to the hotel. How desolate life is, about to be fleeced by the hotel's overpriced noodles. However, upon entering the room, he is immediately assailed by the aroma of instant noodles. Wang Fang has already prepared and consumed the 15 yuan package. Wang Fang laments, Dachui, have we become so impoverished that we cannot afford a bowl of instant noodles?" Liu Dachui replies, "My dear, did you think I was merely buying you instant noodles? I also intended to buy you ham sausages, braised eggs, pickled vegetables, and a hot water bottle to warm your feet." Wang Fang had initially felt some resentment. Upon reflection, she acknowledges that Liu Dachui's kindness towards her has been somewhat calculated over the years. Hearing Dachui's words, she feels a surge of warmth. Dachui continues, "I wandered around for ages, but every store was closed. My manhood has turned to ice." He punctuates his statement with a sneeze. Wang Fang responds, "I'm warm now. Let's huddle together." Throughout the night, they cling to each other, battling the unexpected intrusion of the cold. The following morning, they prepare and depart the hotel, heading towards the city and Oppos' southern district. The streets in the southern district are wide, and the roadside holly bushes are meticulously manicured, indicative of the city and Oppos' affluent enclave. The artist's grandfather resides here. Upon arriving at his home, Wang Fang reverts to a childlike demeanor, repeatedly calling out grandfather. The grandfather, delighted to see his granddaughter, expresses his affection, but notes that Wang Fang and Oppos' complexion has become sallow. Wang Fang jests that she is at the age where women are derisively labeled yellow-faced wives. The grandfather vehemently objects. A woman in her 40s is at the zenith of her beauty, a time of opulent grace. She should not be sullied by such misogynistic sentiments. Liu Dachui, aware of the grandfather's disapproval of him, remains respectful, suppressing his usual teasing of his wife. After a brief conversation, the grandfather suggests dining out for lunch. Wang Fang interjects, "Grandfather, Don and Amp, Oppos, treat me like a child. I and Amp, Oppos, am now the best cook in the village. I shall prepare a meal for you." Grandfather chuckled and inquired, "Which village is that?" "Wangjia village." Wangjia village is their ancestral home. Wang Fang mentioned the name of their residential community. In the small town, they prefer to refer to communities as villages. Grandfather remarked, "I must sample the culinary prowess of the finest in the village." Fang, what shall you prepare?" Wang Fang replied, "I know that grandfather adores dumplings, so I will make dumplings." Thus, Wang Fang busied herself in the kitchen, diligently preparing the dumplings. Liu Dachui attempted to enter, but was persuaded by Wang Fang to converse with grandfather instead. Consequently, Liu Dachui retreated to the living room to engage in conversation with grandfather. After a short while, the doorbell rang, signaling the arrival of a visitor. Liu Dachui peeked into the kitchen and said to Wang Fang, "Fang Fang, make sure to prepare more dumplings. An acquaintance has arrived." Wang Fang asked, "Which acquaintance?" Liu Dachui lowered his voice. "That scoundrel, Old Shin, has unexpectedly shown up." Liu Dachui's daydreams included visions of grandfather's paintings and enchanting women. However, unbeknownst to him, his fantasies were not mere dreams. His journey to the provincial capital was not solely for Hai Tao's military service. He had another significant task entrusted to him by Song Meili, to procure attire for a red song performance at an underground market in the provincial city. After he left, the grandfather and granddaughter engaged in idle chatter in the living room. The arrival of two men prevented them from having a proper conversation. Each man harbored his own thoughts and ambitions. They exchanged fragments of hometown anecdotes. In the midst of their conversation, Wang Fang suddenly sneezed, causing grandfather to become anxious. He inquired if Wang Fang had caught a cold and suggested a visit to the hospital. Wang Fang reassured grandfather, explaining that the hotel they stayed at had turned off the heating in the middle of the night, hence her body was protesting in the warm, spring-like house. Grandfather questioned why they didn't switch hotels for the sake of saving a few coins. He knew Hai Tao's father was frugal and advised Wang Fang to exercise her own judgment in such matters. Wang Fang hastily clarified, "Grandfather, it was too late to find another hotel. Hai Tao's father even ventured out in the cold to buy me food, and he nearly froze." Wang Fang certainly could not disclose to grandfather that there were instant noodles worth 15 yuan in the room, and that Liu Dachui had braved the cold to save money. Ever since Wang Fang and Appo's marriage, grandfather had harbored reservations about Liu Dachui, believing that just because his granddaughter married a dog, it did not mean he should embrace the dog. Grandfather reproached Wang Fang, saying, "If you can and Appo's find a hotel, you could have stayed at grandfather and Appo's home. Silly child, always afraid of troubling others, yet you suffer in silence. A single sneeze. Those who do not love you may believe you have polluted the air, while those who do love you become anxious, fearing for your life." Due to this sneeze, grandfather insisted that Wang Fang accompany him to the study to admire his paintings. Liu Dachui's dreamlike scenes re-emerged in the study, where several paintings adorned the walls and scrolls lined the bookshelves. This was a realm of art, where even the air was infused with the fragrance of ink. Grandfather encouraged Wang Fang to select a few paintings at her leisure. Although she had told Liu Dachui that she only favored celebrity posters, she had an appreciation for beauty. Indeed, all who cherish beauty find themselves drawn to that which is beautiful. As anticipated by Liu Dachui, Wang Fang did not desire an abundance. Selecting merely two exquisite paintings of women, each more lifelike than a photograph, with even the fine hairs on their lips vividly discernible. Both women displayed varying sizes of bosoms, each beautiful in their own right. For men, breasts evoke desire. For women, they inspire sentiment. Wang Fang playfully asked grandfather if these beauties were real. Grandfather affirmed, stating that they had dedicated themselves to art. He believed women to be superior beings compared to men, evolving in a more refined manner. Artists are often romantic and charming, yet grandfather and grandmother shared a deep bond for decades, with grandmother having passed away 2 years prior. Relatives back home speculated that grandfather, at 82, sought a 28-year-old student, though the truth of this rumor remained uncertain. Wang Fang felt too shy to inquire further. The two paintings Wang Fang selected made her think that Liu Dachui would certainly appreciate those depictions of femininity. However, no matter how much he liked them, they could never replace the grand painting of a tiger descending the mountain that adorned the living room. Imagine hanging a painting of a voluptuous woman in the living room. What if guests were to faint from shock? Perhaps an excessive stockpile of tissue would be required. Nevertheless, grandfather did not allow Wang Fang to take her cherished paintings, stating that he would keep them safe for her. Should she ever require funds, she could sell them as her private assets. He also advised her not to disclose everything to her husband, implying that she should keep this matter to herself. Wang Fang understood that this was grandfather and Appo's way of providing for her. The two paintings could fetch a price sufficient to purchase 2 toilets in the capital. Indeed, the cost of toilets in the capital is exorbitant. Grandfather was an artist, yet artists traverse the world, not entirely detached from the realm of commonality. At times, they stand apart from the mundane, perceiving the fleeting nature of life and gaining clarity. Liu Dachui successfully completed his procurement mission, acquiring attire for the singers participating in the Red Song competition at his workplace. The men's attire featured a bright red tie with subtle dark stripes. while the women's ensemble included a scarf adorned with dark red roses. These floral patterns were quite practical, as they could be worn after the performance without appearing out of place. Meili was quite pleased, for Liu Dachui, as a man, to appreciate her was akin to understanding the essence of womanhood. Nevertheless, when she signed off on the purchases, she felt they were somewhat pricey. But what did it matter? She did not have to pay for it herself. The organization was footing the bill. The errand runner had invested his effort and intellect, and a bit of profit lingered in the air, unvoiced. Later that evening, the participants donned their outfits and applied light makeup, rehearsing in the conference room of their workplace. Meili and Appo's classmate, Gu Conductor, had recently taken up residence in the small town and directed their rehearsals each evening. To her surprise, Gu Conductor expressed dissatisfaction with the attire Liu Dachui had purchased, stating that the combinations lacked sophistication from a shopping perspective and appeared quite lowly from a performance angle. Even if he conducted flawlessly, the attire alone would detract from their performance. Any unfavorable news regarding the performance sent Meili into a state of anxiety. She yearned to achieve a commendable ranking in the performance to restore her own reputation. The budget for the outfits was fixed. There was no possibility of additional funds. Gu Conductor suggested that Meili return the items and that they should shop together at a mall in City A, where returns and exchanges were permitted within a month. Meili felt somewhat conflicted but ultimately conveyed Gu Conductor's sentiments to Liu Dachui. He resolved to meet this legendary Gu Conductor. That evening, the rehearsal for the Red Song took place in the conference room. Liu Dachui, unbeknownst to anyone, slipped in and seated himself in a corner to observe. All participants wore white shirts and black trousers, adorned with makeup, singing passionately under Gu Conductor's guidance. Liu Dachui's purchased attire remained absent from the performance, indicating Gu Conductor's considerable influence. At that moment, Meili shifted her allegiances towards Gu Conductor. She transformed from the subdued figure she had been during her leg injury to a robust presence, exuding an air of confidence as she sang, channeling the essence of a grand opera diva. While singing, Meili radiated brilliance, something Liu Dachui had witnessed before. Many times, she had spontaneously sung in his car, transforming even the most ordinary of women into something extraordinary. There he beheld Gu Conductor, who sported a low ponytail. After one song concluded, the group took a brief respite. Gu Conductor turned, his face pale. Had it not been for the procurement issue, he might have appeared as an artist, perhaps with a few lice in his hair. However, due to the procurement setback, Liu Dachui perceived Gu Conductor as somewhat pretentious. Meili introduced Liu Dachui to Gu Conductor, stating, "This is Liu de Gu." In truth, there was not much of an age difference between Meili and Liu Dachui. Every woman harbors an inner 18-year-old girl. Even at 80, that youthful spirit will emerge, addressing men as brother and women as sister. Gu Conductor merely grunted in response, akin to someone lethargically attending to personal matters in a restroom, making no effort to engage. At that moment, a young man approached Gu Conductor to ask a question, providing the latter an opportunity to slip away, disregarding Liu Dachui entirely. Meili recognized Gu Conductor's arrogance and turned to Liu Dachui, inquiring how he thought they performed. "I'm not sure how they sang, but my ears are quite acute. And I immediately recognized your voice. You are the pivotal figure. Our award is assured." Meili, buoyed by the praise, felt revitalized. She resembled a butterfly with time-worn wings, flitting between the two men. It seemed they both held her in high regard, yet unbeknownst to her, each harbored their own ulterior motives. The two men convened in the restroom. As Liu Dachui entered, Director Gu was meticulously washing his hands at the sink. Liu Dachui extracted his appendage and swiftly relieved himself. Just as Director Gu was about to exit, Liu Dachui surged forward, seizing his hand. "Allow me to open the door for you," he said with a smile. Yet he clutched Director Gu's delicate hand firmly. "You haven't washed your hands," Director Gu exclaimed, implying that Liu Dachui, having just handled his genitals, was now grasping his hand. Liu Dachui tightened his grip, whispering, "Is it gratifying to consort with an official's wife? Be cautious when venturing out in this small town." Director Gu, about to retort nonsense, barely managed to utter "non" before his wrist nearly succumbed to Liu Dachui's forceful grasp. Liu Dachui continued, "Your performance tonight was commendable, save for one oversight. You neglected to don the accessory procured by Director Liu. I shall return tomorrow to inspect it." Director Gu, flushed with embarrassment, repeatedly assented. There was no need to wait until the morrow. During the latter half of that evening's rehearsal, the performers, each adorned with a tie or scarf, sang with dashing spirit. Liu Dachui's suspicion of an affair between Song Meili and Director Gu was, in fact, a calculated gamble. He had not caught them in flagrante delicto. He had merely observed. During a rehearsal break, Director Gu seizing Song Meili's water glass and drinking from it, a shared act indicative of intimacy. Much like his own consumption of Wang Fang's leftover porridge. Had it been Liu Shaoqing offering a drink when he was parched, even with his admiration for her, he would have hesitated, fearing she might have hepatitis. Liu Dachui's probing elicited a reaction from Director Gu, revealing the dread of having a secret exposed. They must be having an affair, he surmised, a mixture of emotions stirring within him. That evening, during dinner, Keyong presented his mother with a ticket to the Red Song competition to be held at the company's gymnasium in a few days. The ticket was for a seat not in the periphery, but in the front row, where she could locate a seat bearing Keyong's name and watch the performance. Shue's mother was delighted, as if the ascending sun had temporarily relinquished his power, allowing the Dowager Empress to reign. In truth, the company's annual singing competition was of little interest to the leaders, who, though finding it tedious, were compelled to feign enthusiasm. Consequently, those who could avoid it did so. However, the seating arrangement was subtly significant. Each year, prior to the Red Song competition, the company underwent personnel changes. Those who were to be promoted were seated in Zone C, signifying their imminent rise in rank. Keyong's receipt of this ticket was tantamount to an announcement that he had entered the echelon of promotion. Yet he remained apprehensive, intending to offer a token of appreciation to an important leader that evening. Despite having a Beijing classmate in a position of power, a local official held more sway. Until the announcement was made, the ripe apple on the tree hung precariously, threatening to fall outside his grasp. Shue's mother placed a piece of meat on his plate, saying, "If your deceased father knew his son was so accomplished, he would leap from his grave and join me in watching the performance." Keyong was displeased. "Why mention my father? Just enjoy yourself." He believed his mother's words were also a performance, lacking genuine affection for her deceased husband. Otherwise, why would she have remarried so soon after his death, abandoning him, the eldest son? The scar of abandonment, decades old, remained on his heart. Henceforth, he abhorred abandonment. Reflecting on the romantic relationships he had experienced, he had always been the one to reject the women first. He had once contemplated divorcing Song Meili, ensuring he was the one to end the relationship. Despite Song Meili's apparent dominance in the marriage, he retained control. Only Liu had rejected him. Though his thoughts were not currently focused on Liu, the recollection still evoked feelings of disquiet. Once his important affairs were settled, he would resolve this matter as well. Song Meili, having already applied her makeup, was preparing to attend rehearsal. For the sake of the performance, she had been eating sparingly, like a bird, taking a tentative step on the path to weight loss. She appeared to be in good spirits, and upon hearing Shue's mother mention her nominal father-in-law, she chimed in, "If your husband were to emerge from his grave, I would certainly arrange a chair for him to sit with you." She then giggled to herself. Shue's mother had recently noticed her daughter-in-law's frequent laughter and her vocal exercises in front of the mirror. Keyong attributed his wife's transformation to his impending promotion. Though their marital relationship was a charade, the success of the charade reflected well on both parties. Song Meili, accustomed to the privileges of power, may not have been infatuated with Keyong himself, but rather with the advantages conferred by the title of husband. Therefore, he ignored her. Since Song's mother had previously given Shue's mother some money, the latter, mindful of the financial reward, had forgiven her daughter-in-law's past transgression of throwing her dentures into the toilet. The mother-in-law, known for her cantankerous nature, suddenly inquired, "Are you rehearsing with that second chair again tonight?" Song Meili paused, understanding that her mother-in-law was referring to Director Gu as a second chair, a derogatory term for a homosexual. Director Gu had visited Song Meili's home before. The invitation to dinner had been a spontaneous decision on Song Meili's part. Someone, attempting to ingratiate themselves with Keyong, had sent a basket of large crabs. However, the gesture backfired, as Keyong disliked crabs. Moreover, he had an engagement that noon, so he called his mother and wife, urging them to devour the crabs quickly. Song Meili then contacted her old classmate, Director Gu, who was staying at the city's guest house, and invited him to join them for crabs. Director Gu arrived bearing a small gift of fruit. Upon entering, he respectfully greeted Shue and Amp, Appo's mother as auntie. Shue and Amp, Appo's mother responded courteously, "My dear, you shouldn't have brought a gift just for a meal." Director Gu was wearing a red down jacket and sporting a ponytail, leading Shue's mother to mistake him for a woman. Director Gu was greatly embarrassed. Song Meili clarified, Director Gu is Little Min's uncle and my high school classmate. Shui and Apos. S mother quickly added, "Oh, my eyes are failing me. You are more handsome than any woman." This explanation only exacerbated Director Gu and Apos' embarrassment. Despite being an ordinary meal, Shui's mother, with her worldly experience, sensed something amiss. Song Meili, who typically changed into pajamas upon returning home, had instead changed into a red wool dress and applied vibrant makeup. During the meal, Director Gu deftly removed the legs from a crab and placed them aside, before peeling open the body for Shui's mother. Shui's mother protested, "Oh, Director Hu, you mustn't. I can do it myself." Shui's mother had misheard Gu as Hu. Director Gu did not correct her. Director Gu then turned his attention to the crab legs, skillfully extracting the meat and placing it on Song Meili's plate. While others might struggle with a crab leg, Director Gu adroitly removed the meat, his movements practiced and efficient. Shui's mother knew that Song Meili adored crab leg meat. It was peculiar that Director Gu was also aware of this, suggesting they had previously shared crabs and faced challenges together. Song Meili suddenly asked, "How many legs does a crab have?" She then playfully began counting the crab legs. Shui's mother remarked, "Such a delectable dish deserves a glass of wine." Song Meili searched for a bottle of wine, finding an opened one with only a small amount remaining. She then gave her mother-in-law the key to the basement, saying that there was wine on the shelves down there. Shui's mother, who spent her winters with them, had a key to the house, but not to the basement. The basement served as the family's storage area, and Song Meili and Shui Keyong seemed to have a tacit agreement to keep its contents hidden from Shui's mother. Now, Song Meili was willing to entrust the basement key to her contentious mother-in-law, likely because she was reluctant to leave the table laden with crab legs. Shui's mother cheerfully descended into the basement and retrieved a bottle of red wine. Commander Gu stood up to uncork the bottle, and the three of them each poured a glass. While Commander Gu and Song Meili reminisced about their old school days, Shui's mother continued to drink, her tolerance quickly waning. After a few glasses, she exclaimed, "This foreign wine is potent." Xiaomin's mother, "Look at your eyes, they're as big as saucers." She then turned to Commander Gu, commenting, "Girl, why do you have 2 noses and 3 mouths, and what is that lump at the back of your head?" The lump referred to Commander Gu's braid, a clear sign that Shui's mother was indeed intoxicated. Feeling the effects of the alcohol, Shui's mother decided to retire to her room. As she passed the sofa, she suddenly collapsed onto it, plunging into a deep slumber. On the evening of the performance, Song Meili was bathing in the bathroom, her singing drifting through the crack of the door. Yet, she was not singing the competition and Apos' revolutionary songs, but rather the sweet melodies of Teresa Tung. Once she finished her bath, she would head to her workplace to prepare for the evening's grand performance. Shui Keyong returned home, urging his mother to attend the show at the company's gymnasium that night. He did not stay for dinner, as he had to return to collect a prepared gift for an important dinner later that evening. As he ascended from the basement, his face bore an anxious expression. He inquired of his mother, "Mother, have you seen an envelope I left next to the apple boxes in the basement?" Shui's mother replied, "Son, I have no idea where the basement door opens. I know nothing." It suddenly dawned on Shui Keyong that only he and Song Meili possessed the key to the basement. He knocked on the bathroom door, asking his wife if she had seen the envelope. Song Meili, lost in her joyous thoughts, did not hear him at all. She was reveling in the anticipation of witnessing the birth of a gold medal star that night. Suddenly, the door swung open, and Shui Keyong could not contain himself as he rushed into the bathroom. Song Meili instinctively covered her chest, feeling as though a tiger had burst in. "Get out. You need to leave," she shouted, her anger akin to someone being interrupted in a private moment. Shui Keyong retorted, "Your bathing habits waste so much water. Not to mention it delays everything." In the early days of their marriage, Song Meili had delighted in long baths. It was a cherished indulgence from her childhood. Shui Keyong lamented the waste of water bills, as he only dared to take a quick dip in the river during summer. "What am I delaying?" Song Meili countered. "I can't find that envelope next to the apple boxes in the basement," he replied. "I haven't seen it," she responded. "It contains a small gold monkey I intended to give to someone tonight," he explained. "What gold monkey?" "I haven't seen it," she repeated. "Only the 2 of us have the basement key, so if I can't find it, I must ask you," he stated. Song Meili replied, "The day before yesterday. Your mother took the key to the basement to fetch some wine. How could I have taken your things? Ask your mother." Shui Keyong exited to inquire with his mother. After a while, he stormed back into the bathroom, roaring with frustration. At that moment, Song Meili had finished her bath and was drying off, wrapped in a towel. From his mother, Keyong had learned that a man had come over for crabs and had appeared too familiar with Song Meili, even requesting more wine, which prompted Shue's mother to fetch it. She had ended up intoxicated. She only fetched wine. She would never steal from her own son. Shue's mother insisted. Song Meili then asked, "So you suspect I stole it?" Keyong replied, "I also suspect you might have stolen something else. You're the one who has stolen countless times. And you dare to accuse me?" She shot back. "So you admit to stealing something for that man?" He pressed. "That's your accusation, not mine. Good dogs don't block the road. I still need to go out and dry my hair before heading to work," she replied. "First, hand over the gold monkey. We can settle the matter of theft another day," he demanded. Suddenly, Song Meili burst into laughter. "Shui Wuyong, in your dictionary. Climbing the ranks is more important than anything else." Her laughter was abruptly interrupted by a slap. Shue's mother, stirring her porridge, had overheard the commotion and quietly approached the bathroom door to eavesdrop. From within, it was evident that her son was gaining the upper hand. She thought to herself, "Well done. What a splendid fight." The altercation in the bathroom was short-lived, as their neighbor, Wang Gong, knocked at the door. Peering through the peephole, he asked, "Is there a fire in here again?" This good neighbor, concerned about a potential fire at Shue's home, had recently noticed a few more hairs missing from his already receding hairline. Wang Gong was not invited inside to help extinguish the flames but inadvertently saved Song Meili. The two combatants emerged from the bathroom, the hen sporting a swollen cheek and the rooster bearing several cuts. They both had significant missions to fulfill that night, so they cleaned themselves up and ventured out to face the world. When women are wounded, they often think of a comforting man. As Song Meili walked down the street, her thoughts did not dwell on her first love, Commander Gu, but rather on Liu Dachui. She took out her phone and called Liu Dachui, hoping he would drive her to work. As the logistics director, Liu Dachui was at the office that evening, ensuring the cafeteria prepared meals for the actors and even made a soothing lotus seed and tremella soup, which was much appreciated by the performers, who praised Liu and Oppos as competence, deeming him fully capable of managing the imperial kitchen of Empress Dowager Cixi. Upon receiving Song Meili's call, he promptly drove to pick her up. That night, at a red light, Liu Dachui glanced at Song Meili and said, "Fragile women like you, Xiao Song, are our unit's national treasures." Song Meili felt warmth spread through her heart, resisting the tide of sadness. With just seconds left on the red light, she said, "Actually, for a woman, the deepest wounds are not on the face, but here." She suddenly grasped his hand and placed it over her heart. Through the thick sponge of her bra, Liu Dachui felt the softness of another woman's chest. His hand, which had recently been denied access by Wang Fang, found an unexpected opportunity, but he quickly withdrew, not wanting to linger longer. As he drove, Liu Dachui said, "Xiao Song, there's still hot lotus seed and tremella soup in the cafeteria. You should have a bowl to soothe yourself. Tonight, you're the star." On the night of the performance, Shui and Oppos' mother, dressed impeccably, clutched the ticket her son had given her and found the best seat across from the stage in the gymnasium. There were rows of red chairs, each adorned with names. She recognized many characters, especially her son's name. However, as she navigated through the sea of chairs, she could not find Shui Keyong's name. Resolutely, she chose a good spot to sit down. Soon, staff members approached to escort her away. Shue's mother presented her son's name, but the staff instructed her to look in the audience section. She realized that all the spectators around her held higher positions than her son. Confused, she pondered how, despite having a ticket, she had no seat. Surely, it must be a mistake on the staff's part. As the evening unfolded, leaders took to the stage to speak, followed by a thunderous applause as the performance commenced. Shue's mother wandered around until she found a secluded spot behind the stage, where she called Shui Keyong. From his mother's account, Shui Keyong sensed that something was amiss. That night, he was waiting at a reserved restaurant for the important guest, his face bandaged. However, the guest later called to cancel, citing family matters, thus depriving him of the opportunity to present his gift. Furthermore, the absence of a seat in Area C for him added to his mounting unease. He recalled the mysteriously lost gold monkey. Being a man who mistrusted everyone, his suspicions turned toward his own mother, plunging him into profound despair. He spoke into the phone in frustration. "The gold monkey is lost. You've ruined my chances for promotion." Shue's mother, alarmed, queried, "Aren't you friends with an important official in the central government? Surely, they wouldn't dare disregard orders from above." Indeed, having a formidable backing might render today's events mere coincidence. Shui Ku, with a hint of irritation, remarked, "Very well. Find a seat and enjoy the performance at your leisure." With that, the call was terminated. Shue's mother was plunged into a state of panic by a seemingly innocuous remark from her son. Her heart ached with dissatisfaction over his promotion being delayed due to a golden monkey. She felt compelled to seek justice for her son. In her mind, the disappearance of the little golden monkey was intricately linked to the visit of the second chair, Gu Jiwei, who had come to partake in crabs. On that day, Song Meili had invited Gu Jiwei to her home for a crab feast. This seasoned veteran of life discerned the subtle flirtation between the two. As the air was thick with unspoken affection, women, caught in an atmosphere of ambiguity, often become half-witted. Thus, Song Meili, lowering her guard, entrusted her with the key to the basement. Delighted, Shue's mother made her way to her son's residence, bringing along some wine. Yet, instead of departing immediately, she treated the basement as if it were a village orchard, eager to see what fruits it bore. To her astonishment, nestled in a corner beside a crate of apples, she uncovered the golden monkey from the archives. Recently, gifts had been flowing into the household, and her son, oblivious to the need to honor his mother, had received such a splendid token. As a mother of the monkey zodiac, she felt the pressing need for a protective charm. Among the flowers surrounding her son, there were temptresses intent on coaxing him into buying extravagant coats, and certainly, there were those who had their eyes set on the golden monkey. Shui and Appo's mother believed the golden monkey had leapt into her pocket. Clutching the monkey and sipping her wine, she clandestinely observed her daughter-in-law and the man. Since secrets cannot be hidden forever, the world's illicit affairs eventually come to light. Just look at the way Song Meili smiled. Reminiscent of the flirtatious widow from their village years ago, Gu Jiwei frequently poured wine for Shue's mother, and as the cups piled up, she began to feel disoriented. Her reality blurring as she stumbled towards her bedroom, only to collapse upon the sofa. When she finally awoke, both Gu Jiwei and Song Meili had vanished. Surely, Song Meili had left for work, but what of Gu Jiwei? Was there truly such a demand for his conducting talents? Suddenly, Shui and Appo's mother remembered the little golden monkey at her waist. She flipped her clothing, but not even a louse could be concealed. The golden monkey was nowhere to be found. In the lengthy span of her slumber, who had pilfered the golden monkey from her? Shue's mother had no interest in watching the play. At that moment, Song Meili and Appo's troupe was making its way from the dressing room to the backstage, awaiting their performance. The actors, their faces adorned with makeup, resembled freshly steamed buns. Moving towards the front stage for inspection by the vendor, Shue's mother failed to spot her daughter-in-law, Song Meili, but accurately singled out Gu Jihui from the crowd. An elderly woman collided with Gu Jihui. Behind the curtain, a martial arts film was unfolding, with the male and female leads engaged in a chaotic brawl devoid of any coherence. The audience, bewildered by the spectacle, gathered to watch, while those who recognized the absurdity felt a mix of disdain for the intruding monk. Song Meili, having suffered a blow to one side of her face from Keyong, rushed to touch up her makeup before taking the stage. Upon arriving, she discovered her mother-in-law was clambering onto Gu Jihui as if riding a donkey, vehemently accusing him of stealing from her home. None of the fellow performers recognized her as Song Meili and Appo's mother-in-law. With the performance about to commence and her reputation at stake, Song Meili summoned security and discreetly retreated. 2 security guards soon arrived to escort both the elderly woman and Gu Jihui away. That night, Song Meili had to step in for Gu Jihui, and to her surprise, she managed to emulate his style remarkably well. Gu Jihui was her first love. Years ago, she had fallen for the graduate of the music academy, who had since become entangled in the darker aspects of life. Keyong had once been concerned about his wife and Appo's fidelity, which Gu Jihui had compromised. However, their relationship ended when Gu Jihui suffered an injury during horseback riding. Thus, even if she rekindled her connection with Gu Jihui, he was unable to reciprocate fully. Song Meili had unjustly endured a beating. That evening, both Shue's mother and Gu Jihui were taken to the security office. A heated argument ensued, with neither party willing to concede defeat. The security personnel soon realized that the elderly woman was Keyong's mother and promptly informed him to come and retrieve her. Keyong rushed over, fully aware that his mother had caused a significant disturbance. Although a rural woman may have vast life experience, her wisdom paled in comparison to that of the seasoned security officials. Moreover, the secret of the family and Appo's hidden treasure had been exposed. With his income, acquiring a gold monkey was well within reach, but during such a sensitive period, explanations were cumbersome. He led his mother away. Gu Jihui suddenly called out, "Manager Shui, Lacking relatives in the small town, he was left behind for questioning, as he had indeed visited Song Meili and Apos' home. Keyong glanced back at Gu Zhihui, a former classmate of Song Meili, who had once captured her affection in her youth. His feelings were conflicted. If they had been involved, he would be consumed by a rage akin to that of an official who allows only himself to commit wrongs while punishing the common folk. Gu Zhihui lamented being dragged to the gallows just before taking the stage. Witnessing Song Meili and Apos' outrageous mother-in-law, he realized his first love had not fared well in marriage. A mother knows her son. Gu Zhihui suddenly remarked, "Manager Shui, you must speak fairly on my behalf. I will offer you a gift. Your mother has misunderstood. How could I steal from myself?" His words struck like thunder, leaving the security personnel in shock. In the treacherous world of human affairs, Keyong had not anticipated such a tactic from Gu Zhihui. He pounded his chest, vowing his integrity, claiming he had never taken so much as a needle from the masses. Shui's mother, regaining her composure, vehemently accused Gu Zhihui of slander. Gu Zhihui laughed heartily, retorting, "Why not check the corners of your sofa? Perhaps the monkey, disliking your scent, has leapt into hiding there." The security personnel understood the situation and stated, "Manager Shui, we will not rely on a single account. We will investigate thoroughly. You may take your mother home." Keyong, unable to express his gratitude, escorted his mother back home. Upon arrival, he immediately lifted the cushions of the sofa, and indeed, the little gold monkey was nestled there. Why had the monkey leapt from the basement to the sofa? Gu Zhihui and Apos' assertion had an air of credibility. Keyong watched his mother's lips move, her thoughts swirling, as if his mind were about to explode. The waves of abandonment crashed down, exposing the facade of love on the shore. Earlier that afternoon, Gu Zhihui had contemplated relocating Shui's mother to the bedroom, not out of concern for her comfort, but to create a private space to converse with Song Meili and kindle a spark of romance. Shui's mother, like a slumbering tiger, could rise unexpectedly. During his attempt to move her, he had felt something hard in her pocket, unaware of the gold monkey's origins. Though Shui's mother had indulged in drink, she remained vigilant, fiercely guarding her vegetable garden, in which her daughter-in-law was but a humble gourd, unremarkable yet undeniably her son's possession. Thus, Shui's mother rolled over, resolutely maintaining her position on the sofa. A eunuch may not engage with a young maid, yet Gu Zhihui relished reading palms. He gently held his former lover's hand, whispering, "Your marriage line diverges towards the end, dear Meili. When you reach 70 or 80, a second spring will surely come." Song Meili replied, 70 or 80. An old woman indeed. "Oh spring, do come soon." Suddenly, Shui and Apos' mother interjected, "I'm here." Startled, the two ceased their conversation. Gu Zhihui and Apos' flirtation thwarted. He was wrongfully accused of theft, enduring public humiliation that cost him his position. They were brought to the security office for questioning, where the staff wisely inquired about the elderly woman's connection to the gold monkey. Although she fabricated a convincing story, cracks in her tale inevitably appeared. Gu Zhihui recalled the hard object in her pocket during their earlier encounter and, with the sensitivity of his artistic instincts, visualized the appearance of the monkey's golden staff. Thus, he took a calculated risk while waiting for Keyong to arrive. That night, Gu Zhihui completed his statement and was released. He understood that his actions had severely impacted his first love's husband. In the harsh reality of the male-dominated world, where betrayal lurked, he could only escape like a monkey, making a swift exit from the small town back to his domain in a city. He left a message on Song Meili and Apos' phone. "I departed quietly, just as I arrived. I waved my sleeve, taking nothing with me." He slipped away poetically, leaving Song Meili to contend with the aftermath. Keyong placed the reclaimed golden monkey on the coffee table. Throughout the night, Shui's mother arose to use the restroom and passed through the living room, where the shimmering monkey caught her eye, igniting a curious itch within her. Unable to resist, she reached out to touch it. Suddenly, the lights flickered on, and Keyong appeared like a specter in the living room. With a look of terror, Shui's mother exclaimed, "My son, I had no intention of stealing. I merely admired it and wished to caress it." Keyong replied, "Mother, I have a question for you." "Ask away, my son," she responded. He continued, "When I was a child, you abandoned me like a stray dog or cat, only later to acknowledge me as your son due to my modest position." "My son," she replied, "whether you are a beggar or not, you are still my child, and I have always thought of you." Keyong lamented, "Mother, I am about to become a beggar, for this monkey has been wrongfully implicated, jeopardizing my future. That is impossible. Tomorrow, I will confront that second chair, she insisted. It is futile. There will be no red chair for my performance tonight. Your son is destined to become a beggar, Keyong sighed, gathering his courage to ask, Mother, do you still love me? He uttered the word love shyly. Love, a word adorned with a halo, felt alien to him, as he believed he was unworthy of it. My son, you speak nonsense. What mother does not love her own child? You will not become a beggar. You have the fortune of a minister. Tomorrow, an 8 palanquin procession will come to invite you to serve, she reassured him, chuckling softly, as if the palanquin awaited him downstairs, ready for him to descend and take his place at court. Meanwhile, smoke began to rise from the ancestral grave of the Shui family down the mountain. Keyong returned to his room, feeling ashamed for having uttered the word love. The following afternoon, a company-wide meeting commenced. Liu Dachui, representing the employees, also attended. Although their unit did not achieve top honors in the Red Song competition, they had made some progress compared to previous years. During this meeting, personnel changes from the headquarters were to be announced. The meeting began with the company's leaders addressing the attendees. In the midst of their speech, one leader produced an object for display. Liu Dachui recognized it immediately. It was the golden monkey. It turned out that Keyong had taken the troublesome monkey to the leader earlier that morning, explaining that he had been away and that his mother had accepted an ancient conductor's gift, causing disruption for the company. Thus, he voluntarily surrendered the contraband for the leader to handle. Unable to clarify the matter, he opted to use his mother as a shield, proactively returning the item to the treasury. During the meeting, the leadership praised Keyong as a commendable comrade who had withstood the test of true wealth, encouraging all cadres to emulate his integrity and dedication to the company. The return of the golden monkey brought Keyong a modicum of solace. Yet he could not help but bitterly smile at the irony of being lauded for something he had purchased, now framed as contraband to curry favor with his superiors. Life indeed resembled a grand play, where he could not choose the plot or his role, but was compelled to perform with determination. As the meeting neared its conclusion, the moment of truth arrived. The leaders announced the personnel appointments from the headquarters, akin to scholars awaiting exam results. Liu Dachui did not hear Keyong's name, nor did Keyong himself. Originally at the forefront, he reached the finish line only to find no place for himself. Before he could seek out the leaders, they sought him out first. They acknowledged his accomplishments, but then stated, Manager Shui, you were the strongest contender in this cadre selection. However, you have been following the example of Old Chun incorrectly. Old Chun. Keyong recalled the name Chun Youfu, who had long departed from the company, thriving elsewhere, though he had no desire to emulate him. For once a thief has stolen a sheep and exchanged it for $300. He is unlikely to return to honest labor. Similarly, the lure of power can become an addiction. Which Old Chun? Keyong inquired. The male star from Hong Kong. Fond of taking photos, the leader replied. Keyong, guessing aimlessly, responded, Leader, please be straightforward. The leader then opened his computer and played a video. Upon viewing it, Keyong nearly fainted. A private video of himself and Liu had somehow found its way to the leader and Oppo's computer. Only then did he understand who the leader meant by Old Chun, the photographer from the scandalous photo incident. But what did this have to do with him? His own face was unmistakably visible in the video, rendering any defense futile. The leader informed Keyong that he was unaware of who had sent the video. But the caller had warned that if Keyong, labeled a lecher, were selected as a cadre, the video would be made public, tarnishing the company's image. Consequently, the leadership decided to postpone Keyong's promotion. The leader spoke earnestly, Manager Shui, regardless of rank, one must be mindful of personal conduct. You possess education and talent, yet you failed to control your impulses, leading to significant repercussions. Keyong wished to retort, have you all managed to control your own impulses? Ultimately, he held his tongue. Who had sent the video at such a critical moment? Who possessed it? Keyong felt like an ant, grasped tightly by the invisible hand of fate. In addition to the scandalous video, an anonymous phone call played a role in his downfall. The voice on the phone was aged, resembling that of a wise old tree. The old tree warned the company leaders never to allow Keyong a chance at redemption, lest it tarnish the company's reputation. The leaders, heeding this warning, decided Keyong was finished. Yet, they too harbored shadows of doubt, whose conscience was entirely clear. One morning, after some time had passed since the incident, the leader whimsically recalled the anonymous phone call. Aware that the phone card had likely been discarded and was unreachable, he nonetheless dialed the number. To his astonishment, it connected. A woman's voice answered, a tree grandmother. The company leader inquired, "This is the property maintenance department. Is your water heater malfunctioning and in need of repair?" The tree grandmother replied, "It's not broken. My husband is currently bathing in the bathroom." The leader requested her to verify the information, checking for any discrepancies in their records. "Your address is," he began. The tree grandmother interjected, "XX Community, Building XX. "What building? I didn't catch that. Could you repeat it?" The tree grandmother suddenly exclaimed, "Old Nyo, did you report our water heater for repair?" The call abruptly ended and was never connected again. That morning, Liu Dachui was in the bathroom showering when Wang Fang received an unexpected phone call. The property maintenance department claimed Liu Dachui had reported a malfunction in their water heater, though it was functioning perfectly, with Liu Dachui still bathing. As the call concluded, Liu Dachui emerged, wrapped in a towel, and rushed to ask his wife what had been said. "Nothing much," Wang Fang replied. "Just mention our community." She had indeed given the building number, but it was clear the caller had not heard it correctly. Liu Dachui and Appo's expression darkened. Going from the warmth of spring in the shower to the chill of winter upon hearing his wife and Appo's words. He yelled, "Are you out of your mind? You casually divulge information to strangers. If it weren't for my protection, you wouldn't even know if you were eaten to the bone." Wang Fang, too, became agitated, though she did not raise her voice. After a brief exchange, she said, "Old Liu, I've been taking care of you too well lately. You don't need to protect me. I'm going back to a city for work. The Shinkansen will surely want me back." Liu Dachui ignored Wang Fang's protests, focusing on extracting the SIM card from his phone. The individual responsible for Keyong's downfall was none other than the unassuming Liu Dachui, who had unexpectedly obtained the scandalous video from a Mao during a trip to the provincial capital, confirming it was indeed about Keyong. At a pivotal moment, Liu Dachui sent a short film to the company's decision-makers. He purchased a phone card for 100 yuan, masquerading as Grandpa Dachui, to call the leaders. Once his task was accomplished, he intended to cut the phone card and discard it. However, a few days later, as the commotion seemed to settle, he felt a twinge of regret at the thought of wasting the 100 yuan phone card. Embracing a spirit of frugality, he called his sister in their hometown early one morning. Recently, there had been a flurry of good news. Chen Youfu swiftly resolved his son's military service issue, and Haitao was now free to verify it. Additionally, reports from home indicated that the fundraising efforts had yielded promising results, with substantial dividends expected by year-end. After completing the call, buoyed by excitement, he went to take a shower, neglecting to remove the phone card. Unexpectedly, his wife received a bewildering phone call. The couple had never engaged in such a fierce argument before. Wang Fang had indeed rebelled, taking flight to City A. Although it was not the golden monkey that caused Keyong's misfortune in the political arena, a rift had emerged between him and his mother. During breakfast, the mother and son would circle around, drinking porridge, with her voice always overpowering his. Suddenly, Keyong halted, staring blankly at his mother's graying hair. In his imagination, he envisioned appending a bowl of porridge over her head. How could he, a well-known filial son, entertain such bizarre thoughts? The murky depths of the human heart are often overgrown with weeds. Unbeknownst to Shue's mother, when her son was a child living under someone else's roof, an aunt had once poured a bowl of porridge over his head. On one occasion, Shue's mother fell silent, noticing her son's unsettling gaze fixed upon her. With caution, she inquired, "My son, what is troubling you?" Keyong, feeling irritable, set down his bowl and left the table. After he departed, Meili approached the table to eat. She remarked to her mother-in-law, "You know your son less than I do. He harbors resentment and might even think of appending porridge on someone's head." After the sudden departure of the ancient commander, rumors began to circulate in the community. With Keyong's decline in fortune, Meili found herself somewhat subdued. Prostitutes apprehended during a crackdown often mocked the capabilities of their clients. Respectable women would privately summarize their experiences in the dating scene. Men, regardless of their prowess, always seize opportunities for flirtation, seeking to gain the upper hand verbally. Shue's mother's expression darkened. "If anyone is to be doused, it's you." Despite her words, the tension between mother and son grew increasingly palpable. One day, Shue's mother announced that one of their ewes was about to give birth. Lambs were more precious than children. Her husband was only capable of caring for pregnant women and could not assist in the delivery, so she wished to return home to act as a midwife. Keyong offered no resistance and sent his mother back to their hometown. Due to her phone call, villagers assumed Keyong was returning in glory. They believed his mother was unwilling to enjoy city life out of longing for the pregnant Yu. Keyong found it amusing but felt compelled to play along with this charade. He spent only one night at home before the village secretary visited, announcing that the town government would allocate funds to build another bridge over the river outside the village come spring. The name for the bridge had already been decided, and they hoped Keyong, the talented scholar, would assist in writing the characters. Keyong feigned reluctance, but went to the village secretary's house to write. The large characters he inscribed were indeed elegant and beautiful, living up to his reputation as the foremost scholar. After writing, the village secretary invited Keyong to dine at a local restaurant. That evening, a contractor named Tai Gu, eager to host, joined them. Tai Gu and the village secretary shared a camaraderie, seemingly securing the bridge construction project, awaiting the spring to commence work. Although a meal typically wouldn't yield much excitement, it was merely an occasion for boastful tales and drinking. That night, both the village secretary and Tai Gu drank excessively. Upon returning from the restroom, Keyong discovered the two engaged in a heated argument. The village secretary exclaimed, "You, Tai, still want to work next year?" Tai Gu replied emphatically, "Women continue to work, and so must the project." The village secretary retorted, "I have no say over women, but I do over the project." Tai Gu then recounted a tale. As a nouveau riche, Tai Gu's words, often a blend of truth and fabrication, were something Keyong held in disdain. Yet, what Tai Gu shared genuinely startled him. He spoke of a village secretary from the south who had offended many by profiting from land sales. A small bridge project had already been awarded to contractor A through a bidding process. However, the village secretary, blinded by greed, accepted a bribe from contractor B, deciding to hand the project over to him. A few days later, the village secretary went missing after a night of drinking. Days later, his body was retrieved from the river, coated in mud and bloated like a large pig, a sight that evoked nausea. The case remains unsolved to this day. Upon hearing this, the village secretary understood that Tai Gu was merely spinning a tale to intimidate him, a tactic to assert dominance. However, those involved in such projects often walk a fine line between light and dark, and thus, the alcohol sobered him slightly. The speaker spoke without intent. While the listener took heed, Keyong felt that Tai Gu's fabrications bore a striking resemblance to Liu's father's plight. They had not been in contact for a while. Perhaps Liu's father's case was also resolved. Keyong inadvertently asked Tai Gu if there were any updates on the village secretary's case. Tai Gu, tongue-tied, responded, "Resolved? Resolved in marriage, perhaps? Come. To know the rest, let us meet again after 3 cups. Ultimately, after 3 cups, Keyong found himself intoxicated. The following morning, Shui's mother's pregnant Yu experienced complications, bleeding from midnight until dawn without delivering a single lamb. The midwife, Shui's mother, was in a frenzy, loudly berating her husband for not bringing castor oil. Feeling unwell, Keyong rose and peered through the window, seeing his mother's second husband standing like a wayward child, hands at his sides. As Shui's mother rushed out for the castor oil, he went to check on the Yu and began to prepare rice. To Keyong, this man symbolized a figure of unease. Each time he came to pick up his mother, he lingered in the house as though skimming the surface. Yet, the man always prepared the sheets to bask in the sun's warmth for Keyong and offered him the bitter tea he had personally harvested, along with grains he had grown himself. In truth, Keyong felt a warmth from this man, to whom he bore no blood relation. At the age of 9, after receiving a beating from his aunt, he had sought out his mother. This stepfather had once declared, "As long as I have a bowl of rice, I'll share half with him." But Shui's mother had refused, insisting on preserving the lineage of the old Shui family. Consequently, Keyong was sent back. And from that moment on, he felt truly abandoned by his mother. Keyong stepped into the yard, where the aroma of millet porridge wafted from the kitchen, prepared specially for him by the stepfather. The man emerged from the kitchen, squatting before the Yu with a troubled expression. The Yu, weary, silently wept. Keyong's literary soul wandered, likening humans to lambs, awaiting their fate at the hands of destiny. He exchanged a few words with the stepfather, inquiring why castor oil was necessary. The man explained that when Shui's mother gave birth to Keyong, she had faced a difficult labor, enduring pain for 3 days and nights. Eventually, the midwife had given her a bowl of castor oil, enabling her to stand and deliver Keyong. In that moment, Keyong felt a wave of compassion. When Keyong departed from home, the Yu had already been administered a bowl of castor oil and was still in labor. On his return journey, he was surrounded by the visage of the Yu. Eventually, the Yu's face transformed into that of Liu, raising the question, could it be that a woman resembling Song Haikyo possesses a face akin to that of a sheep? Among the flora he encountered, Liu emerged as a figure that tugged at his heartstrings. It is precisely this pain that renders her unforgettable. Their relationship unraveled over a mere coat. The tragic demise of the village secretary, as embellished by Taigu the previous night, led him to ponder the depth of Liu and Appo's anguish if her father had met a similar fate. Liu was not a materialistic girl. Although the village secretary's family was affluent, her desire for a coat seemed to be a veiled plea for affection. Love is an addiction, and everyone yearns for it. The millet porridge his father brewed was so soothing to the stomach. Upon arriving in a city, Keyong paused his journey. He revisited the shopping mall from his last visit, first dining at the rooftop restaurant before descending to the women and Appo's clothing department. He sought the coat that Liu had admired, intending to purchase it and send it to her. However, the coveted coat was no longer available in his size. The sales assistant suggested an alternative in a soft ivory hue. Reflecting on it, Keyong concluded that ivory actually suited Liu's temperament far better. The image of Liu standing before a sweet potato stall in her white down jacket flooded his memories with delightful aromas. Consequently, he chose the ivory coat, planning to send it to Liu discreetly. He recklessly spent several thousand yuan, akin to a gambler who, having lost, revels in his folly, embracing a sense of doom. How he adored love, his mother's love, a woman's love. If love were a coat, it would seem far too easy to attain. Money spent, blood drawn, comfort gained. That evening, Keyong chose to remain in a city. He checked into the Shinkansen hotel where he and Liu had once stayed, surprisingly securing room 1308. In room 1307, he turned the place upside down in a futile quest for hidden cameras, contemplating a scandalous expose of the hotel. Yet, the establishment withstood his scrutiny, remaining pristine. He discovered no concealed cameras. Instead, he rummaged through his and Liu's videos, searching for clues. To his dismay, he caught a glimpse of himself shamelessly smiling in a close-up, a perspective likely sourced from the adjacent table. The table bore only a potted pot hose, which, after months, appeared feeble and yellowing, a testament to the countless indiscretions that had transpired within those walls, leaving the plant indifferent to its once vibrant greenery. Keyong proceeded to inspect the leaves of the pot hose, overturning each one, ultimately unearthing a business card, one for a massage parlor. Adorned with a phone number and a photo of a beautiful woman on the reverse, he glanced at it to find yet another visage reminiscent of a sheep. Disposing of the card into the trash, he felt a sudden surge of purity, surpassing that of snowflakes. As he repeatedly viewed the short film, he found himself becoming emotionally entangled, yearning for Liu even more. He attempted to reach out to her, only to discover he had been blocked. Using the room's landline, he dialed her number. After 2 rings, the call was abruptly terminated. It seemed Liu had cast him aside. He mused on the fortuitousness of not having secretly sent the coat, pondering whether she would have rejected it if Liu did not want it. He could offer it to his daughter, Xiaomin. However, Xiaomin was shorter than Liu, making the coat too long for her. The white coat traversed Keyong's thoughts, ultimately returning to Liu, for since Xiaomin entered junior high, she had grown averse to her parents purchasing clothes for her. A man, having been inexplicably ousted from the political arena, sought solace in the realm of romance, only to find himself similarly rejected. Gazing at the discarded business card in the wastebasket, he contemplated calling the woman with the sheep-like visage to inquire about her rates, perhaps even seeking a discount. No, he wished instead to ask the Yu, "Have you successfully delivered your offspring?" Keyong indeed first called his mother to inquire whether the Yu had given birth. On the other end of the line, Shue's mother reported that the Yu had died, followed by a tirade of curses directed at the old man. It turned out that after the Yu's demise, the old man intended to transport her carcass to the woods on the mountain for burial. However, Shue's mother wished to sell the deceased animal to a restaurant, as lamb meat was currently quite expensive, and even a dead sheep could fetch a handsome price. The chef at the lamb restaurant was skilled, capable of transforming a dead sheep into a delectable dish akin to that of a freshly slaughtered one. That very afternoon, a representative from the restaurant arrived to collect the dead Yu, exchanging 2 crisp red bills for her. Shue's mother tucked the money into her waistband. Upon turning around, she noticed the old man shedding tears. Another scolding ensued. A grown man's tears are worthless, akin to urine. in this lifetime. He can only manage to let out a sheep. Keyong felt as if his mother's voice had been silenced. The you, who had consumed castor oil, had always represented his hope. Yet now that she was gone, Keyong felt as though his heart had been hollowed out. The mere thought of the weeping you now simmering in the restaurant and Appo's cauldron, while patrons savored the succulent meat, filled him with melancholy, rendering the night interminably dreary. Consequently, he resolved to step out for a drink. As he exited his room, the light in the corridor extinguished ominously. This was not a favorable sign. At that moment, the distinct sounds of a woman's moans echoed from an unknown room. Keyong, undeterred by the cacophony, descended the stairs. Keyong indulged in a couple of drinks at a modest eatery, where memories of his deceased mother sheep resurfaced, bringing forth tears akin to those shed by his stepfather. Devoid of any dignity, witnesses in the tavern captured the moment discreetly, posting on Weibo with a lament that those who have not suffered in the depths of night are unworthy of discussing the intricacies of life. However, he swiftly stifled his tears, for the alcohol offered a fleeting joy. Upon returning to the 13th floor of the hotel, he discovered a ladder set up in the corridor, where a worker was laboring late into the night to repair the lights. As it was an automatic light, the task proved to be rather cumbersome, casting the corridor in a flickering glow reminiscent of an ancient graveyard, with ghostly lights dancing about. As Keyong passed by the worker, he stumbled, fortuitously catching himself on the ladder. Instead of the ladder, he inadvertently grasped the worker's foot, nearly causing the man to lose his balance. Fortunately, the worker regained his footing. Yet somehow, Keyong found himself holding one of the worker's shoes. The worker, displaying remarkable composure, inquired if he was all right. Keyong, only slightly inebriated and not truly drunk, quickly apologized, insisting on helping the worker with his shoe. The worker replied that it was unnecessary, suggesting Keyong simply place the shoe on the ground. Thus, he set the worn liberation shoe down, clearly intended for indoor work during the cold winter months. After opening his room door and washing his hands, the image of the shoe lingered in his mind. He approached the door once more, intending to take another look at the worker through the peephole, but found it obscured. To his astonishment, he discovered that the peephole had been covered with a wad of tissue paper. After clearing the obstruction, he peered outside, only to find visibility utterly absent. The peephole was more akin to frosted glass than a true lens. Hearing silence beyond the door, he opened it to find that the lights had been repaired. Yet the worker had vanished. The empty corridor felt as though it were haunted by ethereal shadows. Keyong peered through the peephole from the outside, and was taken aback to realize that it was reversed. He could clearly see the large bed within. This revelation implied that had the peephole not been blocked, anyone outside could have witnessed his intimate moments with Liu on that very bed. In a flurry, he retreated into his room, hastily covering the peephole once more with tissue paper. The shoe weighed heavily on his thoughts, becoming increasingly enigmatic. The following morning, Keyong made a call requesting tissue paper. He had a habit of carrying a substantial wad in his pocket, primarily to guard against digestive misfortunes. Having endured poverty in his youth, he feared not having enough to eat, and now, enjoying a more affluent life, he worried about maintaining his dignity. In essence, life revolves around the sustenance of two mouths. His request for tissue paper was not solely for that purpose. He sought to inquire about the worker who had repaired the lights. Was he a regular maintenance worker at the hotel or a temporary electrician? When a staff member knocked and entered, holding 2 rolls of tissue paper, both were momentarily taken aback upon recognizing each other. The staff member was none other than Wang Fang. She promptly greeted him, expressing her delight at encountering an old acquaintance on her first day back to work. Keyong respectfully addressed her as sister. It was indeed Wang Fang and Appo's first day back, and she had not intended for him to uncover her previous history at the hotel. In the intricate web of acquaintances, Keyong could easily learn of her past with a slight effort. One day after returning to the small town, he was summoned once more by a senior leader for a discussion. The leader revealed details about a returned anonymous phone call, implying that while Keyong's actions were inappropriate, the company would not condone any unethical behavior. A thorough analysis suggested that the caller shared the same neighborhood as Keyong, with the surname Nyo. Given the limited number of residents with that surname, each Nyo could be scrutinized without apparent connection. In that moment, Keyong's scholarly mind wielded a metaphorical scythe, swiftly cutting through the thickets of confusion, leading him to a singular conclusion. Old Nyo was none other than old Liu Dachui. Keyong was extorted twice due to a scandal involving a short film. The final encounter involved a direct transaction, with both parties harboring ulterior motives. Keyong yearned to enlist the help of a trustworthy individual, hoping to seize the opportunity amidst the chaos of the underworld to apprehend the extortionist. However, over the years, he had amassed numerous acquaintances who were more akin to fair-weather friends, and as he rummaged through his options, he found no one reliable. At that moment, Keyong was regarded as the most competent candidate within the cadre, yet the specter of the scandal loomed over him like a sword ready to sever his career. After much deliberation, he resolved to purchase his peace and settle the matter privately. His adversaries cautioned him that should he involve the authorities or stage any further acts, they would unleash even more scandalous content onto the internet, ensuring Keyong and Apos' downfall. The meeting took place on a dilapidated bridge, passable only on foot. Keyong parked his vehicle at one end of the bridge, walking to the center where he laid down a package of money. At the opposite end, a dilapidated van without plates awaited. After placing the money down, he ambled back, only to hear footsteps approaching from the other side. Curiosity piqued. He glanced back to see a man shrouded in a wide-brimmed hat, dressed in unremarkable coarse fabric, hunching forward as he hastened towards the money. In that instant, Keyong and Apos' imagination conjured images of a martial arts film. He spun around, swiftly closing the distance to the thief, delivering a flurry of kicks that sent the villain tumbling into the river to feed the fish. He then snatched up his money and hurried back to his car. Suddenly, the van honked its horn, confirming the presence of accomplices. In that desolate wilderness, two assailants could easily overpower him, leaving his lifeless body to join the fish below. His fleeting fantasy of heroism shattered, he turned to leave. Although the figure was obscured, Keyong distinctly noted the man's distinctive yellow-soled shoes, suggesting a larger stature concealed beneath his hunch. The man collected the money, returned to the van, and honked again, expressing gratitude in the underworld manner. Keyong reciprocated with a honk of his own, silently wishing his counterpart to adhere to their agreement and vanish forever. Yet, fate had other plans. Unbeknownst to Keyong, he had inadvertently crossed paths with a shoemaker the previous night, whose similarly uncommon yellow-soled shoes bore a striking resemblance. An incidental meeting with Wang Fang at a hotel soon revealed that she had worked on the Shinkansen this autumn, suggesting a connection to the extortion and reporting scheme orchestrated by Liu Dachui and Wang Fang, the notorious couple. With clarity, he identified the source of his troubles, yet lacked tangible evidence. The scandalous content could multiply, jeopardizing not only his own prospects, but also the well-being of Liu, and Xiao Min time was on his side. A gentleman always finds the opportunity for revenge. When one's fortune reaches its nadir, a slight ascent often follows. A photograph of Keyong weeping in a late-night tavern, surreptitiously captured, garnered unexpected public attention. In the image, a plate of peanuts, a dish of pig ears, a small bottle of erguo, and a middle-aged man with a hand covering his face painted a portrait of a beleaguered soul, burdened by mortgages and striving to make ends meet. In modern society, countless individuals share his silent sorrow, yet few are ever captured in such a vulnerable moment. Naturally, no one knew the man was grieving for a distressed Liu, using a pseudonymous account on Weibo, stumbled upon the image of the despondent man, recognizing the tavern from her frequent stays at the Shinkansen Hotel. Despite his face being obscured, she knew him well. They had shared intimate moments and quarrels. He wept, and she felt the urge to cry as well. Her father's case remained unsolved. The stark reality was that when her father was alive, their home was never short of money. After his passing, the family fell into poverty. Her father had been prudent, ensuring any illicit income was not in his name, leaving the question of its whereabouts a lingering enigma. The upheaval was jarring. 10 romantic escapades could hardly match the sweetness of bread. Thus, upon seeing the photo, her heart fluttered like leaves in the wind, and then fell silent, until she received a white coat, not her preferred caramel hue, yet white remained a close second. Keyong emerged from his figurative confinement. The two connected, and Liu inquired about the photograph. He confessed that he had been thinking of her that night in the tavern, lost in memories that brought forth tears. After all, Liu had an innocent, sheep-like quality about her. Upon hearing this, her hardened heart felt the dual pressure of emotional and material concerns. Thus, Keyong and Liu rekindled their connection, igniting sparks of renewed affection. Liu Dachui seemed to be riding a wave of fortune, secretly undermining his foes while his son's military enlistment appeared promising. Yet, his wife Wang Fang had been rather disobedient, running off to City A to work as a waitress. But women, being the easily appeased creatures they are, could be won over with a single gesture. Liu Dachui had yet to make his move to reconcile with his wife, while his son played tricks, promising to report for duty but failing to appear. Haitao, his son, had always been a compliant child. Now nearing 20, he insisted on making his own choices. Liu Dachui, upon receiving this news, felt a surge of frustration. This opportunity was earned through his grandfather's reputation. Chen Youfu had secured illustrations from the elderly artist for his daughter's book. While Liu Dachui's son struggled to make ends meet, the world was vast, and adventures required funds. Life was not merely about survival. There were poems and distant lands to explore, but how could one afford such dreams? Money was the answer. As the month drew to a close, Liu Dachui realized his son's funds were nearly depleted and warned his wife against secretly sending money, knowing that without resources, one could easily stumble and lose sight of their aspirations. Liu Dachui believed that once his son hit rock bottom, he would submit. However, after his son departed, communication ceased. With the enlistment date approaching, Liu Dachui grew restless and began to inquire everywhere, but news was scarce. He suspected that Haitao had taken a liking to Keyong's daughter, potentially finding solace with Xiaomin. Liu Dachui's close friend, Liu Zhili, was preparing to hold a wedding banquet as his pregnant second wife, Ping, wished to celebrate. Not hosting the banquet would render them awkward once the child was born. One day, Liu Zhili personally delivered an invitation to Keyong's office. Previously, after surviving a maritime incident, Liu Zhili had been depicted as a hero by Keyong in a company narrative. Back then, Keyong had not yet been promoted to manager, and Liu Zhili would often bring him gifts during festive seasons. Thus, Keyong considered Liu Zhili a genuine friend, not merely one seeking favors. Consequently, he readily accepted the invitation to the wedding banquet. Since stepping down from his position, Keyong found himself sidelined within the team, increasingly marginalized in the workplace, leaving him with ample idle time. Thus, when Liu Zhili arrived with the invitation, Keyong brewed a cup of tea and engaged in conversation with him. As the conversation unfolded, Liu Zhili mentioned Liu Dachui, expressing his intention to invite him to serve as the host for the wedding banquet. However, Liu Dachui had recently encountered some unfortunate circumstances, leading to a bout of stress and mouth sores, which made him apprehensive about his performance. Upon hearing of Liu Dachui's troubles, Keyong's ears perked up with interest. Liu Zhili inadvertently revealed that Liu Dachui's son, Liu Haitao, was set to enlist in the military. But as the day of enlistment approached, Haitao had chosen to go out for a breath of fresh air, vanishing without a trace. If Haitao remained absent by the day before enlistment, Liu Dachui would undoubtedly search high and low for his son. Keyong felt a rush of exhilaration upon hearing this, taking a sip of hot tea that scalded his throat. This sudden discomfort reminded him of Haitao and Appo's disappearance and made him ponder about the well-being of his own daughter. Just days prior, Xiaomin had requested 2,000 yuan from him, claiming it was for a ticket to a Christmas opera with her roommate, and she wanted to purchase a dress to add a touch of ceremony. Keyong recalled spending several thousand on a coat for Liu, successfully pacifying her and reinforcing their connection, while his own daughter seemed to be sidelined. He mused about how little 2,000 yuan could buy in terms of a dress and decided to send his daughter 3,000 instead. Upon receiving the funds, Xiaomin expressed her gratitude, referring to him as her benefactor. The term benefactor conveyed her delight, bringing Keyong a sense of satisfaction in maintaining balance. He now wondered if Xiaomin's request for money might somehow be related to Liu Dachui's son. Keyong inquired whether Xiaomin had purchased a dress. Xiaomin replied that she had not yet, as Christmas had not yet arrived, so there was no rush. Keyong, in a roundabout manner, reminisced, "My dear, we have been exposed to the world since childhood. Do you remember that year when we celebrated Christmas? Your mother and your aunt took you to a 5-star hotel in the city, where we feasted on lobster and attended a masquerade ball." Xiaomin recalled that event vaguely. At that time, Song and Appo's father was in power, and the 5-star hotel was, in fact, a gift from a benefactor. He had passed it on to his 2 daughters, who each brought their children to partake in a Western-style Christmas celebration. At the masquerade, Xiaomin wished to dress as a witch, but Song Meili insisted that her daughter don a princess costume instead. Ultimately, Xiaomin acquiesced to her mother's wishes, yet the princess attire did not bring her joy. Keyong continued, "Upon our return, your mother mused about the possibility of you one day meeting a poor fellow who might invite you for a simple meal of dumplings for Christmas. Do you recall what I said?" Xiaomin replied, "I've forgotten. That was centuries ago." I'll think of my father and Appo's teachings when I find a boyfriend. Keyong quickly added, at that time, I told your mother to ensure whoever paid for the dumplings was promptly reimbursed with an additional 50 cents. And to never meet again. Xiaomin laughed, saying, every father thinks his daughter is a goddess, unworthy of any suitor. But the father of the boy who buys dumplings believes his son to be quite a catch. Keyong grew anxious yet hesitated to ask directly. Earlier that day, he had scalded his throat with hot tea, which still burned. At that moment, Xiaomin reassured him, Dad, don't worry. I will definitely show you my boyfriend first. If you disapprove, I will pass on him. Keyong remained skeptical. In truth, that evening, Xiaomin was dining with a boy at a nearby Shanghai dumpling shop. The crab roe dumplings were pricier than ordinary ones, yet they remained dumplings. The twist was that the boy treating Xiaomin to the dumplings was none other than Liu Dachui's son, Liu Haitao, her adversary. As they enjoyed their dumplings, their hands intertwined, and their gazes were filled with the fragrance of love, as if they could savor it for a lifetime. Had Keyong known, he would likely have swooped in, crashing a steamer full of dumplings on a Haitao's head. Haitao sought to evade military enlistment, knowing that if he missed the recruitment period, no matter how formidable Liu Dachui was, he could not be conscripted. However, he did not think to seek Xiaomin, as he was financially strained by the end of the month and felt embarrassed to ask his mother, Wang Fang, for money. Thus, he had initially planned to find work in the provincial capital that provided meals and lodging, believing his tall stature would afford him some leverage in revolutionary endeavors. With money in hand, he could treat Xiaomin to a proper meal in the future. At this moment, however, Xiaomin encountered misfortune. In the girls' dormitory, late at night, she descended from the upper bunk to visit the restroom and accidentally kicked a thermos, resulting in a burn on her foot. That night, she received basic treatment at the school's infirmary and believed she could endure it. Yet the following day, the situation worsened. Xiaomin fabricated a story for Keyong, claiming she needed 3,000 yuan for a dress, and went to the hospital alone. After tending to her burn, she lay in her dormitory, the pain making her question her existence. Moreover, she pondered whether the thermos had somehow rolled over to her bed on its own. Xiaomin did not fit in well in the dormitory. Haitao had once recounted an incident about a Tsinghua girl who had been drugged and poisoned, cautioning Xiaomin to be vigilant. In her distress, Xiaomin confided in Haitao. As Haitao prepared to take a stand in his revolutionary pursuits, his focus shifted to Xiaomin. Her right foot was burned, and the doctor advised against wearing shoes or socks, but it was winter, and Xiaomin feared missing classes. Each day, she wrapped her injured foot in cling film to attend lectures. Though the burn was not severe, the lack of air circulation exacerbated the situation. Each night, she applied ointment, enduring the agony of peeling skin. The chemical reaction between the ointment and the wound emitted a foul odor. Being a sensitive girl, she could easily perceive the unspoken sentiments in others' words and glances. She continued to climb up and down the bunk, fearful that another thermos might suddenly appear beneath her feet, burning her left foot as well. A grand conspiracy lurked within the dormitory, and her heart often plummeted into a dark abyss, a void she had fallen into during her youth, where the demon of depression cloaked itself in an artistic guise, stealthily extending its claws to tear her apart. This incident inflicted both physical and emotional wounds. She held back tears. When the tall figure of Haitao appeared before her, she leaned into his embrace and cried. Haitao examined her foot, momentarily setting aside his feelings, and immediately took her to the hospital for treatment. The wound was treated in the outpatient department, where the compassionate doctor permitted Haitao to accompany her. Without anesthesia, the doctor used professional tools to cleanse the infected area, effectively excising the necrotic tissue from her foot. How to describe this pain with the vastness of the Chinese language? Haitao held her hand, watching as the pain contorted her features. He placed a hand near her mouth, saying, "Bite me." Xiaomin could not bring herself to do so, and he shed tears, feeling inept and powerless, unable to protect his girlfriend. Eventually, the wound was treated. Haitao carried Xiaomin out of the hospital. She sighed in relief, saying, "It feels like I've given birth, but I don't want to return to the dormitory to recuperate." "Haitao, where are you staying? Can I crash at your place?" As Liu Dachui had anticipated, by the end of the month, Haitao found himself short on cash. He had come to Xiaomin, having booked the cheapest and available. He did not expect Xiaomin to suggest staying with him, but he thought it reasonable. If she were in the girls' and Appo's dormitory, it would be inconvenient for him to care for the injured young woman on the territory of female creatures. However, to save money, Haitao's lodgings were rather shabby, and he considered finding a more decent place. Xiaomin reassured him, "Haitao, Even if you lived in a doghouse, I would still choose to be with you. Thus, with a sense of shame, Haitao brought the injured Xiao Min back to the humble abode. Xiao Min had never realized such private inns existed near the school. The room's furnishings embodied a spirit of frugality, seemingly relics from the last century. The bed was a rudimentary steel frame that creaked loudly with even the slightest movement. The luxury lay in having two beds. The nightstands, coated in thick white paint, attempted to conceal their weathered appearance, yet the drawers seemed eager to escape, longing to return to their former partners. The floor was covered in worn linoleum, marred by burn marks from cigarettes. Countless individuals had embraced cheap prostitutes here, indulging in low-quality after-hours cigarettes. Or perhaps, they returned from a day of selling vegetables, counting their earnings, and after ensuring they could afford their children's tuition, they contentedly smoked a cheap cigarette, inadvertently scorching the bedding, fearing a tenuous deduction from their pay. The world essence are perpetually filled with transient tales. The luxurious ones replete with wealth, while the modest ones reveal the harshness of money. Haitao felt embarrassed and told Xiao Min to rest for the afternoon, promising to find a better place by nightfall. Yet Xiao Min was inexplicably excited, exclaiming, "Why change? A house is merely a shell. A concubine living with an emperor may not be happy, while a fairy might find joy living in a thatched cottage with a woodcutter." Haitao was deeply moved, embracing Xiao Min tightly, sensing great energy within her petite frame. He vowed to make his beloved girl a truly happy fairy. That evening, Haitao asked Xiao Min what she wanted to eat. She replied that it had been a long time since she had enjoyed instant noodles and longed for a steaming bowl. Haitao went out to buy some, as a convenience store was not far from the inn. Haitao ordered an additional marinated egg and a bag of sunflower seeds. Memories flooded back of his childhood when Xiaomin would deftly crack open sunflower seeds at her home, her little teeth nimbly working away. She resembled a mischievous little mouse. As he counted the bills in his pocket while paying, a wave of shame washed over him. He suspected Xiaomin was aware of his financial struggles, prompting her to suggest instant noodles. What could he offer her to make her feel like a fairy? It turned out to be merely a bucket of instant noodles, a marinated egg, and a bag of sunflower seeds. Yet, the two of them feasted heartily together. Despite his reluctance, Xiaomin insisted on sharing half of the marinated egg with Haitao. After their meal, they engaged in a playful competition to see who could crack the most sunflower seeds. Xiaomin quickly amassed a pile of empty shells, while Haitao lagged behind, yet he collected a handful of peeled seeds for her to enjoy. Before bed, Haitao gently washed Xiaomin's uninjured foot and applied ointment to her wounded one, his touch tender. Xiaomin nestled her head against him, inhaling the fresh scent of grass emanating from him, the fragrance of a clean young man. This scent calmed her restless heart. However, the pain in her foot swiftly brought her back to reality. Haitao meticulously applied the ointment to her foot, observing her delicate feet with a sorrowful expression, exclaiming, "The most beautiful feet in the world are injured." He carefully kissed her injured toe. Xiaomin immediately retorted that she had a braised pig trotter. In jest, Haitao pretended to devour the pig trotter, eliciting laughter from Xiaomin that seemed to have no end. It appeared she had not laughed so joyfully in a long time. Together with Haitao, it felt as though the dark void had never existed. Thus, the two lovers embarked on an audacious cohabitation. That night, they slept in separate beds, playfully testing the sturdiness of the century-old beds by turning over. The two iron beds creaked loudly, causing those outside to believe the room was experiencing an earthquake. The ancient beds withstood the youthful trials. Underneath the covers, imbued with the lingering scent of cooking oil, their hands intertwined, separated only by a narrow aisle. Yet their hearts felt no distance, until dreams, like a thief, stealthily loosened their grip. When love encounters the harsh reality of money, how could Haitao possibly restrict Xiaomin to instant noodles alone? He would find various ways to indulge her with delectable treats. Yet, the bills in his wallet seemed to dwindle like waves receding, revealing harsh rocks beneath. He offered Xiaomin warmth and care, but how far could one go without money? Even living with a woodcutter, the woodcutter earned a little each day by chopping wood, enough to buy his wife and children a roast chicken. That night, he carried Xiaomin to enjoy Shanghai crab dumplings. He had overheard 7 or 8 parts of Xiaomin's conversation with manager Shui, whom he deeply respected, believing he was truly talented. If he were to have a daughter in the future, living with her boyfriend in a humble inn, on the brink of financial ruin, he would surely go mad with worry. For the first time, he began to fret about money. Xiaomin, however, transferred some funds to Haitao. He, valuing his pride, firmly rejected the money, insisting he had enough. Xiaomin mentioned that she had asked her father for 3,000 yuan to buy a Christmas dress, but she was uncertain if her foot would heal in time for Christmas. She did not wish to limp into the theater in a beautiful dress. It would look utterly mismatched. As long as you keep changing the medicine, it will surely heal before Christmas, and you can dress beautifully to enjoy the play you love. Haitao reassured her. Xiaomin suddenly widened her eyes in exaggerated surprise, exclaiming, "Really?" Haitao chuckled. "That and Oppos. That's not your style. That and Oppos. That's how your friendly you acts." Indeed, Xiaomin was intentionally mimicking Liu. It had been a while since she had heard from her friend, and in love, one often neglects friendships. She merely hoped to enjoy her romance with the charming foreigner, without harboring any thoughts of her father. As they spoke of Liu, Xiaomin began to dismiss the matter of money. A girl who had never worried about finances could hardly comprehend the anxieties others faced over a mere bond. Snow began to fall that day, and Xiaomin looked at her feet and said to Haitao, "I feel a bit better. Haitao, go buy 2 braised pig trotters and a bottle of low-alcohol liquor. Let us gnaw on the trotters and sip the liquor, pretending we have a little fire stove." Haitao complied with her request. The inn was situated in a treasure trove of local delicacies, with numerous shops selling prepared foods that refused to close even on snowy days. Eager to earn a little extra, yet Haitao's wallet felt painfully thin. In addition to the trotters, he wanted to buy some marinated beef and pig liver, Xiaomin's favorites. He worried about coming up short when it was time to pay. This man, who wore an extra 2 feet of cloth, was nothing but an embroidered pillow. He felt a profound sense of humiliation. Why did he always feel this way? If it came down to it, he would borrow money from friends to tide him over. He realized he had never borrowed money before. For this escape, he had canceled his old phone card and used a new one to contact Xiaomin. And now he had reverted to the old one. Upon switching back, the first message he received was about a bank transfer of 2,000 yuan. It seemed the myth was true. A fairy had delivered sustenance. This fairy happened to be Haitao and Amp, Oppo's mother, Wang Fang. An old fairy indeed. Wang Fang left a message for Haitao, expressing concern over his silence for several days, though not excessively worried. "Please don't resort to online loans or sell a kidney out of desperation. If you need money, just ask your mother. I'm currently working night shifts at the hotel and can earn nearly 4,000 a month." On that snowy night, Haitao felt a mix of warmth and shame from his mother's love. The 2,000 yuan Wang Fang sent him had been borrowed from the maintenance worker at the hotel. She had only been working there for less than a month, and with the pay period yet to arrive, even with her many night shifts, she had no right to request an advance on her salary. After marrying Liu Dachui, the carpenter and Oppo's daughter appeared to have control over the family and Oppo's finances. But Liu Dachui was the true authority. He possessed an exceptional mind, acutely aware of every penny's whereabouts. In this information age, every bank card in the household was linked to Liu Dachui's phone number. Thus, whenever Wang Fang bought 2 pounds of ribs, the transaction alert would notify Liu Dachui of the exact amount. This ability of Liu Dachui's was not only a result of his natural intelligence, but also honed from his childhood experiences assisting his father in the market as a vegetable vendor. He was like a small abacus in his father's hands, calculating prices effortlessly. Sometimes, while his father was selling green onions at one end of the market, he would buy a basket of eggs from an old man at the other end and sell them with the green onions, showcasing his persuasive skills. Consequently, among his siblings, Liu Dachui was favored for his quick wit. Of course, he did not concern himself with petty expenditures. Wang Fang was a virtuous woman, wholly dedicated to her family. He trusted her to manage matters. He felt extreme anger when his son rebelled, akin to facing a stubborn tenant refusing to pay rent. Inevitably, you would be overwhelmed. Thus, he often reminded his wife to stand united with him for their son's future. However, Wang Fang had also betrayed him, secretly borrowing 2,000 yuan from the maintenance worker to send to her son. As Haitao, the woodcutter, arrived laden with ample food to the small inn, aiming to create a romantic atmosphere reminiscent of a little fire stove for Xiaomin, Wang Fang was working the night shift at the hotel. During her shift, the maintenance worker was usually present as well. Aside from repairs, he also served as a security guard. The long night shifts allowed him to occasionally visit the 13th floor, exchanging a few words with Wang Fang. With his sharp brows and fierce eyes, he must have been quite the handsome young man. Even in old age, he retained a striking appearance. People naturally enjoyed seeing beautiful things, and Wang Fang found herself quite at ease conversing with him. Borrowing money from the maintenance worker required a significant amount of courage from Wang Fang. She was aware of his family situation. He had 2 sons, the eldest already married. and the youngest, a half-wit, was still living at home, a burden to his parents. The foolish son was a weight on the shoulders of the maintenance worker and his wife. Without hesitation, Master Lai took out the money. Wang Fang mentioned that with the end of the month approaching, she would repay him as soon as she received her salary. Master Lai replied, "Who doesn't he have urgent matters? Helping one another among colleagues is just a small favor." That evening, while Wang Fang was in the duty room, Master Lai came to chat. Suddenly, he spoke of his foolish son, expressing his desire to find a bride for him. Wang Fang inquired, "Surely, you have someone in mind, or you wouldn't bring it up." Master Lai was a man of few words and rarely boasted. Surrounded by too many men who talked excessively, he preferred to keep things understated. Previously, Master Lai had no intention of finding a match for his son. Times had changed. Once, urban residency was a coveted prize, and many rural girls aspired to marry into the city. Now, the allure of urban residency had waned, and wealth could be used to acquire property in the city. What girl would foolishly dedicate her youth to a half-witted man? Viewing Wang Fang as a friend, Master Lai showed her a photo on his phone of a slender, dark-skinned girl with a small face and prominent mouth, a look typical of Southern girls. He explained that she was a Vietnamese woman introduced by a reliable acquaintance. Wang Fang cautioned, "Just ensure she is not a scammer. Check her background first." Master Lai assured her it was a trustworthy introduction. The impoverished region bordering Vietnam, particularly near Guangxi, had many girls willing to marry into China, and those who could settle in the city were indeed fortunate. The following day, the girl was to meet them, and Master Lai invited Wang Fang to be part of the gathering, believing that women could better assess other women. Participating in matchmaking, attending weddings, or celebrating a child's full moon were all joyous occasions, and Wang Fang was always eager to lend a helping hand. She gladly accepted Master Lai's invitation to assist in finding a match for his son. When the day arrived, the weather was pleasant, with a hint of spring warmth in the air. Wang Fang joined Master Lai's family to meet the Vietnamese girl. Master Lai's wife appeared to be an honest woman. When she smiled, her large front teeth revealed a considerable gap, reminiscent of an old city wall in disrepair. Compared to her husband, she was an unattractive spouse, fitting the saying, "A good man has no good wife, a scoundrel marries a beauty." Master Lai's foolish son was tall and plump, resembling an unbaked cotton ball. The Vietnamese girl was accompanied by a middle-aged couple, who spoke to Master Lai as if they were acquaintances. Indeed, the girl was slender and dark-skinned, but her appearance was passable. While others observed her face, Wang Fang noted her hands, which bore the marks of hard labor, indicating a life of hardship. The girl spoke Mandarin with some difficulty, appearing shy. The couple encouraged the young people to take a walk together to get to know one another, leading the foolish son and the Vietnamese girl to stroll on the grass while the adults chatted in the pavilion. The two men engaged in a discussion about international relations. Master Lai's wife expressed concern over the girl's frailness, worrying she might be unable to bear children. The middle-aged woman, seizing the moment, remarked, "Rats are small, yet they multiply. Why should humans be any different? Just teach your son how to make children," implying her fear that the foolish son might lack the approach. Master Lai's wife immediately felt overwhelmed. Suddenly, Wang Fang exclaimed, "Oh no, they're fighting." Everyone turned to see the foolish son and the Vietnamese girl, resembling two kangaroos, exchanging punches on the grass by the lake. The unexpected brawl left everyone stunned, and Wang Fang rushed to intervene. By the time she reached them, the two had tumbled to the riverbank, with the petite Vietnamese girl gaining the upper hand, while the foolish son appeared flustered. Just then, the girl stumbled and fell, rolling down the slope into the river. Although the water was shallow, reaching only to her waist, she thrashed about before standing up, water lapping at her chest. As the crowd gasped, Wang Fang quickly pulled her out, shedding her down jacket to wrap around the girl. At that moment, the foolish son burst into laughter. The middle-aged couple was outraged, particularly the woman, who immediately began to fuss over the situation. The priority shifted to finding the girl some dry clothes. They exited the park and rushed to a nearby mall, heading straight for the women's clothing section. Master Lai, eager to rectify his son's blunder, bought the girl a complete outfit, including new shoes and socks. She entered the store a drenched chick and emerged looking like a presentable duck. The middle-aged woman pointed out various items, and Master Lai settled the bill. Observing the expenses, Wang Fang noted that Master Lai had incurred significant costs. After shopping, the girl continued to sneeze uncontrollably. The middle-aged woman then suggested they head to a restaurant. Master Lai had no choice but to comply. Once seated, the woman asked the Vietnamese girl why the fight had broken out. The girl, shivering, attempted to explain in Vietnamese, but no one could comprehend her words. The middle-aged woman interpreted, saying, "I was just telling you, worried that this foolish boy wouldn't know how to approach a woman, yet here they are, ready to kiss and embrace after just a few words. Isn't that bullying?" She concluded with, "Men can be quite cunning when they want to be." Master Lai then asked his son what had caused the altercation. The foolish son rambled incoherently, but Master Lai discerned that as they walked, the Vietnamese girl had stepped on his foot, and since he had new shoes, he was annoyed and pushed her. Unbeknownst to him, the girl was sensitive to being touched, leading to their quarrel. Ultimately, with no judge present, they decided to set aside their differences and share a meal. During the meal, it was evident that the girl was frightened, her expression vacant, as she continued to sneeze. Thus, even after buying her clothes and sharing a meal, the middle-aged couple insisted that it was better for the girl to stay at Master Lai's home for a while. If she caught a cold, they could care for her properly. Master Lai initially thought the match was doomed, believing the girl might be lacking in intellect. However, given that his son had caused this mess, he couldn't simply send her back, especially since the deposit was still with the middle-aged couple. Reluctantly, he decided to bring the girl home to care for her. The next day at work, Wang Fang encountered Master Lai, whose handsome face bore a pallid hue. Naturally, she inquired about the Vietnamese girl's condition. Master Lai shook his head gently, revealing that the girl had indeed developed a fever that night, reaching nearly 40 degrees Celsius. He had taken her to the emergency room, and by morning it had subsided to a low-grade fever, with his wife tending to her at home. He expressed gratitude to Wang Fang for saving the girl. Wang Fang exchanged pleasantries but worried about the potential repercussions of having the girl stay with them, especially given Master Lai's son's unpredictable behavior. Master Lai reassured her that his son had become more compliant, even offering the girl a glass of water. He further mentioned that once the girl recovered, he planned to withdraw from the marriage arrangement. After all, if they were to bicker during their courtship, there would be plenty of time for that in the future. It would be better to raise his son until he and his wife passed, saving money for their eldest son to support the younger one. Every family has its own burdens to bear, and theirs was no exception. As days passed, they entered a critical phase, and Liu Dachui, anxious, lit a match, igniting the flames of urgency. Indeed, Liu Dachui, sporting a blister on his lip, emceed the wedding banquet for his close friend, Liu Zhili. Wang Fang maintained a cordial relationship with Xiao Mai, Liu Zhili's former spouse. Years prior, after Liu Zhili and Xiao Mai solemnized their marriage at the bridegroom's family residence in City A, the couple returned to their small town to host a celebratory feast, which Liu Dachui also presided over. As the years elapsed, the MC, Liu Dachui, was on the verge of becoming an old bore, while Liu Zhili had already cycled through 2 sets of women. Hence, she declined to attend. Later that evening, Wang Fang was on night duty, a shift that offered an enticing 100 yuan stipend. Furthermore, it allowed for a brief respite in the break room. Having concluded his duties at the remarriage banquet, Liu Dachui, slightly inebriated, returned to his abode in the small town, eagerly recounting the amusing anecdotes of the wedding feast to his wife. It transpired that Keyong was also in attendance at Liu Zhili and Appo's wedding banquet. Despite Liu Zhili and Appo's extensive social network, his efforts yielded meager results, with the banquet barely managing to fill 2 tables. Keyong, being the highest-ranking individual present, lent considerable prestige to the minor official, Liu Zhili, and was therefore accorded a position of honor. Liu Dachui addressed him with respectful deference as manager Shui. As the banquet drew to a close, those who lingered were either ardent drinkers or close confidants. Keyong's protracted presence hinted at ulterior motives brewing within him. Regardless of his intentions, Liu Dachui promptly incited Liu Zhili's convivial companions to ply Keyong with alcohol. In his inebriated state, Keyong, in a moment of impulsivity, signed the banquet and Appo's meal expense bill for Liu Zhili, promising to reimburse his little brother. He acted as if he were firmly ensconced as the unit and Appo's top leader, possessing the authority to sign meal expense bills. Liu Dachui, chuckling, reported the incident to Wang Fang, remarking, "He'll regret it when he sobers up tomorrow." Wang Fang cautioned, "In my opinion, anyone with a semblance of humanity should not be underestimated. Even if Keyong is not at his best, he was once a scholar. Scholars possess both knowledge and cunning. You must be vigilant." Liu Dachui disregarded his wife's counsel. Liu Dachui and Appo's surreptitious scheming against Keyong seemed to alleviate some of the vexation stemming from his son and Appo's desertion. With newfound financial resources, Haitao felt a surge of confidence. However, the realization that this money was earned through his mother and Appo's night shifts tempered his spending, making it less carefree. Xiaomin, an academically inclined individual, while working as a hostess in a small hotel, remained concerned about falling behind in her studies. Consequently, she requested Haitao to retrieve her textbooks from her dormitory. Xiaomin's University, a second-tier institution situated in a coastal city, boasted a blend of contemporary and antiquated architecture. While not a 985 caliber university, it enjoyed considerable popularity. In contrast, Haitao's university was a third-rate institution, its buildings exuding a sense of novelty. As Haitao traversed Xiaomin's campus, he discerned that the ambience of a distinguished university could not be solely attributed to opulent academic structures. He felt at ease in his own university, but here, in Xiaomin and Appo's domain, he experienced a subtle sense of shame. As time inexorably marched on, their paths, once divergent, converged once more. Given his education at such a university, what could he offer Xiaomin if he became a repairman in the future? Could he offer her nothing more than grease-stained attire? Xiaomin confessed that she was not particularly diligent, attributing her academic prowess to her father and aunt, Appo's and grandfather and aunt, Appo's genetic inheritance. Keyong was a renowned intellectual within his unit, and her grandfather had held a high-ranking position, having previously served as a senior engineer before entering the realm of politics. Haitao contemplated his own lineage. His father, Liu Dachui, hailed from a line of humble farmers. His grandfather had been a scallion vendor and a salt peddler, leading a quiet and unremarkable life. His mother, Wang Fang, could trace her ancestry to more notable figures. Her grandfather was a skilled carpenter who, even during times when others struggled to afford white flour buns, managed to conceal meat at the bottom of his bowl. Moreover, the Wang family had produced a celebrated figure, the elderly painter from the provincial capital. Liu Dachui had once harbored aspirations for his son's success. In his youth, Haitao had retorted, "If you want me to have ideals and aspirations, isn't it simply because you want me to become an official and then engage in corruption?" He had uttered those words during his middle school years. While not a rebellious teenager, this could be considered an unconventional statement. In any case, a large man. He found himself awash in introspection as he walked through Xiaomin's campus. Upon reaching Xiaomin's dormitory area, he found the corridors eerily silent, as it was during class hours. An open window allowed a draft to meander through the hallway like a spectral presence. Haitao used his key to unlock the door, only to be startled by what he saw. Before opening the dormitory door, Haitao had made sure to knock a couple of times. There was no response. Xiaomin told him that usually no one was in the dormitory at this time. But when he opened the door, there was a fat girl inside. Haitao had seen photos of Xiaomin and her roommates and recognized the girl in the lower bunk bed as Tado. The photo was taken at the request of the school and Appo's dormitory management and posted on the dormitory wall with the words, "The Queen and Appo's palace." During the days when Xiaomin was injured, she had pulled out the photo and analyzed each queen to find out who was putting hot water bottles in the middle of the night. Seeing the girl's frightened face, Haitao felt that his intrusion had frightened her and quickly said, "I'm Xiaomin's boyfriend. Are you her roommate?" Tado asked sternly, "How can you just come in? Didn't the dormitory aunt stop you?" Before coming, Xiaomin called the dormitory aunt to explain the situation. The dormitory aunt had a deep impression of Xiaomin, because Xiaomin would politely call her aunt every time she saw her. Don and Appo's underestimate this call of aunt. Most people are too lazy to say it. The day Xiaomin was injured in the middle of the night happened to be her shift, and she helped Xiaomin a lot. Afterwards, Xiaomin gave the aunt a box of imported chocolates sent by her grandmother. The two can be regarded as having a private relationship. Therefore, after the dormitory aunt answered Xiaomin and Appo's call, she specially approved Xiaomin and Appo's boyfriend to come in. The dormitory aunt told Haitao to be as quick as possible. Haitao didn't and Appo's explained much, and said, "Xiaomin's legs are not convenient to walk. I'm here to get her things." As he spoke, Haitao went inside. The girl's face was a little unnatural. Haitao walked to the closet. Xiaomin and Appo's closet was in the bottom compartment, but the lock was broken. It looked like it had been pried open. Opening it, the things in the closet were in a mess. Xiaomin is a clean and orderly girl. Obviously someone has touched Xiaomin's things. Haitao turned around. The girl's back was to him. The cashmere coat she was wearing looked like it was tied to her body. He suddenly remembered that this was the coat Xiaomin wore when she saw him last time, a caramel-colored one. Xiaomin was thin, and the person was shaking in the clothes. Tudo was fat, and the clothes were wrapped in zongzi. Obviously, this girl opened Xiaomin's closet, wore Xiaomin's coat, and maybe took something else. Xiaomin suspected that the suspect, this Tudo, ranked first. Her growth background is complicated, her hands and feet are a little dirty, and the two had a little misunderstanding before. He felt it was time to help his girlfriend solve the problem. Haitao slammed the tin closet door shut. The sound was very loud. He stood up and saw that Tudo was still facing away from him. Tudo knew she was in the wrong. She had already thought of a countermeasure. If the situation was unfavorable to her, she would shout loudly that someone had broken into the girl's dormitory without permission and wanted to rape her. When did Xiaomin have a boyfriend, and he was good-looking, she was jealous of her again. She has everything and doesn't lack money, but she doesn't lack love. And she lacks everything. Xiaomin and Appos' existence is her imaginary enemy, and now, the imaginary enemy and Appos' handsome boyfriend is here, so it and Appos' just right to take them all in one pot. The words she wanted to shout were already in her throat. But she heard Haitao say, Miss Tudo, I know what you want to say. But it's useless for you to shout. The dormitory aunt approved me to come in, and Xiaomin has a good private relationship with her. Tudo didn't expect it at all. She had no choice but to swallow the words she wanted to shout and pretended to read a book. Haitao, the dormitory aunt told me not to waste time. So I and Appos' make a long story short. First, please take Xiaomin and Appos' coat to the laundry for dry cleaning. Tudo, actually, Xiaomin asked me to wear it. But I and Appos' am not interested. I just tried it on, it and Appos' too thin. Haitao, second, Xiaomin and Appos' closet lock is also broken. I took pictures of it. I'll go back and discuss it with Xiaomin whether to report the work to the school security. This is not only for Xiaomin, but also for the safety of the other three queens. Potato continued to feign reading, her mind a tempest of chaos, while she nonchalantly declared, I don and Appos'. Take care. It has nothing to do with me. Haitao responded, how can this be irrelevant to you? There is a photograph of your silhouette clad in my girlfriend's coat. Moreover, one of the other queens, who was unable to sleep that night, witnessed you placing the thermos in Xiaomin and Appos' designated spot. Her conscience is tormented. And she has quietly informed Xiaomin. Potato's shoulders trembled violently. In truth, no one had tipped off Xiaomin. Haitao had employed a strategy of division. Those who conspire together each have their own ulterior motives. Haitao continued, if this matter is resolved internally, it will merely be a student dispute. However, should the judicial system become involved, according to Article 234 of the Criminal Law of the People and Appos' Republic of China, willful harm to another's body can result in imprisonment for up to 3 years, detention, or supervision. Causing severe injury can lead to a sentence of 3 to 10 years. Xiaomin's foot injury has 2 medical diagnoses, thus qualifying as a severe injury. Potato's head drooped despondently onto the book, fear engulfing her. Haitao added, Xiaomin is a kind-hearted girl, but kindness does not equate to weakness or foolishness. She has learned a hard lesson and will possess the wisdom to protect herself in the future. I will stand by her side. Potato sobbed quietly, remaining silent. The dormitory supervisor's voice echoed in the hallway. The one with the book, do not waste time. Haitao had already gathered Xiaomin's books and notes, neatly organized. At that moment, he noticed Potato had removed Xiaomin and Appos' coat and was meticulously folding it. She turned her back to the world and said to Haitao, I will dry clean the coat and fix the cupboard lock. I beg you not to report this to the school. Haitao replied, this decision rests with Xiaomin. But from my understanding of her, she is inclined to show mercy. Upon returning to the small inn, Haitao reported to the enchanting Xiaomin. Xiaomin grew increasingly enamored with Haitao. Her love resembled a lush prairie, initially captivating with its verdant beauty but revealing lakes, herds of cattle and sheep, and delightful wildflowers upon closer inspection. She nestled her head in his embrace, listening to the rhythmic beating of his heart resonating through his thick sweater, a melody that inexplicably soothed her. Yet, an undercurrent of unease lingered. Indeed, whenever people sense happiness enveloping them, an inexplicable anxiety often resides within. Humans are fickle creatures, easily swayed by gain and loss. That night, within the inn, Haitao tenderly washed Xiaomin's feet and applied medicine. Youth is truly a blessing. Xiaomin and Appos' wounds healed rapidly, the medication absorbed, and scabbing had begun, allowing her to wear looser footwear, signifying newfound freedom. After tending to her wounds, Haitao meticulously trimmed her toenails. Suddenly, Xiaomin declared, I know your concerns. Haitao, I am feeling much better. You should attend to your proper duties. Haitao responded, My proper duty is you. Xiao Min, caressing his thick hair with tenderness, replied, Go enlist. It is only 2 years, just over 700 days. I will wait for you. Hai Tao felt a wave of astonishment. He had never disclosed his enlistment plans to Xiao Min, yet she seemed to peer into his very soul. In recent days, he indeed harbored worries, feeling uneasy about evading the draft, especially after receiving financial support from his mother. He often reflected on his inadequacies, questioning whether he was a mama's boy. He even felt that Xiao Min surpassed him in every regard. The answer from his inner depths was affirmative, instantly flooding him with a wave of shame. Xiao Min continued, I heard from my mother that your father and mine are colleagues, and in their spare time, they inevitably chat about family matters. So, it is not surprising that I know. I can sense that if you miss this opportunity, you will surely regret it. Go, Hai Tao. True love does not bind or cling, but rather uplifts one another. You see, you have already resolved my thermos dilemma without conflict. Xiao Min further expressed, Ancient poets said that if two hearts endure, they thrive in the dawn and dusk. Rest assured, I will blend in with my classmates, with you in my heart. I possess strength and fear nothing. Hai Tao enveloped Xiao Min in his arms, realizing that encountering her transformed his once fragile existence into a flourishing forest. That night, after their evening rituals, Xiao Min invited Hai Tao to her bed. Their days of cohabitation resembled a heartwarming romance film, where an audience would have reveled in their tender moments. Yet, Xiao Min often felt a twinge of anxiety. Thus, each night, Hai Tao gently kissed her, soothing her into slumber while his own heart raced with fervor. This time, Xiao Min seemed intent on reassuring her boyfriend. However, she said, No. It is because I love you that I have the courage to transform within this love. Hai Tao felt a rush of exhilaration, akin to the unadulterated joy of a simpleton from his childhood. Suddenly, the simpleton leaped up, exclaiming, I still have money. Let us find a better inn. I do not wish for you to stay in such a shabby place. Xiao Min gently restrained him, a hint of shyness in her voice. Oh, simpleton. It is so cold. I wish to remain here. Did I not say that being with the one I love makes me a happy little fairy? That night, the iron bed of the last century bore witness to the collision of two youthful bodies, echoing with the timeless applause of love. Liu Dabu's son, Hai Tao, met the final deadline for enlistment and, as expected, passed the examination. The son had finally taken over his father's legacy, albeit with a notable difference. While Liu Dabu had begun his journey feeding pigs in the army, Hai Tao was a university student. After arriving at the military camp, he received the good news that following basic training, the army hospital would arrange for him to undergo surgery for his vascular tumor. Liu Dabu and his wife understood that this was a favor from Chen Youfu, naturally benefiting from the influence of their connections in the provincial capital. Once at the military camp, Hai Tao and Apos' foremost concern was Xiao Min. Before leaving her city, he left her only enough money for a bus ticket, spending the remainder on gifts for the dormitory supervisor, hoping she would look after Xiao Min. The supervisor accepted the gifts with delight, saying, Even if you hadn't given me anything, I would still like that little girl Xiao Min. Seeing her so burned, my heart aches for her. Rest assured, with me around, no one dares to bully Xiao Min. Hai Tao mingled with the student council at his mediocre university, embodying the spirit of a social youth. This act of gifting the dormitory supervisor was done in secrecy from Xiao Min. However, Xiao Min was no fragile flower swaying in the wind, following the scalding incident. She seemed to have matured overnight. Moreover, with love in her heart, she wielded a gentle yet potent weapon. Her phone held photographs taken by Hai Tao and a brief audio recording from Potato. Yet, she truly believed in the power of forgiveness. Although Potato did not admit her wrongdoing, she had since become considerably more docile. Thus, as the semester drew to a close, everything appeared tranquil. The son was relatively obedient, and his wife managed their household with simplicity and frugality. Despite the winter winds howling, Liu Dabu felt the gentle breeze of spring within his life. The head of Liu Dabu's unit was supposed to retire soon, yet rumors circulated that he had been specially retained for 3 additional years, ensuring the leadership remained unchanged, thus solidifying Liu Dabu's stable position as the logistics director. As the year drew to a close, the welfare benefits of the state-owned enterprise kept Liu Dabu preoccupied, naturally allowing for some personal gain. Around this time, Liu Dabu's sister's workplace distributed bonuses, and having invested more of his own money, his share of the profits was substantial. Song Meili and her mother also saw tangible returns on their investments. Regardless of who it was, the sight of money invariably brightened one and Apos' eyes and lifted spirits. Elated, Song Meili decided to undergo double eyelid surgery, donning oversized sunglasses to work each day. Liu Dachui jested, "Xiao Song, you could star as a heroine in a movie." Song Meili beamed with joy, eagerly awaiting her transformation. At home, however, Song Meili did not wear sunglasses, as half of her face was swollen from the procedure, her wide double eyelids appearing quite alarming. Shueku, upon seeing her face daily, felt an overwhelming urge to gouge out his own eyes. After 40 years of being an ugly duckling, the thought of transforming into a swan had suddenly taken root. Keyong held him in disdain. Yet, since she had never truly entered his heart, he allowed her to act as she pleased. He himself was still mired in the disappointments of life. The morning after Liu Zhili's second wedding banquet, Keyong, awakening from a drunken stupor, suddenly recalled that he had signed for a meal expense, causing his heart to race with trepidation. Clutching his head, he revisited the details of that night and confirmed that he had fallen into Liu Dachui's trap. Liu Dachui had used him as a pawn. With a belly full of pent-up frustration and nowhere to vent it, he found that, indeed, at the year's end, when the restaurant sought to collect debts from the unit, the finance personnel pulled out the hefty meal charge signed by Keyong and presented it to the higher-ups. Upon seeing the substantial figure, nearly 2,000 yuan, the leader refused to reimburse it under the pretext of auditing the petty cash. Consequently, Keyong had no choice but to pay out of his own pocket, feeling utterly humiliated. Liu Dachui would revel in his temporary triumph, but Keyong vowed to settle the score when the opportunity arose. If Liu Zhili failed to present him with gifts during the new year, he would harbor a resentment so profound he would wish to cast him into the sea to feed the fish. The sole silver lining was that after connecting with Liu, during their conversations, Keyong inadvertently revealed to Liu a matter he had heard from a contractor back in his hometown. Liu, being astute, provided the police with a lead. Like unraveling the threads of an old sweater, the investigation into Liu's father's case traced back to its origins, revealing a connection to the contractor. The case was resolved, and the spirit of the late village head could find solace. Yet, for Liu's family, nothing had changed, lives lost and money unaccounted for. The late village head was far from an honest official. Over the years, as the village developed tourism and sold land, even a modicum of fairness could yield a bounty of profits. But where was the money concealed? The police were unconcerned with such matters. This meant that Liu's family continued to struggle. Keyong chose to stand steadfastly with his young lover, akin to the oak tree depicted in Xu Ting's poetry. An unexpected surge of heroism welled within him, compelling him to protect this girl, just as he would have for Xiao Min. Yet, each time he faced the collapse of his relationship, he realized he was merely idling. Had it not been for that video, he could have been a figure of authority. Rather than squandering energy on the complexities of women, a sense of discontent brewed within him. Nevertheless, he concealed his predicament from Liu. Unlike the simple views on love she once held, the code incident had educated her, or perhaps the death of the village head had hastened her maturity. She often playfully referred to him as Papa and requested candies. Upon hearing Papa, he was reminded of the grotesque descriptions of the village head's corpse by Tai Go, as though his own frail body had been dredged from the lake, swollen with mud, resembling a butchered pig. The onlookers felt no sorrow, only curiosity. A chill coursed through him. Thus, he resolved to conserve both his resources and energy. Feigning a busy schedule, Keyong arranged to meet Liu once a month. He jestingly remarked that he too was experiencing his time of the month. While many believed the matchmaker and Appo's son would falter by the year and Appo's end, news emerged that a wedding was indeed in the works. Although the matchmaker, while on night duty, informed Wang Fang of this good fortune, a few days later, he presented her with a bright red invitation, emphasizing the importance of etiquette. During her convalescence at the matchmaker's home, the Vietnamese girl had developed fondness for the family. Not only were the matchmaker and his wife kind to her, but their simple-minded son had also embraced her as one of their own. Should the Vietnamese girl leave, it was likely he would be left half-heartedly behind. Not only was the family kind, but their circumstances were also favorable. For the girl, the life in the city was akin to heaven compared to the impoverished rural existence. Once she recovered, the matchmaker intended to send her back the way she came. The reason was simple. The girl had a peculiar habit of not flushing the toilet after use, waiting for the next visit to do so. It took several gestures from the matchmaker's wife for her to understand that the girl was well aware of the high cost of water in the city. To save on water bills, she would use the same water for 2 flushes. This explanation softened the matchmaker's heart. After recovering, The girl likely had no desire to return to a life of poverty in Vietnam or to marry into a vast rural expanse, making every effort to impress the family. Winning the affection of the matchmaker and Apos' wife. The matchmaker and Apos' wife, who was typically unconcerned, relied heavily on her husband. This had led to the emergence of gray hair on his head in his 50s. He enlisted Wang Fang and Apos' help in preparing for his son and Apos' wedding. As previously mentioned, Wang Fang was warm-hearted. Whenever someone held a wedding, a childbirth celebration, or a full-month feast, she would readily lend her assistance. She and the matchmaker had developed a rapport during their night shifts, even sharing a sense of mutual understanding. Thus, she wholeheartedly agreed to contribute to the matchmaker's joyous occasion. In a city, it was customary to provide the newlyweds with several sets of new cotton bedding. However, the matchmaker's wife was not adept at sewing. She often misplaced buttons on clothing. Therefore, Wang Fang's first task in assisting with the wedding was to sew 6 sets of bedding. The choice of seamstress was significant. In the past, it was customary to select someone with a large family. In the current era of one-child policies, women with sons were favored. Wang Fang, being both skilled and enthusiastic, had previously crafted bedding for several couples. To fulfill this task, she returned to the small town, where cotton was cultivated in nearby villages. During her time there, she had formed connections with various tradespeople, including cotton sellers and cotton fluffers, and was well acquainted with the quality of cotton from different families. Liu Dachui remarked that her dedication reminded him of Hai Tao's upcoming wedding. However, even if Hai Tao were to achieve success in the military, the wedding would not be extravagant. Our party's glorious tradition is one of frugality. Hai Tao's wedding would adhere to the matchmaker's standards, 6 sets of bedding. Wang Fang replied, "I fear your future daughter-in-law's family may not agree." Liu Dachui retorted, "This is our standard. They can take it or leave it. If they refuse, our son is well off enough to seek out suitable matches." At that moment, both spouses thought of Shui Keyong and Apos' daughter. Although they understood that modern youth would not be easily led from romance to matrimony, they could only think of Xiaomin. After Liu Dachui casually mentioned it, he had a good idea of where Hai Tao had gone before the military inspection. Through connections with Hai Tao and Xiaomin's old classmates, he managed to obtain Xiaomin's phone number and called her. During the call, he firmly supported the freedom of young love while earnestly expounding on the importance of a career for men. Xiaomin and Apos' encouragement played a pivotal role in Hai Tao's decision to enlist. This was the very nudge Liu Dachui had anticipated. Once Hai Tao joined the military, a significant weight lifted from Liu Dachui's shoulders. Observing his wife assist in the matchmaker and Apos' wedding preparations, he had never encountered the rumored old man before. In the realm of masculinity, each was acutely aware of the other's instincts, leading to a pervasive sense of caution. Liu Dachui advised his wife to remain vigilant and not be taken advantage of. He added, "Even if you are sold, it won and Apos' fetch much. But a devoted wife is a treasure. I cherish you." Sewing 6 sets of bedding was not an overwhelming task. After finishing her night shift, Wang Fang would rest at home before heading over to the matchmaker and Apos' house to work on the bedding. The matchmaker and Apos' home was spacious, comprising 3 rooms and a living room. According to the matchmaker, he had dabbled in stock trading, capitalizing on the soaring Chinese stock market and profiting modestly by selling at the peak, allowing him to purchase a new house. Wang Fang recalled a neighbor from her time in the small town who had sold his home to invest in the stock market during its boom. Waking each morning to proclaim, "I am the best. I am the best. I yearn to reside in a grand villa." As Wang Fang passed by the neighbor's home, she mistakenly heard, "I am the fattest." After years of stock trading, the former male neighbor never managed to settle in a villa, constantly moving and almost ending up in a large mansion. In contrast, Master Lai is undoubtedly a man of intellect. Upon Wang Fang's arrival at Lai's residence, she encountered a Vietnamese girl. Though they had not seen each other for some time, the Vietnamese girl had flourished in the soil of Lai's household, exuding the youthful radiance and vitality of a young woman. Soon to be the daughter-in-law of the Lai family, the Vietnamese girl had also adopted a Chinese name, Xiao Fang, sharing a character with Wang Fang's name. Upon seeing Wang Fang, Xiao Fang instantly recognized her benefactor. Despite her limited proficiency in Chinese, she felt a sense of warmth towards Wang Fang. At that moment, Master Lai was preparing to take his simple-minded son and Xiao Fang to the mall to purchase wedding attire. After exchanging a few pleasantries, they departed. The quilt making took place in the living room. After moving the coffee table to create space, Wang Fang's elderly wife initially came to assist, but ended up complicating matters, prompting Wang Fang to request her to refrain from helping and instead engage in conversation. Much of the discussion revolved around Xiao Fang. The elderly wife was troubled by a question posed by a middle-aged woman during a matchmaking event. Although the Lai household possessed 3 rooms, one small room served as a study, a territory claimed by the elderly husband. Upon the girl's arrival, she had been sleeping on the sofa in the living room. Later, when the family decided to marry the girl, Xiao Fang moved into the room of the simple-minded son. The elderly wife was generally carefree, yet she worried about one thing, and thus listened intently at night, only to hear the thunderous snoring of her son with no other noises to indicate any activity. During the day, she discreetly gestured to inquire about this matter, and Xiao Fang, clearly understanding, blushed and shook her head. As the wedding date approached, the elderly wife grew increasingly anxious, fretting over her son's lack of understanding regarding procreation. Wang Fang, while sewing the quilt, found amusement in the situation and reassured, "Do not worry, this matter will resolve itself." Encouraged Xiao Fang to take the initiative. The elderly wife remarked that the child appeared inexperienced, questioning how they might proceed on their first encounter. Wang Fang suggested, "Why not let them watch a romantic movie? After viewing it, they will naturally understand what to do." The elderly wife inquired, "What movie?" Wang Fang replied, "I cannot recall. Ask Master Lai." The following day, Wang Fang returned to work on the wedding quilt. Coincidentally, the furniture store delivered the newly ordered double bed and wardrobe, and the renovation workers were busy installing them in the simple-minded son's bedroom, while the living room was cluttered with pieces of furniture. The elderly wife proposed relocating their quilt-making efforts to their bedroom. This time, she was too occupied to chat with Wang Fang, leaving her to sew in the couple's domain, which felt somewhat awkward. However, like a writer immersed in creation or an artist lost in their art, Wang Fang soon became engrossed in her sewing, even humming a little tune as her needle flew. Master Lai entered to retrieve something, pushing the door gently, so Wang Fang was unaware of his presence. Upon seeing her sewing on the edge of the bed, her body leaning slightly, he momentarily felt a pang of longing, imagining how delightful it would be to have such a woman as the mistress of his home. Soon after, Wang Fang ceased her humming, and Master Lai, in a light-hearted manner, expressed gratitude for her assistance over the past few days. Wang Fang reciprocated with a few polite words. Master Lai opened a drawer, took what he needed, and left. Shortly after he departed, Xiao Fang entered the bedroom like a curious little mouse, exploring her wedding quilt. The vibrant red satin quilt featuring mandarin ducks was a sight she had never seen before, and she adored it. The elderly husband, not dismissing the daughter-in-law due to her family's modest status, still ensured that the son had an ample quilt, reflecting his concern for his son's well-being. Wang Fang advised Xiao Fang on the quilt-making process, emphasizing the importance of using a single thread without interruption, with each corner to be shaped at an angle and 2 coins placed at each corner, totaling 8 coins for a wedding quilt. "Xiao Fang, do you like this quilt?" Wang Fang asked. Xiao Fang nodded. "Do you also like Master Lai's family?" Wang Fang inquired. Xiao Fang nodded again. "What about your boyfriend?" After a moment of contemplation, Xiao Fang eventually nodded. "Will your family come to the wedding?" Xiao Fang shook her head. "Has your mother-in-law taken you to see a movie?" Xiao Fang shook her head and then nodded, perhaps wanting to clarify her ambiguous response. At that moment, the door swung open, and the simple-minded son bounded into the room like a large kangaroo. His presence disrupted the tranquil atmosphere as he playfully hid behind the floor-to-ceiling curtains, calling out, "Fang Fang. Guess where I am?" Liu Dachui also affectionately referred to Wang Fang as Fang Fang. Wang Fang mused that the simple-minded boy's world was indeed free of worries. Xiao Fang lazily rose, approached the curtains, and instead of immediately capturing the kangaroo, she playfully scratched his back, causing him to erupt in laughter. The room was filled with joyous commotion, but soon the elderly wife entered again, her face illuminated with delight. Upon noticing her, Xiao Fang quickly ceased her playful antics, while the simple-minded son persisted, urging, "Fang Fang, come and catch me." The elderly wife scolded, "Xiao Fang, have you been playing with him? Can't you see your aunt is working?" Consequently, Xiao Fang led the kangaroo out of the room. The elderly wife remarked, "My son is quite smitten with Xiao Fang. He cannot bear to be apart from her for even a moment." However, she did not wish to dwell on this topic. Changing the subject, she recounted how a renovation worker had been injured while installing the wardrobe, with blood gushing from his face. Master Lai had already taken the injured worker to the hospital. In the sight of blood, Master Lai's wife was quite anxious, fearing it would bring misfortune. Wang Fang reassured her, Accidents happen on the job. I have pricked my fingers countless times while sewing this quilt. Do not take it to heart. The elderly wife then scrutinized Wang Fang's hands, which had been so skillfully weaving the thread. Under her gaze, Wang Fang appeared unscathed by any needle pricks. Suddenly, the thread Wang Fang was using to sew the wedding quilt snapped. The preparations for the wedding had hit a snag. The elderly wife had miscommunicated the situation. The renovation worker had not merely sustained a facial injury. The sharp edge of a wood plank had punctured his eye, injuring his eyeball. The one who had handed him the plank was none other than Master Lai. A momentary lapse in coordination between them. The renovation worker, a young man on the brink of his own marriage, now bore a scar on his face and faced a serious eye injury that required transfer to a provincial hospital for treatment. The cost of treatment loomed like an abyss, and the worker's family was relentless in seeking compensation. The Lai family faced a significant loss this time. Master Lai confided in Wang Fang, expressing his exhaustion from juggling work while also managing the wedding preparations for his son. He noted that he had been feeling somewhat dazed that day. Wang Fang felt a profound sympathy for him, having witnessed how he took on every responsibility while his wife remained indifferent to the myriad details of the wedding. The day Wang Fang's thread snapped was a first in her history, and in the presence of the elderly wife, it had struck a blow to her already fragile heart. Wang Fang quickly tried to alleviate the tension, saying, "Isn't your family surname Lai? This signifies a dual arrival of fortune and joy." Only then did the elderly wife and Appo's expression soften. Yet her worries lingered, like a buoyant object that, once pressed down, inevitably resurfaces. On this day of rest, the final wedding quilt awaited completion. Wang Fang personally purchased a new spool of red thread, fearing that her experienced hands might falter again. Having exhausted her supply of good fortune with the previous mishap, she could not afford another failure. Otherwise, misfortune would come knocking at their door. Master Lai and his wife planned to visit the provincial hospital to check on the injured young man and discuss compensation for the incident. With the wedding date drawing near, they could not afford to let this matter consume too much energy. Before departing, Master Lai instructed Wang Fang to keep an eye on his simple-minded son and Xiao Fang. Although the Vietnamese girl had already learned to prepare simple Chinese dishes, the daughter-in-law had not yet officially married, leaving a lingering sense of uncertainty. Wang Fang assured Master Lai and his wife that she would prepare lunch at their home, joining the children for a meal together. The quilt was still being made in the living room. Wang Fang heard Xiao Fang get up and go to the restroom. After a moment, Xiao Fang returned to the bedroom, dragging her simple-minded son by the ear from the bedroom to the restroom. Xiao Fang had broken her bad habit of not flushing the toilet after urinating in front of her in-laws, but in front of her fiancé, she still flushed after 2 urinations. Wang Fang turned her head and saw Xiao Fang grabbing her son's ear, reminiscent of scenes from her childhood during denunciation rallies. She thought Xiao Fang seemed docile in front of the old couple, but revealed a wildness akin to their matchmaking day. She secretly mused that if this daughter-in-law stayed long enough, she would become a formidable character. The quilt was sewn smoothly, and the red thread did not break again. Near noon, Lao Lai called to inquire about the situation at home. Wang Fang reported that the quilt was finished. She was about to start cooking, and the children were quietly staying in their rooms. Lao Lai mentioned that things were not going smoothly in the provincial capital and that he preferred to settle out of court rather than hire a lawyer and engage in a costly lawsuit. Wang Fang offered a few words of comfort, and they ended the call. Wang Fang prepared 4 dishes in the Lai family's kitchen, utilizing the existing resources in the refrigerator. The meat in the pot bubbled merrily, its aroma escaping the hood fan's roar and drifting outside, like a clandestine affair. Just then, the kitchen door suddenly opened, and Xiao Fang, her face flushed, urgently called out Auntie, her most accurate Chinese pronunciation, likely practiced from calling Lao Lai's wife Auntie. In her haste, she mixed Chinese with Vietnamese, seemingly talking about her simple-minded son, which Wang Fang couldn't understand. Xiao Fang grabbed Wang Fang's hand, gesturing for her to come and see. Wang Fang turned off the stove and followed Xiao Fang out of the kitchen. Xiao Fang led Wang Fang to Lao Lai's study. The room was small and simply furnished, with a bookshelf and computer desk against the wall, and a calligraphy piece hanging on the wall. An old steed in the stable still aspires to travel 1,000 miles. Wang Fang thought the calligraphy was far inferior to her grandfather's. The simple-minded son was watching the computer, giggling foolishly. Xiao Fang pointed at the computer screen, signaling Wang Fang to look. Wang Fang glanced and was immediately mortified. The simple-minded son was watching pornography, not foreign or Japanese, but a Chinese adult film. Xiao Fang gesticulated, saying something. The simple-minded son turned around, his small eyes gleaming, and tried to pull Xiao Fang to watch with him. Xiao Fang widened her eyes, raised her palm, and made a mock hit. Her simple-minded fiancé shrank back and returned to the computer screen. It and amp, oppos, it's normal for young people to watch such things. Even some elderly men reportedly watch little girls. Everyone has voyeuristic desires, and Wang Fang couldn't help but take another look, startled. On the screen, the woman's face was blurry, but there were several close-ups of the man, who looked very much like Keyong. Moreover, the room's bed and the painting above the headboard clearly resembled a room at the New Century Hotel. The woman was none other than Liu. Were Keyong and Liu making adult films for simpletons to watch? Wang Fang took Xiao Fang outside to inquire in detail. According to Xiao Fang, her simple-minded fiancé had recently been getting handsy with her in bed, touching her breasts and attempting to ride her, but without success. His body was too heavy, like an elephant crushing a rabbit, almost flattening her. The rabbit would pinch the elephant until it hurt, only then managing to escape. Once, she went to the restroom and nearly embraced her future mother-in-law in the dark, as Lao Lai's wife mysteriously appeared at their door, seemingly eavesdropping. Xiao Fang, displeased, asked her fiancé who had taught him these things and how he had suddenly become enlightened. The simple-minded son replied that he had watched small movies on his father and Appo's computer. Today, with the old couple away, the simple-minded son had led Xiao Fang to the study, expertly turned on the computer, and invited her to watch the movies with him. Wang Fang was stunned. During lunch, the simple-minded son kept giggling foolishly. Wang Fang probed him and learned that Lao Lai had taught his son to watch these adult films. The simple-minded son used to play simple computer games and had learned to play his favorite adult films on his own. For a long time, Lao Lai had been a paragon of middle-aged men in Wang Fang's eyes. Now, this paragon was flowing into a murky river. Life was a series of disillusionments. Adults Warren and Oppos, T overly sad, just a little lonely. With the quilt finished, she didn't and Oppos, T returned to the Lai family and Oppos' house. When Lao Lai worked at the New Century, they occasionally exchanged a few words. She learned that the injured worker had settled with the Lai family. Lao Lai didn't and amp, Oppos, T disclosed the exact amount of compensation. And she didn't ask. Wang Fang now carried a heavy secret in her heart. She wondered if Lao Lai had secretly filmed the video in room 1307, or if someone else had filmed it and given it to Lao Lai. Lao Lai had the appearance of a gentleman. She couldn't connect him with being a voyeur. Men, no matter how respectable, often had peculiar proclivities. The earnest Keyong had acted in an adult film, like a monkey. Liu Dachui had once suggested anal sex during their lovemaking, but Wang Fang had firmly refused. Liu Dachui had only mentioned it and didn't force the issue. These were unspeakable marital secrets. So, humans weren't as noble as they seemed. Liu Dachui was right to advise her to be cautious. She indeed became more cautious. She remembered discovering that the peephole in room 1307 was installed backward when she first started working there, which now seemed significant. She secretly inspected every room on the 13th floor, searching for hidden cameras, but found none. Even if there were any, they might be hidden where she couldn't see. One day, Lao Lai came to work and brought wedding candies for the front desk and several colleagues he was close to, including Wang Fang. His son and Oppos' wedding was imminent, and Lao Lai would be temporarily off work starting tomorrow. As a key technical employee, the hotel management feared issues might arise at the end of the year. So they asked Lao Lai to inspect the wiring before his leave. The floor staff reported problematic rooms to Lao Lai, who then inspected them. Wang Fang reported room 1307. Coincidentally, the love-themed room was unoccupied that day. As Lao Lai finished his work, Wang Fang was about to leave. Lao Lai offered to drive Wang Fang home, but she declined, saying she needed to buy something at a shopping mall near the hotel and would have Liu Dachui pick her up. Lao Lai told Wang Fang and her husband not to forget to attend the wedding in a few days, as he wanted to meet Wang Fang's husband, Director Liu, and perhaps have a drink together. Wang Fang readily agreed. Lao Lai left. In reality, the colleague taking over her shift had an engagement and would be an hour late. Wang Fang used this time to enter the vacant room 1307 and meticulously search like a hunting dog. Each room on the 13th floor had a pot of pothos. During Wang Fang's absence from the hotel, there had been a high turnover of staff, and even the resilient pothos plants were drooping. After Wang Fang returned to work, she took special care of the hotel and Oppos' plants, as she enjoyed growing them at home, and the pothos plants regained their vitality. That day, near the end of her shift, Wang Fang, as a hunting dog, discovered something suspicious in the soil of the pothose plant in room 1307, a tiny pinhole camera. Following Song Meili's example, she flushed the small device down the toilet. If Shue's mother's dentures could clog the drain, this certainly wouldn't. Then, feeling as if the entire pot was a landmine, she took the pothose plant from room 1307. Adults' hearts were calloused. Wang Fang had appreciated Lao Lai's upright and honest demeanor. Now Lao Lai was also engaging in sordid activities. No different from the surrounding scoundrels. He was an old scoundrel. People of any age could stray in marriage. She seemed to have a secret, budding affection that suddenly withered before it could bloom. Her relationship with Lao Lai would likely end here. She had covertly defused the situation but didn't, and Oppos T planned to report him, considering it a way to spare him. On that foggy night, Liu Dachui did not return to City A, but remained in his home in the small town. Wang Fang and Oppos' heart sank under the weight of a secret, and she felt compelled to share it with Liu Dachui. After a long wait, she managed to connect a video call. Liu Dachui and Oppos' large face appeared on the screen, resembling dough rising in a pot. He mentioned he had just visited the outhouse. Having transitioned from the countryside to the city years ago, he was not accustomed to referring to the restroom as anything other than a toilet or an outhouse in front of family. Of course, in front of outsiders. The toilet was referred to as a restroom, never an outhouse. Wang Fang inquired about the reason for his late-night attire. Liu Dachui replied he was taking out the trash, having forgotten to do so in the past few days, resulting in unpleasant odors in the kitchen. Delaying further would invite maggots. Wang Fang said she wanted to discuss something after he finished. Liu Dachui asked her to go ahead, mentioning that after disposing of the trash, he planned to smoke a cigarette, as Liu Julia had invited him for a barbecue upon his return from the sea that night. The matter regarding the hotel was supposed to be explained in detail, but Liu Dachui, with garbage in hand, hurried outside. Wang Fang then indicated that it was nothing significant. Just a reminder not to forget to return for the banquet at Lao Lai and Oppos' on Saturday. Liu Dachui agreed. The following morning, Lao Lai called her, expressing concern that Xiao Fang was missing. His foolish son had been throwing a tantrum, crying throughout the night. Wang Fang suggested Lao Lai inquire with the couple who had made the introduction. However, the introducer claimed to have no knowledge of Xiao Fang and Oppos' whereabouts. Wang Fang bluntly raised the possibility that Xiao Fang might be a fraud, as there were many such reports online. The introducer assured them that they were fellow townsfolk and would not deceive them. Having received a sum of money and a contract in hand, Wang Fang surmised that Lao Lai was not foolish. He must have considered the risks of such a marriage, and the contract was likely a safeguard against loss. She comforted him, suggesting that perhaps Xiao Fang had merely gotten lost in an unfamiliar place with a language barrier, recommending that Lao Lai file a report. Lao Lai preferred to search a bit longer before resorting to that. He lamented that whether the marriage would occur was secondary. He was primarily worried about the girl, as Xiao Fang had become as dear to him as his own daughter during her time in their home. He hoped she had not encountered any ill-intentioned individuals, especially with the cold weather, and wished for her to find warmth and nourishment. Wang Fang felt a twinge of emotion. Lao Lai and Oppos' heart was as pure as that of a monk, unlikely to engage in such sordid acts. Besides, having personal recordings in their home would not implicate him as the perpetrator. If Liu Dachui watched adult films, could he also be considered a director of such content? One day, Wang Fang arrived at the hotel for work. As she entered the lobby, a security guard stopped her, requesting her presence at the security office. Upon arrival, she found 2 police officers present. The officers invited her to sit on a chair facing them. Wang Fang sat down, jokingly commenting that she felt uneasy sitting there despite having no issues. The officers, with stern expressions, revealed that earlier that morning, a couple had checked into room 1307. And shortly thereafter, the hotel received a complaint from them regarding a hidden camera discovered in a pot of pothos. The commotion in the hallway had alerted other guests, leading them to inspect their own rooms, where another room's clothes rack revealed suspicious items. The police had already questioned the staff on duty, who reported that after the shift change, they found a pot of pothos in the storage room, which was the very one missing from room 1307, and thus returned it to its original place. Wang Fang was shocked, recalling that she had disposed of the camera hidden in the pothose by flushing it down the toilet. How could it have resurfaced? The hallway surveillance showed Wang Fang had indeed handled that pot of pothose. She explained that she had moved it to the storage room to prune its yellow leaves and to water it. When her colleague arrived for the shift change, she had forgotten to return it. She refrained from mentioning the stressed Lao Lai. After gathering evidence, The police had no further inquiries. The hotel maintained they had no knowledge of who had placed the camera. With a constant influx of guests, perverts, clients, sex workers, innocent girls, and the likes, one could not ascertain who might have committed such an act, and it was surely not the doing of any ex-partner. Thus, the matter faded into obscurity. With Xiaofang's disappearance, Wang Fang occasionally checked in with the introducer regarding the Vietnamese girl. There was no news of Xiaofang. Lao Lai informed her that his foolish son had stopped eating and drinking, lying in bed like a deflated loaf of bread. The boy's feelings were genuine. The day before the wedding, unexpectedly, Xiaofang returned. Lao Lai excitedly called Wang Fang, his joy practically spilling over the phone line. He still regarded Wang Fang as someone with whom he could share his innermost thoughts. The Vietnamese girl returned, her lips sealed, revealing nothing, her spirit somewhat diminished. The next day was the wedding banquet, and the bride and groom needed to make an appearance. The foolish son had begun to eat again, his spirit reviving. Yet, Xiaofang remained listless. Lao Lai invited Wang Fang to his home to speak with Xiaofang and discuss details for the banquet. Given Wang Fang and Appo's earlier intervention during the matchmaking, Lao Lai could see that Xiaofang felt a natural closeness to Wang Fang. In contrast, she and Lao Lai maintained a respectful distance, leaving one to wonder what secrets lay hidden beneath the surface. As the year drew to a close, Liu Dachui was exceedingly busy and preferred not to traverse between the two cities, opting to remain in the small town most of the time. Wang Fang and Liu Dachui began living as a weekend couple. In his absence, Wang Fang could distinctly hear the ticking of the wall clock. Unburdened by obligations, one evening she decided to visit Lao Lai's home to check on the regained Vietnamese girl. Since Xiaofang's return, she had indeed, as Lao Lai described, become taciturn. Previously eager to impress Lao Lai's wife, now appearing indifferent and withdrawn. Lao Lai's wife grew increasingly frustrated, confiding to Lao Lai that the girl had become too accustomed to her new status, no longer caring for her authority. Lao Lai's wife was fond of historical dramas, and Xiaofang had become similarly enamored, resembling a quiet cat curled up beside the queen, crying when the queen wept and laughing when she did. It was as if she understood the emotions depicted. Lao Lai urged his wife, saying that even a consort did not wield greater power than the queen. They had to focus on comforting the two children and ensuring the wedding proceeded smoothly. Following Xiaofang and Appo's return, the foolish son had resumed eating and regained his vitality. Perhaps Xiaofang's sudden disappearance had left a scar on his heart, instilling a fear of her vanishing again. Thus he had become her shadow, following her wherever she went. Xiaofang, feeling somewhat troubled, found herself making frequent trips to the restroom, clearly avoiding the foolish son. He waited by the restroom door like a pitiful puppy. When Wang Fang arrived, Xiaofang had just finished bathing and shut herself in the bedroom. The foolish son, denied entry, leaned against the door, calling out, "Fang Fang, Fang Fang." Xiaofang remained silent, refusing to open the door. Lao Lai and his wife were at their wit and Appo's end over their son's antics. Wang Fang knocked on the bedroom door, announcing herself and offering a gift for Xiaofang, inquiring if she could come in. A voice from inside responded affirmatively, but clarified that others were not welcome, meaning the foolish son could not enter. Lao Lai and Appo's wife coaxed their son to eat. Ultimately, food triumphed over the allure of women. Lao Lai encouraged his son to play video games. Suddenly, the foolish son brightened up, insisting, "Let's watch a movie, a romantic movie." A fleeting, indescribable expression crossed Lao Lai's face. Wang Fang recognized the nature of that little movie, a video featuring Keyong and Liu, which had become the foolish son's favorite. Unbeknownst to them, they had inadvertently become unwitting educators in matters of anatomy and hygiene. In her later years, Lao Lai acquiesced to the requests of her simple-minded son. Consequently, he joyfully vacated his post as the guardian of the door and rushed towards the study. The two Fang sisters met. Perhaps it was due to having just bathed, but Xiao Fang did not appear as listless as Lao Lai had described. Youth possesses its own vitality. A mere sprinkle of water can rejuvenate one instantly. In contrast, the produce of middle age, regardless of how much water is poured upon it, only succumbs further to decay. Wang Fang presented Xiao Fang with a set of exquisite red lingerie. Lao Lai's wife had long ago purchased a set of vibrant red undergarments for Xiao Fang's wedding, with panties that could be pulled up to the waist and a bra resembling a fabric sack, encasing Xiao Fang and Appo's form like an impenetrable fortress. Only her simple-minded son would be privy to this sight. The sizes, however, were utterly mismatched. When Wang Fang had come to make the bedding, Xiao Fang had donned that set of lingerie for her, and it was undeniably unattractive. In contrast, the new lingerie radiated the allure of spring, causing Xiao Fang's cheeks to flush. She fumbled with the new garments, stating that she did not intend to wear Wang Fang's gift for the wedding tomorrow, as her simple-minded son would not comprehend it. Xiao Fang and Appo's sudden eloquence astonished Wang Fang. Her Chinese had become remarkably fluent in just a few days. As if bestowed by divine intervention, Xiao Fang then inquired, "Annie, do you know Chen Xiaochun?" Wang Fang pondered and confirmed her acquaintance with Chen Xiaochun. Upon hearing this, Xiao Fang eagerly asked where he was. Wang Fang promptly searched for a photograph of Chen Xiaochun on her phone and displayed it, describing him as a Hong Kong actor with squinty eyes, a source of embarrassment for the Chinese people. Xiao Fang gazed at the image with disappointment. The man lacked charm. Yet, she had a man named Chen Xiaochun who was quite handsome. 3 years prior, a cargo ship had docked at a port in northern Vietnam. Seizing the opportunity while the vessel was unloading and loading cargo, 3 men disembarked to reconnect with the land. Having spent most of their time aboard the ship, they walked somewhat unsteadily, akin to intoxicated individuals. All 3 were famished. Local motorcycle drivers spoke fluent Chinese and transported them to a village where an outdoor eatery awaited. The establishment appeared to be struggling, with no patrons in sight, even at noon. Suddenly, the arrival of 3 Chinese men seemed to herald prosperity. A young couple warmly welcomed the newcomers. The men settled into plastic chairs beneath a tattered sunshade, their table equally worn and filthy. Shortly after they sat down, dark clouds gathered, winds howled, and raindrops began to fall, swiftly escalating into a downpour. The 3 men and their motorcycle driver were ushered inside to a table, awaiting their meal. Outside, the rickety sunshade swayed precariously, and the plastic table and chairs were on the brink of being swept away by the wind. The family inside appeared unperturbed, indifferent to the fleeing sunshade and furniture. Suddenly, a young woman dashed out, clad in vibrant attire, moving with the agility of a leopard. She swiftly gathered the sunshade and chairs, bringing them inside, her clothing soaked through. She was petite yet curvaceous. The motorcycle driver introduced her as the man and amp, Appo's sister, the unmarried daughter of the family, approximately 20 years of age. In the tropics, girls mature early. A 20-year-old in Vietnam often appears quite grown up. After a prolonged time at sea, surrounded by hardened bachelors, the sight of a woman sparked excitement in the men's eyes. With their feet finally on solid ground, they longed to engage in conversation with the young woman to alleviate their boredom. They expressed this desire to the motorcycle driver, who called the girl over to join them, facilitating their conversation through translation. Among the trio, the tallest and handsomest man, a natural jokester, spoke the most. Through the translator, he declared himself the chief engineer aboard the ship. The chief engineer asked the young woman how old she thought he was. The Vietnamese girl replied that he appeared to be around 26 or 27. The other 2 men chuckled, aware of the chief engineer's true age. In the eyes of the Vietnamese girl, the handsome Chinese man seemed to be in the prime of his life. The chief engineer, in a serious tone, proposed marrying the industrious Vietnamese girl. Everyone understood he was joking, as he continued to jest about dating Nicole Kidman in Hollywood when the ship reached the west coast of the United States and dancing with the brightest black pearl in Benin, West Africa. His boasting knew no bounds, yet the Vietnamese girl listened intently, earnestly responding to their banter. She stated that her family required 5,000 for her hand in marriage, an amount equivalent to nearly a month's salary for the chief engineer, totaling around 30 to 40,000 yuan. He remarked that 5,000 was far more economical than marrying a Chinese girl, thus sealing the deal in jest. The Vietnamese girl's eyes sparkled with hope. In a society where women outnumber men and their status is lowly, marriage is often seen as a pivotal opportunity. The handsome Chinese suitor, coupled with financial stability, presented an unexpected stroke of fortune. Elated, the girl was eager to summon her parents to announce the news. However, the chief engineer felt he had taken the joke too far and called the girl back, explaining that the ship would still be sailing for another year. Upon his return, he would tidy up his home and then come to marry her. He continued to jest, assuring her that a year would pass swiftly, and at just 21, she should take the time to learn Chinese, so that when they met, they would not require the motorcycle driver as a translator. The girl nodded earnestly, then requested paper and a pen to note down his address and phone number. The chief engineer wrote down his contact details with flair, carefully instructing her on the pronunciation of his name, Chen Xiaochun. He then pulled out his phone's map, tracing a route from her village in Vietnam straight to his home in a northern city. Thus, a dream was sown in the heart of the 20-year-old Vietnamese girl, who is now Xiao Fang. She waited a year, but Chen Xiaochun did not come. Another year passed, and still, he did not arrive. Attempts to reach him by phone proved futile. During this time, she had learned to speak Chinese. The name Chen Xiaochun nestled close to her heart, the rhythmic thumping echoing within her as she pressed her hand to her chest at night. Yet, her beloved had yet to come to claim her. 3 years later, she had the opportunity to travel to China with an introducer, fortuitously arriving in a city adjacent to the one where the chief engineer had left his address. She resolved to marry the simple-minded son, yet the thought of spending her life with him filled her with reluctance. For the simplicity of his mind rendered him incapable of navigating the complexities of a woman's heart. Her path was already occupied. A flickering star still shone within her. A romantic dream, yet to awaken. During her time in hiding before the wedding, she gained clarity on many matters. On the eve of the nuptials, she decided to seek out the man named Chen Xiaochun in the neighboring city. Upon arrival, she followed the address only to be greeted by an elderly couple who had resided there for a decade, claiming no knowledge of anyone named Chen Xiaochun. As she wandered the streets that day, Xiao Fang's heart shattered. Her arduous journey seemed to culminate in the validation of a shattered dream of love. Yet, she could not shake the feeling that he was a living man, tall and handsome, hidden within the glow of a window, watching her wander aimlessly through the cold streets. Her stomach growling. Surely he had called her Xiao Fang, and he must know her current name in China. On the street, a shop sound system distinctly resonates with the tune. There's a girl in the village named Xiao Fang. Despite Wang Fang's attempts to caution her friend about the frivolity of some men's words, she recalls her own husband, Liu Dachui, who once jested that he would buy his wife a grand diamond ring for their 10th anniversary. Yet, with their child now in their 20s, he has yet to afford even a modest gold trinket. Of course, she herself has no fondness for such baubles. Had it been a diamond ring, perhaps it would have captured her fancy. However, such luxury is exorbitant and hardly worthwhile. Thus, she concludes that a man's proclamations should not be taken at face value. For if the address is fictitious, so too must be the name. Upon returning after a fleeting escape, Xiao Fang finds her heart a desolate expanse of ashes, charred and lifeless. The red lingerie gifted by Wang Fang ignites a spark within her, revealing a hidden ember in the recesses of her heart. The day arrives for the joyous celebration at home, as Liu Dachui returns from the small town. He expresses his intent to don a suit and tie for his first attendance at a fool's wedding. Yet, he arrives merely well-groomed. While casually inquiring about the customary gift for the occasion, Wang Fang suggests a sum of 1,000 yuan, remarking that no one's finances are plucked from the wind. She too has her own life to manage, with a wardrobe that scarcely boasts decent attire. The previous evening, Old Lai had escorted Wang Fang home and handed her a small bag, claiming it was a treat from relatives back home. Upon opening it, she discovers a box of sweets and a fine cashmere scarf in a deep red hue, worth a fair amount. This brings a flicker of joy and trepidation to Wang Fang, who later melts her anxiety into the gift money, leaving only delight. Upon hearing of the gift amount, Liu Dachui nearly leaps from his seat. They're giving 200. What is your relationship with them? Wang Fang explains that Old Lai is her colleague, but his daughter-in-law regards her as family. She adds that the principle of reciprocity is paramount, especially with their son's wedding on the horizon. Liu Dachui retorts, "He is a fool. If the old man passes, and the old lady is feeble, who will return the favor?" Wang Fang counters, "Today is a day of great joy. You mustn't speak of misfortune, comrade Liu. I must admonish you for your ill omens." Liu Dachui concedes, "All right, I misspoke. But on matters of money, you must heed my counsel. 600 is quite sufficient." Reluctantly, Wang Fang complies, preparing a red envelope with that sum. The selected venue for the feast is situated in the upper echelons of City A, indicative of Old Lai's desire to uphold dignity. The winter sun shines brightly at noon as Old Lai and his wife welcome guests at the entrance, her prominent buck teeth gleaming in the light. Thus, Liu Dachui becomes acquainted with Old Lai. The wedding customs in City A are rather intricate, and fearing his son's potential embarrassment, Old Lai opts for a simplified ceremony, where the officiant speaks a few words and guests partake in the meal, deeming it a wedding. However, the bride and groom must still make an appearance. Last night, the two Fang sisters shared their hearts, and on stage, Xiao Fang carries herself with poise, delivering her remarks with grace. Liu Dachui whispers to his wife from the audience, "This girl is unmanageable." Given her previous pursuit of a rumored lover, Liu Dachui's suspicion may have merit. The foolish son stands by, grinning foolishly, for marrying a bride is a pinnacle moment for any man, regardless of his wits. The officiant engages the foolish son with customary inquiries, to which he responds with a sheepish chuckle before loudly declaring, "I do." Thankfully, he does not embarrass himself. His presence injects a comedic element into the proceedings. Sensing the audience's amusement, the officiant suggests a kiss between the newlyweds. Suddenly shy, the foolish son exclaims, "I want to watch a movie. I want to go home and watch a movie." Old Lai is left flustered. The officiant inquires, "What movie do you wish to see, groom?" The foolish son chuckles, scratching his head in thought, before beginning to remove his clothing. In such a film, both male and female characters appear unclothed. How could he emulate them in his attire? Laughter and cheers erupt from the crowd as the foolish son, undeterred, removes his shirt and attempts to shed his trousers. Xiao Fang quickly embraces her husband's waist, whispering softly to him. He ceases his antics, allowing her to drape her arms around his neck and lean in for a kiss. Xiao Fang's gentle touch moistens his face, and she playfully extends her tongue, akin to feeding a fledgling. The foolish husband, dazed yet tranquil, savors his first kiss from a woman other than his mother in 30 years. As the audience leans in to witness the spectacle, a chair is placed beside Liu Dachui, and soon a man occupies that space. Liu Dachui, coming back to reality, recognizes the man and mutters, "Diao Mao." The man responds, "Brother, what a coincidence. I'm a Mao, not Diao Mao." This is the same A Mao who once dealt in counterfeit invoices and dubious films in the provincial capital. A Mao explains he is a relative from the maternal side of the foolish son's family, visiting for the wedding. Although life often presents curious coincidences, Liu Dachui harbors doubts. Would a Mao truly bring his shady dealings to City A and reconnect with old clientele at a wedding? A Mao, like a rat in the city, suddenly scurries over, unsettling Liu Dachui. In a Mao's presence, Liu Dachui feels exposed, as if stripped bare. After exchanging a few pleasantries, he falls silent. Just then, the kiss on stage concludes, and Wang Fang, moved, turns back. A Mao cheerfully addresses her. "This must be your sister-in-law?" Liu Dachui snorts dismissively. A Mao quickly adds, "Sister-in-law, you look remarkably youthful, as if you've consumed preservatives." Wang Fang, accustomed to the variety of terms for her age, brushes it off as a mere acquaintance of Liu Dachui, engaging in polite conversation. At this moment, the banquet commences, with waitstaff swiftly serving dishes that soon fill the table, each plate appealing in color, aroma, and taste. The essence of sustenance reigns supreme, as guests wield their chopsticks with fervor, eager to reclaim their contributions. A Mao resembles a starving rat who has stumbled into a grain silo. As the feast progresses, Old Lai and his wife begin to toast each table. Traditionally, the newlyweds would lead the toasts, but due to unique circumstances, Old Lai and his wife take on this role. As they reach Liu Dachui's table, the guests pause their feasting to listen to Old Lai's words of gratitude, reciprocated with well wishes for the couple to bear children and grow old together. Old Lai expresses particular thanks to Liu Dachui and his wife for their assistance with the wedding arrangements. Liu Dachui humbly replies, "I am most embarrassed. With the year drawing to a close and work consuming my time, I entrusted everything to my wife. I do not seek credit." Old Lai interjects, "The moon is fullest on the 16th. Your contributions are half of my success, old Liu. Let us arrange to share a drink soon." Liu Dachui agrees, "Certainly. You attend to your matters. We shall arrange a time to meet." The atmosphere at the table is one of camaraderie. After finishing his speech, Old Lai downs his drink in one go. Wang Fang observes that Old Lai may have indulged a bit too much. Marriage, akin to navigating an obstacle course, strips one of layers. Liu Dachui too drinks deeply, though his glass contains Sprite. While feigning to drink liquor, Liu Dachui catches Old Lai's gaze, who smiles at Wang Fang. Men like Old Lai, with a handsome face, are a rarity outside of the realm of celebrities, and Wang Fang finds pleasure in beholding his visage. After many night shifts, Lao Lai would take a stroll down the corridor and then chat with Wang Fang for a while in the duty room. This routine made the night shifts feel less lengthy for Wang Fang. At that moment, two middle-aged men approached their table, both exuding an air of righteousness. The three of them could easily form a formidable tiger team. A flicker of unease crossed Lao Lai's face. The slightly older member of the tiger team spoke up, inquiring, "You must be from a certain department. We have a matter to investigate." Following this, the younger man displayed his identification, and upon recognition, Lao Lai realized they were from the police station. The guests were oblivious to the situation. Lao Lai said, "Enjoy your meal. I'll be right back." However, Lao Lai did not return. He smiled as he crossed through the banquet hall, with guests unaware of any anomaly. Yet, Liu Dachui and Wang Fang sensed something was amiss. Veterans of the underworld typically possess a keen intuition. Liu Dachui thought to himself, 600 yuan down the drain. He might not come back. Wang Fang recognized the other two members of the Tiger team. They were the same men who had questioned her at the hotel security desk. They were undercover police officers, undoubtedly connected to the hotel's covert filming incident. Last night, as Lao Lai had escorted her home, he had asked if anything unusual had happened at the hotel lately. Wang Fang kept the discovery of the camera hidden within the pothose plant to herself, merely stating that with the approach of the new year, the number of guests had dwindled, making their night shifts less busy and allowing for stolen moments of sleep. Lao Lai remarked, "You never know who stays at hotels. Some may seem respectable, yet lead sordid lives behind closed doors. Always lock the door when you sleep in the lounge. Be vigilant if a guest calls for you in the middle of the night." Wang Fang recalled her night shifts, sometimes dozing in the lounge, vaguely hearing Lao Lai's footsteps echoing in the corridor, approaching and then retreating. Perhaps he was a bit concerned, patrolling the 13th floor like a watchful guardian. She felt a warm sensation in her heart. Lao Lai continued, "After my foolish son married, a weight lifted from my heart. I plan to resign from the hotel job next year." Wang Fang teased, "Are you waiting for a grandchild?" Lao Lai chuckled ruefully. Despite watching countless adult films, his simple-minded son still seemed clueless, as reported by his wife. He speculated that it was because of Xiao Fang's reluctance. She was a strong-willed girl. What Xiao Fang had experienced during those few days away, perhaps only Wang Fang knew. Yet, despite her loquacious appearance, Wang Fang's lips were sealed on matters that should remain undisclosed. Lao Lai remarked, "As for grandchildren, it's all about fate. Having such a troubled child at home. I'll be busy until my last breath. Xiao Fang must also be able to live a good life with us, exchanging sincerity for sincerity." Having worked at the hotel for several years, he had grown weary of the routine. He yearned to open a repair shop, working with machinery in a cleaner, quieter environment. Wang Fang thought to herself, "Working with machines will leave you covered in grease. How clean can it really be?" Unexpectedly, undercover police officers took Lao Lai away, and Wang Fang grasped the true meaning of cleanliness. If Lao Lai had indeed committed a crime, then last night, he had treated her as a confidant, delivering a farewell declaration. Alas, it was too late. On the day of the wedding banquet, Xiao Fang, having not slept well the night before, felt a headache and left early with her simple husband. Once home, she collapsed onto the sofa and fell asleep. In her dreams, Chen Xiaochun appeared. He told her he had drifted on a cargo ship for 3 years and had returned to their small village in Vietnam to find her, only to discover that no girl named Xiao Fang remained there. 3 years had changed him. He had grown darker and thinner, yet she recognized those beautiful eyes. If one were to liken his eyes to an animal in China, Xiao Fang would accurately pull a donkey from the dictionary. Yes, Chen Xiaochun's eyes resembled those of a donkey, bright and gentle beneath long lashes. Xiao Fang's heart raced. She bravely confessed, "For these 3 years, when I was awake, you were in my heart. When I was asleep, you were in my dreams. You have finally come. I do not want $5,000. Just take me away." Chen Xiaochun cupped her small face and softly called, "My girl, my bride." He leaned down and kissed her. The sensation was so delightful that it sent tremors through her entire being. She longed to roll in the grass beneath the blue sky with this donkey, intertwining their souls. Vowing never to part again, he pressed down upon her, but his weight felt like an iron plate, crushing her like a delicate bunny. Unable to restrain herself, she cried out, "Xiao Chun, be gentle." Suddenly, she woke up, a nightmare crashing over her like a wave. As her simple husband lay heavily on top of her, she screamed and pushed him off, witnessing his pale backside, the large red underwear slipping down to his waist. He had indeed taken liberties with her. She got up, composed herself, and slapped his face hard. He whimpered, resembling a donkey that had been beaten after a long day's toil. Xiao Fang thought, "How dare you cry? Shouldn't it be me who is upset?" Just as she was brooding, the doorbell rang. At that moment, the whole family was busy with the wedding banquet, unaware of who had returned early. Xiao Fang commanded her simple husband, "You think I bullied you, but in fact, you have bullied me. Stop crying, wipe your tears, and get dressed." The simple husband wiped his tears and obediently complied. This sequence of actions seemed not so foolish after all. Just then, the doorbell rang insistently. Xiao Fang rose and peered through the peephole, spotting 2 uniformed individuals claiming they needed to check the water meter. In reality, It was the police come to conduct a raid. Just as Lao Lai had been taken from the banquet, the police followed closely behind to search their home. How could such a good man as her father-in-law possibly be involved in anything illicit? The reason she chose to remain in this family, aside from their decent financial standing, was the presence of good people. Though her mother-in-law was a bit petty, appearing carefree, she often interfered in many matters. Nonetheless, her father-in-law treated her like a daughter. On the day she became a bride, her life felt like a roller coaster, and encountering this situation left her with a sense of dread. The two police officers first entered the bedroom of Lao Lai and his wife. Then, one of them emerged, heading straight for the study. The simple husband scratched his head, trying to comprehend the situation. As the police approached the study, he rushed ahead to stand at the door like a guardian, exclaiming loudly, "This mountain is mine. This tree I planted. If you wish to pass, leave behind some toll." In his mind, the study, a treasure trove for watching movies and playing games, was off limits to strangers. The police pointed at Xiao Fang, saying, "We heard your wife was bought from Vietnam. Human trafficking is illegal. If you obstruct us, we will take her away and deport her back to Vietnam. Do you understand? We will arrest her." As he spoke, he made a snapping gesture. Xiao Fang's heart raced in panic. She had come to China with Lao Lai, who had likely given some money to her family, though she did not know if it amounted to $5,000. However, she cherished this vibrant country, for here she hoped to reunite with Chun Xiaochun. Just moments ago, she had dreamt of him, and although the dream had been shattered by her simple husband, it also signified that spring was approaching, and with it, the arrival of someone named Chun. Regarding Xiao Fang's situation, the simple husband seemed to understand. Someone was trying to take away his bride, which was a matter of life and death for him. The last time Xiao Fang had gone missing for several days, he had been unable to bear it. He would rather starve than be without her. Moreover, the police's earlier gesture resembled a beheading in the games he had played. A wild donkey charged in. Earlier in the text, it was noted that although the simple son was tall and sturdy, he was as soft as bread. In the face of trained police officers, all wild donkeys and bread turned to mush. Soon, the police pinned the simple son to the ground and gave him a sound beating, causing him to emit animalistic cries. Gradually, those cries weakened, and his face turned from pale to purple. Xiao Fang was horrified. On the eve of her wedding, her mother-in-law had warned her that once married, she must not feed her husband coarse grains. Xiao Fang was unaware of the distinctions between coarse and fine grains. Her mother-in-law explained that coarse grains are not suitable for her husband, who suffers from heart issues. In response, Xiao Fang assured her mother-in-law that she would provide him with fine grains, as her foolish husband appeared to be in dire straits. Xiao Fang pleaded with the police not to be harsh on him, offering to surrender a film that her husband cherished. Ultimately, the officers relented. Xiao Fang exerted considerable effort to lift him and relocate him onto the sofa. After giving him a few sips of water, her husband gasped for air and gradually regained some composure, although he seemed even more daft than before. The sofa, a new addition before their marriage, was upholstered in gray fabric, and Xiao Fang adored sitting cross-legged in one corner, akin to a stray cat that had found a cozy nook. Just prior to the police's arrival, she had indulged in a spring dream on that very sofa, a serendipitous encounter with her foolish husband. Her father-in-law had devoted immense effort to arrange this marriage, yet the police claimed he had committed an offense. What crime could he have committed? She could not fathom it. But she felt that without her father-in-law, their home would be akin to a roof with a gaping hole, allowing rain to pour in, leaving them all in disarray. In the study, two officers were diligently searching for evidence, but they found nothing in her father-in-law's office, not even the rumored film. He had not returned that night, and chaos reigned in the household. Wang Fang soon learned of the raid on their home. When the police reached this stage, it was evident they possessed ample evidence. The absence of incriminating items suggested that her father-in-law had sensed impending trouble and had taken precautionary measures the night before his son and Appo's wedding. He genuinely intended to start anew by opening an auto repair shop. However, that opportunity had slipped away. Her father-in-law had undoubtedly committed a transgression. Yet Wang Fang did not feel vindicated. She was saddened for him, recognizing that he was not a bad person who had merely erred in judgment. This conundrum weighed heavily on her heart. She also worried for Xiao Fang, realizing that without a steadfast pillar, their family might struggle to endure. The news of her father-in-law and Appo's predicament left Liu Dachui lamenting the loss of his 600 yuan, which he considered wasted. He complained to Wang Fang that had he known a mere 200 would suffice, he would have given that instead. Liu Dachui was eager concerning money, which unexpectedly led him into trouble. That night, while engaged with his wife, his phone rang from the bedside table. His phone was perpetually on, as his workplace reimbursed him for monthly call expenses. Liu Dabing crawled to answer it, inadvertently causing discomfort to Wang Fang, who yelped and accidentally activating the speakerphone. Wang Fang heard someone call out brother. Liu Dabing retorted with a dismissive comment before hanging up. He muted the phone, completed his task, and considered it a job well done. Recently, Liu Dabing had been somewhat out of sorts in this regard, a predicament not uncommon for men of his age. They often boast online while struggling to manage their responsibilities in reality, where tending to a field might require a half-year's respite. After finishing, he felt that every late-night call held the potential for significant news. So, Liu Dabing dressed and returned to the balcony to redial the number. On the other end, Mao teased him, suggesting that he had been busy with his wife. He had noted at the dinner table that Wang Fang possessed a generous bosom, more alluring than the women featured online. Liu Dabing retorted curtly, demanding Mao to speak plainly. Mao then asked to borrow 600 yuan, citing urgent matters at home in the provincial capital and an immediate need for a taxi. Liu Dabing, however, was in no position to lend him money, having recently lost a fortune in the stock market. By midnight, Liu Dabing turned off his phone, climbed into bed, and cautiously caressed his wife and Apos' bosom before drifting off to sleep. On Monday morning, Liu Dabing set off for work in the small town. Before leaving, he remarked to his wife, Fang Fang, "My eyelid is twitching." Wang Fang inquired which eye was affected, and he replied, "The left." She responded, "Left eye signifies wealth. Right eye signifies disaster. Old Liu, you are destined for fortune." Unbeknownst to them, Liu Dabing's left eye heralded misfortune. He was summoned to the police station for questioning. It turned out that Mao had been arrested. His arrest was indirectly linked to Liu Dabing and her father-in-law's situation. Mao had not come to attend the wedding but to inquire about materials from her father-in-law. These materials referred to the latest illicit video recordings. However, her father-in-law had failed to deliver. The failure to provide was connected to Wang Fang and Apos' discovery of the hidden cameras in room 1307, where one had been found by her and another by a guest. Her father-in-law had intended to execute one final scheme before retiring from his illicit activities. But the police had kept him under surveillance. With no evidence found in the house, they arrested Mao, who lacked the resilience of her father-in-law and quickly confessed. Mao had numerous clients, and Liu Dabing was merely one among many. In the wedding banquet, Mao had remained vigilant, using his experience to evade capture when he noticed two plainclothes officers. He sought financial assistance from Liu Dabing, intending to escape by car but was left stranded when Liu Dabing failed to lend him money. Harboring resentment, Mao casually informed the police about Liu Dabing and Apos' dealings in counterfeit invoices and adult films. While he could not provide concrete evidence regarding the extent of purchases, Liu Dabing willingly admitted to his minor infractions, acknowledging that he had acquired a small invoice from Mao. As for the adult films, it was a common temptation for men and women alike, but in the grand scheme, Liu Dabing was not a criminal. Nevertheless, the police did not notify his family, but rather informed Liu Dabing and Apos' superiors, who escorted him home. Liu Dabing returned to his workplace unscathed. Yet the knowledge of Mao's allegations had reached his bosses. There are no secrets that remain concealed, and Keyong discovered Liu Dabing's indiscretions through various channels. After careful analysis, he concluded with certainty that Liu Dabing was the one who could jeopardize his career at a critical moment. As one ages, it may seem that they have gained wisdom, comprehending the complexities of human relationships and the harshness of life. However, the heart, encased in flesh, often trembles with uncertainty. After being ensnared by Mao's trap, Liu Dabing emerged unscathed but returned to work with trepidation. He sensed subtle changes. Once addressed as Director Liu, he was now simply referred to as Old Liu. During a report to his manager, he was unexpectedly tasked with fetching a barrel of water, a chore previously assigned to junior staff. This shift unsettled him, and he confided to Wang Fang his desire to retire to the countryside, where he envisioned a thatched cottage, chickens, dogs, and a small plot of land to cultivate, all while smoking a pipe and watching the crops bloom. Wang Fang, recognizing his nostalgia, teasingly asked if he could differentiate between wheat and weeds. Liu Dabing replied that distinguishing between them was pointless. He would simply cut them all down. However, upon reflection, he clarified that while weeds may be cut, there is still value in what remains. Liu and Apos' family consisted of 3 sons. The eldest and second had dropped out of school early, while Liu Dabing had completed high school, assisted his father as a vegetable vendor, and later served in the military. Having been raised in the countryside, he was not particularly skilled in agricultural work. Wang Fang reminded him that there was already a house available back home, superior to a thatched cottage, and that his brothers would likely invite him for drinks upon his return. However, such invitations were rarely benign. Liu Dachui harbored a strained relationship with his two brothers from the countryside. Once their parents departed, the brothers became as unfamiliar as strangers, prompting him to maintain contact solely with his sister in the county town. His pretentious nostalgia for his hometown was cured by his wife. Yet Liu Dachui remained unsettled in his heart. Indeed, the leader who received the small film from Shuiku had already grasped the situation with considerable clarity. Dealing with a minor director was akin to wielding a sickle to effortlessly harvest a patch of chives. However, before the sickle could be swung, the wielder encountered misfortune. Upon awakening, he found his home's security doors smeared with excrement, permeating the entire hallway with an unbearable stench. In the aftermath of this defecation incident, the leader pondered the matter discreetly, identifying numerous potential suspects. Consequently, he adopted a more cautious demeanor, momentarily setting aside his intentions to confront Liu Dachui, and sought inspiration from a renowned actress. This actress, whose husband had strayed, faced public pressure to divorce, yet she chose to remain steadfast, proclaiming, "Let us cherish what we have." In a similar vein, the leader decided to adopt a wait-and-see approach regarding the minor child Liu Dachui. Meanwhile, the mouse known as Liu Dachui cautiously peered out of his hole, realizing that the old cat had yet to appear, allowing him to enjoy a semblance of stability during the new year. Keyong yearned to be a cat, yet his feline prowess fell short, leaving him to wander aimlessly. Each year, he spent the new year at his mother-in-law's house, which felt akin to passing a checkpoint. In earlier days, when his father-in-law was alive, the air at the Song family and Apos' New Year celebrations resonated with vibrant notes. Yet, as a son-in-law, Keyong often felt isolated amidst the bustling warmth of this large family. Now that his father-in-law had passed, he found himself with newfound freedom regarding his New Year choices, but the thought of returning to a cold, unheated house in the countryside was unappealing. Additionally, he would have to maintain appearances and spend money in the rural setting. Thus, remaining in city seemed the most prudent choice. However, this year was different from the past. After finishing her winter break, Liu took a 2-week IELTS course in city before heading home for the new year. Following Keyong's suggestion, she found accommodations in a local guest house. Eager to see her, he adhered to his principle of frugality, visiting her for a date once a week. As the second week drew to a close, Liu expressed her frustration about not being able to secure a train ticket home. She was as restless as an ant on a hot pan, especially since it marked the first new year without her father, and she was determined to return to support her mother and younger brother. In a moment of impulsivity, Keyong agreed to drive her home. Her family resided in a neighboring province, and the journey via highway would only take 7 to 8 hours. A round trip could be accomplished in 2 days, and with the company of someone cherished, there was no guilt akin to their clandestine meetings in City A. Love emboldened Keyong, while Liu felt a swell of gratitude within her heart. By this time, Xiaomin had also returned home for the holidays, and she had undergone significant changes. Besides sharing Keyong and Apos' youthful passion for reading, she had also developed a love for baking. The family oven was no longer lonely, filling the kitchen with the sweet aroma of cakes. Upon returning home, Keyong savored the taste of happiness. On one occasion, she prepared a cake, beautifully packed in a small box for Song Meili to deliver to Liu Dachui, who would then pass it on to Wang Fang. She explained that she wanted to show gratitude for Wang Fang's help when her mother was injured. Song Meili retorted that if it weren't for Wang Fang's loud admonition, she would not have fallen from the ladder at all, and not demanding compensation was quite generous. Xiaomin reminisced about her childhood, recalling how she had once been too frightened to descend the slide at kindergarten, despite the teacher's many shouts. Haitao had encouraged her, stating he would go down first, and she managed to conquer her fear with his support. Despite the banter, Song Meili complied and took the cake to the office to pass it to Liu Dachui. Upon receiving the cake, Liu Dachui joked, "Is this for my daughter-in-law?" Song Meili's expression shifted, and she quipped, "Old Liu, I won't play with you anymore." Liu Dachui quickly expressed his gratitude to Xiaomin, praising her as a wonderful girl, and acknowledged the remarkable mother who raised her. Song Meili and Apos' demeanor softened again. In Liu Dachui's presence, she often felt like a mischievous little girl. Keyong understood the significance of the cake, as it indicated Xiaomin and Apos' relationship with Liu Dachui and Apos' son had reached new heights, hinting at her desire to honor her future mother-in-law. Yet, the thought of the man who shared Liu Dachui's blood potentially claiming his beloved daughter's heart, and possibly more, gnawed at him. Liu soon completed her course, and Keyong prepared to drive her home. Before leaving, he informed Xiaomin that he would be away for a short trip, lasting 2 or at most 3 days. Meili showed little concern for his travels, believing that a man, having indulged in freedom, would naturally return home. However, Xiaomin cared deeply. She tucked a box of cranberry cookies into Keyong's bag, saying, "Dad, if these cookies could speak, they would say, and amp, Oppos, I may be ugly, but I am delicious, and amp, Oppos." Keyong gazed into his daughter and amp, Oppos' eyes, which sparkled with a delicate sheen, and felt a fleeting pang of shame. The world of desire in middle age was so tainted. Yet, the thought quickly passed, and he continued down the path he had chosen. The journey to take Liu home was smooth, resembling a road movie, with the vibrant young woman beside him making the world feel light. The weary old tree of middle age seemed to sprout anew in the bloom of love. Keyong felt as if he had returned to his university days, wandering with a girl he adored. As they neared Liu's hometown, they stopped at the last service area. A bustling noodle shop awaited them, and they found themselves waiting for their meal while engaging in conversation. At that moment, a couple entered, a Chinese woman with a blonde husband, accompanied by a mixed-race boy who darted around energetically. Liu remarked, "Mixed-race children are not only beautiful but also highly intelligent. Do you know why?" Keyong thought of a humorous analogy, but before he could voice it, Liu casually stated, "How adorable. I want to have a mixed-race baby someday." His heart sank at the realization that no matter how many passionate encounters they shared, they could never produce a mixed-race child together. Her words felt like an exclusion from her future. Liu's offhand comment weighed heavily on Keyong, as if the ceiling of their affections had cracked, letting in a storm of discontent. Noticing his mood, Liu playfully asked, "Is Daddy upset?" The use of Daddy felt like a smear of excrement on his heart, more painful than having his doors soiled by a disgraced elder. The situation worsened when the little boy collided with Liu, prompting the foreign father to apologize. With the boy's mother momentarily absent, Liu seized the opportunity to engage in a spirited conversation in English. Keyong, having long since relinquished his rudimentary English, could not comprehend their exchange. But he saw the joy in Liu's face and the spark in the foreigner's eyes. He felt an overwhelming sense of inevitability, realizing that no matter how hard he tried, the fish he nurtured would inevitably leap from his pond into the vast ocean. As their meal arrived, Keyong called out, "You and amp, Oppos, let and amp, Oppos, eat." She replied, "You go ahead, Daddy." The foreigner then switched to Chinese, remarking, "Are you two dining together? Your dad is quite youthful." This irked Keyong, who, dismissing the international guest, channeled his frustration into his meal, devouring the noodles with a fervor that belied his discontent. After finishing, he left Liu alone in the noodle shop while he stepped outside for a smoke, embodying the archetypal conflict of characters in a road film. Yet, they soon reconciled, as Liu knew how to soothe Keyong. She declared, "The person I love most in the world is my dad. It's a pity he has gone. Now, there's another love in my life, and that's Daddy. But Daddy can be a bit temperamental, so I've decided to call him Aunt Shue from now on." Feeling somewhat petty, Keyong replied, "If you call me Aunt, the foreigner might think I'm transgender." Liu quipped back, "Only by dropping your pants can one discern male from female." Keyong playfully reached for his pants, exclaiming, "My balls hurt." After all the traveling, the only relief would be in the county town. They were nearing their destination, while Xiaomin, in the tranquil moments of the small town, filled her longing for high tao with baking and reading. Suddenly, she decided to check Liu and amp, Oppos' Weibo. Their once close friendship had faded, and she discovered a photo of Liu with a mixed-race boy, capturing a moment of joy. Liu donned a white cashmere coat, resembling a graceful white crane, while the mixed-race boy appeared as a pristine ginseng doll. Liu noted, a cookie, a long-lost son found at last. Each held a piece of cookie in their hands. The boy had half in his mouth, while Liu clutched hers. Xiaomin enlarged the image to observe the enchanting cookie more closely. The slightly overbaked cranberry cookie bore a wonderfully irregular shape. The chef, Xiaomin, recognized her own creation. Keyong delivered Liu to her county town, and after a night of exhaustion, he decided to stay overnight. A pot of wine to soothe the weary traveler. He soon succumbed to slumber after the tumult of the evening. Liu, however, remained awake, rising to seek water. Noticing Keyong's trousers discarded on the floor, She picked them up and discovered the bulging back pocket revealed a wallet. Upon opening it, she found a photograph of him with his daughter, Xiaomin. Xiaomin appeared to be around 7 or 8 years old, seemingly just returned from a Children's Day performance, adorned in a vibrant Neza costume, radiating a lively charm. Keyong's youthful visage bore the gentle demeanor of a caring father, embodying the poise of an intellectual. Seeing Xiaomin stirred something within her, a certain something. Undoubtedly not the open countenance of sunlight, but rather the occasional anxiety reminiscent of a rat in a sewer. She had sought Keyong and Appo's affection through slumber. The middle-aged man on the bed snored thunderously, his mouth agape as if lifeless, with only the sound of his snoring reminding her of his existence. He was her youthful idol and fantasy, someone she harbored a deep infatuation for. Yet, tonight, he bore an unpleasant breath. Keyong valued cleanliness and would never tolerate even a morsel of food stuck between his teeth, for such odors originated from the stomach. The young men with whom she had shared physical intimacy, at the very least, possessed fresh breath. However, that American boy, Jeff, insisted on splitting expenses, often leaving her to spend more. This discomforted her. Even if she wished to travel to America in the future, what could this boy offer her? Clearly, mere fresh breath would not suffice, nor would mere improvement in her spoken English. Ever since her father's tragic death, a void had settled in her heart, a constant fear of falling into darkness. At that moment, Keyong reached out, and she grasped his hand. An unexpected surge of restlessness coursed through her. The wallet naturally contained a thick stack of cash. Although Keyong had not ascended to great heights, the year-end bonus for a departmental cadre was still substantial. Mischievously, she extracted 2 bills, then returned the wallet, feeling considerably lighter in spirit. The following day, she awoke naturally. Upon glancing outside, she was surprised to find a light snowfall. In winter in northern Jiangsu, the snow fell with a flourish, only to quickly melt away. Keyong called the expressway station and learned that it was open as usual. After breakfast, he bid farewell to Liu. Fortunately, the expressway remained clear of snow despite the heavy traffic. He anticipated a 7 to 8 hour drive to City A, followed by a leisurely return to his small-town workplace, and then the sound of firecrackers heralding the arrival of the new year. This wretched year would finally come to an end. However, the script did not unfold as the writer had envisioned. Just over 2 hours after departing the county town, a multi-vehicle collision occurred ahead on the expressway, resulting in a massive traffic jam. The inclement weather hampered rescue efforts significantly. They languished in the traffic jam until the afternoon, when the vehicles finally began to crawl forward. At this point, the road began to ice over, making the journey perilous. As they traveled further north, the snow grew heavier, and the temperature plummeted. By evening, Keyong had not returned to City A as expected, but found himself stranded on the road, utterly isolated. With nothing to eat but a bottle of water, he recalled the box of biscuits Xiaomin had given him, and warmth flooded his heart. While waiting for the bus at the service area, Liu had eaten some, leaving half a box in the car. Keyong relied on these biscuits to sustain his energy. Xiaomin called him. He hesitated to admit he was stranded, instead claiming that work commitments had delayed his return, but assuring her he would be home before nightfall. Xiaomin responded, "Daddy, Don and Appos, worry, tomorrow is the 30th. Just head directly to Grandma's house for the new year." Keyong felt a pang of guilt. He could, even at a snail's pace, manage to reach City A before the evening. Yet the plot once again betrayed the writer's intentions. On New Year's Eve, as the nation celebrated the arrival of the Spring Festival, Keyong had only 2 biscuits to his name. He intended to savor the precious cranberry biscuits in tiny bites, pretending that they constituted a grand New Year's feast. At that moment, someone knocked on his car window. Lowering the glass, he saw a woman accompanied by a 3 or 4-year-old child, the latter whimpering. The woman inquired if he had any snacks. Snacks had become a luxury. Keyong generously offered her a biscuit, and she thanked him before moving on to other vehicles in search of food. Keyong felt a sense of righteousness. Being a good person brought a simple pleasure. His New Year's feast consisted solely of that solitary biscuit. Life felt like a fleeting dream, shifting from prosperity to decline in an instant. He received a call from Xiaomin. Unable to contain himself, he confessed the truth to his daughter. He was indeed trapped on the road, though under the guise of work. Xiaomin asked if he had eaten anything. He dared not speak the truth, merely stating that he had bought provisions for the journey, assuring her he could manage for half a month. Naturally, he had faith in the party and government, believing they would soon overcome the natural disaster and ensure their safety. Xiaomin offered a multitude of encouraging words, her sentiments a comforting warmth in his heart. By the first day of the new year, the vehicle remained immobile. The cold was biting, making it unbearable to step outside. He had run out of cranberry biscuits and water, utterly depleted. Keyong exited the car to seek assistance from the other stranded drivers. Fortune smiled upon him. He spent 200 yuan on 2 packs of instant noodles and 50 yuan on a bottle of mineral water, totaling 250. As he sat in the car, consuming the instant noodles with cold water, he yearned for the chicken, duck, fish, and meat enjoyed at his mother-in-law's house, along with the warmth of central heating. Thankfully, he still had some money left. Out of boredom, he counted his cash, only to find he was missing 2 bills. Had the money sprouted wings and fled? Suddenly, he thought of Liu. Her hometown had also suffered from the snowstorm, and she seemed entangled in family matters. Upon learning of Keyong's predicament, she urged him to hang in there. But where was the encouragement to be found? That day, his family was too preoccupied with their own troubles, as his mother-in-law had suddenly been hospitalized. The ferocious blizzard showed no mercy, yet human compassion prevailed. Finally, on the evening of the second day of the new year, Keyong emerged from the snowstorm, having received warmth from the government. He safely returned to City A. On New Year and Oppos's Day, his mother-in-law had unexpectedly collapsed and was subsequently hospitalized. After an examination, it was determined she had a heart issue that required bypass surgery. The operation went smoothly, but the family was in disarray. Determined to reform himself, Keyong prepared to visit the hospital and express filial piety at his mother-in-law's bedside. His family offered him the chance to fulfill his role as a dutiful son. However, after his harrowing return, his daughter Xiaomin's attitude towards him remained frosty. Among all, he cherished her the most. That day, while accompanying her in the hospital room, 2 visitors arrived to pay their respects to the elderly woman. The person Keyong is least inclined to see is Liu Dachui. Yet, Liu Dachui, accompanied by his wife Wang Fang, visited the elderly lady. Even after the new year, when pigs are typically slaughtered, Liu Dachui still bounced around with exuberance. The former leader had adopted a temporary low profile due to a scandal involving manure, while Liu Dachui, the opportunistic little director, had narrowly escaped another predicament. It was evident that the elderly lady favored the couple, as their every word seemed to resonate with her heart. When it came to food, the elderly lady could only partake in simple hospital meals, which consisted of millet porridge, an egg, and overcooked vegetables. She reminisced about the dumplings, buns, and spicy sauces she had savored at Wang Fang's, her face glowing with the vitality of someone recovering from illness. Food and love are 2 essential commodities in life. As one ages and love wanes, men are relegated to old trunks or discarded altogether. Yet, regardless of one's capacity for romance, food remains an everlasting companion. The 2 women dominated the conversation, and the elderly lady, fearing she might neglect Liu Dachui, took a moment to address her son-in-law. "You 2 chat." Thus, the 2 men complied and exchanged a few trivial remarks. Liu Dachui remarked, "Manager Shui, I heard you encountered a snow disaster on your last business trip. It must have been quite something." To which Shui responded, "Thanks to the party and the government." He pondered internally, how does this fellow know? Liu Dachui continued, "The losses from the snow disaster in the south were substantial, amounting to several hundred million. That's akin to a year's worth of chicken droppings from an African nation." This man, with his rural background, truly had a peculiar way of expressing himself. Shui felt a surge of irritation and retorted loudly, "With our great party and government, what do those losses amount to? Chairman Mao once said, 'The Great Wall is indeed as strong as iron, yet we stride forward with renewed vigor.'" Liu Dachui clapped, exclaiming, "What a beautiful poem. What follows?" Shui replied, "With renewed vigor, the Tsongshan Mountains resemble the sea, and the setting sun bleeds like blood." Liu Dachui applauded again, praising Shui as a true literary talent, effortlessly reciting poetry. A man accompanying a patient in the adjacent bed also joined in the applause. At that moment, a lively young woman entered, none other than Xiao Fang. It turned out that Wang Fang had not come solely to visit the elderly lady, but was also accompanying Xiao Fang for a checkup. Having consummated their marriage on her wedding day, Xiao Fang found herself unexpectedly expecting with her naive husband. Although her father had been imprisoned and yet to be sentenced, her world had already crumbled. Her mother, lacking a strong will, followed her eldest son's lead in all matters. Had it not been for Xiao Fang's pregnancy, she might have been cast out of her home. The child she carried became her savior, providing her with a place to belong. After feeling unwell for many days, Wang Fang accompanied Xiao Fang for her first examination. They decided to visit the hospital, making it a point to also check on the elderly lady. Before entering the ward, Wang Fang instructed Xiao Fang to wait on a chair in the corridor. Eventually, unable to sit still, Xiao Fang ventured in search of Wang Fang. As Xiao Fang entered, Shueku was reciting Mao Zedong's poetry to express his inner discontent. Having just completed the line, "The setting sun bleeds like blood," his narrow eyes squinted in a somewhat entranced manner. Xiao Fang happened to glance at him, and suddenly recalled how similar he was to a character from a film she had watched. When her naive husband was still free, he had one clever trait. He had learned to repeatedly play that film. Xiao Fang sometimes caught glimpses, and thus she memorized the faces of the male and female leads. A sense of panic gripped her heart. With Xiao Fang's arrival, Wang Fang found a reason to withdraw. Otherwise, if the elderly lady held her hand too tightly, it would be awkward for her to refuse. She introduced Xiao Fang as her relative, explaining that she was about to have a checkup. Reluctantly, the elderly lady released her grip. In the afternoon, Shueku returned home, having been replaced by Song Meili. Upon arriving at his mother-in-law's house, he found his daughter Xiao Min in the study, watching a movie on the computer. He peeked into the room, and Xiao Min, with her back turned, informed him that dinner was in the kitchen and urged him to heat it up. She offered no further conversation. Ever since he returned home safely from the snow disaster, Xiao Min had seemingly transformed, her demeanor towards him growing cold. With her father now safe, her worries had dissipated, but her disappointment in him grew. Initially, she had hoped to create a beautiful holiday filled with love, yet now she felt suffocated. In their household, Xiao Min was closest to her grandmother, and Shueku's efforts to win his daughter's affection were relentless. Caring for a patient is no light task. It can drain one's strength and spirit. Having not eaten, Shueku silenced his phone and fell asleep immediately. During this time, the phone rang in the living room. Xiao Min answered, her heart racing upon realizing it was the police calling. She inquired about the matter. Once the caller understood the relationship between the person answering and the individual they were seeking, they informed her that they needed Shueku to come to the station at a specific time that afternoon. The police suspected him to be a victim in a blackmail case, and now that the main suspect had been apprehended, they required further evidence. After hanging up, Xiao Min rushed to wake Shueku, relaying the content of the call. Upon checking his phone, Shueku noticed several missed calls. He declared loudly, "What blackmail? I have no idea what you're talking about. Perhaps the police have made a mistake." However, he knew he could not defy the police's orders. Even if they had made an error, his father would still have to make an appearance. Xiao Min reassured him, "Dad, I believe you are innocent." Her words filled Shueku with a profound sense of shame. When dinner time arrived, Shueku returned home. He had left as a spirited dog but returned as a dejected one, fully aware that the elderly man at the Shinkansen Hotel was indeed the blackmailing criminal. He had fabricated an enormous lie, claiming he had never been extorted. The elderly man had no intention of admitting to anything that would worsen his situation, and Shueku had inadvertently helped him immensely. His actions stemmed from a desire to prevent his disgrace from spreading endlessly, as it would undoubtedly deliver a severe blow to his daughter. Upon returning home, he informed his daughter that the police had mistaken their man, and that he had merely gone to clarify some matters. Xiao Min remained skeptical. When Song Meili returned from the hospital, she informed Shueku that her sister Song Meiwa's husband was already in the hospital. He claimed he had recently suffered from high blood pressure and could not work the night shift. Therefore, he asked Shueku to continue his nightly duties. Song Meili appeared to side with her sister's family rather than her own husband. She was acutely aware of Shueku's business trip at the year's end. Understanding the inner workings of their shared workplace, it was unlikely that a normally idle deputy would suddenly be entrusted with significant responsibilities as the new year approached. She suspected that this stray dog's misfortunes were somehow connected to a woman. Thus, his return home in disgrace did not evoke her sympathy. She tilted the balance in favor of her sister's family during the matter of the night shifts. Shueku objected, claiming he was not made of iron and had already worked 2 consecutive night shifts. Song Meili countered, "When the elderly lady had her surgery, was it not my sister's family that stepped in? Where were you then?" Shueku replied, "I was trapped in the snow, without food or drink, nearly dying." Song Meili shot back, "Why were you trapped?" Shueku lost his conviction, muttering, "I was on a business trip." Song Meili retorted, "If you had frozen to death, someone would have written an article about it. Comrade Shueku had dedicated himself to his work until the end, and perhaps we too would receive some compensation." Her words crystallized into icy daggers, piercing his heart. Shueku responded, "Fine, you can wait for that money. Once I'm dead, you'll get it." Many years ago, during arguments, Whenever Shue Ku faced defeat, he would inevitably speak of death, although he had not met his demise each time he mentioned it. Xiaomin was filled with dread, terrified that her father might jump from a building or take his own life like a butcher with a chicken. Now, feeling irritated, she exclaimed, "Enough arguing. Let my dad rest. I'll go keep grandma company." Upon hearing her words, Shue Ku was nearly moved to tears. It was clear that his daughter still loved him. In the world of emotions, there are those who revel in joy and those who wallow in sorrow. That day, after visiting the elderly lady in the hospital, Liu Dachui returned home. Liu Dachui felt that after Wang Fang experienced the miscarriage of a 7-month-old daughter, she developed a maternal sentiment. Whenever he encountered a young woman throwing a tantrum, his heart would ignite with warmth. Previously, he had taken a liking to a girl living in a hotel, but he never mentioned her again. Now, he found himself meddling in the affairs of a Vietnamese girl. Yet, with his family's waning influence, his involvement in such trivial matters could only lead to endless complications. However, Wang Fang held a different perspective. Precisely because their family and Appo's power had diminished, Xiao Fang, this outsider, needed the support of a maternal home. Though the elder seemed like an honest person, honesty could be insidious and lead to a slow poisoning. After Xiao Fang completed her ultrasound, she showed the results to Wang Fang. Inquiring about the size of the fetus at 50 days, Wang Fang replied, "About the size of a knuckle." Xiao Fang gestured with her fingers, noting that her frame was too small for such a diminutive child. Wang Fang added, "About the size of a shelled peanut." After a moment of contemplation, the expectant mother declared, "Even if it's a fool, I will bear it." With the bloodline of the family, she could assert her right to stay. She would have a nest and a meal ticket. Wang Fang reassured her, "Stop worrying. The child will surely not be foolish, inheriting your mother's intelligence." Xiao Fang, blinking earnestly, replied, "If it's not foolish, let us name the child Peanut." Thus, the two Fang sisters joyfully agreed on the name Peanut for the child. On that day, Wang Fang, with a sense of urgency, also made an appointment for herself to check her breasts. Her right breast had been uncomfortable for quite some time, despite having taken numerous herbal remedies, with varying results. However, her examination yielded unfavorable results. The ultrasound revealed a mass that necessitated a biopsy at a later date. Humans are inherently fragile creatures. A single word from the doctor could elevate her to the heights of elation one moment and plunge her into despair the next. During that period, she felt like a prisoner awaiting the guillotine's fall. She confided in Liu Dachui, "Old Liu, your livelihood may be in jeopardy." Liu Dachui's mother had raised 4 children, her milk more abundant than rainwater, nourishing her elder son sufficiently. By the time it reached him, the milk was scant, leaving little for Xiao Lu. Yet, with his sister, the tides had turned, and her milk supply had replenished. Thus, he harbored an obsessive fascination with breasts. Marrying a wife with ample bosoms, he delighted in the secret pleasures of their intimacy, affectionately referring to her breasts as his meal ticket. Liu Dachui countered, "Don't think too much. There are plenty of women with poor milk supply." Wang Fang replied, "Old Liu, what if it's something serious?" What was it that she hesitated to mention? Liu Dachui insisted, "If there's a problem, we'll sell everything to seek treatment. Life is more precious than anything." Yet, Wang Fang remained in a state of unease. After the new year, spring arrived, but the northern city remained chilly, with even snow making an appearance. However, winter's rain was coming to an end, and the snow melted away quickly. The case involving the elder had concluded, sentencing him to 3 years in prison. Xiao Fang's peanut began to grow, resembling a small sweet potato. It seemed Xiao Fang's position in the family had solidified, yet with the elder's diminished role, and his willingness to reduce his sentence by confessing to the profits from the secretly recorded videos, the family's resources dwindled, leaving Xiao Fang's supposed security in jeopardy. With 3 idle individuals at home, an oblivious husband, a naive mother-in-law often stirring trouble, Xiao Fang found her life far from easy. Once her pregnancy stabilized, she contemplated finding work. Willing to endure hardship, she honestly informed potential employers of her condition, but emphasized her agility. However, no one dared hire a pregnant woman, fearing liabilities that could arise. After Song Meili's mother was discharged from the hospital, she had cycled through 3 caregivers, all of whom had been dismissed by the elder. She had dubbed them lazy, gluttonous, and deceitful, her life experience allowing her to see through their flaws, which she would not tolerate under her roof. Following this, the elder urgently required a new caregiver. The agency introduced a young woman, who happened to be Xiao Fang. This time, Xiao Fang had learned to be clever and concealed her pregnancy. She was slender and showed no signs of her condition, and her health report was passable. Thus, she secured a job. The elder recognized Xiao Fang as Wang Fang's relative. After a few days, it was evident that Xiao Fang lacked the bad traits of the previous caregivers. She spoke little, worked diligently, and could prepare Vietnamese rice paper rolls and stir-fried rice noodles, much to the elder's delight as she relished her meals with new dentures. Xiao Fang cooked 2 meals a day and tidied up, but did not live in. One day, the elder inquired about Wang Fang. Wang Fang had promised to bring dumplings after her discharge from the hospital, yet the seasoned cook had only offered empty words. Xiao Fang replied, "Grandma, you're unaware. But my Aunt Fang's breast has been ill." The elder exclaimed, "What? She has a grandmother? Must be over 100. Xiao Fang gestured, not her grandmother, but her breasts. Fate seemed to play a cruel joke. Wang Fang, once a relatively content woman, was suddenly diagnosed with breast cancer. Upon receiving the diagnosis, the axe that hung over her head finally fell. Her heart bled profusely. She had yet to witness Hao Tao's wedding, hadn't he fulfilled her parents' wishes. Longed to grow old with Liu Dachui, and awaited the birth of Xiao Fang's child to knit a tiny sweater for little Peanut. At the end of the corridor, a frail woman curled up and sobbed uncontrollably. Wang Fang stood for a moment before approaching, squatting down to embrace her. The woman had come for a bone density test and expressed her fear, stating the examination room felt unnaturally cold. The doctor had mentioned her sternum had hardened, leading her to suspect a malignant tumor. Wang Fang offered no words of comfort, merely lending her embrace, allowing the woman to cry and speak freely. She herself had just received a devastating blow and, in her dizziness, needed solace. However, if she were to leave, her conscience would be troubled. Holding the woman felt like holding herself. Comforting her was also a form of self-comfort. As she reached the staircase, she realized she was still wearing shoe covers, akin to a condemned prisoner shackled for execution. She removed the covers, crumpling them before discarding them into the trash below, experiencing a fleeting sense of relief. That day, Liu Dachui was at work in the small town. Wang Fang called him, surprisingly light-hearted as she joked, "I told you, your meal ticket is in trouble." Silence enveloped the line. Liu Dachui understood that Wang Fang was undergoing a biopsy, and he was evidently processing the gravity of the situation. Wang Fang quickly changed the subject, recounting the incident of embracing the stranger. Suddenly, Liu Dachui's voice came through, brimming with concern. "You shouldn't be so kind. There are plenty of people in hospitals like that. How much kindness can you afford? Does being good-hearted guarantee a reward?" Wang Fang fell silent, tears streaming down her face. Indeed, kindness was her hallmark, but why had fate bestowed such a heavy burden upon the benevolent? She felt as if she had no choice in the matter. She didn't blame Liu Dachui. He might find it even harder to accept this news than she did. News of Wang Fang's cancer diagnosis reached the small town, where the leader who had previously threatened Liu Dachui had momentarily toned down due to the scandal. When he finally sought to act, he was temporarily stymied by Wang Fang's predicament. Keyong, upon hearing the news, thought to himself that karma had finally arrived. Though it wasn't a direct consequence for Liu Dachui, it was enough to stifle his good fortune. Liu Dachui bore the brunt of the logistical director's burdens. The usually jovial man found himself subdued. The townsfolk expressed their sympathy, which soon morphed into gossip about how Wang Fang had once sold fish at a supermarket, claiming that killing fish was akin to taking a life, thus earning the ire of the fish spirits. Women suffering from benign breast disease secretly purchased goldfish from the market and returned them to the river outside the town, indifferent to how long they might survive in the frigid waters. Wang Fang was an optimist, having rolled through countless hardships before rising to face the reality of losing a breast. On the eve of her hospitalization, Liu Dachui tenderly caressed her breasts. Her breasts were truly exquisite, hemispherical, full, and resilient. It was astonishing that they remained so perfect after nourishing Haitao into such a robust child. While her overall appearance was ordinary, her breasts were exceptional. They were a feast for men who adored breasts, a feast he thought would last a lifetime, only to have it abruptly curtailed. More importantly, a sick person in the family was always a misfortune. Liu Dachui turned away and wept. Wang Fang had initially planned to undergo surgery at a hospital in City A, but a visit from a close friend changed her mind. Wang Fang was admitted to the hospital, a place that unveils the stark realities of life. One of her fellow patients, Xiaomei, was in her early 30s and had been a sales manager. 5 years prior, she was diagnosed with breast cancer and had her left breast removed. Now, 5 years later, the cancer had recurred, requiring her to be hospitalized again. During her stay, Xiaomei's husband never once came to visit. Xiaomei confided in Wang Fang that shortly after her mastectomy, her husband had rekindled a relationship with his first love. He left her with 2 apartments, divorced her, and took their son. Now, with the recurrence, doctors were advising her to remove her right breast as well, leaving her with nothing. She had already sold one of her apartments to cover medical expenses. As she recounted these painful experiences, she maintained a cheerful demeanor, always smiling. She told Wang Fang, "Sister, illnesses are not all the same. Yours is the mildest. Once it and amp, oppos, s removed, you and amp, oppos, ll be fine." On the night before Xiaomei and amp, oppos, s surgery, she took a long shower in the hospital bathroom, inconveniencing others. However, her fellow patients didn't and amp, oppos, t complain. Those who could walk used the public restroom. She asked Wang Fang to bring her pajamas from her bedside, saying her memory was failing her. The neatly folded pajamas, a deep claret color, offered more warmth than the hospital gown. Wang Fang took the pajamas to the bathroom and knocked, intending to slip them through the crack in the door. When the door opened, Wang Fang caught a glimpse of Xiaomei's hollowed-out breast as she handed over the pajamas. On one side was a bountiful fruit, and on the other, a grotesque void. The terrifying part was that the remaining fruit was also destined for the void. In that instant, she thought of herself and fled in panic. A visitor arrived at the ward, Xiaomei, a dear friend of Wang Fang and the former wife of Liu Dachui. Back in their small-town days, the 2 families were close. Every time the family of 3 returned from Liu Dachui's home, Liu Dachui would lecture his wife, urging Xiaomei to emulate Wang Fang's virtue, which included obedience to her husband. But Xiaomei was not a good student and often rebelled. Eventually, they divorced. Xiaomei had moved to Shanghai last year for work, bravely venturing out on her own, leaving her son in City A. Her son attended boarding school, with his father, Liu Dachui, as a strong support. Divorced men with some money and a decent job are still sought after in the marriage market. Liu Dachui quickly found a Xiaomei too. Zero named Pingping. With his second wife expecting, he inevitably neglected his son. The son's common cold developed into pneumonia, leading to his hospitalization. Xiaomei took leave from her job in Shanghai to be with her son. On the day her son was discharged, Xiaomei learned of Wang Fang's situation and came to visit her. It was this visit that changed Wang Fang's mind. During their conversation, Xiaomei casually mentioned a highly advanced hospital in Shanghai, equipped with imported instruments and staffed by top doctors from across the country. Many people traveled from all over to seek treatment there, requiring appointments, but the cure rate for serious illnesses was high. Some breast cancer surgeries might even avoid mastectomy. Preserving the breast. Preserving the breast was a deeply poignant thought. From adolescence to old age, the breast is a woman and Oppo's most prized possession. Now, to have a part of it forcibly removed, who would willingly accept that? With the surgery imminent, Wang Fang suddenly decided she wanted to seek treatment in Shanghai. Upon learning that Xiaomei was behind this change of heart, Liu Dachui grumbled, "Liu Dachui's ex-wife is just causing trouble for herself and inciting others to do the same. It's a good thing Liu Dachui left her. There's no good outcome with her around." Wang Fang retorted, "She's doing well with Chen Youfu." Liu Dachui scoffed, "Doing well? How so?" Old Chen is involved with the mayor's secretary and has secured major projects in City A. He's loaded. Has he bought her a house in Shanghai? A man who treats a woman well should offer more than just his manhood. He needs to spend money. Wang Fang didn't know if old Chen had helped Xiaomei, but she wasn't concerned about that. She asked, "Lao Lu, do you disagree with me going to Shanghai for treatment?" Liu Dachui replied, Fang, what's wrong with the hospital here? It's as busy as a marketplace every day. Our condition is being treated by experts and directors. Look at that woman in the same ward. She had both breasts done here. Does she lack money? She owns 2 apartments. What about you? How many apartments do you have? We also have 2 apartments. Wang Fang said, thinking of Xiaomei, who had now had her last breast removed. Her elderly mother was at her bedside. When her daughter woke up, she said, "Mom, it hurts." Her mother replied, "If it hurts, pinch my arm." Xiaomei said, "Mom, I don't have the strength to pinch." Her mother then softly sang, "Cold, cold, cold. Little dog, wait." Xiaomei fell asleep. Her mother lamented, "What a tragedy. I'm already near death. My breasts are useless. Heaven, take mine and let my child be well." Wang Fang's eyes filled with tears. She also had elderly parents, whom she was keeping in the dark. If she went to Shanghai for a checkup, she hoped to return with different news, with the most beautiful phrase in the world, a false alarm. Liu Dachui said, "Going to Shanghai is fine. We'll sell the larger apartment in City A to pay for your treatment. Once you're better, We'll move back to the old house in the small town. Hai Tao can figure out how to buy his own apartment when he gets married. Wang Fang thought to herself that they had savings and didn't need to sell the apartment. She knew Liu Dachui didn't want to go through the hassle of going to Shanghai. As if reading her mind, Liu Dachui said, "Fang Fang, the savings are all invested with my sister. I'll ask her to take them out immediately. I'm not worried about losing the interest. But even though my sister is an accountant, we're breaching the contract, and it needs to be approved by the leaders." Liu Dachui listed several options, none of which were feasible. Selling the apartment wouldn't happen quickly, and taking the money from his sister was like killing the pig before it was fully fattened. But once the idea took root, it spread like wildfire. This usually obedient woman began to disobey. She thought of her grandfather, a painter, in the provincial capital. Last year, when she visited him, he secretly left her several paintings. These paintings could save her life. However, Wang Fang and Appo's painter grandfather was currently visiting his daughter in America. Even with wings, it would take time to reach him. He had given her the paintings to keep in a bank safe deposit box in the provincial capital. Afterward, he told Wang Fang to retrieve the safe deposit box key. But Wang Fang always felt that the road to peace was long and she didn't have time to get it. So she let her grandfather keep it for the time being. Little did she know that life would take such a sudden turn. The spring breeze brought by Chiao Mai, due to lack of money, spun in place and disappeared. The hospital in City A was and Appo's bad. So she would listen to her husband one more time and have the surgery there. After all, the doctors there said that her condition was relatively mild and that removing the breast would be enough. But at this moment, something terrible happened in the ward. The woman named Xiaomei suddenly took a turn for the worse and was sent to the ICU. That night, the nurse came to tidy up Xiaomei's bed. Wang Fang cautiously asked if Xiaomei was doing better. The nurse said, "She's gone." Such a cheerful woman, 10 years younger than Wang Fang. The claret-colored pajamas concealed a landscape of undulating waves. One couldn't tell that she had lost one breast, and then another. And just like that, she left without saying goodbye. The elderly, gray-haired mother, her meal growing cold, would never see her little dog again. On the eve of Wang Fang's surgery, her bed was also empty. She left without saying goodbye. Where did she go? Liu Dachui was taken aback. His obedient wife, who bore the label of being virtuous, had unexpectedly decided to defy him and run off to Shanghai. Had he not previously asserted that a man should not only provide for a woman in a physical sense? She had taken matters into her own hands, compelling Liu Dachui to part with his money for a gamble in the bustling metropolis. Wang Fang did not venture to Shanghai alone. She was accompanied by a Vietnamese girl named Xiao Fang. It was as if she had traversed a wall, entering an entirely different realm. Shanghai bore the essence of spring. The heavy coat from City A had become a mere relic here. The pedestrians on the streets could be described as vibrant men and women clad in red and green. Wang Fang had brought Xiao Fang along. During her hospitalization in City A, Xiao Fang had spent her evenings at the hospital, keeping her company. Xiao Fang felt as if she were Wang Fang's daughter. Yet she was unwilling to adopt the role of a burdensome elder. In private, Xiao Fang referred to Wang Fang as Da Fang. Haunted by the death of a friend, Wang Fang was gripped by fear. Her return to Shanghai for a checkup was her way of seeking a new lease on life. However, Liu Dachui was the sort of person who could squeeze water for money, prompting the virtuous wife to raise her banner of rebellion. In the face of financial concerns, life took precedence. Xiao Fang assured Wang Fang that she would accompany her wherever she went, providing her with the courage to take the plunge. Upon arriving in Shanghai, they were not aimlessly wandering. They first secured a budget business hotel. However, the hospital recommended by Chiao Mai had appointments booked 3 months in advance. 3 months felt excessively long. Even a hormone-treated chicken would mature within a month, and the tumors in her breast would undoubtedly become more troublesome during that time. Chiao Mai, ever enthusiastic, reached out to her boss, a Fei, and connected with specialists at another renowned hospital in Shanghai. They would only need to wait a week for an appointment. Liu Dachui was incensed by his wife's actions. With the patient gone, he was left to clean up the mess at the hospital, receiving a reprimand from the doctor. He called Wang Fang, expressing his frustration. "Fang Fang, you used to discuss everything with me. What you're doing now seems to disregard your husband." Wang Fang retorted, "Then what should I consider you?" Liu Dachui replied, "You treat your husband like a father-in-law." Wang Fang shot back, "Hai Tao's grandfather has passed away. When he was alive, he visited our home, and I took him to the park to see the tigers." In the small town, during their shared past, Chiao Mai encountered Wang Fang and asked, "Sister-in-law, where have you been?" Wang Fang pointed to an elderly man ahead and quipped, "I took my father-in-law to see the tigers." Xiao Mai found it amusing and relayed the story to Lu Zhili. He remarked, "Sister-in-law is renowned for her filial piety. You should learn from her. If my father were alive, could you take him to see the tigers?" Xiao Mai replied, "As long as your father is alive, I could take him to see mice. If not tigers." She feared mice more than tigers. Meanwhile, Liu Dachui lamented, "It and Apos. S not Hai Tao and Apos. S grandfather. It and Apos. S akin to a eunuch from the palace. Eunuchs may not engage in certain acts, but they are adept at serving others. Wang Fang, since you have gone to Shanghai, I will do whatever it takes to ensure you receive treatment. Over the next few days, I will devise a financial plan before heading to Shanghai. I cannot access the funds from my sister's collective investment. My boss has denied the request. However, difficulties are temporary and solutions will arise." Upon hearing this, Wang Fang felt a pang of guilt toward Liu Dachui and explained that she had been so frightened by Xiao Mei's death that she had come to Shanghai, thinking she could gather some funds from her own pocket first. While Liu Dachui attempted to gather money at home, Wang Fang received a call from her father. The old carpenter had learned of his daughter's medical situation in Shanghai. He told Wang Fang not to worry about funds, as he had withdrawn all his savings to assist Liu Dachui. He had managed to scrape together 80,000 yuan. In truth, the savings did not amount to a neat 80,000. It was only 78,000. The old carpenter had pulled every bit of pocket money and was still short by 300. Outside their courtyard stood 2 large locust trees, which were excellent for carpentry. But cutting them down for timber was a hassle. Instead, he sold 2 barrels of wheat to make up the difference. Wang Fang was taken aback. She had concealed her illness from her parents. Upon inquiry, she discovered that it was Liu Dachui who had informed them. The old carpenter had once been a wealthy man in the village, but back then, no matter how much money one earned, it was still measured in thousands. Over the years, his carpentry income had supported his children significantly. After Wang Fang married Liu Dachui, they initially lived in the same courtyard as her mother-in-law. While Liu Dachui was in the army, Wang Fang endured considerable hardship from her mother-in-law. The old carpenter, caring for his daughter, had helped them build their own house. In recent years, he had aged, and his legs were failing him. He self-deprecatingly remarked that his blood was no longer in demand for carpentry. This 80,000 yuan represented their entire life savings, now fully given to Liu Dachui for their daughter and Apos' treatment. The old carpenter said, "Daughter, we are all human and subject to illness. Heaven will always find a way for good people. You just need to seek the best doctor for your treatment. As long as I draw breath, I will support you." Wang Fang was moved to tears. She called Liu Dachui, demanding to know why he had disclosed their situation to her parents and accepted their money. Liu Dachui explained, "Hai Tao and Apos' grandfather expressed a desire to come to the city to deliver some items for you, which compelled me to reveal the truth. I did not wish to accept his money, but it was offered, and I could not refuse. You know your father's stubborn nature." He added, "Fang Fang, once you recover, our investment funds will mature, and we will repay your parents with interest, ensuring their comfort in their old age." Wang Fang agreed, but a stubborn resolve brewed within her. If Liu Dachui were to default on this debt, she would vehemently oppose it. The prerequisite was that she must survive, she must live well. Shanghai was a beautiful new world. Da Fang and Xiao Fang walked the streets, their eyes wide with wonder. Yet, Shanghai was also expensive. Even the cheapest business hotel was far pricier than a 3-star hotel in City A. Sometimes, Wang Fang mused that perhaps it would have been wiser to wait until the hospital arrangements were finalized before coming, as it might save them a considerable sum. However, with surgery scheduled for the next day, if she did not flee, she risked losing a breast. Such a grotesque trap. After deliberation, she concluded that every action taken was justified. Though Xiao Fang was in a stable stage of her pregnancy and showed no signs of it, she carried a peanut-sized life within her. Traveling such a distance was not something a diligent wife would typically condone, but her legs were her own, and she would go wherever she pleased. Her mother-in-law could not dictate her choices. However, since she departed, her foolish husband had begun to act out, refusing to eat, believing he had lost his wife, which filled him with dread. The last time Xiao Fang went missing, her mother-in-law had resorted to using old films to placate him. But with her mother-in-law now gone, there was no recourse. In a fit of anger, he called Xiao Fang, berating her, and then directed his ire at Da Fang, accusing her of abducting his daughter-in-law. Xiao Fang, now fluent in Chinese, shot back, "I married your son. I am not a commodity sold to him. If he perishes, should I accompany him to the grave? You have raised your son for 30 years. He grew up eating food. If you cannot provide for him, it reflects your own inadequacy as a parent. Her mother-in-law perceived that this Vietnamese daughter-in-law had gained wings and hardened her resolve, leaving her with no choice but to remain silent. The two women resided in an expensive city where daily expenses drained their funds rapidly. Since Xiao Fang had only been working as a housekeeper for less than a month, payday was still a ways off, leaving her with just a few coins to spare. Their hotel provided a complimentary breakfast, consisting of 2 small buns, 1 meat and 1 vegetable, along with an egg and unlimited porridge. However, the buns were tiny, and Shanghai's residents had rather small appetites. Xiao Fang, having passed her initial period of nausea, was now able to eat and required nourishment. Each time, De Fang would offer her egg to Xiao Fang, stating, "I do not like eggs." Xiao Fang accepted it without hesitation. For lunch and dinner, they would venture to a nearby street stall, purchasing boxed meals. Upon opening her box, Xiao Fang found an assortment of meat, fish, vegetables, and rice. While Wang Fang's meal was rather bland, De Fang explained that she did not enjoy meat. Xiao Fang devoured her food rapidly, reminiscent of a tiger, finishing her meal in a whirlwind. Afterward, she pondered. Something felt amiss. She had shared numerous meals with De Fang, who typically relished eggs and meat. She soon realized that De Fang was skimping on her own needs to save money while providing for Xiao Fang. After a week of living in this manner, their finances dwindled without even having seen a doctor, and it seemed that De Fang's money would soon run out. Upon realizing this, Xiao Fang felt a sense of urgency and began seeking work discreetly. To her surprise, she found a job in City A. Xiao Fang held a special fondness for the fried dough stick shop nestled in the alley. Her aspiration was to become a master of frying dough sticks. However, she candidly confessed to the proprietor that she was expecting a child. The owner, upon hearing this, realized that she was a pregnant woman and, despite the pressing need for help, hesitated to offer her a position out of concern. There was another fried dough stick shop in the alley near the hotel, thriving with business. By chance, a part-time worker had taken leave to care for a sick relative, prompting Xiao Fang to volunteer for the job. The pay was modest, and the owner readily accepted her. Thus, Xiao Fang became a joyful fryer of dough sticks, rising at 6 in the morning and working until 1 in the afternoon, with meals provided. Upon learning of her new role, Wang Fang did not object, recalling her own experience of working until the day before giving birth to Haitao. She believed that a diligent mother would naturally bear healthy and resilient children. Had it not been for her own tendency to tire easily, she would have sought a short-term job as well. Xiao Fang finally fulfilled her dream. Each morning, she donned a bright apron, watching as the fragrant peanut oil in the pot began to smoke, transforming the soft dough into golden, fluffy delights. Previously, she viewed her hometown in City A as a cozy haven, but now she found Shanghai to be an enchanting city, with a child growing within her. She also nurtured a profound sentiment known as hope. Hope is an extraordinary elixir. On that seemingly ordinary morning, a tiny seedling blossomed within Xiao Fang's heart, suddenly seeing the light of day. Each morning, a long line formed outside the dough stick shop, with the proprietor's wife handling sales while Xiao Fang undertook the central task of frying. Though she busily focused on her work, she felt like the undeniable star of the shop. Those waiting in line surely noticed the few remaining dough sticks in the central basket, as well as the dainty chef. Then she caught a glimpse of a tall figure amidst the crowd. He stood out, not merely for his stature, but also for the familiarity of his gaze that had haunted her dreams countless times. Her heart raced uncontrollably. Shanghai, often dubbed the Magic City, was known for the extraordinary events it could conjure. The person she had yearned for suddenly appeared before her without warning. Yet, unlike the dramatic scenes of television dramas, she did not abandon her task and rush into his embrace to express her longing. Instead, she remained at the hot oil pot, deftly handling the rectangular dough, plunging it into the sizzling oil with a satisfying splash. It became clear that love often carries a tinge of shyness upon returning to familiar grounds. However, in that moment of hesitation, the figure of Chun Xiaochun vanished from the queue. Xiao Fang felt a surge of panic. If she missed this chance, he might slip away into the vastness of the crowd, and their paths would never cross again. Consequently, she asked the boss for a brief break, claiming the need to use the restroom. During the busiest time of the morning, such an excuse could easily be met with skepticism, but the owner waved her off, permitting her to leave. Xiao Fang quickly shed her apron and dashed out of the shop. She spotted Chun Xiaochun, carrying a bag of dough sticks, striding towards a vehicle. The image of him departing from a small village in Vietnam years ago echoed in her mind. This confirmed her belief that he was indeed the Chen Xiaochun who had promised to marry her. However, as she called out to him, he did not turn around, appearing as though he were a mere shadow drifting before her, eluding her grasp. She watched helplessly as this shadow placed the fried dough sticks into the car and Oppo's trunk and proceeded to the front of the vehicle, about to enter. In that moment, a small voice called out to him, "Chen Xiaochun." He paused, leaning against the car door, and asked Xiaofeng, "Were you calling for me?" Bathed in the morning sunlight, Xiaofeng felt a mix of nervousness and joy. She nodded, stating, "Chen Xiaochun, it's me, Xiaofeng. My Vietnamese name is XXX. Do you remember dining at my home? Why have you been gone for so many years without a word?" The man looked bewildered. "Miss, what is going on? Weren't you just frying dough sticks?" Xiaofeng's heart raced with excitement. The gaze of countless elderly onlookers paled in comparison to the value of Chen Xiaochun's attention. She suddenly felt a surge of confidence. "Chen Xiaochun, I remember your eyes. They're as beautiful as a donkey's eyes. You haven't changed. I just wanted to ask if what you said back then was true." His interest seemed piqued. "What did I say back then?" "You promised to give my parents $5,000 to marry me, but I had to wait for a year. Now, several years have passed, and you finally appear. Back then, I could hardly speak any Chinese, and now I can fluently curse my mother-in-law." Upon hearing this, he burst into laughter. "So, you're already married, which means you can't possibly be with Chen Xiaochun." Realizing her blunder, Xiaofeng quickly corrected herself. "That is not what I meant. I just wanted to ask you how have you been?" He replied, "To be honest, I don't know you, and I've never been to Vietnam. If you need a ride, feel free to call for Chen the driver. I share the same surname. I have to go pick someone up now. Goodbye." With that, he entered the vehicle, closing the door behind him. The car then emitted a puff of smoke and drove away from the alley. Xiaofeng stood at the entrance, dazed. After waiting for years, it turned out this man was not Chen Xiaochun. Yet, he undeniably resembled him. Her heart brimmed with resentment. At that moment, she felt a stir in her abdomen. The peanut within her had remained still for 3.5 months, and she had inquired with Wang Fang about fetal movement during pregnancy. Wang Fang had mentioned that Haitao had begun moving before 3 months, which made him quite a lively child. Xiaofeng worried that her child might be slow to respond, as if unaware of its existence within her. That day, the peanut finally sent a signal to its mother. At night, Wang Fang and Xiaofeng lay in bed, and Xiaofeng recounted her encounter with Chen Xiaochun. The mingling of joy and sorrow overwhelmed her, leaving her with a sense of pain akin to an old cow ruminating. Xiaofeng asked, "Wang Fang, did you ever experience heartache while in love?" Wang Fang drifted back in time to her youth, recalling the sadness she felt when a southern typist left their town for the big city before Liu Dachui's arrival. She remembered the heartache when Liu Dachui left the army. Haitao's growth had brought countless moments of concern for her, even when her father was arrested. She understood he had committed a crime, yet she did not see him as irredeemable and felt a pang of sympathy. Recently, she felt heartache again when her father spent their savings on her medical treatment. Liu Dachui had accepted the money, not out of sympathy, but in disappointment. Over her 40-plus years, she had experienced too much heartache. The pain of love seemed trivial in comparison. However, for the youth still with an abundance of time to squander, the pain of love remained one of life's greatest tribulations. Xiaofeng remarked, "Chinese characters are truly magnificent. Heartache signifies a genuine ache in the heart, a sharp pain in the left side of the chest." Wang Fang inquired, "How many dough sticks did Chen Xiaochun purchase?" "A large bag," Xiaofeng replied. "Because my fried dough sticks are delicious." Wang Fang countered, "Single men aren't typically so diligent as to buy breakfast for themselves. This Chen Xiaochun is likely married with children, purchasing the dough sticks for his family." She recalled Liu Dachui's friend, Liu Zhili, who had been lazy and indifferent towards his first wife, yet transformed into a diligent husband after remarrying, even rising early to buy breakfast for his new wife. Continuing to dismantle Xiaofeng's daydream, Wang Fang cautioned, "Many Chinese men enjoy jesting. You mustn't take them seriously." Xiaofeng had indeed taken it to heart, believing she had misspoken. Her ability to fluently curse her mother-in-law revealed her marital status and likely frightened Chen Xiaochun away. That night, the peanut in her womb stirred once more, reminding her of her impending motherhood. Yet, within her heart, there lingered an obstinate dream to once again see Chen Xiaochun and hear him utter a word from their past. A word that would be genuine, not a jest. Even if he were married, even if they were never to meet again in this lifetime, she would accept it willingly. Love is the radiant dream of a woman, a dream that conceals a depth of unfulfilled desires. A week swiftly passed, and the time for Wang Fang's hospitalization arrived. Liu Dachui had originally planned to come to Shanghai the day before his wife's admission, but was unable to do so due to an inspection at their workplace. He informed his wife, saying he was merely a small fish in the pond, easily manipulated. If he were even a minor official, the leaders would regard him with more esteem. Look at Keyong, who, while holding a title, frequently goes fishing by the river. After weathering last year and Appo's storm, Keyong was now on a path of self-cultivation. Outside the city, the spring waters rippled, and a bespectacled fisherman appeared by the river. His fishing differed from others. Any fish below his standard was gracefully released back into the water. Given humanity and Appo's predation on other life forms, fish are often caught before they reach maturity, thus Keyong. The fisherman caught little yet found joy in the experience. Wang Fang was indifferent to how many fish Keyong had caught. She comforted Liu Dachui, saying, "I am no delicate young lady anymore. I understand your work. Finish your tasks and come when you can. Just ensure you have the funds ready." Liu Dachui replied, "In the past, we raised a pig which, when sold at the year's end, weighed about 170 or 80 pounds, quite a fortune. I now weigh nearly 170 pounds, much like that pig, so I need not worry about money. Even if I were sold, I'd fetch a reasonable price." Wang Fang retorted, "You weigh 170 pounds now. Guarantee you just 160? Liu Dachui explained, "Yesterday, at the warehouse, I just stepped on the scale. After the new year, everyone in the office has gained a bit of weight." He recounted how, after tidying up in the warehouse, Meili transformed into Commander Song, herding young colleagues like Xiaoli and Xiaozhang to the scale. The secret of Liu Dachui's weight was soon revealed. Then, in turn, he urged the three young men to weigh Meili. After removing her shoes and coat, her chest revealed itself. And Liu Dachui recalled a past moment when she had let his hand to touch her breast, akin to handling a hot potato, but he had quickly discerned the truth, concluding she wore thick undergarments for deception. Soon it was the 15th of March, and regarding women's breast augmentation, Liu Dachui, having seen real voluptuousness, was more discerning than anyone else. Meili weighed in at 7 or 8 ounces lighter than the previous year, and without her padded bra, she would surely be over a pound lighter. Of course, Wang Fang was oblivious to the office's weighing antics, but she reminded Liu Dachui, "Old Liu, remember, a fat pig sells for more, but a fat person has more ailments." Liu Dachui replied, "While you're in Shanghai, take your time. When you return, prepare some steamed buns with shrimp paste for me. That'll surely help me slim down." Upon hearing this, Wang Fang felt a pang of unease. She truly hoped there would be no issues, just a simple pang. At that moment, Liu Dachui mentioned he had just managed to deposit the money given by Hai Tao's grandfather, a bag filled with coins and bills. Some old currency was no longer in circulation, prompting the bank to request its return, so the total of 80,000 was actually less than that. "I'll send you part of it. We can't afford to be short on money." Wang Fang and Appo's heart sank again at this news. On the first day of Wang Fang's hospitalization, her friend Xiaomai took leave to accompany her for various examinations. Although Xiaomai had only been in Shanghai for less than a year, she appeared to thrive in her new life. After her divorce, Xiaomai seemed to have ascended to a higher plane of existence in Shanghai. The two old acquaintances enjoyed a lively conversation, during which Wang Fang casually inquired about her relationship with Chen Youfu. Xiaomai replied, "It's quite well, still the same." Her voice was bright and melodious, reminiscent of the spring season. Wang Fang understood that her friend's romantic state was stable. Having a steadfast and caring friend nearby comforted Wang Fang. During this time, she received a call from Liu Dachui. Wang Fang assumed he was inquiring about her test results, but he instead explained that an inspection at the bureau required his attention, and there were minor issues at work that needed rectification. Since his wife had company, he would delay his arrival by half a day. Wang Fang, having not lost her temper with Liu Dachui for many years, felt a spark of anger ignite within her, prompting her to move to the end of the corridor while Xiaomai followed closely, concerned. Wang Fang unleashed her frustration on Liu Dachui over the phone. After her outburst, she felt a wave of relief wash over her, surprising herself. Xiaomai, overhearing, realized that even seemingly perfect marriages harbored numerous complications. She remarked, "Sister-in-law, I believe Liu Dachui does care for you. It's just that when faced with such significant matters, men tend to feel fragile and prefer to escape for a day if they can." Wang Fang contemplated this. Perhaps it was true. Xiaomai chuckled. Your fiery spirit when scolding is anything but that of a patient. I increasingly suspect this might just be a false alarm. We'll celebrate with flowers when the time comes. Wang Fang replied, whether it's a false alarm or a genuine scare, having come this far, I shall accept whatever fate has in store. The following morning, Liu Dachui, unwilling to delay, rushed to Shanghai. While he was still on the high-speed train, Wang Fang went alone to collect her test results. She called Liu Dachui, "Old Liu, I can't keep my breast." Unlike the dramatic twists of television plots, she faced the harsh reality she had been diagnosed with stage 2 breast cancer. Even at the nation's top hospital, she confronted the prospect of losing a breast. When Liu Dachui received this call, he was in the midst of enjoying a bowl of spicy instant noodles. The overpriced boxed meals on the train felt like robbery, so he had wisely brought his own. Instant noodles on the train were significantly pricier than at the supermarket. His wife had unexpectedly ventured to Shanghai, yet the outcome mirrored that of a city. He swallowed the last bite of noodles, tears streaming from his eyes. From the blooming blossoms to the cascade of falling leaves, fate had suddenly taken a drastic turn. Wang Fang was diagnosed with stage 2 breast cancer. The doctor stated that the survival rate within 5 years post-surgery was 70 to 80%, dropping to 50% after 10 years, and further declining thereafter. Wang Fang aimed for that 20%. On the eve of her surgery, Wang Fang asked Liu Dachui, "Tomorrow, I will no longer be a complete woman." Liu Dachui replied, Fang, do you wish to become a man? Creating a fake appendage is quite costly. I can't afford it. Instead, I offer you mine." What was initially a somber and grave topic became lighthearted by Liu Dachui and Appo's humor, and Wang Fang chuckled. "Who would want that? How distasteful." She inquired, "Everything here is expensive. Will the funds suffice?" Liu Dachui reassured her, "You needn't worry about money. Focus on your recovery." Wang Fang pressed, "Old Liu, you must tell me the truth so I can be prepared." Liu Dachui replied, "There's about 100,000. Wang Fang felt deeply touched. She knew that their savings were tied up in investments, and that Liu Dachui managing to gather that amount was no small feat, adding her father's contribution. They had 200,000 on hand. Money provided her with confidence, and at such a crucial moment, Liu Dachui could aptly describe their situation as empowering. The term empowering was one often favored by television hosts in the digital age. In Shanghai, with its symbolic character for Liu Dachui, a 7-foot-tall man weighing 170 pounds, shed tears multiple times. Upon learning of Wang Fang's re-diagnosis, he cried on the high-speed train. When his wife emerged from surgery, tubes attached to her body, and her chest bandaged, she had permanently lost what was once the most beautiful breast in the world. Liu Dachui and Appo's eyes were filled with tears. After Wang Fang was hospitalized, the room at the business hotel was not refunded. Despite her fiery temperament, Xiao Fang was still a pregnant woman and needed a place to stay at night. Liu Dachui had once complained to his wife, saying, "Did you hire someone to help or just find a grandmother to take care of? Treating illness costs money, and so does caring for the elderly." Wang Fang advised, "You and Xiao Fang can take turns. When Xiao Fang is in the hospital, you can sleep at the hotel for a bit. Don't exhaust yourself." Liu Dachui patted his chest, declaring, "I will stay with you. I cannot trust anyone else to take care of you. My 170 pounds can certainly hold its ground." In the initial days following the surgery, Liu Dachui steadfastly remained by his wife and Appo's side, diligently tending to her needs. He was harsh on himself, harboring a deep disdain for the rice beloved by Southerners, opting instead for large steamed buns paired with pickled vegetables at every meal. Wang Fang urged, "Old Liu, buy some vegetables to eat." A plate of sour and spicy shredded potatoes from the cafeteria costs over 10 yuan, while 10 yuan could buy a mountain of potatoes in City A, enough to prepare several large platters of the dish. Liu Dachui was unwilling to spend. Wang Fang continued, "Old Liu, buy some meat." Liu Dachui replied, "Wife, you are in pain and can only eat liquid food. I feel guilty even eating." Satisfying his hunger was all he aimed for. After the anesthesia wore off, the pain was reminiscent of tearing flesh, as if a large watermelon had been forcefully plucked from its vine. Wang Fang felt a pang for her husband. She reached out to touch his head, which was now speckled with gray hair. Previously, she had not only been a skilled cook but also Liu Dachui's personal barber, saving him considerable money each year. However, Liu Dachui and Appo's head resembled a bobbing drum, just out of her reach. He exclaimed, "With all this fat on me, I can go 10 days without food. I'm starving to save for you." The hospital was rife with human tragedies. Some argued vehemently over money at the emergency room entrance, while terminally ill patients leapt from rooftops. They were bereft of funds and love alike. Ultimately, it was not money that drove one to despair, but the absence of love. Wang Fang seemed to lack nothing in that regard. The entire ward deemed Liu Dachui the most admirable Chinese husband. On the 5th day, Wang Fang had her stitches removed. The hospital indeed showcased exceptional medical expertise. The area where the melon had been removed was surprisingly smooth. Unlike the grotesque sight she had witnessed in City A, coming here for treatment had been the right decision. Next, she would return to City A for several rounds of chemotherapy before heading back to Shanghai for breast reconstruction surgery. Although it would entail considerable expense, life still held promise. That night, the curtain around the hospital bed was drawn, creating a world for the two of them. They spoke softly, sharing thoughts of their son, Hai Tao, who was undergoing surgery for a vascular tumor in the army. When Hai Tao attempted to video call Wang Fang, she declined, unwilling to burden him with her current plight, fearing it would distract him from his duties. She suggested that tomorrow Xiao Fang should fetch some of her regular clothes from the hotel and find a place without hospital insignia to video call their son. Liu Dachui jested, "This boy doesn't even want a video chat with me. I seriously suspect he isn't my son." Wang Fang retorted, "If he isn't your son, then whose is he?" During my visit to the army, which scoundrel came to me with the hunger of a ghost, visiting once at night and again in the morning? In their newlywed days, Wang Fang visited the army, where the youthful and fervent Liu Dachui demonstrated his prowess. It was during that time that Hai Tao was conceived. At the army guest house, Liu Dachui buried his head between Wang Fang's breasts, feeling it was the pinnacle of life. Those memories were heartwarming. As they reminisced, Liu Dachui and Appo's hand gingerly brushed against her still healthy breast. With his eyes closed, he caressed it, realizing it was the most exquisite feeling in the world, incomparable to any other woman. The sensation was dizzying, akin to the effects of alcohol, evoking a desire for intoxication and dreams. It is often said that midlife marriages face 3 deficits: money, love, and intimacy. Remarkably, they seemed to lack none. In the quaint town, they were considered a model couple. Wang Fang mused that had she not lost a breast, she would certainly have allowed her husband's head to nestle there, indulging in ecstasy. She struggled to speak to Liu Dachui, urging him to open his eyes and look to the right, affirming that their visit had not been in vain. The doctors in Shanghai were indeed skilled, and nothing appeared amiss. Whether it was changing dressings or removing stitches, Liu Dachui had not witnessed any of it. Wang Fang lifted her clothing, concealing her head, exposing her chest to her husband. It felt like a significant examination of life. Before receiving the results, she felt self-doubt and uncertainty. After a long silence, she lowered her clothing to find Liu Dachui in tears. He still cared for her and accepted her. She too shed tears. Upon returning to City A, the spring was in full bloom, and people began to shed their heavy clothing. Relatives and friends came to visit. She felt like a flawed panda, receiving the same warm inquiries from everyone. Wang Fang's family also arrived. Liu Dachui had gone to work that day, having taken too many days off. Anymore, and he risked losing his position as a junior director. During a casual chat with her sister, Wang Fang learned that aside from the carpenter and Appo's 80,000 yuan, her siblings had contributed 10,000 each, totaling 100,000 for Liu Dachui. Having family support and financial backing provided her with confidence. Wang Fang's brother, a truck driver, had some savings, but an accident involving his truck had drained his finances, reverting him back to modest means. Her sister had 2 sons, and the couple was busy helping their children with housing and marriage, hardly leaving them with spare funds. Contributing 10,000 each was already a considerable sacrifice. When Liu Dachui had learned of the diagnosis in Shanghai, he had urged Wang Fang to return to City A for the surgery, claiming it was their home and it would be easier to care for her there. This was indeed a practical truth, but Wang Fang also sensed Liu Dachui's desire to save money. Due to her lack of formal employment, she only had access to a limited health insurance as a dependent under Liu Dachui's work, which was valid only in City A. Any expenses incurred in Shanghai would need to be covered out of pocket. After much deliberation, she decided to stay in Shanghai for the surgery. Liu Dachui acquiesced to her wishes, though it was ultimately the influence of financial constraints that guided him. Wang Fang felt her sudden illness had burdened her family. That evening, when Liu Dachui returned from the small town, Wang Fang inquired about the finances, only to discover that the 100,000 he mentioned included the carpenter's 80,000 and the contributions from her brother-in-law and sister-in-law. They had already spent over 80,000 in Shanghai, and the remaining funds, along with Liu Dachui's salary and bonuses, were reserved for her chemotherapy in City A. Wang Fang was quite upset. Liu Dachui explained, "In this world, borrowing money is difficult. Everyone is dressed as if they are impoverished. And the only thing available to borrow is the lice in their pockets. The money from relatives is not something we won't repay. It's merely more convenient to use." The hospital presented a myriad of tortures, and one had to pay to endure them. Once the payment was made, one could neither cry nor complain, only smile. Chemotherapy was among these tortures. Wang Fang required 4 sessions, which spanned from spring through summer and into autumn. By then, Xiao Fang's child would be born. People said that Wang Fang had found a daughter, and while she was indeed a daughter, she might not be as perfect as imagined. During Wang Fang's hospitalization in Shanghai, Liu Dachui's substantial weight could hardly sustain the daily hospital visits, and he took turns with Xiao Fang to keep her company. Xiao Fang proved herself not to be idle. Hiring a caregiver daily could cost several hundred yuan. During the chemotherapy, Liu Dachui continued to work, while Xiao Fang frequently stayed by Wang Fang's side. After the first session of torture, Xiao Fang informed Wang Fang that she would return to care for the elderly lady. In the time that Xiao Fang was gone, the elderly lady had employed 2 caregivers, who were more like grandmothers than actual helpers. The first caregiver's cooking was so abysmal that every dish tasted as tough as leather, and even the elderly lady's expensive dentures could not manage it. The second caregiver, while cooking one day, was caught by the elderly lady tossing fresh pea shoots directly from the bag into the pot. During a meal, when the elderly lady offered the caregiver some pea shoots, the caregiver adamantly refused. Consequently, the elderly lady dismissed her as well, knowing that Xiao Fang was pregnant. The elderly lady disregarded her family's objections and summoned her to work as a maid once more. Wang Fang felt a deep sympathy for Xiao Fang, who was enduring such hardship. Xiao Fang expressed that her heart remained in Shanghai if she were to stay at her in-law's house every day. Listening to her mother-in-law's incessant chatter while her foolish husband clung to her like a shadow, she would surely lose her mind. The opportunity to earn money allowed her to step outside and breathe, a luxury she cherished. Having seen the world, she could not revert to her previous life. Once, she believed that returning to her hometown was a blessing, a sanctuary of happiness. Yet now, having glimpsed the broader world, she recalled a fleeting encounter with Qin Xiaochun, noting his license plate number etched in her memory. The dream of love had ensnared her soul. By the time of her